Glossary. Apple, New York City. Bang, injection of narcotics. Beef, criminal complaint. Bell, notoriety connected to one's name. Bill, $100. Bit, prison term. Bite, price. Black, gunyon. Powerful, thick, dark, gummy, marijuana. Bukus, plenty. Booster, shoplifter. Boot, Negro. Boss, very good, excellent. Bottom woman, pimp's main woman, his foundation. Boy, heroin. Breaking luck. First trick of working day. Bright, morning. Bull scare. Blustering bluff. Busted. Arrested and or convicted. C. Cocaine. Cannon. Pickpocket. Can. Derriere. Cap. A small glycerin container for drugs. Cat. A female sexual organ. Chili pimp. Small time one pimp. Chippied, light periodic use of heavy drugs. Chump change, just enough money for basic needs. Circus love, to run the gamut of the sexual perversions. Coast, somnolent nodding state of heroin addict. Cocktail, to put a marijuana butt into the end of a conventional cigarette for smoking. Come down, return to normal state after drug use. Cop and blow, pimp theory, to get as many as leave him. Copped, get or capture, crackwise, usually applied to an underworld neophyte who spouts hip terminology to gain status. Croak, kill, crosses, to trick or trap. Cut loose, to refuse to help, to disdain. Damper, a place holding savings, a bank, safe deposit box, etc. To stop or quell. Derby, head, refers to oral copulation. Dirty, in possession of incriminating evidence. Dog, older, hardened, or young sexual libertine. Dossing, sleeping. Down, a pimp's pressure on a or his adherence to the rules of the pimp game when a starts to work. Fix, to bribe so an illegal operation can go with impunity. Also an injection of narcotics. Flatbacker, who gets paid for straight nipple chests. Freak, libertine. French, oral copulation. G, $1,000. Gangster, marijuana. Georgied or Georgia'd, to be taken advantage of without receiving money. Girl, cocaine. Gorilla, to use physical force. Gorilla pimp, no brains, all muscle. Grand, $1,000. H, heroin. Hard leg, an older street-hardened used up. Heat, police, or adverse street conditions for hustlers. Hide, wallet. Hog, Cadillac. Hooks, hands. Horns, ears. Hype, addict. Jasper, lesbian. Jeffing, low-level con. Jib, mouth. Keister, derriere. Kite, note. Kitty, Cadillac. Larceny, to turn against by vocal condemnation. Lines, money. Lip, lawyer. Macking, pimping. Mark, victim, sucker, mitman, a hustler who uses religion and prophecy to con his victims. Usually the victims are women. Mop, hair, muckety-mucks, a temptuous term applied to the rich and privileged by the poor and underprivileged. Murphy, con game played on suckers looking for. Nut roll, a pretense at stupidity or unawareness. Okie doke, a con game. Oil, pay off money to the police. Outfit, hypodermic kit used by addicts. Pacifier bulb, the rubber top of a baby's pacifier used by addicts to draw up drugs through the eyedropper. Piece, measurement of narcotics, usually an ounce. Piece of stuff, 1 ounce of narcotics. Pinning, looking. Poke, wallet or bankroll. Reefer, marijuana. Roller, policeman, usually plain clothes. Roused, stopped, harassed by police. Shake, extort. Sheet, police record. Shield, badge. Shiv, knife usually made by convicts from various objects. Short car. Sizzle, narcotics carried on the person. Slat, one usually refers to money or length of prison term. Slum hustler, a phony jewelry salesman. Smack, heroin. Snatch, female organ, snort, sniff, or inhale, spade, negro, speedballs, a combination of heroin and cocaine injected, spiling, talking, a term used by older hustlers and pimps, square up, get out of the life, stable, a group of belonging to one pimp, stall, an accomplice of a cannon, stand up, to endure or survive, stash, hiding place, sting, rob, strides, trousers, stuff on, to play on, or con, threads, clothes, three-way, healer only, to pull coat, to inform and teach, turned out, introduced to the fast life or drugs, uptight, in trouble, financial or otherwise, Vic, mark, victim, vine, suit, whale, throw, usually applied to throwing dice, wire, information, message, etc. Yeasting, to build up or exaggerate, yellow, a yellow capsule containing barbiturate powder, prat, to pretend rejection, to increase desire, peel off, removal of only a portion of money from a wallet or roll. A pimp is happy when his giggle. He knows they are still asleep. All have one thing in common, just like the chumps humping for the white boss. It thrills him when the pimps make mistakes. They watch and wait for his downfall. A pimp is the loneliest bastard on earth. He's got to know his. He can't let them know him. He's gotta be God all the way. Dawn was breaking as the big hog scooted through the streets. My 5 were chattering like drunk magpies. I smelled the stink that only a street has after a long, busy night. The inside of my nose was raw. It happens when you're a pig for snorting cocaine. My nose was on fire, and the stink of those and the gangster they were smoking seemed like invisible knives scraping to the root of my brain. I was in an evil, dangerous mood despite that pile of scratch crammed into the glove compartment. Damn it! Has one of you on herself or something? I bellowed as I flipped the long window toward me. For a long moment there was silence. Then Rachel, my bottom, cracked in a pleasing, kissing voice.
Daddy baby, that ain't no you smell. We've been turning all night and ain't no bathrooms in those tricks cars we've been flipping out of. Daddy, we sure been humping for you, and what you smell is our nasty sis-I-O.
I grinned widely, inside of course. The best pimps keep a steel lid on their emotions, and I was one of the iciest. The went into fits of giggles at Rachel's shaky witticism. A pimp is happy when his giggle. He knows they are still asleep. I coasted the hog into the curb outside the hotel where Kim, my newest, prettiest girl, was cribbing. Jesus, I would be glad to drop the last off so I could get to my own hotel to nurse my nose with cocaine and be alone. Any good pimp is his own best company. His inner life is so rich with cunning and scheming to outthink his. As Kim got out, I said, "Good night, baby. Today is Saturday. So I want everybody in the streets at noon instead of 7 tonight. I said noon, not 5 minutes after or 2 minutes after, but at 12 noon sharp. I want you down, got it, baby?" She didn't answer, but she did a strange thing. She walked into the street around the hog to the window on my side. She stood looking at me for a long moment. Her beautiful face tense in the dim dawn. Then, in her crisp New England accent, she said,
"Are you coming back to my pad this morning? You haven't spent the night with me in the month, so come back, okay?"
A good pimp doesn't get paid for screwing. He gets his payoff for always having the right thing to say to a right on lightning tap. I knew my four were flapping their ears to get my reaction to this beautiful. A pimp with an overly fine in his stable has to keep his game tight. Constantly probe for weakness in a pimp. I fitted a scary mask on my face and said in a low, deadly voice, "Are you insane? No in this family calls any shots or muscles me to do anything. Now take your stinking yellow upstairs to a bath and some shut-eye and get in the street at noon like I told you." The stood there, her eyes slitted in anger. I could sense she was game to play the string out right there in the street before my. If I had been 10 years dumber, I would have leaned out of that hog and broken her jaw and put my foot at her neck. But the joint was too fresh in my mind. I knew the was trying to booby-trap me when she spat out her invitation.
Come on, kick my. What the hell do I need with a man I only see when he comes to get his money? I am sick of it all. I don't dig stables, and I never will. I know I'm the new who has to prove herself. What? Damn it, I am sick of this shit. I'm cutting out.
She stopped for air and lit a cigarette. I was going to blast her off when she finished, so I just sat there, staring at her. Then she went on.
I have turned more tricks in the 3 months I have been with you than the whole 2 years with Paul. My stays sore and swollen. Do I get my kick before I split? If so, kick it now, because I am going back to Providence on the next thing smoking.
She was young, fast, with trick appeal galore. She was a pimp's dream, and she knew it. She had tested me with her beef, and now she was lying back for a sucker response. I disappointed her with my cold overlay. I could see her wilt as I said in an icy voice, "Listen, Square. I have never had a I couldn't do without. I celebrate when a leaves me. It gives some worthy a chance to take her place and be a star. You scurvy, if I in your face, you gotta love it and open your mouth wide." The rollers cruised by in a squad car, so I flashed a sucker smile on my face and cooled it until they passed. Kim was rooted there, wincing under the blizzard. I went on ruthlessly. "You are nothing but a funky zero. Before me, you had one chilly chump with no rep. Nobody except his mother ever heard of the bastard, you dig? Yes, I'll be back this morning to put your phony ass on a train." I rocketed away from the curb. In the rearview mirror, I saw Kim walk slowly into the hotel, her shoulders slumped. In the hog, until I dropped the last off, you could have heard a mosquito crapping on the moon. I had tested out for them solid ice. I went back for Kim. She was packed and silent. On the way to the station, I riffled the pages in that pimp's book in my head for an angle to hold her without kissing her. I couldn't find a line in it for an out like that. As it turned out, the was testing and bluffing right down the line. We had pulled into the station parking lot when the fell to pieces. Her eyes were misty when she yelped,
"Daddy, are you really gonna let me split? Daddy, I love you."
I started the Pratt action to cinch her when I said, "I don't want to with rabbit in her. I want a wants me for life. You have got to go after that bullshit earlier this morning. You are not that." The Pratt butchered her, and she collapsed into my lap crying and begging to stay. I had a theory about splitting. I think they seldom split without a bankroll, so I cracked on her. "Give me that scratch you held out, and maybe I will give you another chance." Sure enough, she reached into her bosom and drew out close to 5 bills and handed them all to me. No pimp with a brain in his head cuts loose a young, beautiful with lots of mileage left in her. I let her come back. When at long last I was driving toward my hotel, I remembered what Sweet Jones, the master pimp who turned me out, had said about like Kim. Slim, he had said, a pretty one that shit and a white are just alike. They both will get in a stable to wreck it and leave the pimp on his own face. You gotta make 'em hump hard and fast to stick 'em for long, scratch quick. Slim, pimpin' ain't no game of love, so prat 'em and keep your swipe out of 'em. Any sucker who believes or loves him shouldn't have fell out of his mammy's ass. My mind went back to Pepper, then back even further, and I remembered what he had said about the Georgia. Slim, a pimp is really a who has reversed the game on. So Slim, be as sweet as the scratch, no sweeter, and always stick a for a bundle before you her. Or ain't nothing but a trick to a pimp. Don't let 'em Georgia you. Always get your money in front, just like a... On the elevator riding to my pad, I thought about the first who had Georgia'd me and how she had flim-flammed me out of my head. She would be old and gray now, but if I could find her, I would sure get the unpaid account off my conscience. In this book, I will take you, the reader, with me into the secret inner world of the pimp. I will lay bare my life and thoughts as a pimp. The account of my brutality and cunning as a pimp will fill many of you with revulsion. However, if one intelligent, valuable young man or woman can be saved from the destructive slime, then the displeasure I have given will have been outweighed by that individual's use of his potential in a socially constructive manner. I regret that it is impossible to recount to you all of my experiences as a pimp. Unfortunately, it would require the combined pages of a half-dozen books. Perhaps my remorse for my ghastly life will diminish to the degree that within this one book I have been allowed to purge myself. Perhaps one day I can win respect as a constructive human being. Most of all, I wish to become a decent example for my children, and for that wonderful woman in the grave, my mother. Chapter 1. Torn from the Nest. Her name was Maud, and she Georgied me around 1921. I was only 3 years old. Mama told me about it, and always when she did, her rage and indignation would be as strong and as emotional, perhaps, as at the time when she had surprised her, panting and moaning at the point of with my tiny head wedged between his hammer, hands vice-like around my head. Mama worked long hours in the hand laundry, and Maud had been hired as a babysitter at 50 cents a day. Maud was a young widow. Strangely, she had a reputation in Indianapolis, Indiana, as a devout, holy roller. I have tried through the years to remember her face, but all I can remember is the funky ritual. I vaguely remember, not her words, but her excitement when we were alone. I remember more vividly the moist, odorous darkness and the bristle-like hairs tickling my face, and most vividly I can remember my panic when in the wild moment of her would savagely jerk my head even tighter into the hairy maw. I couldn't get a breath of air until, like a huge black balloon, she would exhale with a whistling whoosh and relax limply, freeing my head. I remember the ache of the strain on my fragile neck muscles, and especially at the root of my tongue. Mama and I had come to Indianapolis from Chicago, where since the time when she was 6 months pregnant, my father had begun to show his true colors as an irresponsible, white spats-wearing bum. Back in that small town in Tennessee, their hometown, he had stalked the beautiful virgin and conned her into marriage. Her parents, with vast relief, gave their blessing and wished them the best in the promised land up north in Chicago. Mama had 10 brothers and sisters. Her marriage meant one less mouth to feed. My father's father was a skilled cook, and he passed his know-how to my father, who shortly after getting to Chicago scored a chef's job at a huge middle-class hotel. Mama was put on as a waitress. Mama told me that even with both of them working 12 hours a day, 6 days a week, they couldn't save a nickel or buy furniture or anything. My idiot father had come to the big city and gone sucker wild. He couldn't stay away from the high yellow with their big and dog antics. What they didn't con him out of, he lost in the cheap crap joints. At the hotel, one night he vanished from the kitchen. Mama finally found him thrusting mightily into a half-white waitress lying on a sack of potatoes in a storage room, with her legs locked around his back. Mama said she threw everything she could lift at them. They were unemployed when they walked away from the shambles. My father tearfully vowed to straighten himself out and be a man, but he didn't have the will, the strength to resist the cheap thrills of the city. After my birth, he got worse and had the stupid gall to suggest to Mama that I be put on a Catholic church doorstep. Mama naturally refused, so he hurled me against the wall in disgust. I survived it, and he left us, his white spats flashing and his derby hat at a rakish angle. It was the beginning of bitter winter. Mama packed pressing irons and waving combs into a small bag and wrapped me warmly in blankets and set out into the bleak, friendless city to ring doorbells, the bag in one arm and I in the other. Her pitch was something like this.
Madam, I can make your hair curly and beautiful. Please give me a chance. For 50 cents, that's all, I will make your hair shine like new money.
At this point in the pitch, Mama told me she would slip the blanket aside to bare my wee big-eyed face. The sight of me in her arm on a sub-zero day was like a charm. She managed to make a living for us. That spring, with new friends of Mama's, we left Chicago for Indianapolis. We'd stayed there until 1924, when a fire gutted the hand laundry where Mama worked. There were no jobs in Indianapolis for Mama, and for 6 months we barely made it on the meager savings. We were penniless and with hardly any food when a tall black angel visiting relatives in Indianapolis came into our lives. He fell instantly in love with my lissom, beautiful mother. His name was Henry Upshaw, and I guess I fell as hard for him as he fell for Mama. He took us to Rockford, Illinois with him, where he owned a cleaning and pressing shop, the only Negro business in downtown Rockford. In those tough Depression times, a Negro in his position was the envy of most Negro men. Henry was religious, ambitious, good, and kind. I often wonder what would have happened to my life if I had not been torn from him. He treated Mama like she was a princess. Anything she wanted, he got for her. She was a fashion plate, all right. Every Sunday, when we all went to church in the gleaming black Dodge, we were an outstanding sight as we walked down the aisle in our fresh, neat clothing. Only the few Negro lawyers and physicians lived as well, looked as well. Mama was president of several civic clubs. For the first time, we were living the good life. Mama had a dream. She told it to Henry. Like the genie of the lamp, he made it a reality. It was a 4-store, opulent beauty shop. Its chrome gleamed in the black and gold motif. It was located in the heart of the Negro business section, and it flourished from the moment its doors opened. Her clientele was for the most part pimps and hustlers from the sprawling red light district in Rockford. They were the only ones who always had the money to spend on their appearance. The first time I saw Steve, he was sitting getting his nails manicured in the shop. Mama was smiling into his handsome olive-tinted face as she buffed his nails. I didn't know when I first saw him that he was the pinstriped snake who would poison the core of our lives. I certainly had no inkling that last day at the shop as live billows of steam hissed from the old pressing machine each time Henry slammed its lid down on a garment. Jesus, it was hot in that little shop, but I loved every minute of it. It was school vacation time for me, and every summer I worked in the shop all day, every day, helping my stepfather. That day, as I saw my reflection on the banker's expensive black shoes, I was perhaps the happiest black boy in Rockford. As I applied the sole dressing, I hummed my favorite tune, Springtime in the Rockies. The banker stepped down from the shine stand, stood for a moment as I flicked lint from his soft, rich suit. Then, with a warm smile, he pressed an extravagant 50-cent piece into my hand and stepped out into the broiling street. Now I whistled my favorite tune. Shines were only a dime. What a tip! I didn't know at the time that the banker would never press another coin into my hand, that for the next 35 years, this last day would be remembered vividly as the final day of real happiness for me. I would press $5 bills into the palms of Shine boys. My shoes would be handmade, would cost 3 times as much as the banker's shoes, but my shoes, though perfectly fitted, would be worn in tension and fear. There was really nothing out of the ordinary that day. Nothing during that day that I heard or saw that prepared me for the swift, confusing events that over the weekend would slam my life away from all that was good to all that was bad. Now, looking back, remembering the last day in the shop as clearly as if it were yesterday, my stepfather, Henry, was unusually quiet. My young mind couldn't grasp his worry, his heartbreak. Even I, a 10-year-old, knew that this huge, ugly black man who had rescued Mama and me from actual starvation back in Indianapolis loved us with all of his great, sensitive heart. I loved Henry with all my heart. He was the only father I had ever really known. He could have saved himself an early death from a broken heart if instead of falling so madly in love with Mama, he had run as fast as he could away from her. For him, she was brown-skinned murder in a size 12 dress. That last night at 8 o'clock, Dad and I flicked the shop's lights out as always at closing. In an emotion-muffled voice, he spoke my name. Bobby. I turned toward him and looked up into his face, tense and strained in the pale light from the street lamp. I was confused and shaken when he put his massive hands on my shoulders and drew me to him very tightly, just holding me in this strange, desperate way. My head was pressed against his belt buckle. I could barely hear his low, rapid flow of pitiful words. He said, Bobby, you know I love you and Mama, don't you? His stomach muscles were cording, jerking against my cheek. I knew he was going to burst into tears. I said as I squeezed my arms around his waist, Yes, Daddy, we love you too, Daddy. We always will, Daddy. He was trembling as he said, You and Mama wouldn't ever leave me. You know, Bobby, I ain't got nobody in the world but you two. I just couldn't go on if you guys left me. I clung tightly to him and said, Don't worry, Daddy. We'll never leave you. I promise. Honest, Daddy. What a sight we must have been. The 6'6" black giant and the frail little boy holding on to each other for dear life, crying there in the darkness. I'll tell you, when we finally made it to the big black Dodge and were riding home, my thoughts were turning madly. Yes, poor Henry's fears had foundation. Mama had never loved my stepfather. This kind, wonderful man had only been a tool of convenience. She had fallen in love with the snake, all right. His plan was to cop Mama and make it to the Windy. The dirty bastard knew I would be excess baggage. But the way Mama was gulping his con, he figured he could get rid of me later. Only after I had become a pimp years later would I know Steve's complete plot and how stupid he really was. Here this fool had a smart, square broad with a progressive, square John husband infatuated with him. Her business was getting better all the time. Her sucker husband was blindly in love, and the money from his business was wide open to her. If Steve had been clever, he could have stayed right there on top of things and bled a big bankroll from the business in a couple of years. Then he could have pulled Mama out of there with a big bankroll. He could have done anything with her, even turned her out. I tell you, she was that hot for him. She had to be insane over the asshole to walk away from all that potential with only $2,500 in cash. Steve blew it in a Georgia skin game within a week after we got to Chicago. I have wished to Christ in 4 penitentiaries that the lunatic lovers had left me in Rockford with Henry when they split. One scene in my life I could never forget, and that was that morning when Mama had finished packing our clothes and Henry lost his inner fight with his pride and dignity. He fell down on his knees and bawled like a scalded child, pleading with Mama not to leave him, begging her to stay. He had welded his arms around her legs, his voice hoarse in anguish as he whimpered his love for us. His agonized eyes walled up at her as he wailed, "Please don't leave me. You're sure to kill me if you do. I ain't done nothing. If I have, forgive me." I will never forget her face, as cold as an executioner's, which she was as she kicked and struggled loose from him. Then, with an awful grin on her face, she lied and said,
"Henry, honey, I just want to get away for a while. Darling, we'll be back."
In his state, she was lucky he hadn't killed her and me and buried us in the backyard. As the cab drove us away to the secret rendezvous with Steve sitting in his old Model T, I looked back at Henry on the porch, his chest heaving as tears rolled down his tortured face. There were too many wheels within wheels, too much hurt for me to cry. After a blank time and distance, we got to Chicago. Steve had vanished, and Mama was telling me in a drab hotel room that my real father was coming over to see us, and to remember that Steve was her cousin. Steve was stupid, all right, but cunning, if you know what I mean. Mama, at Steve's instruction, weeks before, had gotten in contact with my father through a hustler brother of Mama's in Chicago. When my father came through the hotel room, reeking of cologne and dressed to kill, all I could think was what Mama had told me about that morning when this tall brown-skinned joker had tossed me against the wall. He took a long look at me. It was like looking in a mirror. His deep-down guilt cream-puffed him, and he grabbed me and squeezed me to him. I was stiff and tense in the stranger's arms, but I had looked in the mirror too when he came in, so I strung my arms limply about his neck. When he hugged Mama, her face was toward me and stony like back there with Henry. My father strutted about that hotel room, boasting of his personal chef's job for Big Bill Thompson, the mayor of Chicago. He told Mama and me, "I'm a changed man now. I have saved my money, and now I really have something to offer my wife and son. Won't you come back to me and try again? I am older now, and I bitterly regret my mistakes of the past." Like a black widow spider spinning a web around her prey, Mama put enough resistance to make him pinch himself into a sweat, then agreed to go back to him. My father's house was crammed with expensive furniture and art pieces. He had thousands of dollars invested in rich clothing and linens. After a week, my hustler uncle brought Steve to visit us and to case the layout. My father brought the cousin angle and brought out the best cigars and cognacs for the thieves. It was another week before they took him off. Remember, at the time I had no idea as to what really was going to happen. I would learn the shocking truth only after we got to Milwaukee. On that early evening when it happened, Mama was jittery as we prepared to visit some close white friends of my father. I had a wonderful time getting acquainted with the host's children who were around my age. Too soon it was time to go home. In my lifetime, I have seen many degrees of shock and surprise on the human face. I have never seen on any face the traumatic disbelief and shock that was on my father's face when he unlocked the door and stepped into his completely empty house. His lips flapped mutely. He couldn't speak. Everything was gone. All the furniture and drapery, everything from the percolator to the pictures on the wall, even my mama's belongings. Mama stood there in the empty house clinging to him, comforting him, sobbing with real tears flowing down her cheeks. I guess she was crying in joy because the cross had come off so beautifully. Mama missed her calling. She should have been a film actress. With only a bit part, an Oscar a season would have been a lead pipe cinch for her. Mama told my father we would go to Indianapolis to friends until he could put another nest together. When we got to Milwaukee by train, 90 miles away, Steve had rented a house. Every square inch of that house was filled with my father's things. Those lovely things did us little good and brought no happiness. Steve, with his mania for craps, within weeks had sold everything piece by piece and lost it across the craps table. Mama worked long hours as a cook, and Steve and I were alone quite often. At these times he would say, "You little you, I'm gonna beat your hanging off. I am telling you, if you don't run away, I'm gonna fucking kill you." He was just so cruel to me. My mother had bought me a little baby cat. I loved that kitten, and this man hated animals. One day, the cat, being a baby cat, did his business on the kitchen floor. Steve said, "Where is that little The little kitten had hidden under the sofa. He grabbed that kitten and took it downstairs, where there was a concrete wall. He grabbed it by the heels. I was standing, looking down at him. He took the kitten and beat its brains out against that wall. I remember there was a park behind our house, concrete covered. There were some concrete steps. I sat there and I cried until I puked. All the while I kept saying like a litany, "I hate Mama, I hate Mama, I hate Mama." And "I hate Steve, I hate Steve, I hate Steve, I hate him, I hate him, I hate him." For many tortured years, she would suffer her guilt. She had made that terrible decision on that long ago weekend. I know my lousy old man deserved what happened to his goods. I know Mama got her revenge, and it was sweet, I am sure, but it was bitter for a kid like me to know that Mama was part of it. Perhaps if Mama had kept that burglary cross a secret from me in some tiny way, I might have been stronger to fight off that pimping disease. I don't know, but somehow after that cross, Mama just didn't seem like the same honest, sweet Mama that I prayed in church with back in Rockford. I went to her grave the other day and told her for the 100th time since her death, "Mama, it wasn't really your fault. You were a dumb country girl. You didn't understand. I was your first and only child. You couldn't have known how important Henry was to me." I choked up, stopped talking to her beneath the silent sod, and thought about Henry lying rotten, forgotten in his grave. Then through my tight throat I said to Mama, "To you, he was ugly. But Mama, I swear to heaven, he was so beautiful to me. I loved him, Mama. I needed him. I wish you could have seen beyond his ugly black face and loved him a little and stayed with him, Mama. Mama, we could have been happy. Our lives would have been different. But I don't blame you, Mama. I just don't. Mama, I love you." I paused, looking up at the sky. Hoped she was up there and could hear me. Then I went on. "I just wish you were alive now. You would be so proud of me. I am not a lawyer as you always wanted me to be, but Mama, you have 2 beautiful grandchildren and another on the way, and a fine daughter-in-law who looks a lot like you when you were young." The grave next to hers had visitors, an old man and a bright-eyed girl about 10. I stopped my bragging until the pair walked away. Then I said, Mama, I haven't shot any H in 10 years. I haven't had a in 5. I have squared up. I work every day. How about it, Mama? Iceberg Slim. A square? You wouldn't believe it, Mama. I wear $50 suits right off the rack, and my car is 10 years old. You gotta believe it now, Mama. Goodbye, Mama. See you at Christmas, and remember, I'll always love you. I know one damn thing. I can't help crying at her grave, almost as if I was crying because I did so much to put her there. Maybe the hidden hate that I can't feel wants me to laugh that she's down there in the earth. Maybe my crying is really laughing. About 90 days after Steve smashed my kitten, Mama cast off her spell. And one gray April dawn, while Steve lay in a drunken, open-mouthed stupor, Mama and I packed what we could carry and moved into a hotel room. It was complete with hot plate and down-the-hall toilet. Steve has stomped on 3.5 years of our lives. I would soon be 14. On August 4th, my birthday, our old friend Steve, with diabolical timing, made that event unforgettable. Since that chilly dawn in April, he had searched the slum streets for his escaped dupes, thirsty for revenge. I waited eagerly in the hotel room for Mama, who had promised to bake a cake in her white woman's kitchen. She said she would be home early at 6 o'clock to celebrate my birthday. Well, she came home all right on the 7th of August from a hospital with her broken jaw wired and her body covered with bruises. Steve had stalked her and attacked her with fists and feet and then escaped through the grimy catacombs of the ghetto. All that night and all the next day, I crouched in the dark shadows beneath his stairwell, gripping a gleaming icepick. He never came back. He had moved. 20 years later, while oddly looking from the window of a plush hotel suite, I would see something familiar in the white-haired stooped figure of a garbage collector on the street 3 stories down. I blacked out. When reason returned, I was down there on the street, in the bright morning sunlight, clutching a pistol, wearing only a pair of red silk pajamas. A small crowd of passerbys stood bug-eyed, watching the strange scene as Rachel, my main, tugged at my arm, pleaded with me to get off the street. That was the last time I saw Steve, but I just don't know, even now, what I would do if our paths had crossed. Perhaps that beating Mama took was good, as painful as it was. I remember how it worried me in that cruddy hotel room when the hotel's neon sign outside our window would flash on her face. Her eyes would be bright, riveted on the ceiling. She would be in a trance, remembering, still hot for him. As worthless as that bastard was otherwise, he sure must have been a son of a in the bed. After all that he had done to us, she still had a terrible itch for the bastard. That beating was good for her. It cured the itch. Mama had learned a bitter lesson the hard way. The country girl had rolled in the hay with the city slicker, and now I saw all of her sorrow and guilt in her eyes. We couldn't go back to the peaceful green hills of Rockford. She had destroyed a good man back there. A native son. Henry died a year after we left him. Until the grave claimed her, Henry would rise from his own to haunt her in the lonely gloom. Mama was desperate to save at least fragments of her image to hold fast the love and respect I had for her in Rockford. I had seen too much, had suffered too much. The jungle had started to embalm me with bitterness and hardness. I was losing, page by page, the fine rules of thought and deed that I learned in church, from Henry to the Boy Scout troop in Rockford. I was sopping up the poison of the street like a sponge. I had begun to play Steve's favorite game, craps, in the alleys after school. Dangerously, I was frantic to sock it into every young girl weak enough to go for it. I had to run for my life one evening when an enraged father caught me on his back porch, punching animal-like ass straddle his daughter's head. I had become impatient with the unusual thickness of her maidenhead. Chapter 2. First Steps into the Jungle. The slide was greased. I was starting my long plunge to the very bottom of the grim pit. I guess my trip downward really was cinched when I met a petty hustler who was very likable, and we became pals. My hustler pal was called Party Time. By the time he was 23, he had done 4 bits in the joint. Each fall, he had been jacked up for either strong-arm robbery or till-tapping. He got his moniker hung on him because as soon as he scored for scratch, he would make fast tracks to the nearest underworld bar. When he got inside the door, he would shout, "All right, you bastards, it's party time! And Joe Evans is in port with enough scratch to burn up a wet elephant! All you studs stop playing stink finger with those long cards, and everybody belly up to the log and get twisted on me!" His flat African features were passed to a skull that could have belonged to a caveman. He was short, powerful, and shiny black. He was ugly enough to break daylight with his fist, but for some curious reason, he was irresistible to many of the thrill-seeking white women who sneaked into the black side of town, panting as they chased after that myth. Men do it so good, it thrills you to your toenails. There was a fast sheet joint with the trick rooms in the rear, right on the alley. I was peeping one night into one through a frayed shade when I saw Party Time for the first time. My eyes were bugging when I saw the tall Viking-type white man, his tiny but voluptuous female white companion, and Party Time taking their clothes off. Finally, they stood there naked. I could see their lips moving, so I pressed my ear and eye sideways against the window that was open a couple of inches at the top to get the sound. The white joker was tenderly hefting Party Time's weapon in his hand like maybe it was Ming Dynasty pottery. He said excitedly to the broad, "Oh, honey, can you believe the size, the beauty of it?" In the glow of the room's red light, that broad looked like an animated portrait by Da Vinci. Her eyes were blue fire in her passion. She purred like a Persian kitten and pounced onto the bed. Party Time stood at the side of the bed looking down at her. He was an ebony executioner. His horizontal axe cast a cruel shadow across the snowy peaks, rose-tipped. My trouser front was tented as I pressed even tighter against the window. I had never seen anything like this back in Rockford. Then, to my amazed ears, the white man said a strange thing as he pulled the chair to the end of the bed and sat on the very edge of it. He was breathing hard when he said, "All right now, boy. Good boy. That's a real good boy." The broad looked so fragile and helpless to my naive eyes that I felt a pang of pity pulse inside me as she moaned and whimpered in painful pleasure beneath the black demon. Imprisoned behind the sweating, hunching black shoulders. Like he was trying to make a home, Party Time was asking in a voice over and over, "Beautiful, beautiful, 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 yeah, beautiful. Is it good? Is it good, beautiful? Is it good?" The white man was an odd, funny sight as he raced around the arena like a demented Caesar, cheering on his merciless black gladiator. Finally, when the show was over and they started to dress, I went to the front and sat on the stoop next door to the joint. I wanted to get a close-up of the freaks. When they got to the sidewalk in their street clothes, they were disappointingly normal. Just a clean-cut white couple having a parting chat with a grinning black Negro. The mixed-up couple went down the sidewalk away from me. Party Time came toward me. He didn't notice me sitting on the stoop. I was itching with curiosity, so I hit on him when he came abreast. It startled him. His face got stiff. I said, "Hey, Jack, how you doing?" That sure is a fine silk girl, huh? You got a square to spare? He finished a cigarette from his red shirt pocket, handed it to me and said, "Yeah, kid, she's fine as a valentine. Two sights I ain't never seen, and that is a pretty bulldog and an ugly white woman." He was spouting cliches, but to a small town boy, he came off witty as hell. I was in that brain-packing mood, so I put the snow machine into high gear to hold him. My eyes bucked in mock awe as I lit the square. I said, "Thanks, man, for the square. Christ, that's a sporty vine you got on. I wish I could dress like you. You sure are clean to plenty." He took the bait like a nudist colony for the blind. He flopped down on the stoop beside me. He poked his chest out, his eyes flashing like a pinball machine gone haywire as he got ready to open up. He hiked the pants legs of his green checked suit to his calves to show his blood-red socks. The huge zircon on his right pinky glittered under the street lamp as he cracked his knuckles and said, "Kid, my name is Party Time. I am the best flat-footed hustler in this town. Money loves me and can't stay away from me. You see that fine silk broad? I got a double saw to lay her. Of course, that ain't nothing. It happens all the time. I could be one of the greatest pimps in the country if I was lazy and didn't have so much good hustler in me." I sat there listening to his bullshit until 2 a.m. He was likable and I was hungry for a pal. He was an orphan and he had just done a 2-year bit straight up, his 4th 2 months before. He had a head full of wild, risky hustles he wanted to try. He needed a partner. He tried all of them on me for size. I got home at 2:20. About 1 minute later, I heard Mama's key in the door. She had served a banquet for her white folks. I just made it into bed with all my clothes on when she came to look in on me. I was snoring like a drunk with a sick sinus when she kissed me goodnight. I lay thinking in the darkness until daybreak, putting myself into and trying to size myself into one of those quick buck schemes that Party had plotted. When the sun came up, fat and bright, I knew I would give Party's version of the Murphy a whirl. I didn't know his version was crude and dangerous, and only a weak imitation of the real Murphy. Years later, I discovered that the Murphy, when played by experts, was a smooth, short con game with a slight risk. In any section where operate, white men will flock to trick with them. I met Party several times after school at a pool room. He ran my roll down to me, and the next Friday night we got down with our hustle. Mama was serving a party, so I could stay in the streets until at least 1 a.m. Around 10 that night, in an alley in the heart of the Vice section, 7th and Vliet Streets, we unwrapped the package that Party had brought. I rolled up my pants legs beyond my bony knees. I slipped into the 25-cent red cotton dress from the Salvation Army. I put on the frayed red satin high-heel shoes. I pinned a scraggly piece of hair just inside the front inner band of the faded blue straw bonnet. When I tilted it on my head at a sexy angle, the ringlets of uneven hair hung down over my eyes like bangs. I stood wide-legged, flexed my thigh and hip muscles against the tight red dress, aping the stance. Party looked me over head to toe. I was wondering how I came off as a broad. He shook his head, hunched his shoulders, and walked toward the mouth of the alley to catch a sucker. I got the answer when he reached the sidewalk. He twisted his head toward me and said, "Listen, man, stay out of the light, okay?" Within 5 minutes, he gave me the office that some action was coming down the street. I watched Party giving the pitch to a short, elderly white man. I wondered if I had enough voltage as a broad to come through with my end of the deal. He officed my flash cue an instant before the white man peeked up the alley at me. I jerked my skinny in a series of bumps and grinds and hopefully waved him toward me. That skinny black he saw must have lit a fire in him all right. He fumbled his hide from his hip pocket and handed a bill to Party. The chump started up the alley at a hell of a pace for an old bastard. He had paid his money, and he was red hot to take his chance to stick that hot waiting for him in the shadows. He had no chance. But in a way, he was lucky. Lucky that his hide had not been fat with greenbacks. If he had been loaded, when I evaporated through that gangway, Party, instead of fading away, would have come into the dark alley behind the sucker and robbed him with brute force. My heart was pounding in excitement as I galloped through the alleys toward our next prearranged duck blind. It took a new station several blocks away. Party Time came moments later, looked up the alley, and hooked the tips of his thumb and index fingers into an all-is-well-O. We beat several other suckers. None had the fare for the strong arm. We worked until 12:30. Then, unlike Cinderella, I stashed my mildewed costume, got my half of the $70 take, and raced home. Mama came in a half hour after I did. As in all other things, there are many Murphys. Real Murphy players use great finesse to separate a mark from a scratch. The most adept of them prefer that a trick hit on them. It puts the Murphy player in a position to force the sucker to qualify himself and to trim the mark not only for all of his scratch, but his jewelry as well. When approached and quizzed by a mark as to where a girl can be found, the Murphy man will say, "Look, buddy, I know a fabulous house not more than 2 blocks away. Brother, you ain't never seen more beautiful, freakier broads that are in that house. One of them, the prettiest one, can do more with a swipe than a monkey can with a banana. She's like a rubber doll. She could take 100 positions." At this point, the sucker is wild to get to this house of pure joy. He entreats the con player to take him there, not just direct him to it. The Murphy player will prat him to enhance his desire. He will say, "Man, don't be offended, but Aunt Kate that runs the house don't have nothing but high-class white man coming to her place. No poor white trash, doctors, lawyers, big shot politicians. You look like a clean-cut white man, but you ain't in that league, are you?" At the pricking of his ego, the mark is ready for the hook. He will protest his worth as a person and his right to go where any other son of a can go. Hell for a high-class lay, a double saw wouldn't faze him. Few can resist the charm of exclusivity in its myriad forms. The con player, still hedging, shoring up firmly, the convincer will then say, "Man, I believe you, and everything you say is true as gospel. In fact, I like you, pal, but try to see my side of it. First, to show you I trust you. I'll tell you a secret. I've been working for Aunt Kate's house for many years now as her outside man, making sure only nice dates went up there. Aunt Kate and I got an airtight system. Friend, I know you will help me keep Aunt Kate's rolls, so let's go. I am taking you to the thrill of your life." While keeping up in an inflaming description of the essence of all the lights to be found only at Aunt Kate's, the Murphy player had steered the sucker to a pre-chosen, neat, attractive apartment building. In the foyer, in a subtle but compelling manner, the con player nudged the mark into a fast meeting of minds. The question agreed on. As hot as he was, he couldn't go up before he checked in all valuables. It was Aunt Kate's unshakable rule. Aunt Kate was rock right never to tempt or trust her. Only fools trusted, right? The mark wasn't a fool, right? Right! The con player produced a sturdy brown envelope. The sucker counted all the scratch in his pocket into the hand of Aunt Kate's outside business manager. The efficient, affable manager shoved it into the envelope, licked it, sealed it, and stuck it in his pocket for safekeeping from the possible larceny in the hearts of the gorgeous dolls upstairs, 3rd floor, 1st apartment to the left, number 9 to be specific. The sucker was in a bubbly mood as he took the stairs 3 at a time. He liked that down there who was protecting his money. What had he told him when he gave him the shiny gold-colored metal check? "Harry, pal, this one's on me. Just go up and hand it to Aunt Kate. Everything is going to be all right. If you want, you can buy me a drink when you come down." The 2 strikes that had whiffed across the white man's mental plate and had set him up for the kill. The 3rd strike was first his desperate need to the second was his complete inability to conceive that the black boy before him was intelligent enough to fool him to fashion the Murphy dialogue. Party and his raw-born lure, after 3 weekends of fair success with the Murphy, ran head-on into a round brick balloon. It was only 5 feet tall, but it weighed close to 300 pounds. It was a Saturday night around 10. The vice section was overrun with Johns. It seemed that every white man in town was out there, scratch in one hand and rod in the other, ripping and running after the black with the whitest, blackest. Party and I set up a blind on the fringe of the section, because with all that mad action in the center, it would be a hectic cat and mouse game with the cruising, rousting vice squad. I would have gotten something less than pure kicks to get busted making like a broad. Party hadn't strong arms since his last bit. The only reason he hadn't was simply that none of the Johns we had fleeced was carrying wad. We were fishing in the sand pile. All the hungry suckers were swimming in center stream. From my Murphy station in the alley, I watched Party eagerly for the office for action. Around 11:30, I was standing on one leg and then the other like a bored crane with a 25-cent dress on. After 5 minutes later, the office came through. Was it a man? A machine? No. It was a walking, living, round balloon with a fat poke and a flaming itch for black kush. It stood there, fascinated by my furious bumps and grinds. I felt prickly feet of excitement stomping along my spine when the balloon took his hide out. Party jerked rigid at the sight of its contents. Even as the balloon bounced toward me, I inched toward my point of evaporation. I knew the strong-arm lust had exploded inside Party, and sure as hell he was going to come up that alley and smash the air out of the balloon. I quit the scene and poked my head into the alley farther up. I could hear guttural grunting, the kind of sound a heart case makes when he's riding hard to convince a nympho that he's a raging tiger. It was the balloon that was grunting as he held Party in a crushing stranglehold. My heartbeat backfired and melted the starch in my props. I collapsed onto a garbage can. The balloon was also a weightlifter. Poor Party was hanging high over the head of the monster and then flung to the alley floor with a shattering whoop, where he lay like a rag doll. The balloon hollered as he leapt into the air and then fell like a ton of concrete on moaning Party. I was almost puking in pity for Party, but I just couldn't find the strength to get off that garbage can and join the fray. Anyway, it wouldn't have been ladylike. The Derrick scooped Party from the alley and flung him across his back. I watched Party's rubber neck bumping against the balloon's rear end as he was carried to the sidewalk. I jetted out of there and went to the roof of my building. I watched for the rollers I was sure were coming to bust me, but they never came. Old Party had the funky luck to try the strong arm on a professional wrestler called the Blimp. Party went back to the joint for a yard after he got out of City Hospital. One thing about Party, he wasn't copper-hearted. He never tipped my name to the heat. When he got older and lost his nerve to hustle, he got a crazy desire to pimp. He wasn't the type, but he kept trying until he ran the guerrilla game on a dope dealer's broad and was set up for a hot shot. Party tried his fists and muscle until the pimp game croaked him. The pimp game is like the watchmaker's art. It's tough. Party went through his life struggling to make a watch while wearing boxing gloves. Party's bad breaks sobered me, and I started hearing what was going on in day classes at school. At 15, amazingly, I graduated from high school with a 98.4 average. There was a sizable alumni of Tuskegee, a southern Negro college, who insisted upon Mama letting them underwrite all expenses for my education at their alma mater. Mama leapt at the chance. The alumni went into debt and sent me down to their hollowed school with a sparkling wardrobe. They didn't know I had started to rot inside from street poisoning. It was like the poor chumps had entered a poisoned horse in the Kentucky Derby and were certain they had a cinch winner. They couldn't know that they bet their hearts and blood money on a born loser. A rich bonanza was at stake, the success of my very life itself. The rescue of Mama from an awesome guilt. The trust and confidence of those big-hearted alumni. My mental eyes have been stabbed blind by the street. I was like a freakish joker who had gotten clap in his eyes from a mangy street. On campus, I was like a fox in a chicken coop. Within 90 days after I got down there, I had slit the Maidenhead on a half-dozen curvy co-eds. Somehow I managed to get through the freshman year, but my notoriety was getting awful. The campus finks were envious, and it was too dangerous to continue to impale co-eds on my steak. In my sophomore year, I started going into the hills near the campus to juke joints. With my slick northern dress and manner, I was Prince Charming in spades to the pungent, hot maidens in the hills. A round butt, barefoot beauty fell hard for me. One night, I failed to meet her in our favorite clump of bushes. I had stuck her up to keep a date in another clump of bushes with a bigger, hotter, rounder than hers. Through the hill grapevine, she got the wire of my double cross. It was high noon on campus the next day when I saw her. I had just walked out of the cafeteria onto the main drag. The street was lousy with students and teachers. She stood out like a pope in a cat house. Her potato sack dress was grimy and dirty as hell from the long trip from the hills. Her bare feet and legs were rusty and dusty. She saw me, a wild heartbeat after I saw her. She battle-cried like an Apache warrior, and before I could get the wax out of my props, she had raced close enough toward me so I could see the insane fury in her eyes. Beads of sweat clung to the kinky hair in the pit of her arm that was upraised, gripping like a dagger, a broken Coca-Cola bottle. The jagged edges were glinting in the sun. The screaming teachers and students fled like terrified sheep in the wake of a panther. I don't remember what athlete was reputed to be the fastest human in the world that year, but for those few seconds after I got the wax out of my legs, I was. When I finally looked back through the cloud of dust, I saw the crazy broad as a speck in the distance behind me. Mine had been a carper offense, and I was on it in the office of the school president. I stood before him. Seated behind his gleaming mahogany desk, he cleared his pipes and gave me a look like I had before the student body. He held his head high, his nose reaching for the ceiling like I was crap on his top lip. In a sneaky southern drawl, he said, "Boy, you are a disgrace to our fine institution. I'm shocked that sack has occurred. Your mother has been informed of your bad conduct. Our board is considering your dismissal. In the meantime, keep your nose clean, boy. You ain't leaving campus for any reason." I could have saved my own worry over dismissal. That alumni had powerful pull, all right. I got a break and got the chance to stay until midterm of the sophomore year when I went for the okey doke. I took a bootlegging rap for a pal. What goes around comes around, old hustlers had said. Party had taken our beef without spilling. Anything with a buzz in it was in great demand on campus. A pint of rock gut whiskey brought from $7.50 to $10 depending on supply. My roommate had scratch and a Fagin disposition. He was a Sharpie from a number racket family in New York. We made a deal. He would bankroll our venture if I copped the merchandise and sold it. He got my promise that I would keep his part in it a secret. He was a fox for sure. He gave me the scratch and I slipped up into the hills to contact the moonshiner who would supply me. Perhaps I don't have to say that I carefully avoided any contact with that broad who pushed me to that track record. I scored for a connection and the markup on campus was 400%. Everything was beautiful. The merchandise was moving like crazy. I was sure that when I got back home for the summer, I would have enough scratch to turn everybody green with envy. I recruited a co-ed I had laid to distribute for me in her dorm. It was the beginning of the end. There were 2 Jasper co-eds in her dorm who were fierce rivals for the love of a coffee-colored, curvaceous doll from a country town in Oklahoma. The doll was really dumb. She had no idea of the lesbian kick, so naturally she couldn't know she was a target. Eventually, the craftier of the 2 Jaspers wore the doll down and turned her out. They had to keep the secret of their romance from the other Jasper because she was tough and built like a football player. She was doing money favors for the doll, hoping to get into her pants. The doll and her jockey were in cahoots, playing the sucker Jasper hard for the scratch. One night, the doll and her jockey were tied into a pretzel and drunk as hell on my merchandise when their passionate outcries reached the ears of the muscular Jasper. The bloody fight and spicy details were topics for statewide gossip. In the heat of the investigation, my agent fell apart. She put the finger on me, and within a week, I was on the train going back to the streets for good. I didn't turn over on my roommate. I obeyed the code. Mama changed jobs a week after I got back to nurse and cook for a wealthy white recluse. Now, I really stuck my nose in the devil. Mama had to stay on the place. I saw her once a week on Sunday when she would come in for a day. That was the only time I stayed at the hotel. I had found a fascinating second home, a gambling joint run by a broken-down ex-pimp and murderer called Diamond Tooth Jimmy. The 2-carat stone wedged between the upper front rotting teeth was the last vulgar memento of his infamy as the top kicker of the 1920s. He boasted endlessly that he was the only pimp on earth who had ever pimped in parents on French girls. I was to discover later, when I would meet and be trained by the master, that Jimmy was a mere buffoon, an amateur not fit to hold the master's coat. After the suckers were trimmed and all the shills had been paid, Jimmy would lock the door and then, like a ritual, light up a thin brown reefer. As he talked, he would pass it to me, cursing me affably for not inhaling deeply and holding the smoke, as he put it, deep in my belly. When dawn broke, he would go out through the joint door home to the 19-year-old Jasper on whom he lavished furs and jewels. He was a real sucker. I would go to bed in the tiny cubicle in the rear of the joint and dream fantastic dreams. Always beautiful would get down on their knees and tearfully beg me to take their money. For several months I have been the luscious daughter of a popular band leader. Her name was June, and she had a wild yen for me. She had a habit of waiting down the street from a gambling joint until Jimmy left. Then she would come up and get on the army cot with me. She would stay until 7 o'clock at night. She knew I had to clean the joint for action around 9. One day around noon, I asked her, "Do you love me enough to do anything for me?" She said yes. So I said, "Even turn a trick?" She said, "Anything." I put my clothes on and went to the street and saw an old gambler who I knew was a trick and told him what was upstairs. Sure enough, he gave me a $5 bill, the asking price, and I took him upstairs and let him in on her. She turned him in less than 5 minutes. My 17-year-old brain reeled. This was still the Depression. I could get rich with this girl and drive a big white Packard. My next prospect was all wrong. He was an acquaintance of the band leader, June's father. He went up the stairs, saw her, and called the father in Pittsburgh. The father called the local police department, and my pimping career died a morning. When the detective came, I was still out there looking for tricks for the down payment on that big white Packard. Diamond Tooth's bullshit had screwed me for certain. My mother, of course, was shocked. She was sure it was a frame-up. That June, that evil girl, had led her sweet little Bobby astray. At the county jail, 2 days before my trial, I left my cell on an attorney consultation pass. A short, gopher-faced Negro sat in the cage in an old oak desk grinning at me. My blood ran cold. My palms got slippery wet as I took a seat across from him. The gleaming yellow gold teeth filling his mouth had been a flash of doom. Christ, I thought, a deep south lip. Didn't Mama know that most of them turn to jelly when defending a criminal case? The rodent wiped his blue-black brow with a soggy handkerchief and said,
"Well, Bobby, it seems you're in a little bit of trouble, huh? I'm Attorney Williams, an old friend of your family. I knew your mother as girl."
My eyes sent special delivery murder across the table to that ugly bastard. I said, "It ain't a little trouble." He fingered his dollar necktie and hoisted his starved shoulders inside the jacket of his cheap vine and said,
"Oh, now, let's not be fatalistic. You are a first offender, and I'm positive it will mitigate the charge. Rest assured, I will press the court for leniency. Now, tell me the whole truth about your trouble.
Anger, everything drained out of me. I was lost, stricken. The phony will lead me to the slaughter. I knew I was already tried and convicted and sentenced to the joint. The only loose end was for how long. Without hearing it myself, I ran down the details to him and stumbled blindly back to my cell. On my trial day in the courtroom, the shaky bastard was so nervous before the bench when he pleaded me guilty that the same cheap vine that he had worn out at the first meeting was soaked by his sweat. He was so shook up by the stern face and voice of the white hawk-faced judge that he forgot to ask for leniency. That awful fear the white folks had put into him down south was still painfully alive in him. He just stood there, paralyzed, waiting for the judge to sentence me. So I looked up into the frosty blue eyes and said, "Your Honor, I am sorry for what I did. I've never been in trouble before. If Your Honor would just give me a break this time, I swear before the Lord, I won't ever come back down here. Please, Your Honor, don't send me to the pen." The frost deepened in his eyes as he looked down at me and intoned, "You are a vicious young man. Your crime against that innocent young girl, against the laws of this state, is inexcusable. The very nature of your crime precludes the possibility of probation. For your own good and for that of society's, I sentence you to the state reformatory to a term for not less than 1 year and for not more than 18 months. I hope it teaches you a lesson." I shrugged off the wet hand of the lip from my shoulder, avoided the tear-reddened eyes of Mama sobbing quietly in the rear of the courtroom, and stuck my hands out to the bailiff for the icy-cold handcuffs. June's old man was a big wheel with lots of muscle in the courts. He had gone behind the scenes and pulled strings and put the cinch on the joint for me. My sentence was for carnal knowledge and abuse, reduced from pandering, because you can't pander from anything except the and June's old man wasn't about to go for that. Yes, I was sure working at that first patch of gray in my mother's hair. Steve would have been proud of me, don't you think? My sentence to the Wisconsin Green Bay Reformatory almost cracked Mama up. There were several repeaters from the reformatory on my tier at county jail who tried to bug the first offenders with terrible stories about the hard time up at the reformatory. While we were waiting for the van to take us upstate to the reformatory, I was too dumb to feel anything. A fool I was to think the dummy was a fairy tale. In the 2 weeks that I waited, Mama wrote me a letter every day and visited twice. Mama's guilt and heartbreak were weighing heavily on her. Back in Rockford, she had been a dutiful churchgoer, leading a Christian life until Steve came on the scene. But now when I read her long, rambling letters crammed with threats of fire and brimstone from me if I didn't get Jesus in my heart and respect the Holy Ghost and that fire, I realized that poor Mama was becoming a religious fanatic to save her sanity. The pressures of Henry's death and now my plight must have been awful. The van came to get us on a stormy, thunderous morning. As we stepped into the van, handcuffed together, I saw Mama standing in the icy, driving rain, waving goodbye. I could feel a hot, throbbing lump at the base of my throat to see her standing there looking so sad and lonesome, cowering beneath the battering rain. I could feel the tears aching to flow, but I couldn't cry. Mama never told me how she found out the time the van would come. I still wonder how she found out and what her thoughts were out there in the storm as she watched me start my journey. The state called it her reformatory, but believe me, it was a prison for real. My belly fluttered when the van pulled into the prison road leading to the joint. The van had been vibrating with horseplay and profane ribbon among the 20-odd prisoners. Only one of them had sat tensely and silently during the entire trip, the fat fellow next to me. But when those high slate gray walls loomed grimly before us, it was as if a giant fist had slugged the breath from us all. Even the repeaters who have served time behind those walls were silent, tight-faced. I started to believe those stories they had told back in county jail. The van went through 3 gates, manned by rock-faced hacks carrying scoped, high-powered rifles. 3 casket gray cell houses stood like mute mourners beneath the bleak, sunless sky. For the first time in my life, I felt raw, grinding fear. The fat Negro sitting next to me was a former schoolmate of mine in high school. He had been a dedicated member of the Holiness Church then. I had never gotten friendly with him because his only interest at the time seemed to be his church and his Bible. He didn't smoke or swear, chase broads, or gamble. He had been a rock-ribbed square. His name was Oscar. Apparently, he was still square because now his eyes were closed and I could hear bits of prayer as he whispered softly. Oscar's prayer was abruptly cut off by the screech of the van's brakes as it stopped in front of the prison check-in station and bathhouse. We clambered out and stood in line to have our handcuffs removed. 2 screws started at each of the line, unlocking the cuffs. As they moved toward the middle of the line, they stifled the thin whispers of the men. They said to each man, "Button it up! Silence! No talking!" Oscar was shaking and trembling in front of me as we filed into a brightly lit, high-ceiling room. A rough pine counter stretched for 20 yards down the green and gray flagstone floor that looked clean enough to eat from. This was the part of the shiny, clean skin of the apple. The inside was rotting and foul. Cons with starched white faces stood behind the long counter guessing our sizes as we passed them and passing out faded pieces of our uniform from caps to brogans. We passed with our bundles into a large room. A tall, silent screw, dazzling with brass buttons and gold braid on his navy blue uniform, slashed his lead-loaded cane through the air like a vocal sword, directing us to put our bundles on the long bench and to undress us for a short-arm inspection and a brief exam by the prison croaker seated at a battered steel desk in the back of the room. Finally, we had all been checked by the croaker and showered. The gold-spangled screw raised his talkative cane. It told us to go out the door and turn left, then straight ahead. 2 screws marched alongside as we made it toward a squat sandstone building 200 yards away. Was that talking cane the dummies? I heard it before I saw it, a loud scraping, thunder laced with a hollow roar. Never before had I heard anything like it. Then, mysteriously in the dimness, countless young grim faces seemed to be bobbing in a sea of gray. 100 feet away I saw the mystery. Hundreds of gray-clad cons were lockstepping from the mess halls into 3 cell houses. There were an eerie sight in the twilight, marching mutely in cadence like tragic robot soldiers. The roaring thunder was the scrape and thump of their heavy prison brogans. We reached the squat building. We were to stay in its quarantine cells for the next 10 days. All fish, new cons, were housed here to be given a thorough medical checkout and classification before being assigned to work details out in population. I got a putrid taste of the inside of that apple when cons in white uniforms and peaked caps gave us our supper through a slot in our cell doors. It was barley soup with a hunk of brown bread. It would have made great shrapnel in a grenade. I was new and learning, so instead of just gulping it down, I took a long, close look at the odd little things black dotted at one end. I puked until my belly cramped. The barley in the soup was lousy with worms. The lights went out at 9. Every hour or so, a screw came by the row of cells. He would poke the bright eye of his flashlight into a cell and then squint his eyes as he looked into each cell. I wondered if it were a capital crime in this joint to get caught having an affair with Lady Five Fingers. I flapped my ears when I heard one of the white repeaters running down the joint in a whisper to a fish. Oscar was listening too because he had stopped praying in his cell next to mine. The white fish was saying,
"Look, Rocky, what the hell gives with that hack in the bathhouse? Why don't the never rap? What's with that cane bit?"
The repeater said, "Stir crazy. His voice box screwed up on him a dime ago. He's been the brass nuts here for a double dime, and guess how the bastard lost his rapper?" That screw and his light was making the rounds again, so the repeater got on the dummy. When the screw had passed, he continued, "The creep was called Foghorn by the cons before his trouble made him a dummy. They say the bastard's bellows could be heard from one side of the joint to the other. He's the meanest captain of screws this joint's ever had. In the last double dime, he had croaked 2 white cons and 4 spades with his cane. He hates." Oscar was praying like mad now. He had heard what the repeater said about those 4 Negroes. The fish wanted a loose end tied for him. He said,
"Yeah, Rocky, just to glim him and you know he's rough. But what in the hell cut his box off?"
The repeater said, "Oh, the vine has it he treated his wife and Crumb Crusher worse than he did the cons. She got her fill of his screwing and drilled herself and the kid through the head. The little broad was only 2 years old. The note his broad left said,
"I can't stand your hollering any longer. Goodbye."
A head shrinker here at the time said when the broad croaked herself, it shut off Brass Nuts' box. I lay there thinking about what the con had just said. I thought about Oscar and wondered if he could pull his bit or if he would go back to his parents in the pine box, or worse, to the crazy farm. Oscar had been sentenced to a year by the same judge that had socked it into me. Oscar, poor chump, had started going with a crippled Irish girl of 17. In the dark balcony of a downtown theater, they were seen smooching by the son of a close friend of the girl's family. He reported post-haste to his parents, who wired up the girl's parents. They were Irish, with temper and prejudice. They third-degreed the girl, and she confessed that old black Oscar had indeed trespassed the Forbidden Valley. The charge of serious naturally stood up, and here was old Oscar next door to me. I slapped the itching sting on my thigh. I pulled the sheet back. Lord have mercy, how I hated them. It was a bedbug I had smashed, but he was only a scout. When that flashlight jarred me awake an hour later, a division of them was parading the walls. I lay wide-eyed until morning. The inside of that shiny apple was really something else. After all our tests, we fish were taken out of the quarantine tank on the 10th day to the warden's office. My turn came to go in. I got up from the long bench in the hall outside his office and walked in. My knees were having a boxing match as I stood before him. He was a silver-maned, profane, huge white bull with 2 tiny chunks of black fire rammed deep into his eye sockets. He said, "Well, Sambo, you sure got your black in the sling, didn't you? Well, understand me. We didn't send for you, but you came. We are here to punish you smart aleck bastards, so if you fuck around, 2 things can happen to you. Both of them horrible. We got a hole here that we bury tough punks in. It's a strip cell without light 20 feet below ground. Down there, 2 slices of bread and a pint of water twice a day. You can go out that north gate in the box for your second choice. So take this rule book and study it. Now get your rusty black out my face." The only thing I said before I eased out of there was, "Yes, sir, boss man." And I was grinning like a Mississippi suspect turned loose by the mob. It was a wise thing I had uncled on him. One of those arrogant repeaters went to the hole for having a sassy look in his eye. The charge was visual insubordination. Oscar and I were assigned to work and live in cell block B. It was all black. Of the 3, it was the only one without toilets. We had buckets in cells that we took out each morning and dumped into running water in a trough behind a cell block. The only stench in my life I have ever smelt that was worse than that cell block on a warm night was a sick hype. It was rough all night and a terrible battle of wits. The battle mainly centered around staying out of sight and trouble with the dummy. He walked on the balls of his feet and he could read a con's mind. It was terrifying to have maybe a slice of contraband bread in your bosom and then from nowhere have the dummy pop up. He didn't pass out an instruction leaflet running down the lingo of that cane. If you misunderstood what it said, the dummy would crack the leaded shaft of it against your skull till you bled. After I put in 6 months on my bit, a young Negro con came in on transfer from the big joint and brought me a wire from party. He sent word that we were still tight and I was his horse if I never won a race. It felt good to know he had forgiven me for turning chicken back there in the alley with the balloon. The dummy hated everybody. He felt something much more frightful for Oscar. I don't know whether it was that the dummy had a hate for God too, and he knew how religious Oscar was and had focused all of his hate on a living target. Oscar and I shared a double bunk cell. I had the bottom bunk. It was a chilling sight at night when the dummy should have been at home to look up from a book and see him out there on a tier motionless, staring up at Oscar in his bunk reading the Bible. When I was sure that the cold, luminous green eyes had slipped away from the night, I would crack. Oscar, my man, I like you. Will you take some good advice from a friend? I am telling you, pal, it's driving the dummy off his rocker to see you reading that Bible. Pal, why in the hell don't you stop reading it for your own good? That square jerk would go on to reading. He hadn't even noticed the dummy's visit. He would say, I know you're my friend and I appreciate your advice, but I can't take it. Don't worry about me. Jesus will protect me. Mama was writing at least once a week. Every month she visited me. On her last visit, without worrying her too much, I suggested it would be a good idea to put in a long-distance call to the warden once a week just so he would know somebody out there loved me and wanted me to stay healthy. She was looking fine and had saved her money. She had opened the beauty shop. She told me when I came up for parole, she was sure a friend of hers would give me a job. At night after her visits, I would lie sleepless all night mentally recapping our sad lives. I could still remember, too, every mole and crease in Henry's face. One night after one of her visits, the radio loudspeaker on the cell house wall blared out, "Springtime in the Rockies." I tried to keep my crying a secret from Oscar, but he heard me. He marked off a chapter in the Bible for me to read, but with the dummy around, I wasn't about to do something stupid like that. The dummy put one over on Jesus and busted Oscar. We had almost finished mopping the flag when the cell house runner brought me 2 wieners from the kitchen. A pal had sent them. I gave Oscar one. He stuck it inside his shirt. I stood my mop against the wall and ducked into an empty cell and wolfed mine down. We had finished mopping and we're at the supply closet putting our mops and buckets away. Oscar was nibbling slowly on his wiener like he was safe and sound at the Last Supper. I saw the giant shadow glue itself against the wall next to the closer door. I looked through the trap door in the corner of my eye. The universe reeled. It was the dummy. He saw the piece of wiener in Oscar's hand. The dummy's green eyes were oscillating. That deadly cane razored through the air and cut a slice of hair and bloody flesh from the side of Oscar's head. The scarlet glob was hanging by a slimy thread of flesh, dangling like an awful earring near the tip of his earlobe. Oscar's eyes walled towards the back of his head as he moaned and slipped to the flag. From the gray, whitish core of the wound, spouts of blood pulsed out. The dummy just stood there, looking down at the carnage. His green eyes were twinkling in excitement. I had seen him every day for 8 months. I had never seen him smile. He was smiling now like he was watching 2 cute kittens frolicking. I stooped to help Oscar. I felt feathery puffs of air against my cheek. The cane was screaming. The dummy was furiously waggling it beside my head. It was screaming, "Get out!" I lay in my cell wondering if the dummy had second thoughts and would try for two. I heard the voices of the hospital orderlies on the flag taking Oscar away. I remembered the murderous force of the blow the dummy had struck. I remember that pleased look on his face. I knew from Con Grapevine that he was from Alabama. I knew now it hadn't been Oscar's Bible that had put the dummy's in the fire. The dummy knew about that crippled Irish girl. Oscar went from the hospital into the hole for 15 days. The charges: possession of contraband food and physical aggression against an officer. I was there, and the only aggression on Oscar's behalf was the natural resistance of his flesh and bone to that steel cane. The parole board met in the joint every month to consider applications. Every con, when he had served to within several months of his minimum, started dreaming of the street and that upcoming parole consideration. Oscar was in the hole, and I missed his company. He was a square, but a nice one, with lots of wry wit. Several cons slightly older than I came in on transfer from the big joint. They claimed to be Mac men. In bad weather, when there was no yard recreation, I would join them at a table on the flag. I didn't talk much. I usually listened. I was fascinated by the yarns they spun about their pimping ability. They had a lot of bullshit, and I was stealing as much as I could from them to use when I got out. I would go back to my cell, excited. I would pretend I had a before me. I would stand there in the cell and pimp up a storm. I didn't know that the crap I was rehearsing wouldn't get a quarter in the street. Oscar came out of the hole and was put into an isolation cell on the top tier of the cell house. I didn't see him come in, so I wasn't prepared when I got a chance to go up there. When I got to the cell with his number in the slot, a skinny joker was in his bucket with his back to me. He was in a laughing fit. I checked the number in the slot again. It was Oscar's number, all right. I pulled the key to the supply closet across the bars of the cell door. The skeleton jumped and spun around facing me. His eyes were wild and vacant. It was Oscar. Only that livid bald scar on the side of his head made me sure. He didn't seem to remember me, so I said, "How are you, pal?" I knew they couldn't stop a stepper. He just stood there, his mouth singing from his open fly. I said, "Jack, you're going to give your bright future the flu if you don't get it out of the draft." He ignored my words, and then, from the very bottom of his throat, I could hear a kind of eerie high-pitched humming or keening, like maybe the mating call of a werewolf. I was beginning to worry about him. I was standing there trying to figure something to say to get through to him. He hadn't been out of the hole for more than 2 hours. Maybe some loose circuit would jar him back to contact. I knew he had been destroyed when he gave me a sly look and went to the back of his cell. He picked up his bucket and thrust his hand into it. He brought out a fist full of crap. He scraped the crap from his right palm into the rigid upturned left palm. Using his left palm as a kind of a palette, he dipped into the crap with his right index finger and started to finger paint on the cell wall. I just stood there in shock. Finally, he stopped, snapped to attention, saluted me, and stuck his chest out proudly, and pointed a crappy finger at his art on the wall. There was an idiot's look of triumph on his face, like he had finished the Sistine Chapel ceiling. I gave up on him. I went downstairs and told the cell house crew. The next day, they shipped Oscar to the funny farm where perhaps he is today, 30 years later. My time went fast after the 8th month. I had gone before the parole board and I was waiting for my pink slip. A white one meant denial and a new date for consideration. I saw the mail clerk when he shoved it through the bars of my cell. I leapt up and grabbed the small brown envelope. My hands shook so badly, it took seconds to rip it open. It was pink! I banged my fists against the steel wall of my cell. I was so happy I couldn't feel pain. They dressed me out in a cheap Glen plaid suit. I would have been thrilled to have left that den of pressure in tar and feathers. On the way out, I had to face the bull. When I walked into his office, he said, "Well, Snowball, you must have had your rabbit's foot. So long. See you in a couple of weeks." I wasn't out yet, so I gave him the same uncle smile going out that I gave him coming in. When I walked out of the joint, the fresh air was like a blast of oxygen. It made me woozy. I turned and looked back at the joint. The dummy was standing at the chapel window staring at me, but for once, that steel cane wasn't talking to me. Chapter 3. Salty Trip with Pepper. First thing back in Milwaukee, I reported to my parole officer, a Mr. Rand, I think. After asking 1,000 questions and filling out a mountain of papers, he gave me an IQ test. When he computed my score, his sea blue eyes saucered in surprise. He couldn't understand how a boy with a score of 175 could do a stupid thing like peddling a girl's on the sidewalk. If that IQ test had been on the basis of the half-baked criminal pimping theories that I had picked up in a joint at that table from those chilly pimps that were churning in my mind and that I was so eager to try, my score would have been 0. I was 18 now, 6 feet 2 inches tall, slender, sweet, and stupid. My maroon eyes were deeply set, dreamy. My shoulders were broad and my waist as narrow as a girl's. I was going to be a heartbreaker, all right. All I needed was the threads and the... Mama's small, lucrative beauty shop was on the main drag. Poor Mama. She was doomed, I guess, to inadvertently set up my disasters. I had started on my job delivering for the drugstore owned by the friend of my mama's who had hired me to satisfy the parole condition of a job upon release. As fate would have it, Mama's shop and the drugstore were in the same building. Mama and I lived in an apartment over the storefronts. Mama called me in from the sidewalk one day about 3 months after I gotten parole. She wanted me to meet one of her customers who was getting her eyebrows arched. I walked through the pungent odors of rising from the hot pressing combs, pulling through the kinky hair of several customers to the rear of the shop. There she was, flashy as a Christmas tree, sitting before a mirror at a dressing table with her back to me. Mama stopped plucking at her brows as she introduced us.
"Mrs. Ibbets, this is my son Bobby."
Like a yellow cat hypnotizing a bird, she sat there motionless, her green eyes smoky as she stared at me through the mirror. Then the velvet purring voice undulated toward me. She said,
"Oh, Bobby, I have heard so much about you. It's so exciting to meet you, but please call me Pepper. Everyone does."
I don't know what excited me more as I stood there. Her raw sensuality or the blazing rocks on her tapered fingers that I was sure hadn't come from Kresge's. I mumbled something like I had to go back to the drugstore to work and I would see her around. Later, I saw her slide into her sleek caddy convertible, her white silk dress riding up exposing the satin sheen of her banana yellow thighs. As she gunned away from the curb, she turned deliberately and gave me a full dose of those hot green eyes. She was signing our deal. I quizzed around and got the background on her. She was 25, an ex who had worked the jazziest houses on the eastern seaboard. A wealthy white fence and gambler had tricked with her out there, and it had gotten so good to him that he crossed her pimp into a 5-year bit and squared her up. 3 days later, a half an hour before closing, an order came in for a case of mums. The address was in the Plush Heights, miles from the store. I made a trip on a bicycle. She answered the door wearing only a pair of white lace step-ins. My awesomeness, hurry and instant. It was a fabulous pad, and the lights were soft and blue. The old man wouldn't be back for a week. I was just a hep punk. I wasn't in her league, but one of my greatest assets has always been my open mind. That freak cajoled and persuaded me to do everything in the book and a number of things not even listed. What a thrill for a dog like her to turn out a tender fool like me. She was a hell of a teacher, all right, and what a performer. If Pepper had lived in the old biblical city of Sodom, the citizens would have stoned her to death. She nibbled and sucked hundreds of tingling bruises on every square inch of my body. Fairest change, as the old saw goes, is never robbery. It took me a week to get the stench of her out of my hair. She sure had been pimped on hard back east. She hated men, and she was taking her revenge on me. She had taught me to snort girl, and almost always when I came to her pad, there would be thin sparkling rolls of crystal cocaine on the glass top of the cocktail table. We would snort it through alabaster horns, and then in the mirrored bedroom, we made circus love until our nerve ends shrieked. Pepper and that pure cocaine would have made a freak out of the priest. She had sure put me on a fast track. I couldn't know at the time that at the end of the line stood the grim state penitentiary. I was green, all right, and twice as soft, and Pepper knew it. Here was a hardened ex who knew all the crosses, all the answers, who handled lots of scratch and wasn't laying a red penny on me. The dazzling edge on our orgies was dulling for me, but I was flipping Pepper with the techniques she had taught me. I knew all the buttons to push for her, and she burned hotter than ever for her little puppy. No wonder. I was freaking for free. Those Eastern pimps had charged her a fortune. I tried one night to get a C-note from her for a suit. I knew I had really come on fine in the bed. She had almost climbed the walls in her passion. Sugar, I said, I saw a wild vine for a bill downtown. If you laid the scratch on me, I could cop tomorrow. She slitted her green eyes and laughed in my face and said,
Now listen, little puppy. I don't give men money. I take it from them. And besides, as sweet as you are to this, you don't need a suit. I like you as you are, with no clothes at all.
I was a rank greenhorn, sure, but her cold turn-down of my plea for the C-note was cute. And I was a salty sucker, so I reacted like any stupid would-be pimp who had been Georgied. I had fouled up basic business. I had led with my instead of my mitt. I reached down and slapped her hard against the side of her face. It sounded like a pistol shot. On impact, a thrill shot through me. I should have slugged her with a baseball bat. The uncoiled from that bed like a striking yellow cobra, hooked her arms around my waist, and sank her razor-sharp teeth into my navel. The shock paralyzed me. I fell on my back across the bed, moaning in pain. I could feel blood rolling from the wound down toward my crotch, but I couldn't speak. I couldn't move. Pepper was sure a strange, twisted broad. She was breathing hard now, but not in rage. The violence, the blood, had turned her on. She was gently caressing me as she licked with a feathery tongue the oozing wound on my belly. She had never been so tenderly efficient as she took me on a beautiful trip around the universe. The funny thing was that throbbing awful pain somehow became a part of, melted into the joy of the feathery tongue, the thrill of the thing that Pepper was doing to me. I guess Freud was right. If it thrills you to give pain, you can get your jollies taking it. When I left Pepper, I was sapped. I felt like an old man. My mood was as bleak and cheerless as the gray dawn I cycled through. When I got home and looked into the mirror, a death's head stared back at me. That vampire was sucking my life's blood, all right. I also knew that crystal cocaine wasn't exactly a health tonic. Pepper was too fast, too slick for me. I had to make her or get off the pot. I made the skeleton in the mirror a solemn vow that before the week was out, I would in some way get Weeping Shorty, a pimp about 55 who, while a gorilla pimp, was the best pimp in town, to pull my coat to give me a plan for putting a ring in Pepper's nose. Before I got busted, I had seen him at Jimmy's joint. He had looked horrible then, and now less than a year and a half later, he looked like a breathing corpse. Hoss was his boss. He had chippied around and gotten hooked. It was Friday, almost midnight, when I found him. He looked at me and made that clacking sound against the roof of his mouth with his tongue. You know, that mischievous, weirdly joyful sound that a young kid makes the instant before he rams a hat pin into your eardrum. Then he said, "Well, kiss my dead mammy's if it ain't Mackin' Youngblood. Pet and the pimp's fret." The junky bastard was jeffing on me, lashing me with contempt and scorn. Old pimps always know when a youngster with a yen for the pimp game is desperate for advice. After all, they remember when they started and what a it was just to learn the million questions. The answers would come slowly, from heartbreaking trial and error, from the kissing of the few who had solved the riddle, who pimped by the book. The cleverest pimp could give 1,000 years and never come close to all the answers. Weeping Shorty was an old man, and he had gotten past the questions and had worked out a few answers, but even so, he knew 1,000 times more than I did. So, I fought for control. I couldn't show anger. If I did, he would cut me loose. We had been standing under the awning of a vacant storefront. He pulled me with a jerk of his head. I followed him to a big shabby Buick. It was parked at an intersection in the Cheap Trick district. When we got inside the Buick, I understood why he had parked it there. He could watch and keep tabs on a stable of scrawny junkies working the four corners of the intersection. He sat under the wheel, not saying anything, his eyes straight ahead. I had kissed his for a half an hour, and now he was freezing up. I thought of the tiny pile of cocaine wrapped in tinfoil under my instep that I had flinched from Pepper. I fished it out and held it in my hand. Perhaps the cocaine would open him up. I turned to him and said, "Weeping, do you want a light snort of girl?" He stiffened like a butcher knife had been run into his back. He looked at the wad of tinfoil in my palm and snatched it, and in the same motion hurled it through the window on his side. His top was blown. He shouted, "Ain't you got no sense? You trying to go back to the joint and blow my wheels?" I said, "What did I do wrong? All I did was offer to see just to be sociable. What's wrong with that?" He said, "Sucker, first booty butt, you don't transport no hard in your stomp. Keep it in your mitt so you can down it fast to the turf. Second, you're on parole. You're hot. You ain't got no business sitting dirty in my short. There's a law, sucker, that can confiscate a short with stuff in it. You know if the heat had hit on you, you would unload in my short. Keep stuff off you. When you stop somewhere, down it in the street until you ready to split. It's better to get beat for the stash than beat by the heat. Now what took your head out of Pepper's long enough for you to look me up? Oh, how this junkie creep bugged me. I sat there beside him trying to think of questions that would bleed him so I could get out of his face fast. He looked exactly like a withered baboon. His breath stunk like he had just eaten a bowl of maggots. I said, "Weeping, Pepper hasn't got my nose open for her. She's too jazzy and slick for me. I came to you because everybody knows that your game is mellow. I want you to pull my coat so I can pimp some scratch out of her." The baboon liked that banana I threw at him. He was ready to talk the pimp game. He said, "The suckers in hell want ice water, but it's late for them. They ain't never gonna get no ice water. The way you start with a is the way you end with a. You can start pimping hard on the and suck her out and blow her, but ain't no way you can turn it around and pimp on Pepper after starting with her like a sucker. Forget her and get down on a fresh." I said, "You mean there is no way to get any scratch out of her?" He said, "Now you see, I didn't say that. I said, you, a foxy, cold-blooded stud, can always find an angle to cross abroad out of scratch." I said, "I'm not foxy, but I think I could be cold enough to cross that slick Pepper. Weeping, you are the fox. Lay some game on me and put me to the test. I'll split any scratch I take off right down the middle with you." I hadn't noticed it was raining. Now it was raining hard enough so that Weeping had turned to run up the window on his side. He had just raised it and was about to answer my proposition when there was a frantic rapping on his window. It was one of his. Through the closed window of the locked door, she said loudly,
"Daddy, open the door. My feet are soaked. Nothing is happening out here tonight. And besides, I am hot as hell. The Vice is watching me. It's Costello. He told me to get off the street or he would bust me. Please, open the door."
Weeping was a cold gorilla, all right. He sat there for a long moment. His monkey face was tight and hard. He casually opened the wind wing as the rain beat down on his. She struck her nose through it. Without moving toward the wing, sitting erect in the car seat, he hollered, "You make something happen. You're supposed to be hot. Let Costello bust you. He can't make a beef stand up unless he catches you with a trick, you dumb chicken-hearted. What do you think I got this pocket full of fall scratch for? Now get out there and work. Don't worry about the rain. Walk between the raindrops." He slammed the wing shut. Her face was wild and angry through the murky glass. Her dope-rotted teeth were ragged fangs in the dimness as she pressed her face close to the glass. She screamed,
"You just lost a girl. You had 4. Now you got 3. I'm cutting you loose, shorty."
Weeping let his window down and stuck his head out into the rain as she walked away. He was all gorilla now. He screamed, "I give you odds you won't split. As much of my dope you've been shooting, I'm playing catch-up. You right? You know if you split, I'll find you and stick my knife into your stinking and gut you to your breastbone." I wondered if he lost her. He read my mind. He said, "She ain't going nowhere. Look at this." He turned his car engine on and started the windshield wiper so we could see the street. There she was, back out there in the rain, whistling and waving at the passing cars. He switched the engine off. He said, "That knows I ain't jiving. She'll make me some scratch this morning. Now, Youngblood, about Pepper, you don't know anything about her. You ain't long out of the joint. I like you. So my advice is the same I gave you at first. Forget her. Try in another spot. What he said about my not knowing her made me curious. I said, look, Weeping, I know you like me, and if you do, run Pepper down for me. Did you know that Peckerwood of Peppers is the bankroll behind the biggest policy wheel in town? No, but if the old man is flush, isn't that good? Why give Pepper up because she's in shape? If you gave me an angle, I could get some of that policy scratch. Look, Blood, brace yourself. Here in the rest of the rundown. Pepper is a rotten freak broad. You ain't the only stud she freaks off with. I could name a half dozen who ride her. The dangerous one is Delansky, the detective. He is in a bad way over Pepper. If he ever found out you were freaking off of her, Blood, shame on your... I was shaken by the rundown. Like a sucker, I believed that I was the whole show in her love life. I was thinking like the young punk I was. I said, are you sure there are that many studs laying her? He said, maybe more. I had a bellyache and a worse headache. I felt lousy. I mumbled, thanks for the advice and the rundown, Weepin'. I got out of the Buick and walked home in the rain. When I got there, it was 3:30 and Mama was angry, worried, and raving. She was right, of course. I was violating my parole to be out after 11 p.m. I was coming out of the drugstore to make a delivery when I bumped into him on the sidewalk. It was old party time. While doing his year for our caper, he had copped a Lonely Hearts broad through the mails. She went his train fare. He finished a bit and went to visit her and made a home. She had died and the home went to relatives who threw him out. After 5 bits, he was still full of crooked inspiration. I liked him, but not enough to join him again in the hustle. I had only been out 4.5 months. I cooled it and avoided him in a smooth way. I hadn't touched Pepper in a week. She had called the drugstore twice just before closing. She had made licking and sucking sounds to get me out to her place. I made excuses and put her off. I wondered at the same time why I was so important when she was a douchebag for that mob that was her. The day before Weeping brought me a proposition, Delansky, the roller, came into the drugstore for cigarettes and gave me a thoughtful look. I was walking home. It was my day off. It was Saturday night around 9. I had been to see a prison movie. It was a grim drama. A young green punk tried a double-cross. He was crisscrossed into the joint. He made deadly enemies while doing his long bit. When he got out, a long black short pulled up and riddled him with a Tommy gun. A big black car was pulling to the curb toward me. There was something familiar about that small pinhead driver. It was Weeping. He jerked his head and opened the car door. I went over and got in. He was excited. At first, I thought because his car was clean. He told me, Blood, put a smile on your face. Old Shorty's got good news for you. How would you like a half a G in your slide? I said, all right, give me the poison and take me to the baby. He said, I ain't shucking, it's cream puff work. In fact, Tender, it's what you like to do best. Want the rundown? If you're going to tell me some broad is going to lay out 500 frog skins to get a rocks off, say it. I will lay a syphilis patient that died a week ago for that kind of scratch. Then he said, Pepper is the broad. All you have to do is take her to bed and go through a full circus with her, that's all. Are you game? Yes, if I get a rake off from the bleacher seats, I said, and you tell me who wants the show on. his eyebrows jitterbugged. He was a slick joker. I should have run from him. He said, "No, I can't tell you who. Don't worry about the scratch. It's guaranteed. Are you in?" I said yes, but I want to know more. Like why? The tale he told me went like this. A fast hustler from New York who specialized in pressure rackets saw a chance to trim Pepper's old man out of a bundle. The hustler knew that Pepper was a dog and a freak. He also knew that Pepper's old man was hung up on her. Even though he had met her in the house and squared her up, he was dangerously jealous of her and unpredictable if he caught her wrong. The hustler felt that Pepper would be in a sweet state for pressure if solid evidence could be gotten showing Pepper as the dog she was. The hustler was sure he could force her to help him in his scheme to trim the old man. He needed clear, unfaked photographs. His plan would be simple. Once he got the club over Pepper's head, he would force her to sneak in phony hit slips against the policy wheel. The hustler had discovered that for Pepper, from her inside position in the wheel, it would be very simple. The hustler would pay me $5 after I had brought Pepper to a prearranged setup. I was all for the scratch and eager to give Pepper some grief for the way she had used me and outslicked me. Weeping told me the trap was set. I was to wait until Pepper itched enough to call me. I was not to call her. Whenever she called, I was to tell her to meet me in the bathroom of an old but still elegant hotel on the fringe of the arcade and shooting gallery section of town. I was then to call him. I was to make sure that at least 2 hours passed between her call and when I went to the desk and asked for the key to apartment 214. My name would be Barksdale. That name I'll never forget if I live to get 100. On the third day, after I had gotten the rundown on the trap, Pepper called the store. It was 8:55 p.m., 5 minutes before closing. I answered the phone. She was burning blisters for one of our parties. She invited me to her place as usual. I told her that I had to tidy up the store and also mail an important package at the downtown post office for my boss. I asked her if she could get dressed and meet me by 10:30 in the bar room of the hotel. It would be more convenient that way, she agreed. I called Weeping. He told me to maneuver Pepper's face toward the head of the bed as much as possible when we got into the act. I went to the bar room and drank rum and coke until she got there. I almost felt sorry for her when I saw her coming through the door. She looked so innocent and clean, not at all like the cruddy filly that humped up a funky lather beneath a mob of jockeys. We took a booth so I could watch the clock. She was Jacqueline the Ripper with a fly, but she had a great gentle touch inside, if you know what I mean. She was a space buff, all right. She was checking out my readiness for entry into inner space. At 11 sharp, Mr. and Mrs. Barksdale picked up the key to their pad. We walked onto the stage. Wyatt Earp would have gone ape over the pad. It was overstuffed horsehair living room, gleaming brass bed, giant cherubs on the wall, Gideon Bible on the marble top bedroom table, midget efficiency kitchen cubicle. So what? We hadn't come to cook. High in the wall over the bed were the 2 gold-colored cherubs. Their eyes were holes. Their mouths popped while holding the light fixtures. When we got into the brass bed, we got the show on the road. I was almost sure some steamed-up joker in the adjoining room had his gizmo focused on the carnival through a drilled hole peeking from a cherub's empty eye socket. Pepper let me out of her hog at 1:30 in the a.m., just 2 blocks from Weeping's horse stand. I felt good. I was going to collect 5 fat ones for my pleasant night's work. It was like having a license to steal. I spotted Weeping's pinhead in his Buick. As I walked toward him, I couldn't stop thinking about that Eastern blackmailer. I thought about that green rain that would fall when Pepper started rolling those phony hits in. I thought about how I could catch a few palms full. Smooth as silk, the payoff came off. When Weeping handed me my scratch, he gave me a funny look. He said, "Take it easy, blood. Take it easy." The next day I went downtown and got clean. It was the early years for the Nat King Cole trio. They were playing for a $2 dance that night at Liberty Hall. Party and I were in the balcony at a table overlooking the crowded dance floor. We were slaving like sandhogs, trying to tunnel into the flashy high yellows on our laps. They were almost stoned, ready for the killing floor. Party saw him first coming in the front door of the auditorium. He knifed me in the side with his elbow. Then, con style, from the side of his mouth, he whispered, "Delansky, the heat." The bastard's head was on a swivel. He was looking everywhere at once. I felt mad butterflies with stingers ricocheting in my belly when his eyes spotted me and locked on me. I froze. His eyes were still riveted to me as he walked up the stairway straight for me. I pretended to ignore him. He walked up behind me and stood there for a long moment. Then he dropped a hand like an anvil on my shoulder. He said, "Get up. I want to talk to you." My legs were shuddery as I stood in a small alcove with him. He said, "Where were you around 10 after last night?" Relief and courage flooded me. That was easy. I hedged. "Why?" He said, "Look, punk, don't get cute. Where were you? Don't answer. I know where you were. You were out on Crystal Road in the nighttime burglarizing the home of Mr. and Mrs. Frank Ibbets. Nighttime burglary is 5 to 10. My courage and relief swiftly drained out. Frank Ibbets was Pepper's old man. He was roughly frisking me now. He ran his hands into my side pockets. With one hand, he brought out the $300 left from my payoff plus 20 clean dollars. The other came out with a strange brass door key. He said, "Geez, for a flunky in a drugstore, you got a hell of a bankroll. Where did you get it? And where and what does this key fit?" I said, "Officer, that's crap game money. I've never seen that key before." He grabbed me firmly like he had captured Sutton and walked me through the dancers out the door to his short. He took me down and booked me on suspicion of grand theft burglary. He also booked the scratch and key as evidence. Mama came down bright and early the next morning. She was in a near fainting dither. She was clutching her chest over her heart. She said,
"Bobby, you're going to kill your mama. You haven't been out 6 months, and now you're back in trouble. What's wrong with you? Are you crazy? You need prayer. Get down on your knees and pray to the good Lord."
I said, "I don't need to pray, Mama. Believe me, there's nothing to worry about. I didn't steal anything from Pepper's house. I am not nuts. Pepper will tell them the truth. Mama, I was with her." I got my first nightmare inkling of the corkscrew crisscross when Mama broke into tears. She rolled her eyes to heaven. She blubbered,
"Bobby, there's no hope for you. You're going to spend your young life in prisons. Don't you know, son? Your mama loves you. You don't have to lie to me." "I went out to see her early this morning,"
she said.
"She told me she hasn't seen you in a week. Mr. Delansky had bought Pepper's spare key down there. That key in your pocket was one you stole when you made a delivery out there."
Finally, she went down the corridor. Her shoulders were jerking and her sobbing. It was an iron cross. My public defender went to that hotel to get corroboration for my alibi. The joint had been too crowded, too hectic. None of the employees remembered Pepper and me. At least they said they didn't. The desk man on that night had been a substitute and wasn't now available. My signature wasn't on the register anyway. I went into court again with the dirty end of the stick. I was a parolee arrested at 1 a.m. with a bottle of whiskey in front of me in a public place. Pepper looked like a prospect for a convent. She had stripped herself of paint and gewgaws. She testified that the key found in my slide was hers, and that yes, it was possible that I had stolen it while making deliveries to her home. No, she had not seen me for a week before my arrest. My defender had gotten a change of venue. I was afraid to go before the judge who had sent me to the reformatory. I got 2 years in state prison for grand theft. The amount, $500. My parole was to run concurrently with the new sentence. Pepper's old man was with her in court. They bought the cross. I couldn't figure who had sold it to them. Was Delansky the joker that Weeping worked for? Or had Delansky heard that I had a wad and without knowing anything about the hotel affair, sold it to Pepper? For what reason had the old man bought it? Had those hotel employees been bribed or threatened? If Delansky was the brain, did he want me out of the way for a reason other than Pepper? Maybe someday I'll find out what really happened. I know if I had had lots of scratch, Miss Justice would have smiled on me. She favors the bird with the scratch. The Waupun State Prison was tough, but in a different way than the reformatory. Here, the cons were older. Many of them were murderers serving life sentences. These cons would never put up with the kind of petty tyranny that was practiced in the reformatory. Here, the food was much better. There were industries here. A con could learn a trade if he wanted to. He could go into the yard during recreation hours and learn other trades and skills. Here, the desperate heistmen congregated to plot new, more sensational robberies. The fruits and punks lay on the grass in the sun, romancing each other. This was a prison of cliques, of bloody vendettas. I found my level with the soft-spoken, smooth Midwestern pimps and stuff players. Since I was one of the younger cons in the joint, I bunked in the dormitory. It was like a suite in the Waldorf compared to the bug-infested tight cells in the reformatory with their odious crap buckets. It was there in that dormitory that I got the insatiable desire to pimp. I was a member of a clique that talked about nothing except and pimping. I began to feel a new slickness and hardness. I worked in the laundry. I kept my clothing fresh and neat. It was in the laundry that I met the first man from whom I got cunning to balance my hardness. He was an old drag man with his bit getting short. He was the first to attempt to teach me to control my emotions. He would say, "Always remember whether you be the sucker or hustler in the world out there. You've got that vital edge if you can ironclad your feelings." I picture the human mind as a movie screen. If you're a dopey sucker, you'll just sit and watch all kinds of mind-wrecking, damn fool movies on that screen. He said, "Son, there's no reason except a stupid one for anybody to project on that screen anything that will worry him or dull that vital edge. After all, we are the absolute bosses of that whole theater and show in our minds. We even write the script. So always write positive, dynamic scripts and show only the best movies for you on that screen, whether you're a pimp or priest." His rundown of his screen theory saved my sanity many years later. He was a twisted, wise man, and one day when he wasn't looking, a movie flashed on the screen. The title was Death for an Old Con. He died in his sleep behind the high gray walls. His fate was that which lives like a specter with all cons, the fear of dying in a cell. I sure missed that convict philosopher. The wisdom he taught me took me successfully through my bit. I was released after 21 months. I got 3 months good time for good conduct. With good time, I was free, hard, slick, and bitter. No more small towns for me. I was going to the city to get my degree in pimping. The Pepper Cross had answered a perplexing question for me. Why did justice really always wear a blindfold? I knew now it was because the cunning had $signs for eyeballs. Chapter 4. A Degree in Pimping. When I got back to Milwaukee, Mama, and the streets, my mind was straitjacketed into the pimp game. Back in the joint, I had dreamed almost nightly. They were cruel playets. They were fantastic. I would see myself gigantic and powerful like God Almighty. My clothes would glow. My underwear would be rainbow-hued, silk petting my skin. My suits were spun gold, shot through with precious stones. My shoes would be dazzling silver. The toes were as sharp as daggers. Beautiful with piteous eyes groveled at my feet. Through the dream mist, I would see huge shaped stakes. Painted faces would be wild in fear. They would wail and beg me not to murder them on those sharp steel stakes. I would laugh madly. Springs of scarlet would spurt from their behinds as I joyfully booted them crotch first onto the sharp pikes. They would flop around like dying chickens. They would finally fall away in a welter of blood into 2 red halves. When I awoke, my ticker would be earthquaking inside me. The hot volley of the savage thrill lay sticky wet between my trembling thighs. I had other terrible dreams. I will be very tiny. A gargantuan Christ in a sea of light will be towering above me. In his anger, his eyes will be blazing blue suns. His silky platinum hair would stand on edge in his rage. A shaft of purest white light would shoot from the top of his index finger. He would point toward a woman. Her back would be turned to me. He would hand me a barbed leather whip. Like a crash of summer thunder, he would command, "Punish this evil woman. Destroy the devil inside her. The Lord so directs thee." Eagerly, I would grab the heavy whip in both hands. I would bring it down with all my force on the woman's back. She would just stand there. The scarlet would drain down from her slashed back. She would be standing to her knees in the river of blood. She would turn her brown, agonized face toward me. It would be Mama. I would be shaking and screaming in my sweat. It was horrible. I could never cut the dream off until its end. I had to run its fearful course. The dreams about Mama came until her death. For a day or two following them, these dreams would recreate in daydreams. Sudden dark arrows of depression and regret would stab into that open sore in my mind. I would get high. The narcotics seemed to ward off like armor the stealthy arrows. After a week of rest and Mama's soul food, my color and strength came back. On a Saturday night, I decked myself out in one of the vines and top coat I had bought the day before Delansky busted me. I remember the pimp rundowns at the joint. I had learned my first step had to be a fast cop. I needed a To hit the city scene, I had to get on that fast track to pimping. I was only several months away from age 20. My baby face was gone. I was 6'2". I was as thin as a greyhound on a crash diet. I went into an underworld bar, the 7-Eleven Club, crowded with pimps and thieves. I stood at the far end of the bar, stalling with a Coke. I faced the front door. I turned and asked the slightly familiar elephant beside me about weeping and party. He turned his head. His dime-sized eyes got stuck in my fly zipper as he looked me over head to toe. He remembered me. He said, "About a month ago, your Boone Coon party caught 60 in the county. One of them tight opened his nose wide enough to drive a freight train through. He caught a stud, whamming it into her. The stud quit the scene. The broad had to go to a croaker to get party shoe out of her." Then, after pausing to thumbnail a ball of snot from his trunk, he said, "Old Weeping fell dead outside a shooting gallery in St. Paul. Must have shot some pure, 'cause a lookout on the sidewalk heard him mumble before he croaked, 'Well, kiss my dead mammy if this ain't the best smack I ever shot.'" The elephant again raised his hoof toward his filthy trunk. The barkeep sat at a fresh bottle of Coke on the log before me. I yanked my eyebrows into a question mark. He lisped, "The runty black in the middle of the bar sent you a taste." Without taking my eyes off his thin yellow face, I said, "Sugar, run her down to me. Is the qualified? Is she a... Does she have a man?" The corners of his mouth seesawed. He slugged his soggy, dirty bar rag against my reflection on the bar top. He almost whispered, "The ain't nothing but a young skunk from St. Louis. She ain't nothing but a jazzy jive. I'm more than she is. She ain't got no man. She's a freak. She's Georgie 3 bullshit pimp since she got here a month ago. If your game's strong, you could play a hog out of her. She ain't but 18. I eased a bone from my pocket, put it on the bar for the fresh Coke. I frantically remembered those pimp rundowns in the joint. I said, "Tell no dice. I'll take care of the little things, and if she's qualified, maybe I'll let her take care of the big things. Give the a drink on me." On the jukebox, Ella Fitzgerald was crying about her little yellow basket. The barkeep twinkle-toed toward her with the wire and drink. Through the blue mirror, I zeroed my eyes in on a target. My on stiff point. Her big peepers were two sexy dancers in the velvet midnight of her cute Pekingese face. Hot scratch fever streaked through me. I thought if I could cop her and get a pimp's terms, she would be out of pocket, poison to all white tricks that pinned her. Those pimps back in the joint sure knew basic neurology. I was glad my ears had flapped to all those rundowns. They had said, "Chase, you get a chump's weak cop. Stalk, you get a pimp strong cop." My turn down of her measly first offer had her jumpy. It was a slick, sharp hook twisting in the mind. Her juicy tongue darted out like a red lizard past her ivory teeth. It slithered over the full lips. She wiggled toward me in an uneven race with the barkeep. He was sliding her green drink between me and the elephant. I heard a low, excited trumpeting in the trunk of the elephant. He had dug her flawless props and gourmet rear end. It was rolling inside her glove-tight white dress. I painted a lukewarm, indifferent grin on my face as she perched on the stool. I noticed a roll of scratch wedged deep between the black peaks. She said,
"Who the hell are you? And what is that off-the-wall shit you cracked on the bartender?
My eyes were sub-zero spotlights on her face. I said, my name is Blood, and my wire wasn't off the wall. It was real, like me. You sure got a filthy, sassy job. It could get your ruptured. The big vein at the temple in the tiny dog face quivered. Her wrapper was shrill. She bleated,
I ain't no I'm a motherfucking lady. The stud ain't been pulled out of his mammy's womb that kicks damn it, call me Phyllis. Be a gentleman and respect me. I'm a lady.
The icy blast busted the thermostat in my spotlights. I could feel my cool spit on my lips as I roared, you stinking black shit. You are a fake. There's no such thing as a lady in our world. You either got to be or now, which is it? I am not a gentleman. I'm a pimp. I'll kick your funky. You gave me first lick. You're to eat me up. I'm not a you are. I'm a freak to scratch. My blast had moved her. Those joint rundowns sure worked. I could see those sexy dancers were hot as hell there in the midnight. She was trying to conceal from me the freakish pain-loving inside her. She was comical like that fire and brimstone preacher. He was trying to hide his from the cute sister in the front pew asking for him. The broad was speechless. I had called all the shots. I turned toward the crapper. As I walked away, I bombed her. I said, I'm splitting when I come out that crapper. I know you. It's jumping for me. I know you want me for your man. Some lucky is going to steal me from you. You better toss that bullshit out of your mind. Get straight and tell me like it is on my way out. You had your chance. After tonight, you don't have any. Inside the crapper, I ripped a wad of paper from its holder. I wrapped the sawbuck and the 4 singles around it. Whatever happened out there, I had to show a bankroll. I stood there in the crapper. I was letting the heat seep deep into that out there. Was I going to cop my first? I was fluttery at the thought of it. I walked out of the crapper. She was outside the door. I almost trampled her. I ignored her. I walked to the bar to pay my light tab. She was peering over my shoulder. I peeled the sawbuck off. I told the barkeep, steal the change and cop a hog. His bedroom gray eyes sparkled. His delicate pinky scooted the sawbuck back to me across the log. He said, sweetie, it's on me. Come back at 2 and cop a real girl. She tugged at my sleeve as I turned from the bar. She looked up at me. Those dancers had stripped. I looked down at the hot runt and said, well, it's your move. Do I cut you loose? She grabbed my shoulder. She pulled me down toward her. I could feel her hot breath on the side of my head. She popped that lizard tongue into my ear, almost to my eardrum. It sent hot shivers through me. I stayed cool. I turned my head and knifed my teeth into the side of her neck. I don't know why she didn't bleed. She just moaned. Then she whispered,
You cold-blooded sweet mother. I go for you. Let's go to my pad and rap.
We walked to the slammer. I glanced back. The elephant was staring at us. His tongue was frenching his chops. His trunk was twitching for a party. On the sidewalk, she handed me the key to her yellow 36 Ford. I was lucky. I had been taught to drive the laundry truck back in the joint. The Ford's motor sang a fine tune. It wasn't a pimp's wheels, but it sure would make the trip to the city track. I drove to her pad. On the way, she played on me. She was setting me up for the Georgia. That lizard thought my ear was a speedway. It did 100 laps inside it. I was still green. I shouldn't have let her touch me. Her pad was a trap for suckers, all right. She had pasted luminous white stars on the hotel room's blue ceiling. There was one blue light. It glowed from behind a 3-foot plaster copy of Rodin's The Kiss. There was a mirror over the bed. There were mirrors on the walls flanking the bed. There was a polar bear rug gleaming whitely in front of a blue chaise lounge. I sat on the lounge. She flipped on the portable record player. Ellington rippled out Mood Indigo. She slipped into a cell-sized bathroom. Its door was half shut. The Peak was digging a washcloth into her armpits and cat. She was nude. She sure was panting to swindle me out of my youth. I wondered if and where she had stashed that roll of scratch. She came out belly dancing to the Indigo booster. She was a runt Watusi princess. Her curvy black body had the sheen of seal skin. I had one of a time remembering the dialogue that covered this kind of a situation. What had the pimps in the joint said? You gotta back up from them fabulous so you gotta make like you don't have a swipe. You gotta keep your mind on the scratch. Stay cold and brutal. Cop your scratch first. Don't let them Georgia you. They'll laugh at you. They'll cut you loose like a trick after they flim-flammed you. Your scratch cop is the only way to put a hook in their stinking sis. She danced towards the head of the bed. She stooped over and raised the edge of the red carpet. Her rear end swayed to the indigo. It was grinning at me. It was theater in the round for sure. She danced toward me. She had 2 thin reefers in her hand. That box at the side of the bed had rejected, and Indigo was encoring. She stood between my legs. Even though the trouser cloth, I could feel the hot dampness of her outer thighs. The inner surface of my kneecaps wrinkled under the heat. She quivered and rolled her jet satin belly under my nose. Her humming of the indigo was low and throaty. She sure qualified as the package the pimps had warned about. My 21-month cherry was aching to chunk out. She took a lighter off the cocktail table. She ran the sticks in and out of her mouth to get an even burn. She lit them and handed me one. She said,
Daddy, this is light green pot from Chili Gut Country. It will make us mellow. Why don't you take your clothes off?
I took a deep pull on the stick of reefer. I looked up into the sultry, dreamy eyes. I parroted, Don't put shit in the game. Business always comes before pleasure in my book. I'll take my clothes off when I know I'm taking them off with my... I don't sucker for the Georgia. Jar loose from respectable scratch. I had heard it verbatim in the joint. It worked like a lie detector. The motor in her belly threw a rod. Her eyes had a far-away look. She was busy tailoring the con for me. She collapsed to a yogi squat on the polar bear rug. Her moon was winking at me. Her voice was bullshit sweet. She warbled,
Sweetheart Daddy, you already shot me down. I'm your sweet... I got a C-note coming from a trick with his nose open for me. He'll spring for it tomorrow night. It's yours, but you gotta wait. Now come on and put your freak baby to bed.
My system had been clean. The reefer was powerful. She didn't know how desperately I needed to pimp. She couldn't know she was the first. I couldn't let her escape. I had to have a... Oh. That reefer was sending currents of anger through me in time with Indigo. My mortal enemy squatted on that white rug. I thought, I am going to murder this runt black if she don't give me that scratch she had in her bosom. Like a brute cop giving a heist man a last chance to confess, I said, give me that scratch you had between your... Her peepers ballooned in surprise and anger. She gritted,
You pimping too hard, skinny... I had changed my mind. Get your lid and Benny and split.
The Indigo was on a torrid upbeat. Like brown skin lightning, I leapt from the chaise. I flung my right leg back. I could feel the tendons at my hip socket straining. My eyes sighted for a hard shot. My needle-toed 11 AAA shoe rocketed toward her. The lucky runt turned a fraction of a second in time. The leather bomb exploded into her left shoulder blade. It knocked her flat on her belly. She lay there groaning. Then, like in the dreams in the joint, I kicked her rear end until my leg cramped. Through it all, she just moaned and sobbed. I was soaked in sweat. Panting, I lay on the bearskin beside her. I thrust my mouth against her ear. In an icy whisper, I said, Shit, do I have to kill you to make you my... Get up and give me that scratch. She turned her head and looked into my eyes. There was no anger in them now, only fear and strange passion. Her tremulous mouth opened to speak. For a long moment, nothing came out. Then she whispered,
You got all blood. Please don't kick me anymore. I'm your little dog. I'll do anything you say. I love you, pretty daddy.
Her talons stabbed into the back of my neck as she tried to suck my tongue from its roots. I could taste her salty tears. She wobbled to the record player. She lifted a corner of it. She slid that wad of scratch from beneath it. She rejected Indigo. She put another platter on the turntable. Lady Day was singing a sad lament.
My man don't love me, treats me awful mean. He's the meanest man that I ever seen.
I was standing on the bear skin. She came toward me with the scratch in her hand. She laid it in my palm. I riffled it in a fast count. It was respectable. It had to be over 2 bills. I was ready to let that cherry pop. I scooped the 90-pound runt up into my arms. I bit her hard on the tip of her chin. I carried her to the side of the bed. I hurled her onto it. She bounced and lay there on her back. She was breathing hard. Her legs were a wide pyramid. I got out of my clothes fast. I snatched the top sheet off. I ripped it into 4 narrow strips. I tied her hands to the bedposts. I spread eagle her legs. With the longer strips, I tied her legs to the top of the springs at the sides of the bed. She lay there a prisoner. I put her through the nerve-shredding routines Pepper had taught me. She blacked out 4 times. She couldn't pull back from the thrilling, awful torture. Finally, I took a straight ride home. On the way, I tried to smash the track. I reached my destination. The blast of hate was big enough to spawn 1,000,000 embryo black pimps. I untied her. We laid there in the dim blueness. The fake white stars glowed down on us. Lady Day still moaned her troubles. I said, I want you to hump like hell in the streets for a week. We're going to the big track in the city. Oh yes, this week we got to get that title to the Ford changed. I don't drive no wheels. It's got to be in my name. Understand? She said,
Yes, Daddy, anything you say. Daddy, don't get angry, but I was bullshitting about that C-note trick.
I said, I knew that. Don't ever try to con me again. I got up and put my clothes on. I peeled the fin off the scratch and put it on the dresser. I said, I want you in the street at 6 tonight. Stay out of the bars. Work the area around 7th and Apple. I'll come through sometime tonight. You be there when I show. If you get busted, your name is Mary Jones. If you forget it, I can't raise you fast. Have some scratch whenever I show. I went down to the street. I got into my Ford. It roared to life. I drove toward Mama's. I felt good. I wasn't doing bad for a black boy just out of the joint. I shuddered when I thought, what if I hadn't kept my ears flapping back there in the joint? I would be a boot black or porter for the rest of my life in the high-walled white world. My black was a cinch to get piles of white scratch from that forbidden white world. Mama was pressing a young customer's hair. She saw me get out of the Ford in front of the shop. She called me inside with a waggle of the pressing comb. She said,
I have been worried. Where have you been all night? Where did you get that pretty little car? Did you find a job?
I said, a friend of mine let me borrow it. Maybe he'll sell it to me. I stayed with him all night. He's got 103 fever. I'll try to find a job tomorrow. She said,
There's a roast in the oven. Shut the gas off and eat. I hope, son, you haven't been with Pepper.
I looked down at the nut-brown, shapely girl getting her hair pressed. I said, Pepper? She's too old for me. I like pretty young brown-skinned girls. Pepper's too yellow for me. The young broad flashed her eyes up at me. She smiled. I winked and ran my tongue over my lips. She dug it. She blushed. I put her on file. I turned and walked to the sidewalk. I went upstairs and attacked the roast. I took a long nap. At 5:30 p.m., I went down and got into the Ford. I drove to 7th and Apple. I parked. At 5 minutes to 6, I saw Phyllis coming toward me. She was a block away. I fired the engine and pulled away. It sure looked like I had copped. I went back at midnight. She looked mussed up and tired. She got into the car. I said, well, how goes it, baby? She dug in her bosom and handed me a damp wad of bills. I counted it. It was a fin over half a C. She said,
I'm tired and nasty, and my shoulder and ache. Can I stop now, Daddy? I would like a pastrami and coffee and a bath. You know how you kicked me last night.
I said, the track closes at 2. I'll take you to the sandwich and coffee. The bath will have to wait until the 2 o'clock breakdown. You needed your kicked. She sighed and said,
All right, Daddy. Anything you say.
I drove her to an open-air kosher joint. She kept squirming on the hard wooden bench. Her butt must have been giving her fits. She was silent until she finished the sandwich and coffee. Then she said,
Daddy, please don't misunderstand me. I like a little slapping around before my man does it to me. Please don't be as cruel as you were last night. You might kill me.
I said, baby, Never horse around with my scratch or try to play con on me. You blew my stack last night. You don't have to worry so long as you never violate my rules. I will never hurt you more than to turn you on. I drove her back to the track. She got out of the car. As soon as she hit the sidewalk, two white tricks almost had a wreck pulling to the curb for her. She was a black money tree, all right. The next day, I took her to a notary. In 10 minutes, we walked out. She gave me the 3 bills back that I had paid her for the Ford. It was legal now. She wasn't beefing. Her bruises were healing, and she was ripe for another prisoner of love scene. She finished the week in great humping style. I had a 7-bill bankroll. Sunday evening, I packed the runt's bearskin and other things into the trunk of the Ford. I parked around the corner from Mama's. I went up to get my things together. Mama caught me packing. Tears flooded her eyes. She grabbed me and held me tightly against her. Her sobbing was strangling her. She sobbed,
"Son, don't you love your mama anymore? Where you going? Why do you want to leave the nice home I fixed for you? I just know if you leave, I'll never see you again. We don't have anybody but each other. Please don't leave me. Don't break my heart, son."
I heard her words. I was too far gone for her grief to register. I kept thinking about that freak black money tree in the Ford. I was eager to get that fast pimp track in the city. I said, "Mama, you know I love you. I got a fine clerk's job in the men's store in the city. Everybody in this town knows I'm an ex-con. I have to leave. I love you for making a home for me. You have been an angel to stick by me through those prison bits. You'll see me again. I'll be back to visit you. Honest, Mama, I will." I had to wrestle out of her arms. I picked up my bags and hit the stairs. When I reached the sidewalk, I looked up at the front window. Mama was gnawing her knuckles and crying her heart out. My shirt's front was wet with her tears. Chapter 5. The Jungle Fauna. The yellow Ford ran like an escaped con. We got to Chicago in 2 hours. We checked into a hotel in a slum neighborhood around 29th and State Streets. We took our stuff out of the Ford's trunk. It was 10 p.m. I threw some water on my face. I told the runt to cool it. I went out and cruised around to case the city. I turned the wipers on. A late March snowfall was starting. About a mile from the hotel, I saw working the streets. I parked and went into a bar in the heart of the action. It stank like a son of a... It was a junkie joint. I sat sipping on a bottle of suds. I couldn't trust the glasses. A cannon with a tired horse face took the vacant stool in my right. His stall took the one on the left. The stall had a yellow fox face. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw him pinning me. He snapped his fingers. I jerked my head toward him. He said, "Brother, you are lucky as a house rat. What size Benny and Vine you wear? I'm dress 'em up red. Stand up so I could dig your size. I got a pile of crazy vines, dirt cheap." I stood up facing him. He ran his eyes up and down me. He unbuttoned my top coat. He pulled my vine's lapels. He shoved me back toward Horseface. I stumbled, half turned to apologize to Horseface. There was a streaking blur behind me. It was so fast I couldn't have sworn I had seen it. I found out later what it had been. Horseface showed his choppers, got off the stool, and trotted through the slammer. I faced the stall. I said, Jim, you got my size. Do you have any black mohairs? The stall smiled crookedly at me. He straightened my tie. He said, Slim, I got blue and black mohair. I can fit you like Savile Row in London. You want the blue one too? The bite is 2 for 50 slats. I said, man, let's go. I'm ready to cop. His brow telescoped like I was going to open a door and catch his mother crapping in my hat. He started oozing toward the slammer. He said, brother, I don't know you well enough to trust you. I got to protect my stash. Wouldn't it be if you went with me and copped? What if you came back later and beat me? No, Slim, cool it. I'll be back in 20 minutes with the vines. Here's a slat. Get a taste on Dress 'em Up Red. I ordered another beer. I was trying to stall that 20 minutes out. I sure needed those vines. After an hour, I figured Dress 'em Up Red got busted or something. I asked the fat broad tending bar where the swank joints were. She named a few and gave me directions. My bill was 80 cents. I left a 20-cent tip and walked to the Ford. The wind wing on the street side gaped open. It had been jimmied. The car door had been unlocked through it. I got in. I remember the runt's costume jewelry had been locked in the glove compartment. I unlocked it. Some slick bastard had slit the cardboard bottom from underneath. There wasn't even an earring left. I started the motor and turned the lights on. The snow had stopped falling. My headlights beamed on a squatting junkie with a Dracula face in the gutter. She grinned toothlessly into the glare like maybe she was a starlet taking bows at a movie premiere. I thundered the motor. She stood up wide-legged. Her cat was a mangy red slash. She was holding up the bottom front of her dress with her rusty elbows. Her long black fingers were pulling her snare wide open to stop me. As I shot by her, she shouted,
Come back here! It ain't but a buck!
I drove through the snow-slush streets. The streetlights were dim halos in the murk. I thought, I can't put the runt down in a spot like back there. I have to find somebody to give me a rundown. I drove 100 blocks. Suddenly, a huge red neon sign glittered through the gloom. It read, Devil's Roost. It was one of the joints the fat broad at the Hype Bar had told me about. Gaudy Hogs and Lincolns were bumper to bumper. They pegged the parking spaces on the Roost side of the street. I parked across the street. I got out of the Ford and crossed the street. I started walking down the sidewalk toward the Roost. The Bird, Eckstein, and Sarah sent a crazy medley of soul sounds from the rib and chicken joints loudspeakers. The street was as busy as a black anthill. Studs and broads in sharp clothes paraded the block. The hickory smoked chicken and rib odors watered my mouth. I was at the point of stepping into one for a fast feast. The sign said, Creole's Fats Rib Heaven. I didn't make it. A long, stooped shadow stood in my way. He was chanting at me like a voodoo doctor. He pointed toward the storefront. Its window was blacked out with blue paint. He sang, Shooting them up inside heavy and good. Scratch piled up like cords of wood. Geez, you look lucky, Jack. 7-11 point right back. That's sure you, Jack. Going fast, come out quicker. Lady Luck's but you can... His top coat was a threadbare green-checked antique. The tops of his shabby black shoes had crisscross holes snipped out. His bulging corns were humps pressing through the vents. He stank like a bootlegger's garbage. There was something ghostly familiar in the banana-yellow basset hound face. I said, Jim, I'm not in the mood to whale the craps. Say, don't I know you? His transient eyes jerked their bags. They moved over my shoulder, searching down the sidewalk for a fresh prospect. His bald head glistened like a tiny yellow lake under the street lamp. He said, "Jack, I can't put a pistol on you. I can't force you to go inside and collect your scratch. Kid, you too young to know me. You might have heard of me. I'm Pretty Preston. I gave the blues in the night when I was pimping at my peak. Who are you?" His name triggered my clear memory of him. He had driven a gleaming black LaSalle car. I had shined his shoes back in the pressing shop days. Then he had been sleek and handsome like a yellow Valentino. I remembered his diamonds. They had winked and sparkled brightly on his fingers and his shirt cuffs, even on his shirt front. I thought, could this really be the same dandy? What happened to him? I said, "Preston, I know you. I'm the kid who used to shine your Stacy's back on Main Street. Remember me? I'm pimping myself now. You sure pimped up a storm when I was a kid. What happened? Why are you steering for this Crab's joint?" He had a dreamy, faraway look in his dull brown eyes. He was probably remembering his long-ago flashy pimp days. He sighed and put his arms around my shoulders. I walked with him through the door of the Crab's Trap. The raw stink of gambler's sweat punched up into my nose. We sat on a battered sofa in the almost dark front of the joint. Through a partition, I could hear the tinkle of silver coins. I heard the flat cackle of the bone dice laughing at the cursing shooters begging for a natural. He said, "Sure, kid, I remember you. Christ, you got tall. I gotta be getting old. What's your name, kid? I've been getting funky breaks since I came to this raggedy city 12 years ago. I'm just steering for a pal who runs the joint. Hell, he needs me more than I need him. I'm gonna catch a hot number, a wild daily double. Old Preston's name will ring again. How many girls you got?" I said Slim Lancaster, but they call me Youngblood. Blood for short. I only got one now, but with all the here, I'll have bukus in the mutt. I just got in town tonight. I want to put my girl to a slab of ribs. I want to put my girl to work. Give me a rundown on some streets after I dash next door for a slab of ribs. I haven't dirtied a plate since noon. Anything I could get you? He said, "Blood, if you must do something, get me a half pint of Old Taylor at the corner liquor store. I'll run down for you, but you ain't gonna like my tail end rundown at all." It felt good to step out into the fresh, chilly air. I stopped in the rib joint and put my order in. I saw the front of the roost on my way to the corner. I tiptoed and peeked through the bottom of the window blind. The joint was jumping. Pimps and white men crowded the circular bar. Some skinny joker with scald burns on his face was fronting a combo. He tried to ape the bird's phrasing and tone. His tan face had turned black. He was choking on his horn. Mixed couples danced to stomping at the Savoy on the carpet-sized dance floor in the rear. Silk broads itching for forbidden fruit, satin booths lining the walls. Their faces glowed starkly in the red dimness. Their long hair flopped around their shoulders as they threw their heads back. They laughed drunkenly with their black lovers. I took my peepers out of the slot. I walked toward the corner to cop the bottle for Preston. I made a skull note to pop into the roost after Preston's rundown. I was 50 feet from the corner when I saw him. He was in the center of a small crowd. His high-crowned white hat was bobbing a foot above it. He was a nut brown giant. As I drew closer, I could see his snow-white teeth. His heavy lips were drawn back in a snarl. His wide shoulders jiggled. He was stomping on something. It was like maybe he was a sharply togged fire dancer, or maybe a dapper green crusher from Sicily. I squeezed through the crowd for a ringside view. He was grunting. His labor was yanking the sweat out of him. The crowd stood tittering and excited like a Salem mob watching the execution of a witch. The witch was black. She had the slant eyes and doll features of a geisha girl. The chill breeze whipped back the bottom of his benny. The giant's thigh muscles rippled inside the pants leg of his $200 vine. Again and again, he slammed his size 13 shoe down on the witch's belly and chest. She was out cold. Her jaw hinge was awry, and red, frothy bubbles bunched at the corners of her crooked mouth. At last, he scooped her from the pavement. She looked like an infant in his arms. His eyes were strangely damp. He wedged through the crowd to a purple hog at the curb. He looked down into her unconscious face. He muttered,
"Baby, why? Why do you make me do you like this? Why don't you hump and stop lushing and get it shorting with the tricks?"
Still holding her tenderly, he stooped and opened the front door of the hog. He placed her on the front seat. He shut the door and walked around the hog to the driver's side. He got in, and the hog roared away into the night. The crowd was scattering. I turned to a fellow about my age. His eyes were glazed. He was sucking a stick of gangsta. I said, "That stud would have gotten busted sure as hell if the heat had made the scene." He stepped back and looked at me like I was fresh in town from a monastery in Tibet. He said, "You must be that square Rip Van Winkle I heard about. He's heat. He's vice heat. They call him poison. He's got 9. He's a pimp. That broad is one of them. She got drunk with a trick." I went into the liquor store. It was 5 after 12. I ordered the half pint. The clerk put it on the counter. I swung my top coat away to get my hide in my hip pocket. I had 205s and 10s in it. I had 5C notes pinned to my shorts in a tobacco sack between my legs. My fingers touched the bottom of the pocket. My right hip pocket was empty. I was sure my hide had been on that side. I dug my left hand into the left pocket. Empty! Within seconds, both my sweaty hands had darted in and explored all my pockets a half a dozen times. The clerk just stood there, amused, watching the show. His hairy paw slid the half pint back toward him, away from foul territory. He said, "What's the matter, buddy? Some broad beast knit him and for your poke, or did you leave it in your other strides?" My mind was ferreting. It backpedaled, tore apart the scenes and moves I had made. I was a confused, jazzy punk. I said, "Jack, your score's 0. I'm not a Vic. I just remembered I got my scratch on Mars. I'll be back when I get back." He was shaking his head when I walked out. I crossed the street. I was headed toward the Ford. I wasn't going there to look for my hide on the seat. I was going there to peel off one of those C notes next to my... I had remembered the scene back in the hype joint. I saw that rattlesnake lightning again. For the first time, I saw the thrill of the cop on the face of the horse. The fox had sure held my in the fire for horse face. I thought, as slick as those two bastards are, they can't miss making $1 million or getting croaked. From that day to this one, almost 30 years later, no scratch has ever been in my hide. I copped a bottle. I was hurrying to pick up my rib order. Old Preston was back out there, bird-dogging suckers. I saw him point a joker into the joint. He slapped the balking sucker on the rump. The Vic went inside. He saw me and hobbled toward me. For the first time, I saw his crippled walk. He grinned when I laid the bottle on him. He said, "Thanks, kid. Want first suck?" I said, "Jack, it's all yours. After I get my ribs, I'll duck back in the joint and rap with you." Preston had his bad dogs propped on the chair when I got back. I stumbled over his makeshift sandals beside the sofa. I sat down. His feet stank like a terminal cancer victim. Even a budding pimp has to have a cast iron belly. I unwrapped and started to gobble the ribs. He said, "I guess you saw Pimping Poison hanging there on the corner. He's number 2 Mac man in town." Through the peppery grease I burbled, "Yeah, she looked dead to me. I guess he checked her into the morgue. How does he cut the double action? Who, as strong as he is, could top him?" He tilted the bottle straight up and drained it. He said, "She ain't croaked. She'll be back out there before daylight, humping her off. He's the top vice roller in town. His pimping don't faze the white brass just so he don't kick no white. Poison is a nice sweet stud compared to Sweet Jones. Sweet's the top spade pimp in the country." I said, "Preston, I want to be great like Sweet. I want my name to ring like his. I want to be slick enough to handle 100. Can you pull my coat so I can cut into Sweet and get down right and really do the thing?" In the half-darkness, I saw his yellow jaw pop loose. His hound face was twisting sideways in quizzical amazement. His face jigsawed like maybe I had asked him to let me knock him up. He starched like a corpse on the sofa. He said, "Kid, you bang a cap of smack or something? Sweet's crazy as a flock of loons. Your bell ain't never gonna clang that loud. Unless you go crazy too. He's killed 4 studs. He ain't human. He's got every in town scared shitless. His call him Mr. Jones. He hates young punks. I can't cut you into him, kid. Kid, I like you. You're good looking. You con me that you're intelligent. I'm gonna give you some advice. Take it or leave it. I came to this town 12 years ago. I was so pretty, just my would have made you a Sunday face. I brought 5 with me. I had been one hell of a pimp back in the sticks. I was only 28 when I got here. Just like you, I had to cut into Sweet. It was easy for me. I was yellow and pretty. I also had 3 beautiful white in my stable. I didn't know Sweet hated yellow and white men. He grinned that gold-tooth smile for a year. He conned me that he loved me. He was a hype even then. He started to rib me, called me a square. I tried hard to be like him, so I got hooked on H. My habits screwed my mind up. All I wanted to do was bang H and coast. Like a real pal, he kept my stable humping. At first, his angle was Uncle Sweet to my. In 6 weeks, he was giving me and my orders. He tore my image down before my. He copped my stable. One morning I was puking sick. Sweet was torturing me. He hadn't brought me my stuff in 24 hours. I was cold as ice, wrapped in the blanket, then red hot. I was naked, crawling on the floor, nailing my body bloody when he came in. He stood over me, flashing that gold in his jib. Sweet said, "Easy now, you pretty yellow bastard. There's been a panic. Until this morning, I couldn't cop any stuff. I copped you a 16th
In town. I know I gotta love your stinking junkie to stick my neck out like that. Ain't that a... I just noticed when you sick, you almost as black as me. I wish that bastard white father of yours could see you down there on your knees begging this black to stop your misery.
Sweet held a tiny cellophane pack out to me. I was too weak to take it. I said, "Please, Sweet, cook it for me and load my outfit. It's inside the candy striped tie in the closet. Sweet, if you don't hurry, I'm sure to croak." I was one big ache and cramp. He walked slowly to the closet. He fumbled past the striped tie on the rack. He was getting his kicks, making the yellow suffer. I screamed, "Sweet, you had your mitt on the right one. It's there. It's right there." Sweet finally got the spike out of the tie lining. I was too weak to shoot the H when he got it cooked. I held my arm flat on the carpet. My eyes begged him to tie me up and bang me. He pulled my belt from my trousers on a chair. He tightened the belt around my arm above the elbow. My veins stood out like blue rope. He stabbed the needle into a vein in the hollow. The glass tube turned red. I lay there freezing to death, waiting for the smack to slug the sickness and pain out of me. Preston stopped for breath. Bubbles of sweat had popped out on his bald head. While running down Sweet's double cross, he had really relived it. I licked the hot sauce off my hands. I crushed the greasy sack into a ball and sailed it into a paper box at the end of the sofa. I fished my handkerchief out and wiped my mouth and hands. Those dice the house was using had a Ph.D. Every 10 minutes, a chump will shuffle from the rear with a tapped-out look on his face. I said, "Christ, Sweet, slick, and cold-blooded." "What happened after that?" Preston said. "That shot took the fever and pain away. I wasn't ready to go a fast 15 with Joe Louis. I felt better." Sweet stood in the middle of the floor watching me. My legs were weak. When I finally stood up, I stood there naked. I said, "Sweet, I know you have stolen my stable. I know I've been a prize sucker. I demand that you lay $1,000 or so on me. I got to kick this habit you conned me into. I won't give you any headaches. You got to loan me that G." Sweet just stood there like a black Buddha for a long moment. For a second, I thought he was going to put his foot in my like I was a... He grinned. He pulled my robe from the foot of the bed. He draped it around my shoulders. Then he said,
"Sweetheart, I ain't stole no from you. Them would have blew to the wind if it don't be for me. You got me. I'm just like you. Wouldn't you rather I had them than some bastard you couldn't cop a favor from? Course I'm going to give you the $1,000. I'm even going to give you back that buck-tooth yellow you had. I want you to straighten up, sweetheart. I love you."
I said, "Sweet, when do I get the $1,000? I got to know it's coming at a certain time." Sweet said,
"Look, sweetheart, you get it no later than tomorrow morning. I'll bring that buck-tooth with me. Today before noon, I'll send you a quarter piece. You got no reason to sweat. Sweet's in your corner, sweetheart." He chucked me under the chin and walked out. The runner came with the quarter piece at 11 o'clock. I was beginning to think Sweet was only half rat. At noon, 2 rollers broke the door down. I was coasting. I was draped in my PJs. They found the H and booked me for possession. I got a fin. I kicked the habit cold turkey in city jail. I did 3 years, 9 months in the state joint. I left my hair, teeth,
and looks in the joint. A con ran a shiv into my plumbing. That's why I limp and out of this tube in my side. I ain't had a since. Preston had choked up. He said, "Kid, you still want to try this track and cut into Sweet?" I turned my face from him. He was mopping his tears away with his sleeve. I was sure a lost, stupid punk. After a rundown like that, I was still itching to take my crack at the fast track. The rundown had only boosted my desire to meet the slick, icy Sweet. If I had been smart, I would have jumped in that Ford and rushed back to the sticks. I thought, Sweet hates yellow and white. I am black like him. The runt is black. Sweet won't have a black. I have no reason to fear him. I have nothing that he wants. I have to find him and pick his brain. I got to take the shortcut to become a great pimp. To hell with the Sweet cut-in. I'm not Bats, but I got to try this track. Yeah, Preston, I'm sure you got the hurt put on you, man. I feel for you. When I start pimping a zillion, I'll do something big for you. You are overdue for a break. Now tell me the best spot to down my package. He said, "You gotta get your head bumped, huh? What kind of package you got?" I said, "Black, 18, cute, stacked, and three-way." He said, "Blood, we are sitting on the best street in town for a package like that. Only drawback is this street is crawling with fast, hungry pimps. You will also be playing your girl against a half-dozen strong Jasper on the stem. They pimping tough as studs. They got some fancy corn to lay on a fine young. If your game ain't tight, you'll blow your girl fast. How long you had her? What kind of wheels you got?" I said, "About a week, but I got her up tight. That loves me. Nobody can steal her. And temporarily, I got a Ford." He threw his head back and started laughing. I thought he flipped his cork. He died laughing for a full minute. The tears were rolling down his cheeks when he stopped. He said, "Blood Lancaster, Slim Young, Dizzy Willie, or whatever your name is, don't get down in this town if you ain't hip that a pimp don't never have a tight. Do you believe any can love a pimp? You ain't no pimp. These slick will steal that young as soon as you down her. The bartenders and bellhops on this fast track are better pimp than the best in the hinterlands. You ain't got no front and flash. Some of these boot blacks got hogs. You'll get that young dazzled out from under you. Get out of town and be a good pimp in a chump town. Go to the West Coast. Believe me, you ain't ready for this one." He stopped rapping. He sat there just looking at me like I should bolt out the door and head for Suckerville. He sure thought he had spooked me. His ribbing had me hot as a bull-run musket. I thought, what did this crippled flunky think I came here for? I knew I was slow. I sure didn't intend to stay slow. I was determined to maybe get as fast and slick as Sweet Jones, the boss pimp. If I blew the runt, it wouldn't be the end of the world. This poor crybaby had let Sweet's cross destroy him. I said, "Look, Preston, I got lots of heart. I'm not a... I've been to the joint twice. I did tough bits, but I didn't fall apart. I believe my loves me in her freak way. I believe I got her. If I'm wrong and I blow her, so what? I won't give up no matter what happens. If I go stone blind, I'm still going to pimp. If my props get cut off, I'll wheel myself on the wagon looking for... I'm going to pimp or die. I'm not going to be a flunky in this white man's world. You can't convince me I can't pimp here. I know I could get my share of to peddle. I'm going to get hip to what I don't know. I'm not afraid of Sweet. I'm going to cut into him and pick his brain like a buzzard. A heavy-set Greek with a carny face came in the door. I dummied up. He walked by us, then he went through the small door in the partition. Preston started to put his shoes on. He looked nervous. I asked, "Who's the big stud? Is he?" He said, "Oh, he's the owner of the joint come to check the bankroll and cut box." "Then you and your pal are flunkies for the Greek?" Before he could answer, the Greek came out. Preston was slipping into his topcoat. The Greek paused and glared at him. He said, "I ain't paying you a fin a night to sit on your keister. I could get 100 boys to jump for that fin and the cot in the back. Your will grow icicles in the alleys if you don't get on the ball, get out on the midway, and dump some suckers into the joint." Preston said, "Yes, sir, Mr. Nick, but I wasn't sitting there more than a minute before you showed. You know nobody could pull a mark better than me." I avoided Preston's eyes when we got on the sidewalk. I knew what I'd see there. I felt sorry for him. I pulled the sawbuck from my pocket. I folded it and dropped it into his ragged coat pocket. He took it out and put it in his short pocket. He said, "Thanks, Blood. Maybe I was wrong about you. Maybe you got the guts for the fast track. You'll need all you got. Good luck, kid." I said, "Preston, thanks for the rundown. In 6 months, you'll have to anchor your eyeballs. I'm getting down right on this stem tomorrow night. You can't stop a stepper. Don't worry if the Greek boots you out. I'll cop you a pad." I peeped into my skull file and saw that roost note. My Mickey Mouse read 1:30 a.m. I headed toward the roost. I had been in town only 3.5 hours. It had cost me only 212 slats to find out how little I knew. It's easy for a half-wise punk to lock his mind. Just this was worth a fortune. I thought, I have to keep my mind like a sponge. I'll use my eyes and ears like suction cups. I have to know everything about crosses and fast. I got to find out the secrets of pimping. I don't want to be a half gigolo lover like the white pimps. I really want to control the whole. I want to be the boss of her life, even her thoughts. I got to con them that Lincoln never freed the slaves. The roost was still jumping. I copped the one open stool at the middle of the bar. A Mexican broad in a red satin cocktail dress brought me a pink planter's punch. The combo was speed riffing tea for two. Through the bar-length mirror, I could see a black ugly stud playing stinkfinger with an angel-faced white broad in the booth behind me. He was playing pocket pool with his other hand. The broad had her eyes closed. Her rhinestone tiara looked like a phony halo. She was biting her bottom lip like maybe she was taking a heavenly trip right there in the booth. My ear cups started sucking. The dapper joker on my right was rapping to the stud on the other side of him. He was saying, "I want my 3 bills back. That pretty ain't turned 3 tricks since you sold her to me. The is dying. She's falling apart. She can't walk the street." The seller said, "Jack, I sold you the package as is. I ain't responsible for divine acts." The buyer said, "Divine my. You knew that dog was rotten inside and needed a grand's worth of carving. Give me 1.5 yards and take this back." The seller said, "You a stick-up man. The was whole when I sold her. Maybe you trying to play carn on me. Maybe you stomped on the package. Maybe you put the in bad shape. I ain't buying her back, even if you wanted a slap for her." The buyer said, "Ain't this a. I went for the okie doke. I'm out 3 bills for a black dog with a foot in the grave." The seller said, "I'm pimping for myself, Jack. I ain't got no time to pimp for you. Just to get you off my... I'm going to run down for you. There's a house upstate with all trade. They don't spend but a fin, but there's a zillion of them. On weekends, they line up on the sidewalk. All you gotta do is cop some pills, patch the up, and take her up there. Up there ain't no walking. She can flap back, and so long as she keeps breathing, you can get some scratch. Jack, she may even last long enough so you can invest the scratch to overhaul her and still show a profit. The black and pretty, she ain't got much mileage on her. Them spies are wild for black broads. Jim, I've been running down the out for you. If you go for it, call me at noon. In the meantime, I'll contact the joint. Me and the house broad are tight. It's a cinch. You can place your grief tomorrow. The buyer said, Jack, you know I deserve some cooperation. I'll try anything to break even on that dog. I'll call you at noon. I ain't salty with you now. Let's split and make the scene at the lair. I'll pop for a couple rounds. The buyer stood up. He knocked his knuckles against the log. The cute Mexican broad came toward him to check him out. She stood before him. She was smiling. The seller drained his glass and stood. He leaned across the log, staring into her bosom. I was digging the action from the trapdoor in the corner of my eye. She said,
Both tabs come to $12. Yours is $7, your friend's is $5.
The buyer said, I've got 'em both. Here's a double saw. Keep the change, Miss Bet I get you. Say, girl, was that bum your father who brought you in when you started to work here last night? Ain't you afraid I'll salt and pepper you and eat you raw? She said,
No, not my father. My husband. He's no bum. He had on his work clothes. People are not good to eat. It's not nice to eat people. Thanks for the tip. Come back soon.
The buyer hurled his beak toward the ceiling and laughed. Flakes of grayish-white dust clung to the hairs in his nostrils. He had snorted and loaded his skull with H. Her mouth was still smiling. Her big black eyes had slitted in Latin fury. She turned away toward the register. She punched it. She came back. She stood staring at the buyer. She had a fin and 3 slats in her hand. She was crushing them into a missile. In the mirror, I saw the seller shaking his head as he walked out the door. The buyer was looking at her like the 8 slats had made her his indentured slave. The 4-carat stone on his left hand flashed like neon as he caressed his fly. He said, If that tramp was your man, I'm stealing you. I should kidnap you right now. You ain't got no business juggling suds. You got a mint between your big hairy legs. I'm gonna show you how to make $1,000 a week. I ain't never wanted nothing and didn't get it. I'm gonna get you. I'll be back at 4 to pick you up. A massive black bulk with a face like a rabid bulldog had come on the scene. It had to be the joint bouncer. He was standing several feet behind the buyer, grinning like a starved croc. He was hunching his shoulders. The Mexican broad was shaking. She fired a missile. It struck the buyer on the tip of his beak. He threw his hands across his face. She shouted,
You stupid, ugly filth! You insane bastard! Do you think I'd let you touch me? I wouldn't in your mouth to save your slimy life. If you ever look at me again, I'll cut your heart out!
The bouncer streaked toward the buyer like a howitzer shell. His feet clickety-clacked like the wheels of an express train against the parquet floor. He vised the buyer's rear end through the tail split in his topcoat. He seized the scrawny neck with his other giant paw. The buyer was almost airborne. The tips of his shoes did a tap dance against the floor on his way to the door. The joint was silent. The buyer swiveled his head back toward the angry tamale. Just before he skittled toward the sidewalk, he screamed, You square greasy chili gut! I'm gonna triple cross you! The joint got back on jump time. The combo started to riff Moon Indigo. I thought about the runt. The Mexican broad had her hands on her hips. She was looking at me. She wanted me to say the buyer was a no-good bastard. She didn't know I was up as a pledge in this club. I put a deuce on the log and walked out. It was 2:30 in the a.m. I walked to the corner. Preston had been right. Poison's black was standing in front of the liquor store. She hit on me. That terrible beating she had taken sure hadn't cured her bad habit. She said,
"Hi, Slim. Give me 10 and sock it in. I won't put the rush on you, handsome. Cop a jug and let's go freak off."
I jerked my head away from the sight of her like she was Medusa. I put my dogs in high gear and crossed the street. I had a quick vision of Poison's 13s giving me a butt ache. I got it to the Ford and made a U-turn. I was going to the Runt and some Doss. I caught Preston in my headlights on the turn. He was still out there trying to make the Greek richer. He waved. I honked. The mercury had fallen. The icy streets were like a ski run. Less than a mile from the roost, I saw a clean front of a hotel. The blue neon sparkled out, Blue Haven Hotel. I went into the blue and red lobby. A broad was on the desk. She had a razor slash on her tan cheek. She had the build and wrapper of a heavyweight wrestler. She said,
"You want something permanent or just for the night?"
I said, "How much are the permanent pads? I want the best you got. Whatever it is, it's got to be on the front with a view." She said,
"The best single rooms are $32.50 a week. The best 3-room apartments are $100 a week."
She got up and went to a red board behind her. She took several keys off and gave them to me. The elevator operator was an old stud reading a Wild Maggie and Jigs comic book. He was whistling "When the Saints Go Marching In." His peepers were glued to it like maybe he found the map to the Lost Dutchman. I got off on the 3rd floor. I looked at 2 single rooms. The carpets in them were stained and the furniture was battered. This was an underworld hotel, all right. I could smell the odor of gangster grass in the hallways. I took the stairs to the 4th floor. I looked into 2 apartments. I went for the second one. It was freshly decorated in gold and black paint. The furniture was blonde and new. It was spotless and flashy. The gold-draped front window gave a wide view of the stem. The pad was perfect for now. It would do until I hit the big time with a big stable. I went to the elevator and pressed the down button. The floor indicator dial was stuck between floor number 2 and 3. I took the stairs down. I figured the antics of Maggie and Jigs had put a lot of pressure on the old joker. Someone in the hotel was probably down there with the old coot. They were maybe using the comic book as a guide. I went to the desk. I registered and paid a week's rent in advance. I put the key in my pocket and went to the Ford. I drove toward the Runt. I saw a black leading a white man into the front door of the Martin Hotel 100 yards from the Haven. The Runt could take her good tricks there. It was 4 a.m. when I got there. I parked and went up to the hotel stairs. An elevated train shook the stairway as it passed. Its shadow leapt through the 2nd floor window and plunged like a rattling, speeding ghost across the wall. I turned left to number 20. I twisted my key in the lock and stepped inside. The Runt was wide-eyed. She leapt from the bed. She had on red baby doll pajamas. She squeezed herself hard against me. She acted like I had been gone a year. She said,
"Oh, Daddy, I am so glad you're back. I was worried like hell. Where have you been? Do you love me as much as I love you? Did you miss me? I'd die if anything ever happens to you."
A heart-aching montage tornadoed through my skull. I gritted my teeth. I felt my fingernails ice-picking into my palms. The Runt's love con had resurrected sad old scenes. I saw poor Black Henry. He was on his knees, blubbering his love for Mama. I saw his pitiful eyes begging Mama not to break his heart. I saw Mama kicking herself free of his clutching arms. I saw that terrible look of scorn and triumph on Mama's face. I thought about the worms that had devoured his flesh in his lonely grave. I shuddered and punched a runt with all my might against the left temple. On impact, needles of pain threaded to my elbow. She moaned and shot backward onto the bed. She bounced like she was on a trampoline. There was a crunchy, pulpy thud on the second bounce. She'd crashed face first on the steel edge at the foot of the bed. She just laid there breathing hard. I moved to the foot of the bed. I grabbed a fist full of hair. I turned her face toward me. Her eyes were closed, and there was a bloody gash just above her right eyebrow. I went to the face bowl and drew a pitcher of cold water. I doused her full in the face. Her eyes flickered open. She just lay looking up at me. A scarlet trickle ran down her cheek across her chin. She stroked the side of her face. She saw the blood. Her eyes full-mooned. Her mouth was open. I stood looking down at her. The guts in my were twisting. I could feel hot currents firing up that generator at the base of my weapon. Then she said,
Why, Daddy? What did I do? What did I say to get my whipped? Are you high or what?
I said, shh. If I have you 100 years, don't ever ask me where I've been. Don't ever try to play that bullshit love con on me. We're not squares. I'm a pimp. And you're... Now get up and keep a cold towel on that eyebrow. She got up and stood at the wash bowl, washing the blood off. Her big eyes were staring at me through the mirror. I didn't know she had started to keep a revenge score in her skull. 7 years later, she would tally up and happily cross me into prison. She sat on the side of the bed, pressing a towel against the wound. I got in the sack in the raw. In 15 minutes, the leak had stopped. It was now only a small, puckered slash. She crawled in beside me. She nibbled at my ear. That lizard did cross-country laps and then took the boss trek around the world. I lay there silently. I was trying to figure the real reason why I had slugged her. I couldn't find the answer. My thoughts were hamstrung by the razor edge of conscience. She whispered,
Daddy, do you feel like tying me down? Please, I want you to.
I said, shh. You got a one-track mind. I'm gonna tie you down like a sow in a slaughterhouse. After you get your rocks off, I'm gonna give you the rundown on that stem you're working tonight. Get on your back. Stretch your legs out and put your arms above your head. That's right, you sweet freak. Shh. Chapter 6. Drilling for Oil. That Thunderbolt L-train had trembled the room a half-dozen times. Dawn had broken through a smeary sky. Fingers of pale gray light poked through the frayed window shades. She was lying in my arms. I saw flakes of brown blood beneath her chin. Her heart against my side was sprinting like a wildcat's facing the hounds. I could hear the clip-clop of an ice huckster's horse. The creaking wagon. Wheels were in rhythm to his pitch. He sang, Iceman, ice! 100 for 20, 54 dime. Keep your watermelon cold and your pork chops fine. Invite old Joe up to Chitlins just any old time. Iceman, ice! I thought, even the Iceman is starving down here. I gotta get down up there on that stem. Off Preston's rundown, that stem must be a son of a... I gotta down her there. It's where the scratch is. When I run down to her, I have to be cool and confident. I can't falter and tip her. I'm still going to school. I'm gonna really remember to get down, run down. I hustle from those pimps in the joint. I said, Phyllis, Daddy's been out there casing those streets. It's like walking in the river of tricky crap. If I had any other but you, I wouldn't say she couldn't go out there and get me some scratch. Baby, I got a lot of confidence in you. I know no stud or con can sell you a pig in the poke. In fact, I would stand in the halls of Congress and swear that you would be too busy getting scratched to even listen to fish. Am I right so far about you, or have I overrated you? She said,
Daddy, I'm a big girl now. No nickel slick bastard can steal me from you. You know what you, and always will. Honey, I just want to be your little dog and make you $1 million. When we get rich, maybe you won't mind if Gay, my daughter, lives with us. She's only 2. She's so cute and friendly, you'll be crazy about her. My aunt in St. Louis takes care of her.
I was sure a sap making like a pimp. Here I'd had her a week and I was flat-footed. I hadn't heard about a crumb crusher. Worse, I haven't given her a deep quiz. I really knew nothing about her. It had been the one rundown from the joint I'd goofed. I had been satisfied with the shallow rundown from that barkeep. The pimps in the joint had said,
They ain't nothing more important than what makes a tick and why. You gotta scrape her brain. Find out whether the first joker who laid her was her father or who. Make her tell you her life story. If she can remember back in her mammy's, good. Fit all of the pieces together. Maybe then you'll know if she's a 2-day package or a 2-year package. Don't try to play him in the dark. Quiz him into a crack-up if you have to. Wake him up from a dead sleep. Check the answers you got with what you get.
I said, Girl, your rap is right on the scratch. It's you and me against the world. I'm gonna make a star out of you. We are going to get rich as cream. You gotta hump your off in those streets, baby. As soon as we get a big bundle, you go cop the kid. Now forget about her until we get in shape. I don't want anything in your skull but those tricks out there. Now listen carefully. I want you to work nothing but the street. Stay out of the bars. Don't drink, smoke gangster, or use anything while you're working. Your skull has got to be sharp and clear out there. Otherwise, you could lose your life. And almost as bad, my scratch. Believe me, I am not yeasting it. I want you to memorize everything that happens while you're working. I want a rundown every night after you knock off. Maybe some stuffed player will set you up like tonight and take you off tomorrow night. Keep those crack wise out of your face. If I see you rapping to a Jasper broad, I'm gonna put my foot in your... Play for cruising white tricks. Spade tricks are trouble. They all want to make a home. You're black and beautiful. They cannot resist you. They are the freaks and they got the scratch. Ask them for 100 and take 10. You can go down on the price. You can't go up. Don't go to nobody's pad. For a double saw or over, take them to the Martin down the street from where we are gonna move. Flip out of wheels as much as possible. Flip them fast and crack more scratch for overtime. Your name is Mary Jones. I got enough BR to raise you fast. You're not a thief. I don't need a bondsman or a lip now. You don't have a sheet. You see a young girl out there, square or pull her. Be friendly to her. Build me up. You know, tell her how smart and sweet I am. Don't let no pull you. This family needs some. Don't bring no junkie to me. Now, is there anything you don't understand? She said,
No, Daddy. I dig everything. You can wire me if something turns up I don't dig. Daddy, I am so proud of you. You are so clever and strong. I feel so safe being your girl. I'm gonna be a star for you.
I had told her all I knew. It was just pimp garbage. What the 90% know to tell her. What she really needed to protect herself in those terrible streets were daily rundowns for as long as she was my woman. How could I run down 1,000 crosses sheet face? All I knew I'd gotten from the pimps in the joint. There were only fair pimps from small towns. None of them had the guts or savvy for this rapid track. The runt and me were a pure case of the blind leading the blind. I was bone tired. I had to be fresh for our debut. I said, Sugar, let's cop some DOS. We got a hectic night coming up. Oh, I forgot. Some louse put the heist on your slum. Don't worry. With what you got to offer, I'll have enough scratch soon to score for the real thing. This is our last day in this flop house. I copped us a jazzy little pad uptown. Sleep tight, baby puppy. She said,
All right, Daddy. I'm going to sleep. I wonder how Gay is doing.
When I woke up, I thought the runt had scalded me with hot grease. I was in a flaming sweat. My ticker was smashing inside my chest like a wrecker's demolition ball. That cunning joker playing God had conned me again. I had whipped my poor mama again. The runt's frightened big eyes almost touched mine. That puckered gash looked like she had grown an extra cat. She was saying,
Daddy, are you all right? It's your baby, Phyllis. Damn, you had a kitty nightmare. Was the heat chasing you or something?
I said, No, baby. As a matter of fact, you were in trouble. You had done a stupid thing in the street. You let a pip-con you into his hog. It turned out he was a crazy gorilla. He was trying to cut your throat. I saved you before he croaked you. Dreams often carry warnings, so stay the out those pimps' hogs. She said,
Daddy, I'm looking for white tricks and hogs. That's where the long scratch is. Ain't no gonna put my in a sling. I'm too slick for that okey doke. You're not going to get salty with me about a dream, I hope. Daddy, I ain't gonna bullshit you out there.
It was 5:20. By 7 o'clock, we had moved to the Blue Haven. The runt went for the pad. First thing, she lifted the phone off the hook to see if it worked. I said, Tell your tricks to call you here. She laid the bearskin and freaked the joint off with her lights and other crap. Except for the fake stars, it was a fair mock-up of her pad where I had copped her. She went to the street to get down at 8. I told her to work just the block where we padded for a week or so. I went to the front window. 10 minutes after she got down, she broke luck. A white trick in the 37 Buick picked her up. I timed her. She had racehorse speed. She was back on the track in 9.5 minutes. A black pretty broad could sure scratch a white man's itch fast. I watched her scratch 3. I showered and got as pretty as I could. I made an urgent skull note to cop a hot vine connection. I also needed a gangster and cocaine contact. I got the elevator. I left the key at the desk. I had told the runt to check her scratch past 40 slats into the toe of my tan Stetsons. I got into the Ford. I waved to the runt on my way to the roost. It sure was a thrill to have a young, fine humping for me. I parked across the street from the roost. I dabbed a sponge into the box of Sunglow face powder in the glove compartment. I made my face up into an even, glowing tan. I got out and crossed the street toward the roost. It was 10:30. The sky was a fresh, bright This first April night had gone sucker and gifted her with a shimmering bracelet of diamond stars. The fat moon lurked like an evil yellow eye staring down at the pimps, hustlers, and hawk-eyeing for Mark, a cop. I felt the raw tenderness of first April winds lashing at the hem of my white alligator. I felt the birth stirrings of that poisonous pimp's rapture. I felt powerful and beautiful. I thought I was still black in the white man's world. My hope to be important and admired could be realized even behind this black stockade. It was simple. Just pimp my off and get a ton of scratch. Everybody in both worlds kissed your ass black and blue if you had flash in front. I was 6 storefronts away from the roost. He stood in the center of the sidewalk. I looked down at him. He was a foot shorter than the runt. He looked like a black baby who had taken ugly pills. His head was the size of a giant pumpkin. His voice was a squeal like a clappy joker when the croaker rams a sound down his... He squealed, "Shine 'em up, hotshot. If I had your hand, I'd throw mine away. Get on big time. Shines ain't but a dime. Shine 'em up." I looked down at my stomps. They could stand a gloss all right. I followed the pointing, gnarled finger to the dwarf's open-air stand. It sat at the mouth of a gangway between 2 buildings. The red fringes of its tattered canvas top rippled in the breeze. I climbed into the chair. The dwarf was slapping polish on my Stetsons. A thin stud with at least half a grand in threads on his back took the other chair. He was wearing silver nail polish. He was reeking with perfume. A gleaming black custom Dosenberg eased into the curb in front of me. The top was down. My peepers did a triple take. A huge stud was sitting in the back seat. He had an ocelot in his lap dozing against his chest. The cat was wearing a stone-studded collar. A gold chain was strung to it. He was sitting between 2 spectacular high yellow. His diamonds were blazing under the streetlight. 3 gorgeous white were in the front seat. He looked exactly like Boris Karloff in blackface. He was rapping something. All 5 of those were turned toward him. They were listening and paying attention like he was God giving them a pass to heaven. He could have been running down a safe place to hide because the world was coming to an end. I said, "Who is that?" The dwarf said, "You gotta be from out of town. That's Sweet Jones. He's the greatest pimp in the world." The thin joker said, "That spotted cat, Miss Peaches, is the only he cares, lives, or croaks. Stay shh. Them you pin in ain't but half the stable. If they got pimps in outer space, he's the best of them, too. He's gonna take them to the roost and pop some. He's lugging 20 G's in his rays. Ain't no heist man crazy enough to stick him up, though. He croaks for his recreation." I couldn't believe what I saw. This was only 1938. Those Duesenbergs cost a fortune. He must have been the only black pimp in the country who owned one. My peepers just watching him and those high-powered... It was as exciting as maybe Christ making his encore. The dwarf had shined my stomps. I gave him $1. I sat there and watched Sweet Jones and those get out of the Duesenberg and walk toward the roost. The black-spotted cat slinked beside him. I thought, tonight I got to cut into him. I got to be careful so I don't blow him. The cut-in has to be in the roost. I'll go in and cook up something in there. I got off the stand. I passed Poison's problem whore. She was sitting beside a joker in a red hog. She had a bottle of gin in her jib turned straight up. As I neared the roost, I saw old Preston trying to shoo 2 marks into the Greek's joint. Just as I turned into the roost, he bucked his eyes and jerked his thumb at me. He was tipping me Sweet was in the roost. I nodded my head and went in. It was an off night for the combo. The jukebox was grinding out pennies from heaven. The joint hadn't crowded yet. There were maybe a half-dozen couples in the booths. Sweet Jones and his were the only people at the log. They were in the center. The cat was licking her paws beneath Sweet's stool. I sat at the log near the front door facing him and the stable. The pretty Mexican broad was standing in front of him. Sweet was buying the house a drink. She served his party. She glanced at me. She remembered my drink. She brought me a planter's punch on Sweet. The floor waitress loaded a tray from the log and served the couples in the booths all on Sweet. I sat there, studying Sweet. He had to be 6'6". His face was like a black steel mask. Not a flicker of emotion played over it. He kept smashing the heels of his brute-sized hands together like he was crushing an invisible throat. Even at a distance, it made me edgy. I guess it kept his on the brink of on themselves. If he had smiled, maybe they would have dropped dead from shock. He sure proved pimping wasn't a charm contest. Those lit his cigarette. They took turns feeding him sips of his coke. They fought to ram their noses up his. I froze. One of the white broads was whispering in his ear. Those unearthly gray eyes of his in the ebony sockets were staring at me. I could hear the thud of those meat sledges. I thought, Christ almighty, mama darling, I hope my double hasn't put the muscle on this broad for some snatch or scratch. Please don't let this broad bum finger me. He slid his terrible pearl gray peepers off me. I saw him pound the bottom of his glass against the log. The Mexican broad expressed to him. He was rapping to her. She was nodding her head and looking down the log at me. My Stetsons on the stool rung were slamming together like the heels of a flamenco dancer. The jukebox was sobbing Lady Day's beef about her mean but sweet man. I wondered if I'd see the runt again, and if not, how soon she'd get another kicker. The couples in the booths were bug-eyeing the arena. It was maybe like the Circus Maximus. The doomed Christian, me, pitted against the king of beasts, him, plus the ocelot. The Mexican broad came slowly toward me. Her face was tight and serious as she stood before me. She had pity in her peepers. She hated capital punishment. She said,
Mr. Jones wants you to come to him pronto.
I started hoofing that 1,000 miles to Mr. Jones. On the way, I dusted off the 175 IQ in my skull. I got to him. The cat snarled under the stool. It pasted its yellow eyes on me. I jerked my eyes from the cat and kept them riveted to the floor. I was afraid to look into Sweet's glowing peepers up close. I knew I'd crap in my pants. He whirled around on his stool, his back to the log. I glued my peepers to the tapping tips of his needle-toed patent leather stomps. I flinched at each crash of his huge hooks. He whispered,
You know who I am? Look at me while I'm smiling to you.
That teletype in my skull hammered out the escape hatch. It read, For this maniac, you gotta be just like a Mississippi. You gotta pretend he's a white lynch mob leader. You gotta con him. But be careful, don't get cute. Keep your nose square in his. Jeff it out all the way. I said, Sure I know who you are, Mr. Jones. You're the black god of the sporting world. Ain't a alive unless he's stupid and deaf that ain't heard your fame and name ring. The reason I don't look at you is because I remember what happened to that sucker in the Bible that snitched a peep. His broke out into gales of laughter. Miss Peaches wasn't a lady. She broke wind and grinned. Those patent leather toes stopped tapping. Could I be selling it? He reached out and grabbed my chin. He held my head up and cupped it in his giant hook. I flexed my belly to take up the slack in my bowels. Those deadly gray slits almost slugged me into a dead faint. When he opened his jib, I saw spidery webs of spit for an instant bridge his fat lips. He said,
Little, who are you? And where you from? You kinda look like me. Maybe members here like her.
I neatly sidestepped his booby trap. I said, Mr. Jones, I'm nobody trying in your world to be somebody. I was born right here in your town. Could be my mammy went for you. What wouldn't? If I was a I'd give you some scratch to get some. He said,
You like fine white? This dog of mine wants you to lay her. I'll give my what they want. You gonna lay her for a double saw?
My skull raced out the warning. Fool! Watch your... I said, Mr. Jones, I don't want no kind of a... unless it hangs on my own. Mr. Jones, I'm a pimp like you. I don't want nothing but some pimp scratch. My principles won't let me turn no reverse trick. Mr. Jones, I ain't no party freak. I want to be great like you. I ain't never going to amount to anything if I screw up the rules of the pimp game. You the greatest pimp on earth. You got great pimping by the rules. Would you want a poor dumb pimp like me to chump out at the start? His freak white woman pouted at his side. She begged Nero to flip his thumbs down. She said,
Mr. Jones, make this pretty punk freak off with your baby. You don't let nobody say no to you. Since he's dreaming he's a pimp, it will be wild kicks for me. Force him, Daddy. Force him. Show him who's boss. Sick Miss Peaches on him.
He shoved her aside. The boa constrictor uncoiled from around my chest. I saw contempt paint over the skull and crossbones in his peepers. I drew a deep breath. He roared,
You little fanny, he said. You a pimp? You can't spell pimp. You couldn't make a pimple on a pimp's. Again, I'll blow your head off through that ceiling. Don't let the word pimp come out of your jib in my presence. Now get out of my face, so I'll finish your son.
The cat slithered from under the stool. She crouched on her belly and stared up at me. I wasn't David. Good thing I wasn't. I was sure mad at the kooky bastard. I grinned and fished a fin out. I tossed it on the log and dragged tail out the door to the streets. I was glad I hadn't stacked that slingshot switchblade in my pocket against that .38 Magnum stuck beneath Goliath's belt. The door smacked Preston a hard shot in the forehead. He had been peeping through a slat in the door blind. He rubbed his head. He looked scared. He said, Kid, I told you he's nuts. You keep it up, a groundhog will be your mailman. To play it safe, you better give me your mama's address. I gotta know where to ship your corpse. Where you going now? I said, Look, Preston, I didn't cut into him. He cut into me. Hell, I ain't no head shrinker. I couldn't handle the maniac. I'm splitting to the Ford to think. He was clucking his jib when I walked away from him. I collapsed onto the Ford seat. I was stinking from the fierce sweat in the bar. My pants were soggy. I saw the white broad that was burning the freak off of me. She was holding the roost door open. Sweet filed out. His strutted out behind him. They walked behind him to the Duesenberg. A tall, brown-skinned joker with a gleaming head of processed hair got out of a red hog. He was the gutty stud I saw pouring that gin down Poison's girl. Sweet's stable had gotten into the Duesenberg. The shiny-topped joker and Sweet were rapping on the sidewalk. They pounded each other on the back. They looked like boon buddies. Miss Peaches stood lashing her tail at Sweet's side. I almost leapt out of my hide. It was Preston banging on the car window. I unlocked the door. He slid in. His peepers were ballooning, looking past me to Sweet on the other side of the street. He was sucking air like a mackerel on the beach. He was shoving a rusty Owlhead .22 pistol across the seat. He was trembling like the 0 second had come to assassinate maybe FDR. He said, "Kid, you sitting here hating him, ain't ya? You despise his guts. I saw the way you was looking at him. A bastard like him ain't got a right to live on God's green earth. Do yourself and the world a favor, kid. Take this rod and walk sneaky-like down that sidewalk while he's rapping to Glass Top. Stick the barrel in his ear and pull the trigger. Then quick, blow the cat's brains out. It's easy, kid. You can do it. Every in the country will love you, kid. It's your chance to get great. Go on, kid. Do it now. You ain't never gonna get a choicer chance." I said, "Preston, I'm not hip to the murder game. I don't want to get hip to it. I don't want to blow his brains out on that sidewalk and waste them. I want his brains to work inside my skull. You getting old, Preston. You can't even dent the mustard. He screwed you around 1,000 times worse than me. You can't lose for winning. Why don't you be the hero and croak him? Look, Preston, take that Tommy gun and split. I like you, but give me a break, huh? I've had a funky night and my skull needs a change." He said, "Kid, you think I ain't got the guts? He ruined me, kid. He destroyed me. He's just another again. He ain't no bear, and that cat ain't no tiger. I'm going over there right now and cash him out." Old Preston sprang out of the car. I watched him all the way. That game leg had him tilting from side to side. He looked like one of those doty Spirit of 76 jokers on the posters around the 4th of July. I wondered if he was tanked up with enough rot gut moxie to really fold Sweets' dukes for good across his chest. Preston was on the other side of the street, only 20 feet from Sweet and Glass Top. His mitt was rammed into his benny pocket, keeping the rod warm and ready. Preston's shoulders and back were stiff and straight. Sweet's back was toward me. He was facing the sidewalk. I thought, the old dingbat may do it. He sure had reasons. Sweet put the hurt to him all right. Will there be much gore? Will Sweet croak right away? Or flop around in the street like a chicken with his head wrung off? Will Miss Peaches leap up and cut Preston's throat? If Preston croaks him, I'll have to cut into poison. I'll bleed his skull. He will be top pimp. Maybe a couple of those 10 Sweet's got will go for me. I'd be some kind of son of a in a Duesenberg. Preston came abreast of Sweet. He had slowed to an amble. I could see his yellow mitt easing out of his pocket. He got maybe 3 feet past Sweet and stopped. He was going to do it. He was coming back for a fatal flank sneak. At that instant, Sweet turned his buffalo head and looked down at Preston. Miss Peaches stiffened. I saw a black cavern open in Preston's toothless yellow face. The chicken-hearted bastard had been chilled by those awful gray orbs and a cat. He was grinning at Sweet. He scooted his empty hand out of his pocket. Preston might have made it if Sweet hadn't turned those lights on him. Old Preston bowed his bald head. He walked toward the Greek's joint. His shoulders were sagging. His back was a stooped slouch. Old Preston had missed his choice chance at glory. I just sat watching Sweet and trying to plot a way to cut into him. It looked hopeless. Finally, Sweet got in the rear seat of his Duesenberg. The cat leapt into his lap. One of the white broads roared it away. I saw Glasstop pat his greasy dome as he turned into the roost. I thought, that glossy top stud with a face like a pretty might be the tunnel to Sweet. I took my sponge out and freshened my makeup. I got out of the Ford and walked to the roost. The joint was getting crowded. I was lucky. There was an empty stool. The beautiful Joker was on a stool next to it. The memory of that 4-slat tip out of the fin sent the tamale skidding to me. I sipped my planter's punch. I drummed my Stetsons against the stool legs. Hamp's flying home was rocking the joint. A pack of white broads had a booth behind me. They looked like they had been to a PTA meeting. Their perfume sent a medley of sexy odors through the joint. They were flirting their cans off. I guess they were writers. They were maybe doing urgent research on the habits of the black male. I wasted no time. I was afraid the pretty Joker might split. I snatched my eyes from the excited pack in the mirror. I turned my head toward him and touched him lightly on the sleeve. He was sure a wrongdoer, all right. He frogged at least 3 inches off his stool. It was like I stabbed him in the butt with a red-hot poker. He turned his shocked face toward mine. His silky, long-lashed eyes were popped wide in alarm. He had panicked like maybe a cute nun caught naked in the priest's bedroom by the Mother Superior. I said, "Geez, excuse me, Jim. I didn't know you were in deep thought. I'm sorry I hit on you like a square. My name is Youngblood. I'm a friend of Preston's. You must be the fabulous Glasstop. It will be a boss honor to buy you a taste." He patted his shiny mop and said,
"Yeah, man, I'm Glasstop. What's your stupid story? You young studs sure ain't got no finesse. It drags me to get hit on like that. When somebody touches me, I like to be digging it and facing the stud, you know? I ain't salty. I dig you ain't nothing but a punk that needs his coat pulled to social polish and class. I ain't no lush. You can spring for a Coke if you want. Tell her to sugar it heavy."
The Mexican broad spooned sugar into a glass and brought his Coke. He stirred it with a straw. He raised the glass to drink. I noticed ugly black tracks tracing the veins on his light brown mitt. He was a junkie for sure. He would know where the cops see and probably gangster for the runt. He was also a pal of Sweet's. Maybe I could make a 2-bird killing here. He said,
"So you know Preston. What's your racket? You a till-tapper? Or maybe a burglar, huh?"
I said, "I've been knowing Preston since I was a kid. I used to buff his stomps when he was pimping. I'm no till-tapper or burglar. I'm a pimp. You must be a pimp yourself. I saw you rapping to the best pimp there is." He said,
"You a pimp? I ain't never heard of you. Where you pimping? In Siberia? Sweet ain't the best pimp there is.
I am.
Pimps are just like cars. The best known ain't no real yardstick to the best car. It's like I'm a Duesenberg and Sweet's a Ford. I got all the quality and the beauty. He's got all the advertising and all the luck. Sweet's got 10, I got 5. These in town ain't hip to how great I am yet. When they wake up to me, I'll have to fight them off with a baseball bat. How many girls you got?"
I said, "I only got 1 girl now. I just got out of the joint, but I'm going to have 10 in a year. This town will hear about me." I was thinking about cutting into some top pimp like Sweet. I'm not stupid enough to think I don't need to learn 1,000 times more about pimping than I know. I also need connections like for girl and gangster. I'm just a kid in darkness waiting for some brain to help light the way. He said, "Stay cool, blood. I just remember I left my kitty slammer open. I'll be back after I lock it." I looked in the mirror and saw him go out. He turned left towards the Greek's joint. I knew he was going to Preston to check me out. When he walked out, that panting pack behind me turned as one. It was like Gary Grant had walked out. The jukebox was moaning gut bucket blues. Some joker was singing "Going Down Slow." "Don't send no doctor. Doctors sure can't do no good. Please write my mother. Tell her the shape I'm in. I'm going down slow." I remembered it had been my father's favorite record. He had kept it spinning on the rich Victrola. I remembered his shocked face there in the doorway when he discovered it and everything else gone. I wondered if he were alive and still in town. If I ran into him, I sure wouldn't know what to say to him after all these years. I saw the silk chicks crane their necks toward the door. I switched my eyes left in the mirror. I saw Glass Top coming in. Those chickens were clucking when he sat down. I said, "Jack, aren't you afraid those silk bras behind us will you?" He said,
If you stripped and searched all of them, you wouldn't find a C-note. They ain't nothing but square housewives. They sick of the having at home. They laying to swindle chump out of their youth. They know enough on each other to keep all their jibs sealed. Ain't a chance for their husbands to tumble to what's going on, so what if some white joker who knows them made the scene and saw him? Every one of them is just slumming out with the girls, Jack. What they got is a secret club.
I said, "Top, I'm afraid. I sure wish I had a snort of girl. Can you score?" He told me,
Blood, I believe you are down, young stud. I got news for you. You could score right with me. I got the best girl and boy in town. Even my reefer is dynamite. Blood, I love you. You got heart. How much stuff you want?
I said, "What's the bite for girl?"
A fin for a number 5 cap, a 16th for a C, a piece for $1,000. I got a cozy pad around the corner. There, you can fly to the moon, pimping buddy.
I said, "Top, let's split to your pad. If your girl is mellow, I'll maybe go for a C note." I threw a fin on the log. The Mexican showed me her choppers like I was her dentist. 3 square black studs were standing, rapping to the purring pack in the booth. We went out and got in Glass Top's hog. My foot struck a bottle. I looked down. It was the dead gin soldier poison's sucked dry. The hog shot from the curb like a red torpedo. Eckstein syrupy cottage for sale oozed from the hog's radio. I thought, I sure gotta hurry and get my into a hog at least. I'll cop a Duesenberg in maybe a year. Jeez, it must be 1:30. I should have checked on the run. My luck is changing though. This glossy top joker is my end to sweet. He lived in a plush apartment building. It had all the jazz. Technicolored lights spotlighted the exterior. Fake rubber plants stood tall in the foyer. We took a chrome and brass elevator to his second-floor pad. Thick red broadloom carpet wall to wall in the hall. Fresh black and gold paint sparkled the walls and ceilings. A Polynesian-type dream took our bennies and my lid in a small silver-mirrored entrance hall. My feet sank into the soft lavender carpet. I could hear the deep-throated boom of a console phonograph. The Ink Spot's lead tenor was parfuming, whispering grass. I followed Top and the olive-tinted beauty into the womb-light living room. Double heavy lavender drapes covered the windows. Not a beam of streetlight or sunshine could violate this pimp's lair. Top and I sat on a long gray sofa. It had cost him a big buck to lower the ceiling with the silver lame fabric. The only light came from a glass-topped cocktail table. It gurgled and flashed a pale blue light. A score of yellow, red, and orange tropical fish streaked inside the aquarium built 6 inches below the tabletop. 2 gray rubber hoses at each end of the tank ran down into the lavender carpet. It was a slick drain-off and freshwater gimmick. The broad was almost naked. She stood wide-legged in front of us like a bellhop waiting for orders. The table's blue light behind her silhouetted her Coca-Cola bottle curves inside the flame-red shorty gown. I saw a 4-inch cone of jet hair between her thighs. She had a rare cat with that extra dimension. I unglued my eyes and looked into her face. She had the dreamy eyes of a freakish Mona Lisa. He said,
"Shh, bring a couple of outfits and some caps of girl and boy. Oh yeah, blood, this is Radell."
That awesome round butt of hers jiggled as she wiggled past me. The big white phonograph in the corner was booming out a novelty tune.
When your pipes get dry, then you know you're high. Everything is dandy. You truck on down to the candy store, but you don't get no peppermint candy. Then you know your body's scent. You don't care if you don't pay rent. Light a tea and let it be if you're a viper.
This pretty gouster is sure pimping his off, I thought. He's a crazy gouster if he thinks he'll con me into banging any H. I'm not even sure about shooting the girl. Of course I can't come off like a hayseed either. I said, "Jim, you sure ain't jiving. Your layout is a son of a shit." He said,
"I got 5 bedrooms here. These on this fast track dig front and flash. You can't pimp here unless you got 'em. Jack, this C I got ain't gonna let you split for a while. You may as well shed your threads and get in the groove."
The broad brought the outfits, a spoon and a dozen white and brown caps. She put them on the cocktail table. She slid it closer to us. The water tidal waved in the tank. The fish started in a frenzy. She stopped and started unlacing Top's shoes. I reached into my pocket for a C-note. I had peeled it off from my crotch stash before leaving the haven. He said,
"This flight is on me. It's a sample. You can cop what you want later."
We stripped our clothes off to our shorts. His were candy-striped silk. I felt like a bum in my white cotton jocks. The broad draped our clothes on each arm of the gray overstuffed chair across the room. She didn't have any of my scratch in her mitt when she came away. She stood next to me. The phone on the end table beside him jangled. He uncradled it. He said,
"Castle of Joy was your desire. Oh yeah, Angelo, she's here. Hell no, she ain't Dawson. She's on her way."
He hung up and said,
"Just slip your Benny on and get downtown to that head bellboy at the Franklin Arms. Dimples and the other girls are getting more action than they can turn. Take the key to the kitty and get there fast."
The broad zipped out of there in less than 3 minutes. She sure liked getting her man some money. Those tricks at the Franklin were going to give their swipes a treat all right. I thought, I gotta make the runt cultivate her cat like that broad's. He said,
"That's a good young I got there. I copped her in Hawaii a year ago. There are 20,000 white suckers in town for a convention. They got a double saw in one hand and their swipes in the other. Radell ain't had no sleep in 36 hours. My other 4 been humping at the Franklin since early this morning. I can't miss a 5G score for the 3 days, even with Angelo's 30% off the top. Ain't but a C a day for a girl in oil for the heat."
He got up and whistled our belts through the loops in our pants. He walked back and started to coil my belt around my arm just above the elbow hollow. "Look, Top, I'm not a square, I said, but I ain't shooting no H. I'm game to bang some C. I've been curious to try it like that. He said,
Kid, I ain't to hip you that after mate comes sable. Ain't nothing a greater blast than horse. It's your privilege to wake up slow if you want. Horse is what puts the ice in the pimp's game.
He upended a cap of girl into the spoon and stuck an eyedropper into the fish tank. He pressed the bulb and drew the dropper full. He emptied it into the spoon. He held the yellow flame of a table lighter beneath the spoon and took a tiny wad of cotton from an ashtray. He tossed it into the bowl of the spoon and then wrapped a thin piece of cellophane around the tip of the dropper. He fitted the needle on it. He stuck the hollow end of the needle into the cotton and drew the dropper full. I felt my blood smashing against the tight coils of the belt. I saw the veins balloon in the throbbing hollow. I smelled the sharp, sickly sweet odor of the cocaine. My palms were dripping sweat. He had the spike in his right hand. He grabbed my forearm with his left hand. I turned my head and closed my eyes. I bit down on my bottom lip, waiting for the stabbing plunge of the needle. He said,
Damn, you got some beautiful lines.
I shivered when he daggered in. I opened my eyes and looked. My blood had shot up into the dropper. He was pressing the bulb. I saw the blood-streaked liquid draining into me. It was like a ton of nitro exploded inside me. My ticker went berserk. I could feel it clawing up my throat. It was like I had 1,000,000 swipes in every pore from head to toe. It was like they were all popping off together in a nerve-shredding climax. I was quivering like a joker in the hot seat at the first jolt. I tried to open my talc-dry mouth. I couldn't. I was paralyzed. I could feel a hot ball of puke racing up from my careening guts. I saw the green, stinking puke rope arch into the black mouth of the wastebasket. I felt the cool metal against my chest. I saw Top's manicured fingers pressing it close to me. He was saying,
You'll be all right in a minute, kid. You thought I was bullshitting when I told you I had the best stuff in town.
I still couldn't say anything. I felt like the top of my skull had been crushed in. It was like I had been blown apart and all that was left were my eyes. The tiny prickly feet of ecstasy started dancing through me. I heard melodious bells tolling softly inside my skull. I looked down at my hands and thighs. A thrill shot through me. Surely they were the most beautiful in the universe. I felt a Superman surge of power. I thought it was a cinch that any stud as beautiful and clever as me would become the greatest pimp in history. What could resist me? I turned and stared at the ugly stud beside me. He said,
Did you hear those chapel bells? Ain't they a kid?
Yeah, man, I heard 'em loud and clear. Right now, I like to see the I couldn't make. I'm sure wild to bang girl. The only time I'll snort after this is when I'm in the street between bangs. He said,
Blood, you sure know what to say. Just don't forget where to cop. The more you buy, the cheaper I'll make it. I love you, Blood. We're gonna be tight.
He had a time trying to bang himself. He was only around 32, but most of his veins had folded. He finally hit pay clay in his inner right thigh. He kept the needle in, pumping the horse into the vein, then drawing it out. I said, Jack, why the hell do you screw around like that? He said,
Man, you ain't hip? That's where the thrill is. When I jack this joint off, the horse kicks my groovy.
I lost tally of time while we sat on the sofa and banged stuff. After the second cap, I started banging myself. After that first bang, the thrill wasn't as good and sharp. Top was coasting. There were 3 caps of H still on the tabletop. There was no girl. I had banged 5 caps of girl. I looked at my Mickey. It was 5 a.m. I went to my clothes and started to dress. My ticker was speeding inside my frosty chest. I said, Top, I got a split. I want a 16th of girl and a can of reefer. Here's a C note and 20 slats. He pulled up from the sofa. He took the scratch and went into a bedroom. He came out and handed me a tobacco can sealed with rubber bands. He said,
Kid, I put a couple yellows in your bag so you can come down and get some DOS. Where you patting? You don't want to walk through the street with that package of sizzle on you. I'll call a cab.
I said, thanks, Top. I'm patting at the Blue Haven, but my wheels are just around the corner across from the roost. I'll hoof it there. The fresh air will be a kick. I stood at the living room doorway to the entrance hall. He was uncapping a thing of horse. I thought, now's the time to crack on him to sew up the cut into sweet. I gotta phrase it right. This joker envies sweet. I said, Top, I was thinking how much more common sense and cool you got than your pal Sweet. His hands froze. His eyes beat his mouth to the question. I knew Preston hadn't told him about my clash with Sweet. I guess Preston's chicken act had blocked Sweet out of his mind. Top said,
You know Sweet personally?
I met him last night in the roost. That tall blonde of his wanted me to freak off of her. Sweet offered me a double saw to do the job. I stood on pimp principle and turned him down. He flipped his cork. He forced me to split. He told me he'd blow my head through the ceiling. I figured he might do it. I guess now I had blown my chance to get acquainted with him. I don't suppose anybody in town is strong enough with him to square me and cut me into him. As foxy as you are, Top, I wouldn't be shocked if you couldn't cut it. After all, the man is complicated. Come to think about it, Top, I don't have a real need to meet him since I met you. My main reason now is I don't want a crazy enemy like that. So if you tell me it's over your head, I'll forget it. Stay out of his way and take my chances. I love you, Top, and I wouldn't want anything to happen to you on my account. He gobbled it raw and whole. He flung this girlish head back and roiled off the sofa to the floor. He held his elbows against his belly and laughed like I told the funniest joke human ears had ever heard. He was gasping when he finally stopped. He patted his mop.
Sweet ain't dangerous, sucker,
he began.
He ain't never croaked anything but yellow. He's croaked 4 of them in the last 20 years. He ain't croaked nobody in over 2 years. He's 90% bull scared. He don't kill nobody unless they badmouth him or muzzle his. But he sure hates white folks. He pimps awful tough on white. When he puts his foot in there, he's really doing it to the white man. He says he's paying them back for what they've done and are doing to black people. His brain is rotted from hate. Ish. He probably wouldn't know you if he saw you again. He wasn't salty with you for turning down the freak off. He was playing strong con on his wife. He's got his thinking he's gone. Even a square from Delaware should know God ain't going to kiss you when you tell him to, you poor boob. I'll tell you what. I'm going to take him some stuff this weekend. I'll buzz your crib to let you know just when. I'll stop on the way and pick you up. He ain't nothing but a big ugly with a filthy loud mouth.
I said, iPad and 420 under the name of Lancaster. Top, you gotta overlook my dumbness. I told you, I was just a kid in darkness, needing some brain to light the way. Top, I sure appreciate your coat pulling. See you later, pal.
He said, all right, kid. Keep that sizzle in your mitt so you can down it in a hurry. Oh yeah, you can cop a spike in any drugstore. You got a crack for insulin with it.
I walked into the entrance hall. I flicked my sponge across my greasy face in the silver mirror. I went out the door to the elevator. It opened on the ground floor. I flinched before the stark morning light. Out on the sidewalk, I saw Glass Top's red hog pulling to the curb. It was his 5 back from the Franklin Arm salt mines. I thought as I walked to the Ford, how about it? Those 5 probably checking in a couple of grand for a night's work. Why couldn't it be me up there in that crazy pad with my mitt out for all those frog skins? The night people had vanished from the street. Knots of squares on the way to work bunched at the streetcar stops. I got in the Ford and U-turned toward the Haven. I saw an all-night drugstore and pulled into the parking lot. I copped a sawbuck pair of binoculars at the drug counter. I got the insulin and copped spikes and eyedroppers. 5 minutes later, I got to the Haven. I parked on the street. I glanced up at our apartment window. I saw the drapes flutter. I got a flash of the runt's dark face pulling back. I walked through the lobby to the elevator. The joint sure looked shabby after Top's joint. I thought as I got on the elevator, if the runt is and tries to third-degree me this morning, I'll bury my foot in her sack. I got off on the 4th floor. I walked down the hall to 420. I slid the rubber bands off the top of the tobacco can. I opened the top and took my packet of Girl out. It was wrapped in tin foil inside a penny balloon. I shoved it into my watch pocket. I took a yellow from the top of the loose reefer and dry swallowed it. I knocked on the door. I waited a full minute. I knocked again, harder. Finally, the runt opened it. She was stretching and massaging her eyes with her fists, conning me she had been fast asleep. She jumped into bed. She turned her back and pulled the covers to her ears. I put the can of reefer on the dresser. I saw a tiny pile of bills on it. I heeled them apart. It was only 40 slats. I went to the closet and checked the toes of the tan Stetsons. Empty. I stashed the binoculars in the coat pocket with my see and bang outfit. I saw smoke spiraling from a cigarette lying on the base of the plaster copy of The Kiss near the front window. I said, "Shit, what did you do? Break your leg or knock off as soon as you saw me split? Is this tonight's take? Turn over so I can see that black mug of yours." I was standing at the side of the bed. My right hand was resting on the closed plastic lid of the record player. The tips of my fingers were touching the back of it near the motor. It was warm. I raised the lid. Lady Day's whimper about that mean man was on the turntable. The runt turned slowly. I looked down into her face. Her eyes were narrow. Her jib was puffed out. She and Lady Day had been dragging me through the mud all night. The was acting like an outraged housewife. She said,
"Ain't I never gonna be nothing but a to you? Call me Phyllis, the or runt, the fool. You never believe it, but I'm human. That scratch I made tonight ain't bad. These streets are new to me. I gotta feel my way and get hip to the tricks."
That cocaine was blowing a frosty blizzard through my skull. I said, "When your funky black is in the grave, you'll still be a shit. One of these nights, you're gonna shoot your jib off. I'll curtsy and call you Runt the corpse. You stinking. I'm hip, you're human. You're a human black slop bucket for those peckerwood swipes. Gutless idiot, I'm gonna throw you out that window if you don't get the kicks out of your and hustle some real scratch. Don't get hip to the tricks. Get hip to what I'm rapping. If you don't stop your I'm gonna kick your heart out and stomp on it. Now, don't crack your jib unless I rap to you." I started to take my clothes off. She just lay there staring at me. Her eyes were gleaming like a crazy voodoo doctor's. I got into bed. I turned my back to her. I could feel the freak inching toward me. She stroked the back of my neck. I felt the hot tip of the lizard on the back of my neck. I felt a scab on her brow scrape the tip of my ear. I pulled away toward the edge of the bed. She said,
Daddy, I'm sorry I bugged you. I love you. Please forgive me.
The bed creaked when I rattlesnaked to strike. I hooked my right heel under the bed springs. I raised myself on my right elbow. I drew my ved left arm back so the back of my left fist touched my right cheek. I grunted for velocity and blackjacked my left elbow into her gut button. She groaned and wrapped and unwrapped her legs. She chattered her teeth like she was freezing to death. I could feel that yellow drawing a heavy black curtain inside my dome. Just before I went under, I thought, I wonder if the runt can lug 150 pounds to that window. Chapter 7. Melody Off Key. The blast of the phone woke me. The pad was dark as hell. I flung my left hand out for the runt. She wasn't there. I fumbled the receiver to my ear. I said, "Hello, this is Mary's brother." He said,
"I want to speak to Mary. Put her on, yeah?"
I said, "She just went out. She's taking a walk." He hung up. I cradled the phone on the bedside table. I switched the table lamp on. I checked Mickey. It was 7:30 p.m. I wondered if I had blown the runt. I got up and checked the closet. Her clothes were still there. I went to the dresser. I checked the 40 slats. 2 were missing. There was a note beside the scratch. It read,
Daddy, I took a deuce for the street. I'm gonna hunt my off. Please try to be a little sweet to your little dog, huh?
I thought, I'm stumbling upon some pimp answers. It looks like the tougher a stud is, the more of a goes for him. I'll be glad when those 4 days pass and I go with top to the sweet cut-in. I gotta watch that the runt don't get hip. I'm banging stuff. Gee, I'm starved. I gotta eat before I bang some girl. I went to the phone. The broad who should have been a wrestler picked up. I said, "Anybody down there to get me bacon and eggs?" She said,
"Wait a minute. I'll let you talk to Silas, the elevator man."
The old Maggie and Jigs fan said, "Yeah, big timer, what is it?" I said, "Silas, can I get a bacon with eggs over light and toast?" He said, "Yeah, there's a greasy spoon right across the street I'm going now." I hung up and went to the closet. I got the spy piece. I went to the window. I saw the old Jink hobble across the street toward the Busy Bee Cafe. I made a sweep up and down the street to spot the runt. I didn't see her. I zeroed the spy into the greasy joint. The runt was draining a cup of coffee at the counter. She came out. Her eyes flashed whitely up at our window. She walked down the street, twisting her rear end at the passing cars. I saw the round black hook a white trick in a black hog. He skittled to the curb. She got in. I wondered if it was the same joker that called. I ducked into the shower. I was toweling off when I heard a rap on the door. I saronged the towel. On the way to the door, I scooped the can of gangster off the dresser and stuck it behind the mirror. I heard Silas outside the door whistling when the Saints go marching in. I opened the door. He had a tray in his hands. I took it. A paper napkin fluttered to the floor. He stooped for it. I looked into the big brown eyes of a pretty yellow broad coming out of the door across the hall. The scar-faced stud who tooted at the roost had walked out in front of her. He had a saxophone case under his arm. She rolled her lustrous eyes at me. They rocketed to that lump on the sarong. Her sly, hot smile made a flat statement. "Please try it for size." I skull-noted her. Silas finally tore his eyes from her rear end, floating down the hall. He had squeezed the paper napkin into a damp ball. He said, "That's a buck." I put the tray on the dresser. I took 3 slats to the door and gave them to him. I said, "Silas, that's quite a package with Mr. Hyde. Give me a rundown, huh?" He said, "Yeah, she's stacked tough enough to make a preacher lay his Bible down. The hornblower ain't had her but a couple of years. She's done rammed her cat scent up his nose and got him hooked. She was a until he squared her up. He got it bad. He don't allow her out of his sight. Any club he plays, she has to be right there stuck in his. If I was 30 years younger, I'd steal her. Thanks, Big Timer, for the deuce. Anytime you want something, call old Silas. Sit the tray outside your door when you finish." I sat on the side of the bed and wolfed down the bacon and eggs. I felt better. I wanted to feel wonderful. I put together everything for bang time. I held the end of a necktie in my teeth. I coiled it and tightened it around my arm. On first stab, I hit a perfect bullseye. I did Top's jack-off bit. I threw up. I just made it to the John. The kick was greater than the one at Top's. I thought, what if my black face like magic turned white? I could go out that hotel front door and sneak through the barbed wire stockade. I'd be like a wolf turned loose on a flock of sheep. That white world wouldn't tumble that I'm a. I could pay him all back in spades. The dummy, the white bull, the bastard judge that crucified me on my first rap. Once I escape this black hell, I'll find a way, all right. Well, you're pretty, but a bleach cream will never be invented that will make you white. So, pimp your off and be somebody with what you got. It could be worse. You could be an ugly again. I dressed and powdered my face. That sure was one pretty son of a in that mirror. I saw a roach scouting the tray's rim. I shoved the tray out into the hall. I thought, I gotta start stalking that fine across the hall. Maybe I'll decoy the runt to get past that scar-faced watchdog. I guess I'll take a walk. Maybe I could cop my second. I feel hard and lucky as a horseshoe. I put the can of reefer and the other sizzle into a paper bag. I locked the door and went down the hall toward the elevator. On the way, I stopped at the porter's broom closet. It was unlocked. I tiptoed and shoved a bag of sizzle behind some junk on a shelf. The cocaine had me froggy. I saw the floor indicator stop at floor number 2. I took the stairway to the lobby. I dropped the key on the desk and glided to the street. The cocaine had fitted wings on my feet. I felt cool, breathless, and magnificent. It was a balmy 80 degrees. I was glad I'd left the Benny. I walked toward a rainbow bouquet of neon maybe 10 blocks away. My senses screamed on the razor edge of cocaine. It was like walking through a battlefield. The streaking headlights of the car arcing the night were giant tracer bullets. The rattling, crashing streetcars were army tanks. The frightened, hopeless black faces of the passengers peered through the grimy windows. They were battle-shocked soldiers doomed forever to the front trenches. I passed beneath an L-train bridge. A terrified, glowing face loomed toward me in the tunnel's gloom. It was an elderly white man trapped behind enemy lines. A train furled by overhead. It bombed and strafed the street. The shrapnel fell in gritty clouds. I was too nervous for the combat zone. I whistled at a general in a yellow staff car to halt. He whisked me to that oasis of neon. It turned out He was a mercenary. He shafted me a slat and a quarter for the evacuation. I got out and morphed toward a haggling flash, the funhouse. It was a bar. I opened the door and stepped inside. It almost busted the gaskets in my bowels. A phosphorescent green skeleton popped up out of the floor in front of me. It screeched a hollow howl and then dived back into the floor through a trap door. I just stood there shaking. I couldn't figure why those crazy jokers at the bar were yucking like pickaninnies. To stay with the program, I mastered a kingfish grin. I went to the bar and sat between Amos and Andy. I saw a tall stud with a Frankenstein mask on behind the log. He darted his hand in a sneaky way under the log. There was a whooshing noise like a tire going flat. My stool descended beneath me. I looked up at Amos. My nose was an inch from the log. Amos was grinning down at me. Amos said, "You sure enough ain't been here before. You from the Bigfoot country?" Andy said, "Wait till he catches wind. He gonna buy us a pitcher of suds. We gonna learn, old homeboy, about this big city rigmarole." Everybody at the crowded log yucked in a deep South accent. Frankenstein pushed his mercy button. I felt the stool stretching up. With the cocaine kangarooing me and this booby-trapped nest of low-life suckers I stumbled into, I had more than a frantic yearning for maybe 420 at the Haven. He walked down the log to me. He said, "It's all in fun. Welcome to the funhouse. What'll it be?" I ignored him. I got off the stool. I looked down at it. Its metal legs were tubular and anchored to the floor. It had to be a compressed air gizmo. I stepped back and looked at the two ex-cotton pickers. I twitched my nose. I looked down and around them, then the length of the log. I fingered the button on that slingshot in my rays. I said, "Kingfished. Holy mackerel, boys. You smell that? I wonder if in some post-stupid funky nappy-head southern mammy ain't done out another square ugly bastard turd." Amos and Andy dropped their jibs like plantation idiots. They shot an anguished look at the white joker behind the log. I walked out the door. They didn't dig my humor. Maybe it was too in. I slammed into a perfumed linebacker. In reflex, I threw my arms around her soft shoulders. She had the flawless face of Olivia de Havilland. She was bigger and prettier. I felt the fabric of her tailored black suit petals stroke across my fingertips. She was the finest broad I'd seen since my last movie. I wondered if she was I decided to hit on her. I said, "I'm sorry. Ain't it a shit? Baby, the first time we meet, it had to be in a collision like two square. Sugar, were you going into this tramp joint? Believe me, there's no action inside for a package like you. I just stopped in to make a call. My name is Blood." Her big curvy legs were wide-tracked. I saw the fabulous shadow of her rear end on the sidewalk. Through the filmy orange blouse, I saw a pink mole on her milk-white midriff. She brushed back a wayward lock of silky black hair from one of the big electric blue eyes. Her even choppers gleamed like rare china. Her crimson tongue doodled across the cupid bow lips. She was doing a bit that would have shook up a eunuch. She said,
"Blood, how quaint. Your idiom is fascinating. My name is Melody. I don't drink in bars. Occasionally, I go to a supper club. I am not looking for action. As a matter of fact, my car is disabled. I was going inside to call for help when our heavenly bodies collided. Is it possible that you're not oblivious to the esoteric aspects of car repair? Mine is there. at the curb.
My eyes followed her manicured finger to the sparkling new Lincoln sedan. Everything about her hollered class and affluence. I thought, this beautiful white has class. She sounds like an egghead. With wheels like that, she's probably got a bundle in the damper. Maybe she's got some rich sucker in her web. I'll nut roll on her. I'll stay out of the pimp roll until I case her. I'll go Sweet William on her. Maybe I can string her out and get all that scratch she's got. Then make a out of her. With her rear end, this is sitting on a mint. I said, darling, I am not a mechanic. I did learn a little about cars from a buddy in the prep school I just finished. You get in. I'll raise the hood and have a look. She got in. I raised the hood. I spotted the trouble right away. A battery cable had jarred loose. I put it back on. I looked around the hood and signaled for the starter try. She did, and smiled happily when the engine throbbed to life. She waved me to her. I stuck my head through the open window. She said,
Are you driving? If not, I shall love to take you wherever you want to go.
I said, honey, I'm not driving, and it's a long, sad story. You don't want to hear my troubles. If you drop me off at some nice bar, I promise not to bore you with it. I got in. She pulled out into traffic. We cruised along. For 2 minutes, we were silent. I was busy trying to think of the opener for that long, sad story. I had read a cell house full of books. I knew I could rise to a smooth pitch. That old philosopher convict had told me I should forget the pimp game and be a con man. I said, Melody, doesn't fate puppeteer humans in a weird way? There I was coming out of that joint. I had just called a garage 100 miles away. The engine of my car burnt up on my way here from St. Louis a week ago. I was depressed, lonely, and hopeless in a big, friendless city. The mechanic had just dropped the bad news. The charge to get the car is $150. I have 50. I was blind with worry when I came out that door. My elderly mother has to have a pancreas operation. I came here to work for a contractor in the suburbs. I'm a talented carpenter. I need my car to get to work. I'm committed to start work the 1st of next week. Mama's going to die sure as the sun rises in the east unless I get that money for her operation. The strange, wonderful thing is, darling, with all these problems, I feel so good. See those garbage cans glittering between the tenements? To me, they are giant jewels. I want to climb up on those rooftops and cry out to the stars, I have found the beautiful melody. Surely, I'm the luckiest black man alive. Convince me you're real. Don't evaporate like a beautiful mirage. I'd die if you did. Out of the side scope in my eye, I saw those awesome thighs quivering. She almost crashed the Lincoln into the rear end of the gray Studebaker ahead of us. She cut in sharply and grated the Lincoln's wheels against the curb. She shut the motor off and turned toward me. Her eyes were blue bonfires of passion. The pulse of the satin throat was menacing. She slid close to me. She zippered her scarlet mouth to mine. That confection tongue flooded my mouth with sugar. Her nails dug into my thighs. She gazed at me. She said,
Blood, you sweet black poetic panther. Does that prove I'm real? No, I know I don't want to evaporate ever. Please, let's don't go to a bar. You can't solve your problems with alcohol. My parents are out of the city until tomorrow noon. Settle for coffee and conversation at my place. Will you, blood? Perhaps we can find solutions to your problems there. Besides, I'm expecting Mother to call me at home later this evening.
I said, Angel of Mercy, I'm putting myself in your tender hands. She lived a long way from the black concentration camp. She drove for almost an hour. I could smell the pungent odors of early April plant life. This white world was like leaving hell and riding through heaven. The neat rows of plush houses shone in the moonlight. The streets were quiet as maybe the cathedral in Reims. I thought, ain't it a 98% of the black people back there in hell will be born and die and never know the joys of this earthly heaven. There ain't but two passports the white folks honor, a white skin or a bale of scratch. I sure got to pimp good and cop my scratch passport. Well, at least I get a Cinderella crack at heaven. This is good. It's hipping me to what I'm missing. We turned into her driveway. I saw the soft glow of a table lamp behind blue drapes in the front room. She parked the Lincoln in a pink stucco garage that matched the house. The garage was connected to the house. We went through the back door. We passed through the kitchen. Even in the dimness, it sparkled. We moved like burglars through the half-darkened house. We walked on deep pile carpet up a stairway. We got to the top. She stopped. She whispered,
Blood? I was born in this house. Everybody in the block knows me. If some friend passed and knew someone was at home, we might get an unwelcome visitor. We'll go to my bedroom in the rear.
I followed to her bedroom. She flipped on a tiny blue light over a mirrored dressing table. The bedroom was done in pale blue and off-white. The queen-sized bed had a blue satin canopy over it. I sat down on the white silk chaise next to the dressing table. She switched on an ivory radio. Debussy's Clair de Lune sweet-noted gently through the room. She kicked off her tiny black calfskin shoes. She was even more beautiful here than she had been in the street. She stroked my earlobes with fingertips. She said,
Mommy's pretty Black Panther, don't run away now. I'm going downstairs and make coffee.
She went down the stairs. I thought, I'm gonna crack on her for scratch. She should be good for a C-note at least. A C-note ain't bad to break the ice with. If she springs for it, I'll tie her to that bed and put my pepper specialty on her. It's certain to flip a young broad like her who's lived in heaven all her life. Besides, I ain't never sloughed around in the bed with a canopy, especially one in heaven. I heard the faint bounce of her tiny feet on the stairway. She came into the bedroom with a silver service. We were going to have coffee in style. She set the gleaming tray on the dressing table top. She said,
Blood, pour us a cup. I'm going to get out of these clothes. Then we can chat.
I poured two and left them black. I sipped mine. She stepped into a walk-in closet. She stepped out a moment later. All she had on were black panties and the red top of a transparent shorty nightgown. Her small but sculptured bosom straight jutted against the red gauze. She sat on the floor of the bed facing me and crossed her legs. I handed her the cup of black. She said,
So, you're going to stay in town for a while?
I said, Baby, if I get strong enough encouragement, I'll stay all my life. Baby, it's a pity I had to meet you when I'm in bad shape. I want to be good company, but that car problem and Mama won't let my mind stay on a pleasant track. Her ringer snapped, Eureka! She got off the bed and went to the dresser across the room. She opened the top drawer and took out a bank book. She came back and sat on the bed. She tapped the red nail on her left finger against her white teeth. She studied the book's figures. I saw a frown hedgerow her brow. She got up and went to the dresser and threw the book into the open drawer and banged it shut. I thought, this broad has overdrawn. She's gonna try the check con on me. She stooped and opened the bottom drawer. She brought out a foot-long, foot-tall metal pig. She walked to the dressing table and put the pork on the table beside me. She said,
Blood, this is the best I can do to help you now. I don't get my allowance for a week. I have less than $100 in my account. Cheer up. There must be at least $100 in quarters and halves in this bank. Believe me, I can vividly imagine what it's like to be colored and faced with your problems. Let's say it's alone.
I checked its gross weight. It was heavy, all right. It felt a C-note heavy. I reached out and took her hand. I guided her to my side of the chaise. I put my arms around her. I kissed her and sucked at that sugary tongue like a diabetic. I leaned back from her. I looked into the heart of the blue fire. I said, Baby, it's a wonderful secret that you've discovered. Not many people know it's better to give than to receive. Maybe it sounds crazy, but I wish you weren't so beautiful and generous, so perfect. I don't see how you can miss capturing my foolish heart. You're a cinch to make me yours forever. Baby, I'm just a poor black country boy. Please don't hurt my heart. She sure had an appetite for the Jeff Con. The blue fire softened. Her eyes were misty and serious. She held my head between her dove-soft palms. She said,
Blood, baby, I'm white, but I have been more unhappy than any black person all my life. My parents have never understood me. When my whole being cried out for love and understanding, they gave me shiny things to stop my tears. Non-whites are like dirt to them. They are narrow and cold. If they found out you had been here, they would disown me before they dropped dead. There's a sweet warmth that you have. I know that you can make me happy. I am so desperate for love and understanding. Please give it to me.
I said, Baby, you can dump all your money on the black horse to win. I'm gonna win them all for you, beautiful. She said,
Blood, you're a black panther. I'm a white lamb. I know nothing can stop that panther from taking the lamb, soul and body. The lamb will bide her time to take the panther. The lamb needs and wants it that way. Now listen carefully and please catch the clue of my tragedy so nothing will shock you in my bed. Blood, perhaps you are aware of the structural flaws built into the columns of the world's most famous building. It's the Parthenon. The flaw is called entasis. The contrived flaw is necessary so that the fickle human eye sees only perfection. I am a lot like those columns. I am not old, but I am beautiful. My tragedy is that unlike the entasis that gives perfection to the columns, my entasis must be concealed to protect my perfection. Can you understand?
I thought, what the hell? So this broad's got a prematurely gray cat. Maybe it's a little off-center. If it's odd, it will be a novelty kick for me. She's so beautiful, the tricks won't notice a tiny irregularity after I've turned her out. I said, Baby Melody, you haven't opened the door to a square. As fine as you are, I wish you had two heads. Now get on that bed on your back. I'm gonna make love to you, Black Panther style. You got some long towels? She went to the hall linen closet. She gave me 4 long slender ones. She slipped off the red top and panties. She lay on her back in the bed. I saw her flaw. Was this her entasis? I saw no crotch hair. She looked completely bald downstairs. I tied both her legs to the posts at the foot of the bed. I tied her left arm to a post at the head. The phone jangled on a nightstand at her side. She picked up the receiver with her free right hand. She said,
Hi, Mother. I'm fine. Are you and Dad still having fun? Mother, I miss you both terribly. Are you coming home tomorrow as planned? Oh, good. I'll be at the airport on time. I've gone to bed. I've gotten out that anthology of Africa. I'm going to have a wild time researching the Watusi warrior. Good night, Mother. Oh, tell Dad to bring me some of the heavenly Miami beachwear. I'll be a sensation here on the beach this summer.
I had taken my clothes off when she hung up. I lashed her free arm to the fourth bedpost. I looked down at her. Her eyes were pleading. She said,
Remember, blood darling, you are not an unsophisticated bumpkin. You are not prone to shock states. I know you are going to find my entasis as sweet and desirable as the rest of me.
I wondered why she still worried about her entasis. She knew I saw she was hairless downstairs. I put my knee on the bed. I stroked her belly. I felt cloth. I took a close look. A custom flesh-colored jock belt bandied her crotch. I ripped the elastic top down over her round hips. I jumped back. My rear end bounced off the floor. I struggled to my feet. I shouted, You stinky shit. Her real entasis had popped up pink and stiff. It all and as thick as the head of a cobra. He was crying like I had put a lighted match to his entasis. He sobbed,
You promised to understand. Please, blood, keep your promise. You don't know what you're missing. It's delicious, you fool.
I said, Look, man, I made my promises to a broad, not a stud. I'm a pimp, not a... I'm getting the hell out of here. I'm charging you, the porker, for my time and your... He lay there blubbering. I speed-dressed. I took the porker off the table and stuck it under my arm. I walked toward the stairway. I looked back. His beautiful face was ugly in anger and hate. He screamed,
You dirty liar thief! Untie me, you coon bastard! Oh, how I wish I had your black tied here on your belly!
I said, Man, as slick as you are, you'll untie yourself before long. Yeah, that entasis could murder me all right. I walked down the stairway. I went through the house to the back door. I walked down the driveway to the street. I walked for an hour before I got out of the residential sprawl. I was lucky to hail a yellow cab as soon as I got to a busy intersection. When it got me to the Haven, the meter read 1430. I gave the cabbie a fin and a sawbuck. I looked up in my window. The runt was at it. It was 2 a.m. It had been like a nightmare, Halloween all the way. All trick and no treat. I was icy sober. Then it struck me riding up on the elevator. That white could cross me. What if he couldn't free himself by the time his folks got home? He was a cinch to cover himself. He'd say a burglar or hold-up man had robbed him and trussed him up. I was a two-time loser. 5 to 10 would stick to me like fly paper. Even if he untied himself right away, he might be mad enough to frame me. I remember the Delansky pepper cross. I was sweating salt when I retrieved my stash in the broom closet. I went to my watch pocket with the cocaine. I knocked on 420. The runt opened the door. She was grinning. She said,
Hello, Daddy Angel. Your dog bumped her black off tonight. Got a piggy bank, huh?
I said, So what you want? A medal for doing your duty? I didn't answer her question. I looked down to see if she'd sprouted an entasis. She was buck naked. I stepped inside and bolted the door. There were 70 slats on the dresser. I turned and lowered my face. She kissed me. I put the porker on the base of the kiss statue. I gave her the can of grass. She sat on the bed. She shook some grass out of the can onto a newspaper in her lap. She started rolling a joint. I took my clothes off. I went into the bathroom to shower and scrubbed the taste out of my jib. The piercing, heavy odor of the gangster wafted to me. Over the roar of the shower, I shouted, "Girl, there's a gap under that slammer. Chink it up with a rag or something. Torch a couple of sticks of incense." I came out of the bathroom and got into bed beside her. She handed me a joint. I lit it and sucked it into a roach. I squeezed tobacco from the tip of a cigarette. I stuck the butt of gangster into the empty tip. I twisted the end and lit it. It was a good reefer. I could feel my skull go into a dreamy float. I got one brilliant thought after another. The trouble was, each one I tried to hold long enough so I could put a saddle on it stampeded. It was maybe like the painful irritation a drunk wrangler suffers trying to corral a herd of greased mustangs. Gangster was sure of high. That reefer confusion was no good for a pimp's skull. That beautiful had buried a hot seed in my guts. The wildflower blossomed. I dreamily drifted into the runt. I rolled sleepily out of the warm churning tunnel. I wouldn't need a yellow tonight. Chapter 8. Grinning Slim. I opened my eyes. I saw glinting stars of dust whirling like a golden hurricane through a bright shaft of noon sun. I looked through the open bedroom door. I saw the runt sitting at the living room window. She was doing her nails. She lifted her eyes from her nails. She looked into the bedroom. I said, "Good morning, little freak puppy. I'm gonna call Silas to run across the street for ham and eggs. Are you hungry?" She said,
Yeah, I'm hungry. But the way he moves around it would take him a week to cop. I'll slip on something and go myself.
She went to the closet and slipped on her blue poplin rain or shine coat. She took a fin off the dresser and held it up for my consent. I nodded my head. I heard the door shut when she went out. I lit a cigarette. I thought, I wonder if Melody has the heat looking for me. I've only got a day or so left before Glass Top takes me to Sweet Jones. I'm gonna cool it. I won't go out at all. I'll stay right here in the hotel until Top calls me. The phone rang just as the runt came through the bedroom door. She put the plates wrapped in wax paper on the dresser. She picked up the receiver. I got up, took my plate, and started to eat with a plastic fork. She said,
Hello? Oh, Chuck, how are you, sweetie? I was just thinking about you, lover. No, I can't. I wish I could come out for a few drinks, but my brother won't be home from work until 6. Mama's not well at all. I have to stay here during the day to take care of her. I could slip out around 7. Yeah, I could do that until 8 for 20. Bye-bye, sugar blue eyes.
She hung up the phone and her coat. She sat naked on the side of the bed eating. I said, "Shit, I got an idea for that cat of yours. You gotta take a stiff brush and brush the hair straight down every time you think about it. Put some hair grower on it until you got maybe a 4-inch cone. Your tricks will pant to bury their beaks in it. It will make your cat unique with that extra dimension." She mumbled.
Where on earth did you get a jazzy idea like that?
I said, "Ain't you hip yet? I'm a pimp with great imagination, that's all." She finished her flapjacks. She got up and gathered up an armful of our soiled clothing. She went into the bathroom. I heard the water sloshing in the bowl. She was doing our laundry. I turned my back to the sunlight. I felt old Morpheus slugging his velvet hammer against my eyelids. I woke up in darkness. I looked at the front room window. The streetlights were on. I turned the nightstand lamp on. Mickey said 7:10. The runt was gone. She was breaking her luck with Chuck. I thought, Jesus, I sure needed rest, all right. That fast track I've been blundering on sure took the juice out of me. I got up and went into the bathroom to brush my teeth. I had made several brush strokes when the phone rang. I picked it up. He rapped before I could open my mouth. He said,
"Kid, this is Glass Top. The plans have changed. I'm in a hurry. Be outside your joint in 15 minutes. You got that?"
I said, "Yeah, but..." He had hung up. I dressed even faster than I had. I rushed down the hall. I stopped at the broom closet stash. I hurled the sizzle into the corner on the shelf. I took the stairs 3 at a time to the lobby. I sailed the key to the desktop. I bolted out the door. Top was parked in front of the joint in the Red Hog. He had his hand over the horn when he saw me. I got in. The hog squealed from the curb. Top was sure in a hurry. I could hear the harsh whisper of the hog's tires against the pavement. We passed that neon bouquet. I looked back and saw the funhouse sign flashing. I wondered if Melody was out here somewhere booby-trapping with his entasis. I said, "Jack, I didn't expect your call for a couple of days. What happened?" He said,
"There's a big boxing match tonight. All the biggest pimps in the country are gonna be at Sweet's after the fight. Kinda like a party. All of them use stuff. Even with Sweet as the middleman, I should take off a couple of grand for my end. Sweet never goes to fights. He can't stand big crowds, and besides, they won't let Miss Peaches into fights. Sweet's gnawing his nails waiting for this stuff. He ain't got none for himself, and he's anxious to cop some stuff for those birds coming from the fight."
I said, "Have you cracked anything about me to him?" He said,
"Kid, you ain't hip, I'm a genius. He called, and I rapped to him this morning. I played you off as my punk nephew from Kansas City. You got wild ideas, you wanna be a pimp. I've tried to chill you back to KC to maybe hustle pool or even be a broom mechanic. You're a stupid, stubborn punk. I've told you 1,000 times, you ain't got it to pimp. You gotta pimp. You would eat 10 yards of Sweet's crap. You think he's God. You won't believe your uncle is tight with God. I'm
Glass Top.
I gotta save face even for a snot-nosed punk. Maybe if you hang around the inside of the fast track for a hot minute, you'll get scared. You'll wise up, get out of my... and run your back to KC. Now, kid, don't shoot your jib off at his pad. If he don't remember you from the roost, don't wake him up."
I said, "Don't worry, Top. I won't rank us. I'll never forget you, pal, for the cut-in. That was sure some beautiful stuff you play for Sweet." He caressed his patent leather hair. He erected his wide shoulders inside his blue mohair jacket. His pretty face wore that terrible conceit and awful pride, maybe of a cute mass murderer who never gets her victim's blood on her. The full moon through the windshield shone flush on his face. He said,
"Kid, you ain't heard nothing yet. Shh, I done drove 3 screaming crazy with this brain. They in the bull box upstate right now, babbling about pretty Glass Top. Even Sweet ain't but 2 up there. He's been pimping almost twice as long as me."
I said, "Christ, Top, I don't get it. Why drive a nuts if she's still humping out the scratch? A stud will have to be slick as grease to plant bats in the skull of a that was sane. I can't dig how a stud could do it. I ain't hip to it."
He said, "Sucker, what you don't dig and ain't hip to would make a book bigger than this hog. Now you take Sweet. The 2 he crossed were young white broads with small mileage. He's sick in the head. He's got an insane hate for the whole white race. He was a crumb crusher of 7 down in Georgia when the white folks first poisoned his skull. His mammy was jet black and beautiful. The peckerwoods for miles around were aching to lay her. The son of the wealthy plantation owner that Sweet's old man sharecropped for waylaid her on the way to a spring. He punched her out, tore her clothes off, and socked it into her. She was naked and crying when she got back to her shack. The peckerwood pig hid out in the woods. Sweet's old man came in from the fields and found his wife clawed and bawling. He was close to 7 feet and weighed 300. Sweet still remembers how his old man hollered and butted his head against the door of the shack. The hinges ripped loose. He knew the woods like a fox. He found that white boy. He left him for dead. He covered him with brush. He slipped back to his shack. Sweet remembers the white boy's blood on his old man, even on his old man's bare feet. He has stomped the white boy to a red pulp out there in the lonely woods. The old man figured he was safe. The white folks would never find the corpse in those thick woods. He cleaned himself, repaired the shack door, and waited. He hadn't croaked the white boy. He had only maimed and paralyzed him. That night, a white man out possum hunting with his dogs heard the kid bleating under the brush. He was out of his skull. It was midnight before the kid's raving made sense to the white folks. Sweet heard the mob's horses galloping toward the shack. He hid in the loft just as the crazy gang came through the shack slammer. Sweet peeked through a crack and watched them beat his old man's head bloody. They dragged him outside. Sweet saw the whole mob, his mother. Finally, all was quiet except for his mother whimpering on the bed. He sneaked out of the loft. Through the open door, he saw his old man swinging in the moonlight from a peach tree in front of the shack. His mammy went to the funny farm. Sweet was taken in by a sharecropper on the same plantation. He worked the fields until he got 17. He ran away and caught a freight train north. He was 18 when he got his first. She was a white girl. He drove her to before he got 19. Sweet's gotta be 60 now.
He paused. He steered the hog with one hand. He took a cigarette from his jacket pocket. He punched in the dashboard lighter. I thought, no wonder Sweet's off his rocker. I wonder why Top really gave me that tight rundown on Sweet. The lighter popped. Top lit his cigarette. He sucked hard. He blew out a white cloud against the windshield that for an instant blotted out the moon. He said,
I ain't insane like Sweet. My skull is clear and cool. I ain't no mixed up southern. I was born in the north. I grew up with white kids. I don't hate white people or any other people. I ain't no black brute. I'm a pretty brown-skinned lover. I love people. When I was a square, I was even engaged to marry a white girl. Her parents and friends put pressure on her and she chickened out. I guess I loved her. Right after we quit, I went to a hospital for my nerves. I ain't had nothing since. It's like I told you when I met you. Sweet's a Ford and I'm a Duesenberg. He's just an ugly, lucky nut.
I said, but Top, you cracked. Your booby box score was higher than Sweet's. Those 3 gibbering upstate sure don't show no love for people. He said,
There you go, fool. A young chump is just like a dumb. He can't figure nothing out himself. He's gotta have a rundown on everything. Of course I drove those crazy, but for a sane reason, sucker. A pimp cops. He cons her maybe if she stays in his corner humping his pockets fat. At the end of the rainbow, she's got a husband and a soft easy chair. To hold her beat to the grindstone, he pumps air castles into her skull. She takes all the stable grief. She humps her into a cramp to outshine the other in the family. At first, it's easy for the to star. As she gets older and uglier, her competition gets younger and prettier. She don't have to be no brain to wake up. There ain't no easy chair at the end. She gets hip. There ain't never even been a rainbow. She gets larceny in her heart. She bullshits herself that if she can drive all those young pretty away from the pimp, that rainbow might come true after all. If it don't, she'll get her revenge anyway. It's a violation of the pimp book to quit. A like that is a ticking bomb. Every day, her value to the pimp drops to the 0 line. She's old, tired, and dangerous. She could rattle a pimp into goofing his whole game. If the pimp is a sucker, he'll try to drive her away with his foot in her. She's almost a cinch to croak him or cross him into the joint. I am a
Genius.
I'm hip that after a has had maybe 10,000 tricks drill her, she ain't too steady, skull-wise. I don't tip her I'm salty and disgusted. I talk like a sweet head shrinker to her. Instead of air castles, I pump her full of H. Her skull starts to jelly. I'll be worried as hell about her. I'll start sneaking slugs of morphine or chloral hydrate into her shots. While she's out, I'll maybe douse her with chicken blood. She comes to, I'll tell her I brought her in from the street. I tell her I hope you didn't croak anybody while you were sleepwalking. I got 1,000 ways to drive him goofy. The last border flip, I hung her out a 5th floor window. I had given her a jolt of pure cocaine so she'd wake up outside that window. I was holding her by both wrists. Her feet were dangling in the air. She opened her eyes. When she looked down, she screamed like a scared baby. She was screaming when they came to get her. You see, kid, I'm all business. I ain't got an ounce of hate in me.
He had been driving for at least an hour. I had lost track of time and space. I saw no black faces in the streets around us. I saw tall, gleaming apartment houses. Some so tall they seemed welded to the night sky. I said, "Yeah, Top. You're a cold, clever stud, all right. I'm sure glad you're yanking my coat. Jesus, Sweet must live in a white neighborhood." He said,
"Yeah, kid, he lives just around the next corner, in a penthouse. Like I told you, he's lucky as a house rat. It's $1 million building. The old white broad that owns it is Sweet's freak white dog."
I said, "But don't the white tenants blow the roof because Sweet lives there?" He said,
"Sweet's old white broad owns the building, but Sweet runs it. At least he runs it through an old ex-pimp pal. Sweet stuck him into a pad on the ground floor. Patch Eye, the old stud, collects the rents and keeps the porters and other flunkies on their toes. All the tenants are white gamblers and hustlers. Sweet has got the old ex-pimp running book wide open. The action a day just from the tenants run $2 or $3 grand. I'll say it 1,000 times. Sweet is a lucky old stud."
He turned the corner. He eased the hog into the curb in front of a snow-white apartment building. A moss-green canvas canopy ran from the edge of the curb 25 yards to the Klieg-lighted fancy front of the building. A gaunt white stud in a green monkey suit was standing in stooped attention at the curb. We got out. Top walked around the hog to the doorman. The doorman said, "Good evening, gentlemen." Top said,
"Hello, Jack. Do me a favor. When you take my wheels to the back, see that it's parked close to an exit. When I come out, I don't want a hassle out of there. Here's a fin buster."
The doorman said, "Thank you, sir. I'll relay your wish to Smitty." We walked into the green-painted, black-marbled foyer. I was trembling like maybe a hick virgin on a casting couch. We walked up the half-dozen marble steps to an almost invisible glass door. A Boston coffee-colored broad slid it open. We stepped into the green and pearl lobby. A tan broad as flashy as a cotton club pony sat behind a blonde desk. We walked across the quicksand pearl carpet to the front of it. She flashed 2 perfect dozen of the 32. Her voice was contralto silk. She said,
"Good evening. May I help you?"
Top said,
"Stewart and Lancaster to see Mr. Jones."
She turned to an elderly black broad sitting before a switchboard beside her. She told her,
"Penthouse, Misters Stewart and Lancaster."
The old broad shifted her earphones from round her wrinkled neck to her horns. She plugged in and started batting her chops together. After a moment, she nodded to the pony. We got the ivory flash again. The pony said,
"Thank you so much for waiting. Mr. Jones is at home and will see you."
I followed Top to the elevators. A pretty brown-skinned broad in a tight green uniform zipped us to the 15th floor. The brass door opened. We stepped out onto a gold-carpeted entrance hall. It was larger than Top's living room. A skinny Filipino in a gold lame outfit came toward us. He was grinning and bowing his head. His lank hair flopped across his skull like the wings of a wounded raven. The crystal chandelier overhead glittered his gold suit. He took my lid. He put it on the limb of a mock mother-of-pearl tree. He said,
"Good evening. Follow, please."
We followed him to the brink of a sunken living room. It was like a pasha's passion pit. A green light inside the gurgling bowl of a huge fountain beamed on the vulgar face of a stone woman squatting over it. She was nude and big as a baby elephant. The red light inside her skull blazed, her eyes staring straight ahead. Her giant hands pressed the tips of her long breasts into each corner of her wide-open mouth. She was serenely and endlessly into the fountain bowl. We stepped down to the champagne oriental carpet. Sweet was sitting across the dim room on a white velour couch. He was wearing a white satin smoking jacket. He looked like a huge black fly in a bucket of milk. Miss Peaches was curled at his side. She was resting her black spotted head on a silk turquoise pillow. Sweet was stroking her back. She purred and locked her yellow eyes on us. I got a whiff of her raw animal odor. Sweet said,
"Sit your black down. Sweetheart, you've been dangling me. What happened? Did that raggedy nickel hog break down? So this is your square country nephew, huh?"
Top sat on the couch beside Miss Peaches. I sat in the blue velour chair several yards to the side of Top. Sweet's gray eyes were flicking up and down me. I was nervous. I grinned at him. I jerked my eyes away to a large picture on the wall over the couch. A naked white broad was on her hands and knees. A Great Dane with his red tongue lolling out was astraddle her back. He had his paws hooked under her breasts. Her blonde head was turned looking back at him. Her blue eyes were popped wide open. Top said,
"Man, that hog ain't no plane. I got here quick as I could. You know I don't play no games on you, honey."
I said, "Thank you, Mr. Jones, for letting me come up with Unc." My voice triggered the Roost memory. He stiffened and glared at me. He smashed his hooks together. It sounded like pistol shots. Peaches growled and sneered. He said,
"Ain't you the little ball I chased out of the roost?"
I said, "Yeah, I'm one and the same. I want to beg your pardon for making you salty that night. Maybe I could have gotten a pass if I had told you I'm your pal's nephew. I ain't got no sense, Mr. Jones. I took after my idiot father." Sweet said,
"Top, this punk ain't hopeless. He's silly as a grinning all the time, but dig how he butters out of the corn to keep his out of the fire. He sure ain't got no tender to turn down my pretty big Mimi. Kid, I love black boys with the urge to pimp. Ain't no surer way to amount to something. Your uncle ain't but a good pimp. I'm the greatest in the world. He wired me. He's hoping you'll fold on his track and split back to the sticks. You got one, he tells me. You could have the makings. This joint is going to be crawling with fast in a couple of hours. I'm gonna be pinning you. I'm gonna watch how you handle yourself. Maybe I'm gonna make you my protege. You gotta be icy, understand, kid? Icy, icy. You gotta stop that grinning. Freeze your map and keep it that way. Maybe I'm gonna prove to your half-ass pimp uncle that I can train even a mule to win the Kentucky Derby."
Top said,
"Honey, you don't have to tip him. I'm pulling for his split. I love the kid. I just don't think he can cut the pimp game. The kid raps good, I ain't denying it. He should be maybe a Murphy player. or even a Mint Man. His ticker ain't icy enough to pimp on this track.
I thought Top's pad is a pigsty compared to this layout. It looks like I'm in. Sweet said,
Sweetheart, let's go in the bedroom and cap up and bag that stuff for those jokers. I'm gonna have old Patch Eye come up here and deal it off. I ain't no dope peddler. I'm a pimp. Kid, you can cool it. Have the Filipino bring you a taste. If you want, get it yourself from the bar over there.
They went around a hand-painted gold silk screen through a doorway. Peaches padded behind them. I saw a bronze bell on a table beside the couch. I decided to get my own taste. I walked across the room to a turquoise bar. I went behind it. I took a tall crystal glass off the mirrored shelf on the wall. I mixed creme de menthe and bubbly water. I took my green cool drink and walked toward the floor-to-ceiling glass door. I slid it open and stepped up into the patio. I looked up. The April zephyrs were balleting the burnt orange and pale green Japanese lanterns. They danced on glowing jade cords strung high above the lime floor. The ice-cream yellow moon seemed close enough to lick. I walked to the pearl parapet. I looked out at a brilliant sea of emerald and ruby, neon, bursting pastel skyrockets toward a cobalt blue sky bejeweled with sapphire stars. I thought, Sweet sure has caught lightning in a thimble. He came out of the white man's cotton fields. He's pimped himself up to this. He's living high in the sky like a black god in heaven with the white people. He ain't no doctor. He ain't no hotshot preacher, but he's here. He pimped up his scratch passport. That barbed wire stockade is 1,000,000 miles away. I got more education. I'm better looking and younger than he is. I know I can do it too. I remembered Henry and how religious he was. Look what happened to him. I remember how I used to kneel every night by the side of the bed to pray. I really believed in God then. I knew he existed. Now, I wasn't so sure. I guess the first prison rap started to hack away at my belief in him. I often wondered in the cell how, if he existed, he could let the dummy destroy Oscar, who loved him. I told myself at the time, maybe he's got complicated long-range plans. Maybe he's even got divine reason for letting the white folks butcher black people down south. Maybe some morning about dawn, all the black folks will sing hallelujah. God's white board of directors will untie the red tape. God will roll up his sleeves. He'll smash down the invisible stockades. He'll kill all the rats in the black ghettos. Fill all the black bellies and con all the white folks that are his children too. Now I couldn't wait. If he were up there or not, I had to go with the odds. I stared into the sky. It was the first time I'd prayed since Steve, the tramp. I know now it was more a fearful alibi than anything else. I said, Lord, if you're up there, you know I'm black and you know my thoughts. Lord, if the Bible is really your divine book, then I know it's a sin to pimp. If you're up there and listening, you know I'm not trying to con you. Lord, I'm not asking you to bless my pimping. I ain't that stupid. Lord, I know you ain't black. Surely you know if you're up there what it's like to be black down here. These white folks are doing all the fine living and sucking up all the gravy. I gotta have some of that living and some of that gravy. I don't want to be a stick-up man or a dope peddler. I'm sure as hell won't be a porter or a dishwasher. I just want to pimp, that's all. It's not too bad because are rotten. Besides, I ain't going to croak them or drive them crazy. I'm just going to pimp some real white type living out of them. So Lord, if you're up there listening, do one for me. Please don't let me croak before I live some and get to be somebody down here in the white man's world. I don't care what happens after that. I looked down over the parapet. I wondered if the Undertaker had been born yet, who was slick enough to paste a sucker's together after a Brody 15 stories down. I heard Tuxedo Junction pulsing behind me. I had pitched my pipes dry. I upended my drink. I turned and walked toward the glass door. I saw the Japanese lanterns splashing color on the polished alabaster top tables. The Filipino had sure been busy flopping his mop. I slid the door open to a chorus of profanity. The scent flared my nostrils. There must have been 30 yapping pimps lounging around the spacious pit. I stepped down and slid the door shut. An ebony satin-skinned pimp was sprawled into the blue velour chair. A tawny tan tigress was kneeling before him between his legs. She had her chin. She clutched him around the waist like a humping $2 trick in an alley. Her dreamy maroon eyes rolled toward the top of her long skull. She was staring at his fat blue lips. It was maybe she expected him to whistle the lost chord. The rock on his finger exploded blue, white, frozen fireworks. He raised his glass to curse all square. He was con-toasting all zero. The room got silent. Somebody had strangled the gold phonograph in the corner. He toasted, "Before I'd touch a square, I'd suck 1,000 clappy and swim through liquid They got green puke between their rotten toes and snot runs from their funky noses. I hope all square become syphilitic wrecks. I hope they fall through their own and break their mother necks." It was the first time I heard it. It was the first time for the crowd, too. They roared and begged him to do it again. He looked toward the hand-painted Chinese screen. All eyes turned to Top and Sweet coming into the room. An old black stud wearing a white silk patch over his right eye trailed behind them. Peaches followed him. He looked like a vulture decked out in a gray mohair vine. Peaches stood before the white velour couch and bared her fangs. The three pimps sitting on it scattered off like quail under a double-barreled shotgun. They thumped their rear ends to the carpet. Sweet, Top, and Peaches sat on the couch. I sat on a satin pillow in the corner near the glass door. I watched the show. I saw Patch Eye go and sit behind the bar. Everybody was in a big half circle around the couch. It was like the couch was a stage, and Sweet was the star. Sweet said,
"Well, how did you silly bastards like the fight? Did the murder that Peckerwood, or did his black turn yellow?"
A southern white with a wide face and a sultry voice like Bankhead's drawled,
"Mr. Jones, I'm happy to report that run the white stud back into his mammy in the first round."
Everybody laughed except Sweet. He was crashing together his mitts. I wondered what madness bubbled in his skull as he stared at her. A high yellow broad flicked life back into the phonograph. Gloomy Sunday, the suicide's favorite, surged through the room. She stared at me as she came away. Sweet said,
"All right, you freakish pigs. Patch Eye's got outfits and bags of poison. You got the go sign to croak yourselves."
They started rising from the satin pillows and velour ottomans. They clustered around Patch Eye at the bar. The high yellow broad came to me. She stooped in front of me. I saw black tracks on her inner thighs. The inside of her gaping cat was beefsteak red. She had a shiv slash on the right side of her face. It was a livid gully from her cheekbone to the corner of her twisted mouth. Smallpox craters covered her face. I caught the glint of a pearl-handled switchblade in her bosom. Her gray eyes were whirling in her skull. She was high. I was careful. I grinned. Sweet was digging us. He was shaking his head in disgust. I wondered if he thought I ought to slug her in the jib and maybe take that shiv in the gut. She said,
"Let me see that pretty handsome."
I said, I don't show my swipe to strangers. I gotta to pamper my swipe. She said,
"You ain't hear me. I'm Red Cora from Detroit. That red is for blood. You ain't hit I'm a thief that croaked 2 studs. Now I said, show that. Call me Cora, little initial. Ain't you a with one gonna starve to death? She's a chump flatbacker. You better get hip and cop a thief."
A big husky broad with a spike in one hand and pack of stuff in the other took me off the hook. She kneed Cora's spine. She said,
"I'm gonna shoot this dope. You want some? You can Georgia this skinny later."
I watched Cora's rear end twist away from me. She and the husky broad went to the bar and got a spoon and a glass of water. I looked at Sweet. He was giving me a cold stare. I thought, this track is too fast, I can't protect myself. With young soft like the runt, I'm a champ. These old hard I gotta solve. I gotta be careful and not blow Sweet. If I sucker out any more tonight, he'll freeze and boot me. I sat in the corner bug-eyed for 2 hours. My ears flapped to the super slick dialogue. I was excited by the fast-paced, smooth byplay between these wizards of Pimp-The. Red Cora kept me edgy. She went to the patio several times. She was head out of her skull. Each time she passed, she cracked on me. She was sure panting to view my swipe. Several of Sweet's came in. None of them had been at the roost with him that first time I saw him. All of them were fine with low mileage. One of them was yellow and beautiful. She couldn't have been more than 17. There was a giant black pimp from the Apple. He had 3 of his with him. He had been boasting about how he had his swipe trained. He was one of the 3 at the party that didn't bang stuff. I had watched him snort girl and down a few mixed drinks. He had a glass in his hand standing over Sweet and Top on the couch. He said, "Sweet, ain't no living can pop me off unless I want her to. I don't care if she's got velvet suction cups in her cat. Her jib can have a college degree. She ain't gonna make me pop against my will. I got the toughest swipe in the world. I got a C note to back my crack." Sweet said,
Sucker, I got a young I turned out 6 months ago that could blow that tender suck swipe of yours in 5 minutes. I ain't gonna teach you no lesson for measly C note. If that C note ain't all you got, put 5 bills in Top's mint and you got a bet.
The big joker snatched a roll from his side pocket. He plunked 5 C notes into Top's palm. Sweet eased a bale of C notes from the pocket of his smoking jacket. He covered the bet in Top's hand. Sweet snapped his fingers. The beautiful yellow broad kneeled before the standing giant. She started to perform before the cheering audience. Within less than 3 minutes, she had won the bet for Sweet. The big joker stood there for a long moment with his eyes closed. He had a goofy grin on his face. One of his snickered. He slapped her hard against the jaw. He went to the bar. I thought, she sure has a head for business. Pepper was great, but she couldn't hold this broad's douchebag. I got up and went behind a Chinese screen through the door. I went down a long hall. I passed 3 way-out bedrooms. I went into a mirrored john. It was as big as a bedroom. I pushed the door shut. I should have locked it. I walked to the stool. I raised the lid. That tough red Cora darted in. She was licking out her red tongue. Her gray eyes were voodooing in her skull. She was hot as hell for my relative innocence and youth. She was a double murderess with a skull load of H and a hot jib. I stood there before the deadly. I searched the thin catalog in my skull. I didn't know the right crack for a situation like this. I mumbled a plaintive pitch. I said, "Now listen, girl. You haven't given me a nickel. I'm not your man." It was like trying to stand off a starving leopard with a broom straw. She snaked that shiv out of her bosom and popped the gleaming blade open. She clawed my fly open with the other hand. I heard buttons bounce on the tile floor. My ticker was doing a foxtrot. She said,
"You jiving pretty son of... You ain't no pimp. I'm gonna eat your sweet or chop off your..."
I backed up to the wall beside the stool. I could feel the wet, throbbing tips of my fingers against the cool tile. She was grabbing inside when Sweet bowled in. He seized a fistful of her long hair. She squealed in pain. He jerked her away from me toward the door. He cussed her as he drove his needle-toed shoe into her wide caboose several times. He said,
"Shit is so. This chump is in my school. I ain't gonna let you Georgia him. Now nix.
I heard her high-heel staccato against the tile as she fled. He turned toward me. His black face was gray with fury. Maybe Sweet would forget I wasn't yellow. I remembered what Top had told me about those 4 murders. He thrust his flat black nose against mine. I could feel a spray of spit strike my lips as he cursed me. He twisted the collar of my vine like a garrote around my throat. He had snatched me 6 feet from the wall. He shouted,
"Listen, you stupid little you know why that screwed you around? You're always grinning like a Cheshire cat. What's so funny? Can't I get the sucker out of you? I can't make a pimp out of a like you. I told you once. Do I have to tell you 1,000 times? To be a good pimp, you gotta be icy, cold, like the inside of a dead. Now, if you a piece of shit or something, let me know. I'll put you in, and you can for me. Stay out of my face until you freeze up and stop that sucker grinning." I heard his ground grippers skid against the floor as he hurled me against the wall. The back of my skull torpedoed into it. Through a drowsy fog of pain, I saw him float away. My back snailed down the wall. I laughed at the funny way the shoe tips turned in as the long legs glided across the tile. I sat there on the cool floor, gazing at the weird comical legs stretched out before me. I saw a pair of blue mohair legs right-angle the flat ones. I looked up. It was Top. He bent over to help me up. He said,
"Kid, now you believe the ugly bastard is insane? Take this key to my hog. Get it out of the lot and back. Park in the block and cool it. I'm getting out of here myself as soon as I cop my end of the smack scratch."
I riveted my eyes to the champagne carpet. I zigzagged through the snickering pimps. I made it across the pit to the elevator. The Filipino was standing beside it. He was pressing the down button. He looked like a friendly brown snake sausaged in gold foil. He reached up and stroked my jacket collar down flat from around my ears. He took my lid off the pearl tree. He stuck it on my skull and snapped the brim. I felt the sweatband needle the aching boil. I adjusted my lid. He said,
"Good night, sir. Sammy hopes you had fine time."
I said, "Sammy, pal, it's been a wild night. I'll never forget it." I got a whiff of crotch as the elevator plunged to the lobby. I wondered if the pretty brown-skinned jockey heard a little bit as a sideline. I stepped out of the gilded cage into the lobby. I saw a winking red-arrowed sign in the rear. I walked to the glass door below it. I went down the white stone steps to the parking lot. I stopped Top's red hog in the ocean of cars. I went to it, unlocked it, and got in. A big white Buick was parked in front of it. A grinning brown-skinned joker in white overalls came toward the Buick. I saw Smitty blue-stitched across his breast pocket. He pulled the Buick out. I keyed the hog and scooted it out of the lot. I whipped around the corner and coasted to the curb 50 feet from the entrance of Sweet's apartment building. I shut the motor off. I lowered the driver's side window. I put my lid on the seat. I threw my head back on the top of the seat. I closed my eyes. I dozed. Something was crushing my jaw. A blind spotlight burned into my eyeballs. I heard a foghorn voice. It blasted, "Police officers! What the hell you doing? What's your name? Show us your identification!" I couldn't answer with my jaw crushed in a vice. I was dazed. I lowered my eyes below the inferno of light. I saw a white, brutish wrist. Thick black hair bristled on it. I saw muscles cord and ripple across it as the vice tightened around my jawbone. I wondered if the copper was Satan and I had croaked in the hog and was being checked into hell. Hell or not, Satan wanted identification. I remembered the fox and the horse. I didn't even have a hide. Satan swung the hog door open. The door frame blackjacked the top of my skull as Satan yanked me from the hog. He released my jaw and slammed me across the hood of the hog. My wet palms skidded on the top of it. Satan's fellow demon was punch-frisking me from breast to shoe soles. He poked an index finger inside my shoe. I felt a tickle in the arch of my instep. I said, "My name is Albert Thomas." Hell, I wasn't doing anything, officers. I was just waiting for my uncle. I lost my wallet. I didn't finish. A galaxy of shooting stars orbited my skull. It was like a flame-hot poker was embedded in that sore bump in the back of my skull. I heard the tinkle of glass against the hood. I puked and nosedived to the hood. I felt the warm, stinking mess against my cheek as I lay across the hood gasping. Glass splinters sparkled on the hood. Satan has slugged his flashlight against my skull. I saw the fellow demon's shadow bobbing inside the hog. He was frisking it, too. Satan said, "You got a sheep downtown? What you do for a living?" I whispered, "I've never been in trouble. I'm an entertainer. I'm a dancer." He said, "You black conning bastard. How in the do you know what a sheet is? You been mugged. Stand up straight. I'm gonna take you downtown. You can jig a few steps on the show-up stage." I struggled off the hood. I turned and faced him. I looked up into the red, puffy face. Top came around the back of the hog and stood between us. He said,
"What's the beef, officer? This is my nephew and my Cadillac. The kid was waiting for me. He's clean. We've been to a party at Sweet's. You know who he is. We're personal friends of his, you dig?"
Satan's puffy face creased into a hyena grin. He rapped on the windshield. I saw the demon's starch white face peer over the rear seat. Satan waved him from the hog. He clambered out and stood beside Satan. Satan said, "Looks like we made a slight mistake, Johnny. These gentlemen are pals of Mr. Jones. Mister, all your nephew had to do to beat the roust was mention a name. Christ, we have to do our job. There's a cat burglar operating in this district. The lieutenant is right in our to nab him. Sorry about the whole thing, gentlemen. The rollers walked across the street. They got into a black Chevrolet and gunned it away. I took a handkerchief from my back pocket and wiped my face. I wiped the bits of loose glass and most of the puke off the hood. I threw the rag in the gutter. I got in the hog. Top U-turned and headed back to Blacktown. I touched the bump on my skull. I felt a spot of sticky ooze. My skull had only a tiny split. I wiped my fingers on the end of my lapel pocket handkerchief. I thought, if it gets any rougher on this track, I'll be punchy before long. Maybe I better take Preston's advice and go back to the sticks. I said, geez, Sweet Jones sure has got pull. It was like magic when you cracked his name. Top said,
Magic, you're black. The only magic is in that C note a weak sweet lays on him. Every copper in the district from captain down greases his mitts in that lard bucket in Sweet's pocket. Mary Mammy of Jesus, you stink. You must have shit your pants. You sure getting funky breaks, kid. Too bad you couldn't handle Red Cora. She's one of the fastest thieves in the country.
I said, look, Top, if that crazy pock-faced had a tunnel straight into Fort Knox, I wouldn't fart in her jib. I hate old hard leg. He said,
that's a chump crack. After you get hip to the pimp game, you'll take scratch from a gold-toothed, three-legged bulldog with two heads. Say, listen, kid, don't ever forget to keep that rundown on Sweet under your lid. I'm the only stud he told. He'd twist my skull off and play soccer with it.
I said, now, Top, that's a hell of a crack to make. Do I look like the kind of rat square that would cross a pal? I was glad when I saw the Haven's blue sign. Top parked across the street from it. I got out. I had crossed to the middle of the street. Top blew the horn. I turned back to the side of the hog. Top had my lid and a small square of paper in his hand. I took them. He said,
Kid, here's my phone number in case you want to ring me for something. Take it easy now.
I passed through the lobby. The indicator pointed out the elevator was at the 4th floor. I took the stairs and picked up the sizzle from the broom closet. The runt let me in after the first knock. I walked by her to the bedroom and stuck the sizzle in the coat pocket in the doorway. I tossed them in the pile in the corner. She said,
Daddy, when you passed me, you smelled like you'd been dunked in a garbage truck. What happened?
I headed for the bathroom. I was standing over the stool. She followed me. She stood in the bathroom doorway. I looked over my shoulder at her. I said, some white rollers busted me tonight. They got the wire I'm in town to pimp. They took me down and beat the puke out of me. Baby, they wanted me to finger you. They wanted to know where you worked. I was too pure in heart to put a finger on you, baby. I'm not feeling worth a damn. So go on a dummy, okay? I flushed the toilet. I turned the shower on. I gave her a hard look and frowned. She turned and got into bed. I took Mickey off. It was 4 a.m. I showered and toweled off. I fell into bed without checking the scratch on the dresser. I went to sleep wondering what to do to solve the fast track. Chapter 9. The Butterfly. I woke up. The sun was noon bright. I heard a squad of rats or something in the direction of the closet. I turned and looked. It was the runt. She was on her knees in the closet, scraping and pulling suitcases and shoes around. The back of my skull was sore and throbbing. I touched it and felt a crusty cap over the bump. I thought as I watched the runt's rear end, what the hell is she doing? I said, damn, can't you put a damper on that racket? I got an aching skull. I'll wake up. The first living thing I pin is the rusty black of a dizzy. She's digging a ditch in the closet. Now there's gotta be a prettier way to start the day. She snapped her head around and said,
I'm looking for the reefer. I feel low. Where did you stash it? I couldn't find it last night when I came in.
I got up and went to the closet. I ran my hand into the coat pocket stash. I gave her the can. I saw 2 lonely sawbucks on the dresser. I went back and got into bed. I said, I'd take an outside stash. Where else? I don't want to come home some night and greet a roller. Wouldn't it be if he had that can of 1 to 2 in the penitentiary in his mitt? Christ, you're scratched for last night, ish. What happened? Some joker stick you up? That reefer ain't making you lazy, is it? A double saw take for a young freak is outrageous. You broke your luck for the double saw with the lover, Sugar Blue Eyes. You must have shot a blank the rest of the night. If I find out you freak off with your tricks for a double saw. She was licking at the sides of the joint she had rolled. She sat on the side of the bed next to me. She rolled her sassy eyes at me. She said,
Daddy, I'm your girl. If I ever stop loving you, I'm gonna quit whoring for you. If you don't croak me, I'll get another black man when we're washed up. Right now, I'm in your corner all the way. White tricks don't move me. I want to vomit when they paw and slobber all over me. I baby talk them, but I hate them. Daddy, I just want their scratch. I get a thrill with them, alright? It knocks me out that here I am, a black taking their scratch. A lot of them are clean-cut, high muckety-mucks in the white world. Some of them show me pictures of beautiful wives and cute children. It makes me feel greater than those white living in soft luxury. Those white broads got maids they laugh at. They think we ain't good for nothing but clowning and cleaning. It would give them a stroke to see their trick moaning and groaning and I know I ain't got no silky hair and white skin. I'm damn sure hip those white men they leave in heaven to come to hell every night just for the drive. They coming because those cold broads in heaven ain't got what these blacks in hell got between their legs. Black and low as I am, I got secrets with their white men those high-class white ain't hip to. Now, Daddy, we rap so little I got carried away. I ain't nobody's fool but yours. I wanted to run down to you this morning about last night. You put me on the dummy, remember? After I turned Chuck at the Martin, I got aroused. 2 white vice coppers picked me up. They rolled me around and fell all over me. One of them was a mean, nasty bastard. The other, blonde, nice one, was sorry for me. Nasty said,
I know this black is a cinch ringer for those 8 larceny from the person beefs. We ought to take her down and put her on a show-up or 2. What the hell, Carl? We know she's a...
Blondie said,
But Max, she ain't no hard leg. She's just a beautiful young sexy kid with a mother to support. You know how tough it is for Boots to get 3 squares and a roof in this town? Let's give her a break and cut her loose. Jesus, Max, this broad has got a pair of thighs on her. She's soft as kitten fur.
Nasty said,
Carl, you sure got a weak spot for spades. This broad says she's broke. That black of hers ain't enough to buy a pass from me. If she ain't too shy to show what her derby's like, maybe, I say just maybe, I might give her a break. I'm driving into this alley. Carl, you test her lid and snatch. If you ain't raving how great it is upstairs and down when you finish, I'm gonna wheel out of this alley and toss her black in jail. I'm gonna book her on those 8 counts of larceny. If she's lucky, she'll get a deuce.
Daddy, Blondie pushed my head down to his lap. Then I got on the back seat with him. That freak bastard Max turned around and kept his flashlight on us the whole time. I made Blondie holler. I finished with Blondie. Max got back there with me. For a half hour, he called me filthy names. He punched and pinched me. I'm sure sore all over. Blondie begged him to stop. My feels like he's at myself. I had a rough time. Finally, they let me out. Max told me to never let him see me again. I was scared, so I came in. That's why the scratch is so short. Max will bust me if he sees me again. You're gonna have to find me another street to work.
I said, you square stupid. You think you're a brain because you're hip that white men sneak through the stockade to lay black? Ain't a sealed in here that don't know that. It don't make you great because those white sick fools leave that fine in heaven to find your sticking black in hell. Chicken-hearted. You got aroused. They con you to believe they could slap a bum rap on you. You're too dumb to know I'm gonna raise you. You rammed your funky finger in your sore. You took a powder with a lousy double saw. You let those peckerwood coppers, you front, rear, sideways, and across, you simple. I'm gonna find you another street to work. Now you got like a license to hustle this one. You ain't got to worry about Max and that other roller. You can work it forever, just so you don't get cancer of the cat or lockjaw. If you don't get the out my face, I'm going to the chair for slaughtering you. Get your clothes on, get in the streets, and hump up some scratch. Don't come to that door unless you call me first. I ain't going nowhere. She had been taking sucks on the reefer while she was rapping. She was high when I gave her the rundown on how she had been conned by the rollers. She leapt off the bed and went to the closet. She dressed and jerked her head around the whole time. She knew I was angry. She was maybe afraid after that slaughter crack that I might goose her in the butt with my knife. She got out fast. I had Silas bring me some food and take my shirts and things to the cleaners. I ate and snorted some girl. Later, I banged some. Except for the bump on my skull that still ached a little, I felt all right. I remember Satan and the demon wanting to see my identification. I called Silas. He told me where to go. I could get a driver's license without a test for a sawbuck under the counter. I dressed and made the trip. Sure enough, I copped. I was back home in an hour. I pulled a chair to the front window. I had my spyglass. It was still daylight. I didn't see the runt on the street. I spied into the greasy spoon across the street. The runt was sitting at the counter talking to a big black stud in overalls. He had Trick engraved all over him. I saw them leave together and come across the street toward the Martin Hotel. The scar-faced horn tooter who lived in 424 across the hall came out behind them alone, got into a battered Ford, and chugged away. It gave me an idea. After all, I could blow the runt. I picked up the phone and asked for connection to apartment 424. The pretty yellow ex helloed. I was glad old Silas had given me a rundown on her. I could tailor my pitch. I said, now try to control yourself, baby. I'm the tall stud with the dreamy bedroom eyes across the hall in 420. I'm the guy with the pretty towel wrapped around his sexy hips. I got the same hips on now that you x-rayed. Remember that hump of sugar? She said.
Maybe, but you shouldn't call me. I don't want an incident. What do you want? A lady doesn't accept phone calls from strangers.
I said, $1 million and a trip to the moon with a board trap beautiful. You dig? I'm no stranger. I've been popping the elastic on your panties ever since you saw me in the hall. She giggled. I could hear the thrill in her voice. The hornblower had taken her off the track, but the was alive and thrashing inside her. She had class. She had done more than screw on the fire escape in high school. She said,
I don't drink, and besides, I don't know you.
I said, you met me in your first hot dream, remember? You know that pretty joker in your little girl dreams that always faded when you woke up wet between your legs? You waited and wished. You lucky. I've stepped out of your dreams. I'm alive and real across the hall from you. Get over here. I'm gonna turn you on. Baby, I'm gonna have to make one of my bake you a cake with a saw in it. She said,
You not married to one of them? I don't want my throat cut. I don't want to break an old habit. Breathing.
I said, yeah, I'm married. I'm married to the game. You're still a member of the club yourself. You just ain't paid any dues lately. Maybe if you ain't full of shit, I can put you back in good standing. Now get over here. She said,
I'm raw. I'll have to slip on something. I'll come over for a minute. You're not a height. I'm not hip to anything but grass.
I said, no, sugar. I'm a lover and a beggar. I got black gunyon, baby. You hip? I hung up. I went to the dresser mirror and powdered my face. I brushed my hair with a damp brush. My mop was black, bright, and curly. I went to the closet and slipped on the wild yellow lounging robe. I had bought it the day before Delansky busted me at the dance. I had peeped at her whole card that day in the hall. I knew she was a freak. I remembered her eyes chained to my crotch. Now, I didn't have on any towel. First chance I got, I'd flash her into a boil through the split in the front of the robe. Maybe I could shoot some cocaine into that yellow virgin arm. That would open her up for sure. I might even steal her from Scarface and put her back on the track tomorrow. I thought, this fine is my speed. She's not a hard-legged dog with 1,000,000 miles on her. She's no more than 19 and sexy as the rear end of a peacock. I'll play it cool and quiz her. Maybe some kicker booted her off the track. Maybe that's how Scarface copped. I'll stay in the pimp role, but I'll sweeten it with a little high-class. Maybe I'll rap some of that gigolo garbage I overheard the white pimps in the joint rapping. I better call Silas. I'm not ready for trouble with Scarface. I went to the door and unlocked it. I picked up the phone and got Silas. I said, listen, Jack, this is important. I'm gonna be rapping to the big butt yellow broad who lives in 422. I'm gonna give you and the broad on the desk a fin apiece. You gotta wire me here when Scarface shows. I'm not ready for him to wise up. You got me? Silas said, you lucky young son of a in the YMCA shower room ain't no luckier. You got salt and pepper, kid. We'll wire you. I'll stall the cage on the way up with him. Can I peep a little, kid, huh? I hung up. I felt a cool puff of draft on my ankles. I went into the living room. She had slipped into almost nothing. She was cross-legged in the chair at the window. She turned her head from the street and looked up at me. She had on a thigh-long black negligee with pink butterflies sewn on. A pair of white silk panties gleamed through the black gauze. She curved inside it like a yellow pretty girl. Her ebony hair was steepled on top of her skull like a black satin crown. I saw a frantic tick-jerk at the corner of her melon-red mouth. If she turned out to have entasis, I swore I would give a She said,
Hi. I asked myself, why am I here?
I said, baby, don't drag the party. Don't ask yourself stupid questions. You can't escape that freak, desperate spark. You know, baby, that awful sweet electricity that makes a farm boy kiss a you. The same power that yowls a hot tomcat in the alley. You hip to it? Now just relax. I'm gonna roll you up a bomber. Baby, your luck has changed. You've hit the jackpot. You found me. Oh yeah. My name is Blood. She said,
Blood? It's nice to meet you. I'm Christine. Chris I like better. I can't stay long. I have to be careful. My old man is very jealous.
I said, Chris, you're gonna find out I'm a wild groove. You may stay a lifetime thinking it was only an hour. All we need is an understanding. All you need is a man. Over the top of Chris's head, I saw the runt flash her eyes up at the window. She was just getting into a White Tricks car. Twilight was sweeping away daylight with a deep purple broom. I went to the bedroom. I loaded an outfit and tilted it spike up in my pocket. I rolled 2 bombers, one with reefer, the other in cigarette tobacco. I snorted a thumb tip of cocaine. I got a towel and put it next to the gap under the front door. I lit some incense. I gave Chris the bomber. I lit it and my dud. With a package like Chris, reefer might confuse me. I might wake up swindled. If she had been Garbo, I still want to scratch before snatch. I got another chair. We sat there facing each other in the twilight. I waited for the reefer to fill her skull. The bomber in her hand was now a roach. I cocktailed it for her. Her eyes were dreamy. She said,
God damn it, sweetheart. I'm high. You know, Blood, you're going to laugh when I tell you something. Guess what I was thinking when I saw you the first time in that towel?
I said, you thought, oh, my itching cat, that pretty brown bastard looks like a pimp. I wish to hell I was still. I sure would like to kiss Mr. Thriller the Killer under that towel. Am I right, sweet freak? She giggled and scooted her chair flush against my knees. She slid her back down in the leather chair. She put the heels of her pink shoes on the seat of my chair. I was sandwiched between her big yellow legs. The street lamp came on, spotlighting her. She was still giggling. I fingered the ready jolt of cocaine in my robe pocket. I took it out and hid it against the side of my chair. I saw blue veins pulsing on her inner thighs. The cocaine had me strung on an icy rack. I raised her right leg and rubbed my cheek against it. I crushed her kneecap between my teeth. She moaned. I gazed deep into her eyes. She had laughed tiny pearls of tears that clung to her long, silky lashes. Under the street lamp, her face was innocent and soft as a young yellow fawn's. I felt old as Methuselah. She said,
Don't look at me like that. I know you can read minds. You give me the creeps with that look. It's like you're Svengali or that crazy Russian monk I read about.
I said, Chris, you're gonna be my... We gotta share things. That reefer was just an appetizer. Reefer is for low-class skunk broads. Heroin is for chumps bound for the graveyard. Cocaine is for brilliant, beautiful people. Chris, banging cocaine will spin a magic web of music and bells inside your skull. Every pore in your body will feel like daddy's jugging his swipe in all over you. It will torch off a racy secret fire of life inside you. It's a miracle, Chris. You get all that thrill and no habit. I know you ain't chicken-ish. Are you game to try? She said,
If it hurts, promise you'll stop. Don't give me a lot, baby. Where you going to put it in?
I took her left leg and put it on the arm of my chair. I saw a fat line high up on her thigh. I eased the spike into it. She flinched. The dropper flashed red. I pressed the bulb slowly. Her eyes widened. Her white teeth bit into her bottom lip. I emptied the dropper. I pulled out the gun. She sat there stiffly. She took her leg off the chair arm. She rubbed the inside knobs of her ankles against my sides. I saw her Adam's apple spasm. I remembered how I puked the first time. I slid my chair back and raced to the bedroom to get the wastebasket. I just made it back. She dumped a load into it. I flushed the mess down the toilet and rinsed the basket out. When I got back to her, she was smiling and stroking her legs. She said,
I'm sorry I did that naughty thing, Daddy. Oh, but now I feel heavenly. Baby, I'm so glad I came over and got this feeling. Aren't those bells something? Baby, you got a lot of this? I want to do this every day. Stay like this every minute. Let's lie down. I want a formal introduction to Mr. Thriller.
I said, when you come to me as my I'll keep your skull mellow. Now, you gotta be joking about Mr. Thriller. He won't have anything to do with a broke that claims a square hornblower as her man. Let's go over there while he's away and get your clothes. You're not married to him, are you? She said,
How many girls do you have? Maybe your stable is too big for comfort. I get salty standing in a long line for my loving.
I said, answer my question. What are you, a roller or something? When you are my, you don't worry about anything but your own and scratch. Now, answer my question.
Blood, I didn't want to answer because I am married to him. Leroy, that's my husband. Saved my life, really. He's been wonderful to me. He used to be good looking. He didn't get so insanely jealous until after his accident. We've been waiting over 2 years for a settlement. Blood, honestly, you are my kind of stud. My life is so screwed up. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to tell you. Would you believe that you're the first fellow I've talked to in over 2 years? Blood, I don't love Leroy.
That cocaine had her speed rapping. I couldn't cop her tonight unless I croaked Scarface. My plans had to change. I had to unhook her from Leroy soon. She'd make bales of scratch. Maybe I could work an angle to get her and a slice of that settlement. Of course, I couldn't wait forever. If I had to, I'd cop without a slice of that settlement. I knew Leroy was going to blow her. He didn't have a chance to hold much longer with that ugly face and that jealous bit. I had to find out if she would level with me all the way. Silas had told me she was an ex. I said, Chris, give me a fast rundown of your life story. I'll have all the answers for you when you finish. She said, if you let me sit in your lap. I nodded, and she climbed onto my lap. She hooked an arm around my neck. Her cheek was against my ear. The cocaine thudded her thicker against my breast. Out of the side of my eye, I saw the runt go into the greasy spoon. I was hoping she wouldn't use the phone just inside the door and interrupt the rundown. I felt her balloon bottom blasting heat to the throbbing cup of my lap. Too bad I worked so hard at the pimp game. Mr. Thriller was playing stiff con on me. He was just a fool at heart. The poor chump wanted to suck her out in that bed with this luscious doll. Good thing he had me to stand guard over him. She said,
I remember nothing but good until I was 12. Then my mother died. My father had been a kind, good man until then. He always worked. He was a good carpenter. He changed quickly after Mama died. He took my bed down. He said he wanted me to sleep with him. He told me how lonely his bed was after all those years with Mama. Nothing happened at first. One night, a month later, I had a nightmare. A wild, ferocious animal was terrible. It was terrible. I woke up. It was Papa. I screamed. He slapped me hard. His face was all twisted and hateful. He looked like a crazy stranger. I blacked out. When I came to, Papa was crying and begging me to forgive him. After a while, I would just lay there, numb, and let him use me. I hated his guts. In school, I had the crazy feeling the students could see and feel my shame and filth. By the time I got 15, I was a skeleton. By now, he had me doing everything to him. I'm glad he's dead in hell. Papa the Beast was killing me. I was so nervous I couldn't wash dishes. I broke dozens. I wasn't eating enough to keep a bird alive. I collapsed one day coming from the grocery. I woke up in a hospital. My system was shot, and I was pregnant. I stayed in the hospital a month. I stayed at Papa's a week after I got out. I took some money while he slept and left Wichita with the clothes on my back. I came here and got a waitress job. A young pimp named Dandy Louie started picking me up when I got off. I thought he was a millionaire. He dressed me up and turned me out. He was a cruel bastard. He liked to beat me. He worked me in a house run by one of his... He kept his foot in my... Funny thing, I made money even when my belly was stuck way out. A lot of tricks who came there wanted a pregnant girl. I lost a baby while turning a trick. Daddy got 5 years on a white slave rap 2 months later. I got a barmaid job and met Leroy. He was playing a gig in the spot. I was a sick girl. I fell out twice while serving the bar. The doctor said I needed rest. He said I couldn't expect to live long unless I rested. Leroy nursed me back to health. He was so good to me. I needed someone who cared. I married him when I was just 4 months shy of 17. I went with Leroy on a string of one-nighters in the Midwest. The group broke up in Youngstown, Ohio. We were stranded. Leroy got a job in an industrial cleaning plant. The second week, a boiler exploded and you've seen his face. His lawyer says we can expect a $10,000 settlement any time now. Leroy is driving me crazy with his jealousy. I don't mind hustling. I'd be your girl, Blood. I'd go for you, Blood. Are things clearer now? What should I do?
I said, you had nothing but heartache. I feel so sorry for you. I feel so sorry for you, baby. Now I know you've got to be my woman. I gotta protect you. I gotta give you affection and understanding. Don't worry, Angel. With me, life will be smooth as the snow at Sun Valley. You'll be so happy, you'll be out of your mind half the time. With our color combination, we could make a son of a baby together after we get rich. Tell me, does Leroy plan to work the roost for a while? She said,
Oh, I forgot to tell you. Last night was his last night. They want him for another 6 weeks, but he's going to drop the combo. It's too much headache to get them to show for work sober and on time. He's out now with a booking agent. I think he might go with a big band on an East Coast tour, and I hope he gets it. Band leaders want band members' wives to stay at home. Daddy, please figure things out fast. I want to be your girl as soon as possible.
I was sucking her scented cheek. I flogged my skull for a quick plot to tear the yellow gold mine from Scarface. The phone rang. She got out of her nest. I rushed to the phone. It was the excited broad on the desk. She said,
Forgive me for goofing,
422 went up 2 minutes ago. I was having a hassle with a checkout. I saw him come in. It didn't register until the second that I called you. You better clean house fast.
I ran into the living room. I snatched her from the chair. I pulled her to the door. I cracked it. We peeped down the hall. Scarface was 20 yards away, coming down the hall. He had a big stack of papers, maybe sheet music, under his arm. He shifted the bundle to his other arm. A paper fluttered to the carpet. He stooped to get it. I saw her door ajar. I stepped aside. I slapped her on the rump. She blurred across through her doorway. Scarface was standing with his mouth open, staring toward his now locked door. He was sure he'd seen her. His face was puzzled. I shut my door easy-like. I stood with my ear against the door. A bomb of sound shocked my eardrum. Someone was punching his fist against my door. I ran into the bedroom and got my switchblade. I came back to the door. I held the open blade behind me. I opened the door. It was Scarface. He looked like Mr. Hyde, all right. His orange-brown eyes were spinning counterclockwise. I saw the bundle of papers in a careless heap in front of his door. His right mitt was deep in his coat pocket. I saw the faint outline of maybe a skinny lead pipe or a gun barrel. I gauged the moves for a heart stab to beat his mitt out of his pocket. I said, "Yeah, Jack, what is it? I'm on the phone with my bondsman. The court just raised my bond on a double murder beef. I'm in a bad mood. I don't want to buy anything." He just stood there like a Scarface zombie staring at me. He looked down at the carpet in front of my door. I looked down. A pink butterfly lay there like a silent indictment. He heaved his chest and took a deep breath. It was like his last one. He stooped and picked it up. The eerie bastard took his other hand out of his pocket. Tears rolled down from his unblinking orange eyes as he stared at me. His scarred cheeks were quivering as he shredded the butterfly into pink lint on the carpet. He turned and walked away. I shut my door and got a beak load of cocaine. I took the lounging robe off. It was dripping sweat. I showered. I sat in Chris's chair at the window. Her sweet odor was still rising from it. For an hour, I heard a loud sobbing whine across the hall. It was Scarface chewing out Chris. Mickey said midnight. I hadn't eaten since morning and I wasn't hungry. Cocaine was a strong con for the belly. I thought, I hope that jealous chump doesn't croak her. It would be like making a big bonfire out of $100 bills. If she wasn't his wife and I had a rod, I'd go over there and claim her. The phone rang. It was Silas. He said, "What happened, Kit? Was she a whiz in a sack? Did the Joker catch her? I've been busy. I ain't had a chance to check with you until now. I was worried about you, kid. The broad told me she was late with the wire. I stalled him in the cage." I said, "It was very close, Silas. I'm a pimp. I didn't stick her. I'll take care of you and the broad this weekend when I pay my rent. Silas, if you get any news on the broad or Scarface, wire me fast." He said, "Yeah, kid, you know me. I stay hip to what goes on around here. I'll keep you plugged in, kid. Good night. I'm going home." I hung up and lay across the bed. I wondered if Max and Blondie had the runt hemmed up in an alley again. I smoked a reefer. I fell asleep. The phone woke me up. It was the runt. She said,
"Daddy, it's your baby. It's after 2. Can I come home?"
I said, "What kind of lines you got?" She said,
"I got 30 slats. I'm beat, Daddy. My tricks have been spades. You know how cheap and hard they are to turn. Can I come in?"
I said, "Come on in. Take a bath. Watch your jib. Do not irritate me." I've got a lot on my mind. She'd been working more than 12 hours. She was beat all right. Within a half hour after her bath, she was snoring beside me. I was dozing when the phone rang. I switched on the light. I picked up. I said, "Hello." Chris whispered,
Daddy, I can't talk long. Leroy, sleep. He found a butterfly that fell off my negligee. He been raving like a crazy man. He knows I was over there. I got bad news for us. The band spot is out. He called and turned it down. He's going to keep the combo and go through Ohio. His agent has a slew of one-nighters booked for him. He's taking me with him. Daddy, I won't forget us. I'll keep in touch. Maybe he'll go out before we leave tomorrow afternoon. I may get a chance to kiss you goodbye. I love you, blood. I'm going to dream about Mr. Thriller until
I heard the drowsy whine of Leroy's voice calling her name the instant before she hung up. I turned and looked at the runt. Her big mouth was wide open. Frothy slobber ran down her chin. Her sour hair had started to kink at the edges. She needed to go to the beauty shop downstairs. I thought, what kind of breaks am I getting? I'm sinfully good-looking. I'm lying here with a lather-mouthed dog. The ugliest joker in the world is across the hall. He's in the sack with a pretty whose nose is wide open for me. Something's gotta be done. Maybe after I cop Chris, I'll have the brass ring in my mitt. I didn't sleep at all after Chris called. The runt woke up at noon. She went across the street and got our lunch. At 2 in the afternoon, she was in the street. Silas called. He told me Chris was checking out. I saw Chris and Scarface put their stuff in the car and drive away. The runt came in at 2 a.m. with only 20 slats. She was shying away from white tricks. She was leery of Max and Blondie. I couldn't shake her out of it. She would rather turn spades for $3 or $5. She was afraid Max would catch her with a white trick. Chapter 10. The Unwritten Book. A week after Chris left, I copped another bag of cocaine from Top. It was almost gone. The runt was only making expenses. I had one lonely C-note and a double saw plus the Porker silver. The weather was getting balmy. I needed fresh clothes. I was going to the bottom fast. In the 3 weeks after Chris left, I kicked the runts a half dozen times. I only left the hotel twice in almost a month. I was expecting Chris to call me and say she was on her way to me. Things were getting worse. It had been 2 weeks since I saw Top. I decided to call him. Maybe he could hit me to a new spot to work for Runt. My bankroll was thin. At 10 a.m., I called Top. One of his broads said he was out of town. He wouldn't be back for a week. I got a sudden thought. I asked her if she knew Sweet's phone number. She said she did, but she'd have to call and find out if Sweet wanted me to have it. She called back in 10 minutes and gave it to me. I called him. He answered. He was in a good mood. He said,
"Well, what do you know? If it ain't Grinning Slim, you still got that one or have you grin yourself?"
I looked over at the runt. She was still asleep. She hadn't been in the street for 3 days. Her period had run 5 days. She claimed she was too weak and sick to go out. I had given her a terrible whipping the night before. I needed advice badly. I said, "Sweet, my falling apart. She's playing dead. If you don't pull my coat, I'm going to starve to death. You got to help me, Sweet." He said,
"You ain't cracking to nick me for scratch, are you? I don't loan my scratch to suckers who got and can't pimp on him. I ain't gonna support you and that lazy."
I said, "No, Sweet. I don't want scratch. I want you to run the game through my skull. I got a tiny bit of scratch. I got to get my coat pulled before I tap out." He said,
"You got wheels? You know how to get out here. Now remember, you get aroused out here, crack my name. Don't repeat your boner.
I said, yeah, I'm driving. I think I could find your pad. When shall I come out there? He said,
quick as you can get here. You get here and grin in my face, I'm gonna throw you over the patio wall. Say, kid, Peaches and me got a taste for some of that barbecue chicken down there in hell. Bring one with you when you come.
He hung up. My ticker was pounding like Chris had walked in the door naked with $1 million. I shook the runt. She opened her eyes. I stood over her. I said, you better be in the streets when I get back. She said,
You can't do anything but kill me. I'm ready to die. I don't care what you do to me. I'm sick.
I said, all right, just hit me where you want your black sticking shipped. I got in the Ford. I realized I hadn't put on a tie. I didn't have a lid. I looked into that rearview mirror. I sure looked scroungy. Maybe he'd be alone. Then I remembered the lobby. What the hell did it matter? I drove for about 15 minutes before I saw a clean, open barbecue joint. A black stud in a tall white cap was stabbing chickens onto a turning spit in the window. I went in. I came out with 2 birds. Peaches might be really hungry for barbecue chicken. It made solid sense to brown-nosed Miss Peaches. After making several wrong turns, I found Sweet's building. I parked the Ford in almost the same spot at the curb where Satan had sapped me a month ago. A young white stud in a monkey suit was out in front. Crusader Sweet was doing his bit to reverse the social order. I went to the desk in the lobby. I felt like a tramp as I waited for the pass. I got on the elevator. A different broad was at the controls. The spicy scent of the chicken wiggled her nose. She wasn't as pretty as the ripe-smelling broad. She sure kept her crotch from advertising. Maybe it was just that she didn't get heavy action. I stepped from the cage. The friendly brown snake wasn't at his station to flop his mop for me. I figured it was his off day. The odds were 100 to 1 he was in the sack somewhere with a 6-foot blonde. She was probably a little like the blonde coming up from the pit on her way to the cage. It was Mimi. She flicked her green eyes across my face. They were cold as a frozen French lake. She passed me. She looked like a fancy French pastry in her sable stole. I wondered how I got the stupid courage to turn down her freak off. I walked to the doorway of the pit. The stone broad was still in her squirting squat. Sweet was sitting on the couch. Miss Peaches, beside him, saw me first. She bounded across the carpet. I felt her choppers graze my hand. She snatched the bag of chicken. She flung it on the alabaster-topped cocktail table in front of Sweet. Sweet looked at me. I tightened my face into a solemn, grim mask. I stepped down and walked toward him. He was wearing only a pair of polka-dot shorts. In daylight, I noticed a mole on the broad in the picture over the couch. I said, "Hello, Mr. Jones. I hope those birds are still warm." He said,
Kid, your map sure looks like that you got has been shooting you through hot grease. I like that look you got today. Maybe you're getting hip the pimp game ain't for grinning jackasses. Get over here and sit on this couch while baby and me eat our barbecue. Run down you and your... I want to know where and how you copped her. Tell me everything you can remember about her and what's happened since you copped her. Run down your whole life as far back as you remember. It don't matter which is first.
I ran down my life for him. Then I ran down from the night I met the runt until the moment I left the haven. It took maybe 45 minutes. I even described the runt in detail. Sweet and his greedy girlfriend had devoured both birds down to the bare bones. Sweet was wiping Miss Peach's whiskers with a paper napkin. She put her head in his lap. She was jammed against my thigh. Sweet leaned back on the couch. He put his bare feet on the top of the cocktail table. He said,
"Sweetheart, you're black like me. I love you. You got the hate to pimp. You were lucky to get your coat pulled by me. You flap your horns and remember what I'm gonna spile to you. There are thousands in this country who think they're pimps. The weak white pimps ain't worth mentioning. Don't none of them pimp by the book. They ain't even heard about it. If they was black, they'd starve stiff. There ain't more than 6 of them who are hip to and pimp by the book. You won't find it in the square or white history books. The truth is, the book was written in the skulls of proud slick freed from slavery. They wasn't lazy. They was puking sick of pickling white man's cotton and kissing his nasty. The slave days stuck in their skulls. They went to the cities. They got hip fast. The conning bastard white man hadn't freed the cities was like the plantations down south. Jeff and Uncle Tom still did all the white man's hard and filthy work. Those slick heroes balled like crumb crushers. They saw the white man just like on the plantations, still ramming it into the finest black broads. The broads were stupid squares. They still freaked for free with the white man. They wasn't hip to the scratch in their hot black. Those first pimps started hipping the dumb to the gold mines between their legs. They hipped them to stick their mitts out for the white man's scratch. The first pimps and sure-shot gamblers was the only big shots in the country. They wore fine threads and had blooded horses. Those pimps was black geniuses. They wrote that skull book on pimping. Even now, if it wasn't for that frantic army of white tricks, pimps would starve to death. Greenie, the white man, has been pig greedy for broads ever since his first whiff of black. Black condom cells. The only reason he sniffs his way to 'em is white broads ain't got what it takes to please him. I'm hip. He's got 2 other secret sick reasons. White women ain't hip to his secret reasons. The dumb white broads ain't even hip to why he locks all inside tight stockades. He'd love it if the broads wasn't locked in there. The white man is scared shitless. He don't want them humping bucks coming out there in the white world, rubbing their bellies against those soft white bellies. That's the reason for keeping all the locked up. To show you how sick in the head he is. He thinks black broads are dirt beneath his feet. His will bust if he don't sneak through that stockade to those half-savage, less-than-human black broads. You know, Greenie, why he's gotta come to him. The silly sick bastard is like a that needs and loves punishment. He's a joke with scratch in his mitt. As great as he thinks he is, he can't keep his beak and swipe out of the stink of a black. He wallows and stains himself. The poor freak's joy is in his suffering. The chump believes he's done something dirty to himself. He slips back into his white world. He goes on conning himself he's God and are wild, filthy animals he has to keep in the stockades. The sad thing is, he don't even know he's sick in the skull. Greenie, I'm pulling your coat from the bottom to the top. That rundown on the first pimps will make you proud to be a pimp. Square will try to put shame inside you. Ain't one of them wouldn't suck a mule to pimp. They can't because a square ain't nothing but a. He lets a square pimp on him. You gotta pimp by the rules of that pimp book those noble studs wrote 100 years ago. When you look in the mirror, you gotta know that cold-hearted bastard looking at you is real. Now that young you got has gone lazy. She's stuffing on you. That ain't sick. I ain't never seen a under 20 that could get sick. A scratch ain't never longer than a pimp's cold game. You gotta have strict rules for. She's gotta respect you to hump her heart out in the street. One ain't got but one and one jib. You got to get what there is in her fast as you can. You gotta get 16 hours a day out of her. There ain't no guarantee you're gonna keep any for long. The name of the pimp game is cop and blow. Now this young you get is alright. She knows you ain't got no other. I want you to go back to that hotel, make that get out of that bed, and get in the street. Put your foot in her hard. If that don't work, take a wire coat hanger and twist it into a whip. Ain't no freak or not could stand up to that hanger. Maybe your foot and fist can't move that young anymore. She's a freak to them. Believe me, Greenie, that coat hanger will blow her or straighten her out. It's better to have no than a piece of. Get some cotton and make her pack herself. The show can't stop when the bleeds. I'm gonna lay some pills on you. Give her a couple when you get her out of that bed. Don't give her any more reefer. It makes some lazy. Don't worry, kid. If you do like I say and blow her, I'll give you a. Kid, don't hold that to one block. Tell that all the streets go. Turn her loose. It's the only way to pimp. If she blows, what are you lost? She stands up, you got a handsome real scratch. You go back and put the coat hanger pressure on her. If it don't blow her and she stands up for a week, you ought to have $500 in the week. Take that scratch and drive to one of the towns close around. Go to Western Union. Send that scratch back to yourself at that hotel. Use some broad's name as the sender. That lazy you got will think she's got competition. Watch the sparks fly from her side. She'll try to top that. That doesn't exist. Greenie, you listen to Sweet Jones. You'll be a hell of a pimp. Never get friendly and confide in your. You got 20. Don't forget your thoughts are secret. A good pimp is always really alone. You gotta always be a puzzle, a mystery to them. That's how you hold on. Don't get sour. Tell them something new and confusing every day. You can hold them as long as you can do it. Sweet is hipping you to pimp by the book. I'm the greatest pimp in the world. Now, Greenie, is your skull going to hold everything I told you? I said, 30 years from now, I'll still remember every word. Sweet, you won't be sorry you helped me. I'm gonna pimp my black off. I'll make you proud of me. I'll call you later and hip you to what the runt did under hanger pressure. Oh yeah, don't forget to give me those pills. He got up. Miss Peaches stretched her legs. She jumped down and followed him.
A sharp hook nail in one of her rear claws snagged out an inch of cloth from my pants knee. I wouldn't have cared if she had clawed me naked. I was in a thrilled daze. With Sweet Jones on ready tap to pull my coat, I was going to set a record on that fast track. Sweet came back. He gave me a tiny bottle of small white pills. He put his hands on my shoulders. He looked down at me. His sub-zero eyes warmed to maybe zero. He said,
I love you, sweetheart. You know, kid, I don't ever think I'm gonna grin in your face. I love you like a son. Anytime I grin in a sucker's face, I'm gonna cross him or croak him. Call me anytime you need a rundown. Good luck, Greenie.
I walked across the pit. I stepped up to the doorway. I glanced back. Sweet had Peaches in his arms. She was purring like a new bride. Sweet was squeezing her in a lover's embrace. He was covering her laughing face with kisses. I checked Mickey when I got in the Ford. It was 4 p.m. I drove toward the runt. I tromped hard on the gas pedal. I thought, no wonder Sweet is the greatest pimp in the world. He even knows the history of the black pimp. I ain't going to spare the runt. I'm gonna go right in with the pressure. I hope she's not in the street. Sweet promised me if I blow the runt. Any Sweets is already trained to a fine edge. Maybe he'll give me Mimi. Chapter 11. To Lose. I pulled the Ford into the curb across the street from the Haven. I didn't see the runt anywhere in the street. I peeped into the Greasy Spoon. She wasn't at the counter. I looked up at our window. I crossed the street and went through the lobby. I took the stairs to the 4th floor. I made 3 stabs at the lock with the key before I made it. I stepped inside. I was excited. I chain bolted the door. I walked to the bedroom. The runt was propped up in bed smoking a stick of gangster. Lady Day was tar brushing that mean, sweet man again. I stood by the side of the bed next to the record player. I saw the edge of a paper plate sticking out of the wastebasket. I took it out and put it on the bed. 2 navy beans were in a puddle of grease on the side of the plate. A pile of sucked, clean neck bones were heaped in the center of it. The runt had gone out to the Greasy Spoon and copped a hearty meal. She sure had a healthy appetite for a sick. Her eyes were wild and big, looking up at me. She fingered gently at the hole in my pants knee. I shut the box off. I ripped the record off the turntable. I broke it in half and hurled the pieces into the wastebasket. She kept her eyes on the hole at my knee. She ignored the broken record. She played it cool. She said,
You'll have to get it rewoven, huh? Daddy, I'm feeling better. I felt good enough to go across the street for food. Maybe by tomorrow, I'll feel good enough to go into the street. Baby, I would have went out after I ate, but my legs were too weak.
I said, I already passed the death sentence on you. It's good you had your last meal. I'm gonna send your death to your daughter, Gay. Take off that gown and lie on your belly. I went to the closet. I took down a wire hanger. I straightened it into one long piece. I doubled it and braided it. I wrapped a necktie around the handle end. I turned back to the bed. She was still propped in the bed. Her mouth was gaped open. She had both her hands clapped over her chest. She was like a broad in a movie. She opens a door and there's Dr. Jekyll just going into his frightful change. I saw her tongue tremble inside her jib. Her lips made a liquid plopping sound as they mutely pounded together. She rolled across the bed away from me. I raised my right arm up and back. I heard my shoulder socket creak. Her gown was hiked up to her waist. Her naked rear end had scrambled to the far edge of the bed. I raced around the foot of the bed. She rolled to the middle. She was on her back. Her arms held her jackknife legs against her chest. The whites of her eyes glowed like phosphorus. I brought the wire whip down. I heard it swish through the air. It struck her across the shin bones. She cried out like she was celebrating New Year's Eve. She screamed,
"Ooh-wee! Ooh-wee!"
She jerked flat, rigid on the bed, then smalled her fist against her temples. She sucked her bottom lip up into her jib. I slashed the air again. It sounded like maybe a dum-dum bullet striking across her gut button. She moaned,
"Wee Lordy! Wee Lordy!"
She turned over on her belly. I tore the gown from her back. She was naked. She flailed her arms like a holy roller. The whip whistled a deadly lyric as I brought it down again and again across her back and butt. I saw the awful welts puffing the black velvet skin. I stopped and turned her over. The pillow stuck to her face. I snatched it away. There was a ripping sound. I saw feathers sticking to her tear-wet face. She had chewed a hole in the pillow. She was thrashing her legs and mumbling. Her chest heaved in great sobs. She was staring at me and shaking her skull. Her eyes had that pitiful look of Christ's on those paintings of the crucifixion. Her lips were moving. I got on the bed. I stuck my ear near. She whispered,
"I don't need any more whipping. I give, Daddy, you're the boss. I was a dumb... It looks like you got a now. Kiss me and help me up."
I felt tears roll down my cheeks. Maybe I was crying in joy that I broke her spirit. I felt sorry for her. I wondered if I was falling in love like a sucker. I kissed her hard. I carried her into the bathroom. I placed her tenderly in the tub. I turned the water on. A stream burst from the shower nozzle overhead. She squealed. I pushed in the shower bypass on the tub faucet. The warm water started filling the tub. I dumped a bottle of rubbing alcohol into the tub. She looked up at me. I took the tiny bottle of pills out of my pocket. I shook out 2 into my palm. I took a glass off the face bowl. I handed her the pills. She put them in her mouth. She washed them down with the glass of water I gave her. I said, "Phyllis, why do you make your sweet daddy mean? Daddy's gonna kill his little if she don't straighten up and like the star she is. Lie down in that water for a while, then get in the street and get some real scratch for your man. You don't have to stay in this block. Just walk and work until you get the respectable scratch to bring in. I can raise you if you take a fall. They gotta let you make a phone call. If I go out, I'll check the desk here by phone every hour or so. Get down and star. You want your man? Get him some real scratch." I went and sat on the bed. The sheet looked like a red zebra had lain down and his stripes had faded on it. I heard her sloshing the water in the tub. She was humming the record I smashed. Sweet's pills sure weren't hurting her. Are strange people all right. She was silent while she combed her hair and fixed her face. She put on a red knit suit. She stood in front of me. She held her hand out. I saw dark stains on her stockings at the shins. Her eyes were bright. She said,
"Daddy, I don't have a dime. Give me a couple of dollars, please. Don't worry. When I come in, I'll have some nice scratch."
I stood up. I gave her a fin. I walked to the door with her. She turned her face up. I leaned down. I sucked her bottom lip, then bit it hard. She squeezed my arm and gouged her teeth into my cheek. She went down the hall. I shut the door and went to the front window. I rubbed my cheek to see if the skin was broken. I saw her cross the street at the corner. She was walking fast. That whipping and those pills had made her well. She looked like a child. She was so tiny and sexy in her red suit. I wonder as she disappeared whether she'd come back. It was 7 p.m. I thought, I better stick here in the pad. Whipping abroad with a hanger is not a bit like a foot in there. Christ, I'd kill the bastard on the spot if he hit my bare with one. Sweet was right. She got out of that bed all right. I wonder if those slavery pimps invented the hanger whip. No, even hangers hadn't been invented then. I guess Sweet did. I'm gonna wait the runt out. If she tries to slip in here to steal her clothes, I'll croak her. I wonder why Chris hasn't gotten in touch. Maybe some fast pimp had already stolen that pretty from Leroy. Maybe Leroy had one of his fits and croaked her. I wonder what the be like that I get from Sweet if the runt blows. This is a hell of a feeling I got. I don't know if I got a or not. It would be a if Sweet goes back on his word and leaves me on this fast track. I'ma get high. I better take the flight with gangster. Cocaine will only sharpen my grief. I took a shower. I stepped out of the tub. I got a towel from the wall rack. I saw splotches of red on the one beside it. I toweled off. I rolled a giant bomber. I put a fresh case on the pillow the runt had gnawed. I propped myself against the head of the bed. I sucked the bomber down to a roach. The reefer and the sibilant murmuring of tires against the street lulled me into deep sleep. I woke up. I was still half propped against the pillows. It was broad daylight. The runt hadn't come in. I had blown bliss with that wire hanger. I lit a cigarette. It was 7 a.m. I lay there staring at the entwined lovers on the Kiss statue. I thought, the runt's got a pair of like that broad. Geez, she was sure a freak. Some pimp is going to have a sweet when he straightens her out. I wonder if that'll miss me. She damn sure can't forget me. Hell, I can't worry about the mule going blind. I'll wait until noon or so. I'll rip open that grab bag Sweet promised me. Maybe I was hasty to shut the door on Melody and his antithesis. At this point, I could get hit to anything except work. No one could know I was freaking with a stud. Christ, I wish beautiful Chris would call. What a thrill if she'd tell me she was rushing to me. To get her tight, I'd maybe eat everything but the tacks in her shoes. I'm hungry. I'm not going to let my troubles abuse my skull and my belly. I got Silas on the phone. I ordered home fries and sausage. I got up and brushed my teeth. I skull noted to call Top when he got back in town. Maybe he could find out who booked Leroy. Maybe I'd trace Chris that way. I'd get Preston's owl head and take her from Leroy at gunpoint. I was listening to Moon Indigo and thinking about the runt. I was remembering that day when I left Mama crying at the window. I couldn't wait to get around the corner to the runt. Then I was sure I had a black gold mine sitting in the Ford waiting for me. In this tough pimp game, you couldn't count your scratch until you had it in your mitt. Holding was like trying to cinch grip Quicksilver. I thought, poor Mama. I haven't called her or anything. I'm gonna call her when things get straight.
Chapter 12. To gain the stable. I heard Silas knock on the door. I went and opened it. Silas was a strange, beautiful sight. The slick sorcerer bastard had my breakfast on a tray. He had turned himself into a cute black in a red knit suit. It was the runt.
I murdered the grin of relief in its jib womb. I twisted my face into a copy of Sweets when he bounced my skull off his John Wall. I said, I'm gonna croak you. Since 3 o'clock, I've been calling all the hospitals and jails in town. I even called the morgue. Speak up. What's your story? She looked up at me. She was smiling. She walked past me into the bedroom. I followed her. She sat the tray on the dresser. She ran her fingers deep into her bosom. She brought out a damp wad of bills. She gave it to me. She said,
Daddy, my last trick was a 50 slat, all-night trick. I caught him at 2 this morning. Baby, I gave you 128 slats. Silas had your breakfast on the elevator on my way up. With the 2 slats I gave him, I made 130. Oh, Daddy, I found some good streets to work a couple of miles from here. It's in the neighborhood of a joint called The Roost. You were a sweet daddy to be worried about your baby. Oh, I almost forgot. Keep your fingers crossed. I may bring you a girl one of these mornings. She's wild about me. Her old man ain't nothing. He's a burglar.
I said, Phyllis, there's more than one note in a song. You gotta string together 1,000 nights like last night. Now, take a bath. I'm gonna treat those scratches. Remember, I don't want any junkie. Make sure she's clean before you cop. I forgot about my breakfast. I went out and got into the Ford. I drove to the drugstore and got ointments and salves. I called Sweet and told him the runt stood up. He reminded me to send that scratch to myself as soon as possible. I went back to the Haven. I sent Silas for hot food. I dressed her wounds. They sure looked bad. Those gold pills she had taken died. She fell asleep while I was doctoring her back. I ate and took a nap. By the end of the week, I felt like a pimp. I had an 8-bill bankroll, not counting the porker silver. One night about 9, I got into the Ford. I drove less than 100 miles to Terre Haute, a small town. I sent 5 bills to myself at the Haven. I used Christine as the broad's name. Top was back in town, so I stopped on the way home and copped cocaine, yellows, and bennies. The runt came in that morning around 4. She had 105 slats. She was on her way to stardom. We were in bed, and I cracked on her. I said, Baby, I think our luck is changing all around. I'm pretty sure Daddy's copped another. I met her in the bar about a week ago. It's a small world, all right. She says she just moved out of this joint not long ago. She went wild over me. She's a fine young. She begged me to go to Terre Haute with her. She's working a fast house up there. I told her I'd run up there after she sent her first week's scratch. She gave me her phone number up there. I gave her my address. Tonight I called up there. I asked her about my scratch. She told me 5 bills were on the way. Baby, if she's jiving, we ain't hurt. If she sends it and it's respectable scratch, your daddy's got a small stable. She said,
Is she a white? What does that look like?
I said, don't get now. What's wrong with a white broad helping 2 spades? She's a boot. She looks like what she is, a scratch getting fine, in love with your man at first sight. It was a little after noon when the messenger brought the scratch notice. The runt went to the door and brought him into the bedroom. I opened it. The office was a half-mile away. I asked the runt if she'd like some air. She was eager to go. It was a good thing I had gotten that driver's license. I had to go through a long routine. They even made me crack the amount I was expecting. I got the cash. The runt was silent on the way home. Sweet sure knew the angles to put pressure on the skull. In the next month, I made 2 more trips to Terre Haute. Twice I went across town and stayed in the hotel overnight until around noon. I was conning the runt I was visiting her stablemate. The runt was really humping. She was averaging no less than $1 a night. 2 months after the hangar whipping, I took a furnished 3-bedroom vacancy in Top's building. It was a gold and red dream after the Haven. The runt really freaked this pad off. I guess she felt at home at last. It was on the 6th floor. I caught 6 $200 vines at 60 slats apiece. The booster lived on the 2nd floor beneath me. The same week, Top cut me into a stud who had a black LaSalle car in mint condition. He was out on an appeal bond and his lip wired him he was joint bound. I gave the stud 4 bills in his mitt. I paid off the last 2 notes on the wheels. I had 2 cars. I gave the runt her Ford back. She could cover and get down in the wider area. I started hanging around at Sweet's pad, sucking up the pimp game. I got home from Sweet's one morning around 5. I heard the runt rapping to someone in one of the bedrooms. I pushed the door open. The runt was in bed with a tall, pretty brown-skinned broad. She looked. They were naked. They stopped kissing and looked at me. The runt said,
Daddy, this is Ophelia. I told you about her in the Haven. Her old man got 1 to 3 in a joint for burglary. She wants to join our family. Can she?
I said, Ophelia, if you're not full of shit and you obey my rules, you're welcome. Have you been in the streets working tonight? I hope you just got in that bed to freak off. Phyllis, get out of that bed and get my double action scratch. The runt went into the closet and brought me a roll of bills. She said,
A bill of this I made.
I fast counted a yard and 75 slats. I took off my clothes and got between them. I spent an hour quizzing Ophelia and running down my rules. She was 18. The circus started. I was circus master. I had become too much pimp to freak off with a new package. They were the performers. She had put only 6 bits in my pocket. How cheaply does she get me if she blew tomorrow? It was the night before my 20th birthday in August. I had gone to the West Side to cop some dresses for Phyllis and Ophelia. I had left the booster's pad. I was loading the dozen or so pieces in the trunk of the LaSalle. I slammed the trunk lid shut and locked it. I heard screaming and smashing sounds coming from a cabaret just down the street. I saw a hatless, gray-haired man come staggering to the sidewalk. He was holding his head. The side of his head looked shiny. I walked down the sidewalk toward him. He was bleeding from a deep cut in his head. He was moaning and trying to stop the flow of blood with his hands. A dark, thin joker ran out behind the old man. I saw something gleam in his hand as he raised his arm again and again. I moved closer. The thin joker was savagely pistol whipping the old stud. He was beaten to his knees. He looked like someone had painted his face red. The thin joker turned his face. The light coming from the open door of the cabaret shone on it. It was Chris's Leroy beating the old man. 20 customers had come out. They formed a circle around the massacre. I moved to the outside of the circle. Then I saw Chris standing on the other side of the circle. She was screaming and tugging at Leroy's pistol arm. Leroy had gone insane. I moved around the circle closer to Chris. I stood behind her. I saw greasy stains on the back of her dress collar. Her hair looked frowsy and dull. Scarface was sure taking her to the dogs. I heard the screech of brakes. I saw 2 huge white rollers muscle through the crowd. Leroy was astraddle the unconscious figure, still pounding his pistol against it. They shoved Chris backward. One of them put an arm lock on Leroy's gun arm and took the pistol. The other vised his neck in a stranglehold. They dragged him to the prowl car and threw him into the back seat. A short, middle-aged white broad stepped to the side of the fallen figure. She was wringing her hands. She was wearing a bar apron. She stooped and stroked the figure's brow. One of them got on the front seat. He turned sideways, guarding Leroy. He put a microphone to his lips. He was calling an ambulance, no doubt. The other roller came back and stopped beside the white woman. He said, "Anybody you know?" She sobbed.
Yes, he's my father-in-law.
He said, "What happened?" She said,
Everybody knows Papa Tony loves to kid around the girls. He's got a heart as big as New York. Everybody loves and understands him. Papa Tony came in the bar. He started kissing the cheek of all the girls at the bar. He kissed that one behind you. That maniac man of hers stopped singing. He leapt off the stage. He started to beat poor Papa Tony with his pistol. It's the first night the maniac has worked for my husband. If my husband Vince had been here, that jerk's brains would splatter the sidewalk.
The roller looked back at Chris. He started making notes in a small book. I knew he'd quiz her after he got the full picture. I touched Chris lightly on the shoulder. She turned and looked up at me. She got weak in the knees. She slumped against me. I took her arm and steered her down the sidewalk. I heard the distant whine of an ambulance siren. I said, "Chris, you had better split. That's a white man Leroy beat up. The white folks are going to cross you into it. After all, you're the reason he nipped." We got into the LaSalle. I moved it down the street toward the prowl car. I put on the brakes. A couple came in front of the prowl car. They crossed the street in front of me. I had stopped beside the prowl car. Chris could have reached out and touched it. I turned my head and looked into the rear seat of the prowl car. Leroy was staring at Chris. His eyes shifted to me. He leapt toward the front seat. The roller backhanded him. I saw Leroy's head dip out of sight as I pulled away. I made from that frantic leap of his that he remembered me. The LaSalle moved quickly away from the west side. Chris was crying. I stayed silent until I hit the fringe on the south side. Then I said, "Aye, Chris, I got you away from the heat. Tell me where you live, and I'll take you home. Don't cry. You can bail him out when they book him." She sobbed.
All right, you want to take me home? Turn around and take me to Leroy's Jalopy. It's parked behind the bar where he blew his silly top. We got in town broke this afternoon. He didn't get the settlement. Maybe he'll never get it. I'm so disgusted. He was to get paid nightly for the gig. He does a blues singing bit now.
I said, "You look like a bum. You conned me, you keep in touch. You were going to be my remember? I should have left you back there to go to jail with your sucker man." I realized I had a solid chance to cop her now. All I had to do was stay strong and bluff her. Leroy was a cinch to get a bit. He couldn't make bail. Chris had no one out but me. She sure looked like my third. I coasted into the curb. I left the engine running. We were parked in front of a flea bag hotel. I had maybe a 2,500 slat roll in my pocket. I flashed for her. I peeled off a sawbuck. I held it toward her. She ignored it. She said,
"Blood, it wasn't that I didn't think about you. I wanted to call you. I wanted to keep my word. Leroy never let me out of his sight. He would even follow me to the toilet. You don't know how much I hate him. I hope he gets life. Don't cut me loose, Blood. I'll keep my promises. I'm free now. I'm yours, baby. Tell me to jump in the river. I'll do it."
I said, "No, Chris, I'm afraid of you. I think Leroy had made a tramp job out of you. I'm pimping too good to bring a headache into the stable. I'll always be your friend. I'll always be your friend, Chris. My ticker is bleeding for you, baby. I gotta think of number one. My humping 16 hours a day in the street. They love it. I don't figure you got the guts and heart for the street track. Chris, for the rest of my life, I'll be sad when I think of you. I'll have a lump in my throat when I think of what might have been. Take this sawbuck, baby, and the best of luck always. Goodbye, Chris. Please split before I get weak and let you be my... I reached across her and opened the car door. My skull was hitting on all 175 cylinders. I was cinching her. I remembered her name, Christine, on those Terre Haute money orders I've been sending myself. She was the runt's ghostly gadfly come to life. She pulled the door shut. She hurled herself against me. She held on to me and wailed like maybe I was her dead mama on the way back to the grave after a brief visit. She blubbered,
"Blood, please don't cut me loose. I'm not a lazy. Give me a chance. I want to amount to something. Please take me with you. I won't let you down. I can hold my own against any..."
I pulled out. I was headed home. I was a fox with a rare pretty hen in my jib. I knew the runt and Ophelia were in the street. In the trunk, I had 6 dresses I'd copped for Ophelia. I was sure they fit Chris. I said, "I'm gonna gamble on you. I'm taking you to your new pad. You gotta understand one thing. You can't bring scratch under a bill a night. You do, I may light my cigarettes with it or use it to wipe my... You're gonna meet and work in the street tonight with your sisters. I'm gonna give you a rundown. Flap your horns and remember it. It will bring you into the family with some stardust on your tail. Chris, you're lucky." Mine croaked in Terre Haute just a week ago. Her heart stopped while she was turning a trick. She was a martyr. Her name was Christine. I went up there and blew a couple grand on her funeral. I guess I felt guilty about blowing all that scratch on the broad I had for only a couple of months or so. I didn't tell the stable about her death. Maybe I went all out on her funeral because she had your name. I just don't know. Anyway, the stable never met her. They have a lot of respect for that long scratch she sent me every week from that house. Chris, you're that great humping reborn. A week before she croaked, she begged me to turn her loose here in the street. I turned her down because I knew she had a screwy ticker. So, Chris, I know you'll prove to the stable you are just as great in the street as you were in the house in Terre Haute. I'm taking you home to get pretty for the trick people, baby. Chapter 13. The Iceberg. When she saw the pad, she flipped. A pink silk dress from the trunk fitted her perfectly. After a bath and a shampoo, she was again the gorgeous Chris I'd met at the Haven. I gave her 2 gold pills and took her to the street for the cut into Phyllis and Ophelia. It was midnight when I curbed in the block where they were working. They were walking together across the street. They looked over at the LaSalle. I blinked my headlights. They crossed the street and came toward me. The runt stuck her head through the window on Chris's side. Ophelia was stooping down, pinning Chris. I said, "Both of you, get in." They got into the back seat. In the rearview mirror, I saw them look at each other, then at the back of Chris's head. I said, "Phyllis, Ophelia, meet Christine. She's gonna work the street with you. She's tired of giving up 50% of her scratch. She wants Daddy to have all she makes." I pulled her out of the house. What the hell? The whole family should be together anyway. "Phyllis, I told Christine 100 times how great you are in the street. She's hip, you know, all the rollers and all the angles. I want you to take her under your wing out here for a week or so. I know there ain't a out here that could pull her coat like you can. Now get out of the car and starve those other jokers to death." I watched them walk away, chattering and laughing. It was like they were real sisters. I looked at my diamond-studded longines. It was 10 after 12. How about it? I was 20 years old. I was living in a 6 bill a month pad. I had 3 young, fine mud kickers. I was a pimp at last. I tilted down the rear view mirror. I powdered my face. I sat there gazing at myself. Finally, I pulled off. I was going to Sweets to report my progress. I didn't get much of a chance to rap to him. 2 rollers from Sweet's precinct were drinking and horsing around with 2 of Sweet's yellow. Sweet told them I was his son. It tickled them witless when Sweet told them what Satan and his demon had done to me. They told me not to worry. They would remember me and would wire the other precinct rollers not to roust me. The rollers finally got crocked. The took them around the Chinese scream into bedrooms. Then I said, "Sweet, I copped a beautiful yellow tonight. I got her humping on the track with my girls. Sweet, the crazy about me. I know I'll hold her for years." He said,
Slim, a pretty are just alike. They both will get in the stable to wreck it. They'll leave the pimp on his with no. You gotta make 'em hump hard and fast. Stick 'em for long, scratch quick. Slim, pimpin' ain't no game of love. Prat 'em and keep your swipe out of them. Any sucker who believes a loves him shouldn't have fell out his mammy's. Slim, I hope you ain't that pretty yet. Believe me, Slim, a pimp is really a who's reversed the game on. Slim, be as sweet as the scratch. Don't be no sweeter. Always stick a for a bundle before you. Ain't nothing but a trick to a pimp. Don't let 'em Georgia you. Always get your money in front, just like a stable are like working chumps in the white man's factory. They know when they're sucker tickers, they're jumping. They both gotta have to blow their beefs into. They gotta have someone to listen while they badmouth that damn boss. A good pimp is like a slick white boss. He don't ever pair two new Suggestive. He ain't stuck 'em for no long scratch. A pair got too much in common. They'll beef to each other and pull their skull plots and split to the wind together. The real glue that holds any to a pimp is the long scratch she's stuck for. A good pimp could cut his swipe off and still pimp him off. Pimping ain't no game, it's a skull game. A pimp with a shaky bottom woman is like a sucker with a lit firecracker stuck in his hat. When his boss turns sour and blows, all the other in the stable flee to the wind behind her. There ain't more than 3 or 4 good bottom women promised the pimp in his lifetime. I don't care if he cops 300 before he croaks. A good pimp has gotta have like a farm system for bottom women. He's gotta know what in the family could be the bottom when mama goes sour. He's gotta keep his game tighter on his bottom than on any in the stable. He's gotta peep around her while she's taking a crap. He's gotta know if it's the same stink and color it had yesterday. Slim, you're in trouble until you cop the 4th. A stable is sets of teams playing against each other to stuff the pimp's pockets with scratch. You got a odd shit. You ain't got but a team and a half. A young pimp like you has gotta learn not to cop blind. Your 4th has gotta be right to pair with the 3rd. She can't be no ugly unless she likes. She can't be smarter than the pretty. She can be younger, even prettier, but she's gotta be dumber. Slim, all have one thing in common, just like the chumps humping for the white boss. It thrills them when the pimp makes mistakes. They watch and wait for his downfall. A pimp is the loneliest bastard on earth. He's gotta know himself. He can't let them know him. He's gotta be God all the way. The poor son of a has joined a hate club. He can't quit. He can't do a turnaround and be a himself in the white boss's stable unless he was never a pimp in the first place. So kid, rest and dress and pimp till you croak. I ain't had no rest in a couple of days. I think I'll try to get some DOS. Kid, these skull aches are getting bad. Good luck, kid. Call me tomorrow, late. Oh yeah, happy birthday, kid. That rundown was a birthday present. My skull was reeling from his rundown on the way home. It was 5 a.m. when I got there. The runt and Ophelia were asleep. They were locked together like Siamese twins. I picked up my scratch off the dresser. It was 2 1/4 bills. I went and looked in on Chris. She was in bed reading a book. She looked up and put the book across her belly. She reached under the pillow. She gave me a roll of bills. I checked it. There was 6 bits. It wasn't bad for a new who got to the track late. She held out her arms. She was naked. I had to cop her some sleepwear. To avoid her arms, I lit a cigarette. She said,
Daddy, did I do all right?
I said, Chris, you made a start. It's like the first buck of that million you're gonna make. I ought to frame it like a sucker who's opened a new hot dog stand. I want you to put that book down. Get some DOS. I want you to take a fin to Leroy tomorrow. Hip him, I'm your man now. The family is gonna cabaret tonight. It's my birthday today. I'll get a rundown of your first night when I wake up. I'm gonna cop you a partner for the street real soon, baby. Good night, Chris. When I woke up, it was 1 p.m. I turned on my side. 2 big brown eyes were looking at me. It was Ophelia. She started kissing my eyelids. She said,
Daddy, you're so pretty. You got eyelashes just like a shit. Phyllis took Chris to visit that sucker in the shit house. Daddy, can I kiss my candy?
I said, Christ in heaven, ain't I got a in this family without a hot jib? Go on, get your kit and trim my toenails and paint them. We're all gonna get pretty for my birthday party tonight. She said,
How old are you, Daddy? I bet you're 19.
I said, I'm 119. I just got a pretty baby face. Chris and the runt got back from Leroy around 3 p.m. Chris had a serious look on her face. I said, well, how did he take the news? Did he hang himself from the bars before your eyes? She said,
Daddy, he fell apart. He would have killed me if he could have reached me. He cried like his heart was broken. He said he was going to kill you wherever he saw you. I feel bad, Daddy. He really upset me. I'm gonna lie down.
I thought, that square chump is sure a wingding. I'm gonna put the hurt to him fast if I run into him. We partied at a swank white joint near the Gold Coast. We got home at 4 a.m. I was sober. The were stoned. I went and got into my bed. I dozed. An hour later, I woke up. The 3 crowded into bed with me. They were stroking and kissing me all over. Mr. Thriller sure ached to be a circus performer. I was having trouble convincing Mr. Thriller he had to take only one at a time. He was a pimp, not a freak. The ringmaster put the show on and stayed cool. It was 8 o'clock before I got to sleep. It was a month before I copped the 4th. She was a cute, tiny 17-year-old broad about Chris's color. The stable had brought her home from a coffee joint at closing time. They took their breaks there. The little broad was a waitress in the joint. She was curious about the game. She was wild to wear flashy clothes. She thought I was rich when she dug the pad. The excitement in her eyes hipped me I could make a fast cop. I took her into the living room. I cracked her into saying she'd be my woman and stop slaving for $30 a week. Then I gave her the pitch to tie the knot. She was sitting in a chair. I stood looking down at her. Her eyes never left my face. It was maybe like a rattlesnake charming a robin. I said, Joanne, I gotta congratulate you. You're not only lucky, you're smart. You knew when you saw me that I was going to be your man. I'm hip that you were just waiting to meet me. You have wanted since you were a little girl to live an exciting, glamorous life. Well, sugar, you're on blood's magic carpet. I'm gonna make your life with me outshine your flashiest daydreams. I'm a pimp. You gotta be a... I don't have squares. I'm gonna be your mother, your father, your brother, your friend, and your lover. The most important thing I'm gonna be to you is your man. The manager of the scratch you make in the street. Now, sweet, have you followed me so far? She whispered.
Yes, blood. I understand.
I reached down and took her hand. I took her to the window overlooking the city. I held her against me. I said, look out there, baby angel. Out there is where you work. Those streets are yours because you're my woman. I've got 5 G's in fall money. If you get busted for anything, even murder, I can free you. Baby, this family is like a small army. We got rules and regulations we never break. I am really 2 studs. One of them is sweet and kind to his when they don't break the rules. The other one comes out insane and dangerous when the rules are broken. Little baby, I'm sure you'll never meet him. Never forget this family is as one against the cold, cruel world. We are strong because we love each other. There's no problem I can't solve. There's no question I can't answer about this game. Tomorrow, I'm gonna start filling your skull with everything about this game and street. I'm gonna make a star out of you, Angel. Don't ask any outsider anything. Come to Chris or me, my little baby. I'll protect you with my last drop of blood. If any motherfucker in those streets out there stud or hurts you or threatens you, come to me. He will have to cut my throat first, shoot me first. I'll take an oath to protect you for as long as you are my woman. Baby, I know that's for always. Now, repeat after Daddy, baby. She squeezed tightly against me. She was in a trance looking up at me. She chanted along with me.
From this moment, I belong to blood. I am his. I will do everything he tells me. I won't ever with his scratch. I will hump my heart out every night. I've gotta make a bill a night.
She slept with Chris that night. After the first week, I knew she was the perfect partner for Chris. Sweet was right. Chris and Joanne ran Phyllis and Ophelia into a panting lather in the street. I started wanting that fifth. Leroy got a year for the beating he gave Papa Tony. After 6 months later, Top and I were at the Roost Bar. A loud-mouthed joker beside me was arguing with a stud on his other side. I had my back to him, facing Top. Top and I had been shooting stuff for several hours in his pad. I was so frosted with cocaine, I felt embalmed. It was maybe like I was at the Roost and I really wasn't. I had raised my glass of Coke to my jib. I was being fascinated by the tiny bubbles popping inside the glass. I was trying to count them before they all popped away. I heard an explosion behind me. My skull was numb. It was maybe like the noise behind me happened a year ago on an ice floe in the Arctic somewhere. I saw a light gray lid that stirred a faint memory. It wobbled across the log and stopped in front of where Top had been. I thought, that's a Knox 40. I had one once that color. That crazy joker Top was on the floor between the log and his stool. His eyes were wide in fear. He was looking up at me like he thought I had gone bats and was going to croak him. I laughed at him. I heard running feet behind me. I looked over my shoulder. The joker who had been arguing with Loudmouth was running through the door with a rod in his hand. I looked behind me. Loudmouth was on his back, out cold. He had a long red gouge across his temple. Some of the frost melted away in my skull. The bullet that grazed Loudmouth had torn my lid off. The joint was still. Top was standing and dusting himself off. The joint had emptied. I reached over and picked my lid off the bar. I took a casual look at the entrance. Exit holes in the top of my crown. I stuck it on my head. Top was staring at me. I tilted my glass and drained it. I turned to Top. Loudmouth was groaning and coming to on the floor. I said, Jack, let's get out of here before the rollers come. I ain't got time for a quiz. You know, Top, if my skull had been pointed, I'd have had a bad break. Top followed me out the door. He got into his hog in front of the Roost. Top was still staring at me. His jip was gaping. He said, Kid, I saw it, but I don't believe it. I've seen some cool studs in my time, but I ain't never seen nothing to equal that. Kid, you were cold in there. Icy. Icy like an iceberg, kid. I got it. You're getting to be a good young pimp. All good pimps got monikers. I'm gonna hang one on you. Kid, you've outgrown young blood as a moniker. How about Iceberg Slim? Kid, it's a beautiful fit.
Iceberg Slim.
How about it? And I thought it up. Cocaine sure chills you. I guess you picked the right high for you. Chapter 14. The Mistake. By the end of the year, I had copped a new 39 hog. I had blown Joanne 90 days after I got her. She was too possessive, and she didn't really have the guts for a long stretch in the street. I didn't cry when she left. While I had her, Chris kept her humping. I was thousands ahead of her when she slipped away from Chris in the street. A week later, I copped a young whore that was a whiz in the street and was hip to boosting. She went ape over Chris. She'd go downtown and come home with shopping bags loaded with fine dresses and underclothes for herself and her sisters. Later, she hipped Chris to boosting. I let them go down together with a stud who drove for them. They filled my closet with beautiful vines. Top got 5 years on a narcotics rap. The federal heat tricked him into a 4-piece sale to an undercover agent. I sure missed him. I hung out at Sweets more than ever. My name was ringing. The moniker Top hung on me stuck. Everybody was calling me Iceberg, even Sweet. Only I and the several peddlers I copped from knew that my icy front was really backed by the freezing cocaine I snorted and banged every day. I pimped strictly by the book for the next 3 years. I traded in a hog each year. I never had less than 5 girls in the family. I moved out of Top's building and let the family stay there. I took a suite in a swank midtown hotel. I had the privacy, the jewelry, and all the flash and glamour of a successful pimp. I had managed to solve the fast track. I was fast becoming one of its legends. Top had gotten out. He was in Seattle with relatives serving out his short parole paper. Only one of his women stuck with him. The rest got in the wind when he fell. The runt was still bottom woman. Ophelia was still hung up on her. Chris was proving every day she had the qualities of a bottom woman. I noticed the runt was acting like she might be wearing thin fast. The other 2 I had been stablemates. I copped them when their pimp shot an overdose of H. I was at Sweets when Pearl Harbor was bombed. I had stayed all night. I was still in bed. The friendly brown snake had brought my breakfast. I was just finishing when Sweet walked into the bedroom. He sat down on the side of the bed. He said,
Berg, Uncle Sam just got his throat cut. 9 ounce has just put the torch to Pearl Harbor. Gonna make more scratch now than ever before. Berg, I got a feeling this Second World War is gonna hurt the pimp game in the long run.
I said, Sweet, how do you figure that? He said,
You know, ain't nothing but a X square. A good pimp wears out a lot of in his lifetime. If there ain't no big pool of squares for the pimps to turn out, then stables gotta get smaller. The defense plants are gonna claim thousands of young potential. Those square gonna get those paychecks. They'll get independent. A pimp can't turn them out. The older square broads are going into the plants too. Thousands of them got teenage daughters. They'll have the scratch to fill the bellies of those young. They'll put nice clothes on their backs. Why the hell should they for a pimp? They can pimp on mama. The worst thing is, those plants are inviting with strict pimps to split and square up. If the war lasts a long time, pimps will have to turn to hold. Berg ain't but one real heaven for a pimp. He's in it when there's a big pool of raggedy, hungry.
The war was raging. The defense plants were grinding out war goods around the clock. Thousands of young and old broads were slaving in them. As far as I was concerned, the pool was still full of fine fish. I had 3 original girls and 3 new cops. It was December 1944. Sweet was still pimping good for an old man. He was down to 7 women, but this was great pimping for a stud his age. Top has settled out west. I had held Chris, Ophelia, and the runt a long time. Since 38, I had copped and blown 6 to 70 whores and turnouts. Turnover in turnouts was big. Some of them would hump for a month and split. Some a week, others a couple hours before they cut out. Sweet had been so right years ago. The pimp game was sure cop and blow. I spent Christmas Day with Mama. She was really happy to see me. She hadn't seen me since 38. She cried as always when I left her. The runt was getting tired and evil. Several of those turnouts she had run away from me. All new turnouts I was giving to Chris to polish in the street. I started sending the runt to small towns near army camps. Some of them were out of state. Sometimes Ophelia went with her. Before I met Carmen, the runt and Ophelia had come back from a weekend in Wisconsin. The runt and the other 5 girls were with me when I copped the 7th girl. She was almost a perfect copy of the runt at 18. She had a prettier face than the runt had at 18. Her features were more regular. Time and Street had bulldogged the once cute face of the runt. We were at a cabaret. Carmen was behind a 26-game table in the bar room. I left my table and went to the John. I passed Carmen on the way. She gave me a strong lick. On the way back, I stopped and tossed a quarter on her table and rolled the dice, trying for a score of 26. I hit 26, so I bought us a drink with the score. I stood beside the table and quizzed her. She was from Peoria. She'd been in town a week. We had old party time in common. She had met him up in Peoria where he was still living. He had a in the house up there. She had worked in the same house. She had run off from her pimp, and she was wide open for a fast cop. We rapped for 15 or 20 minutes. I could tell she went for me. She looked at the clock. It was almost closing time. I invited her to have breakfast at the family's pad. We'd have breakfast. I was leaving with Carmen. I was going to my place to put her under contract. The runt followed me outside to the hallway. She called me. I gave Carmen the key to the hog. She went toward the elevator. I didn't move toward the runt. I said, "You want to rap to me? Come to me." She had a tight, evil look on her face. She walked slowly up to me. Top was right. These bottom broads, when they started to rot, really f***ed up a stud's skull. She said,
You ain't thinking about bringing that bullshit into the family, are you? That phony ain't shit.
I said, "What the hell? You mean you're gonna turn down a chance to larceny a new away? You stick it. Nobody tells me what to have. You got the fucking nerve to crack some phony. I had to almost croak you to make you real." I noticed 2 of the latest cops were in the open door. They were eyeballing down the hall at our show. She shouted,
"You were a raggedy, nowhere scarecrow until you got me. You didn't have no wheels. You muscled me for mine. I'm the that made you great. Without me right now, you'd go to the bottom fast as through a greasy funnel."
I made a bad mistake. I should have maybe used Top's jelly skull technique to get rid of her. Instead, I left hooked her hard as I could against the jaw. There was a pop like a firecracker going off. She fell to the carpet in a quick heap. I kicked her big rear end 12 times. I walked to the elevator. I looked down the hall. I saw Ophelia and Chris dragging her toward the apartment. The runt got her broken jaw wired up. She split with Ophelia. Chris said she tried to take 2 of the newer girls with her too. I had made a pimp's classic blunder. I had blown a tired bottom in the rough. Carmen was an easy cop. A pimp wants everybody who can hump his pockets fat. He's in real clover when he cops a fine young who wants him. Carmen really wanted me. She was starting with Chris. 6 months later, Sweet called me early in the morning. His voice was laced with excitement. I jerked in bed. He said,
"Berg, I got a wire. The FBI is nosing around some of the broad lockups. They're quizzing. Your name has been cracked more than once. It looks like they already got a solid beef to go on. It's my guess they're trying to build a 5 or 6 count rap against you."
I said, "Sweet, I bet it's that stinking runt. Christ, Sweet, I've sent her and Ophelia across state lines 12 times since the war started. They're trying to ram a white slave rap into me, Sweet. What would you do?" He said,
"I would give one of those nice sweet jokers on the west side expense scratch and a ball-peen hammer. I'd tell him as soon as I read they was found in an alley with their skulls caved in, he could get a cinch $2,000. It would be easy to trap him. There, he'd be just another freakish trick wanting to party with 2. Tell you what, Berg, get the out of that crib over there fast. Move out of your pad today. Go groundhog. Switch your to new stomping grounds. Stay out of the street after you move. Call me when you get out of there."
He hung up. I thought, I'm a sucker. I should have destroyed the runt Top's way. I had moved the stable and myself to new pads by 7 that night. Chris, my new bottom woman, was the only one in the family who knew the reason for the move. I took the hog and put it in a garage I rented from an old widower. The garage was behind his house in a respectable neighborhood. I got a cab to one of my stuff connections. I was going underground. I had to have at least a piece of stuff. I had copped and was walking down the street looking for a cab. I passed a barber shop. I got a glimpse of the white spatted dogs of a joker in the barber's chair next to the window. I thought, geez, that square joker is pitiful. He ain't hip spats wearing out with high-button shoes. I was walking fast. I had the sizzle on me. I needed a cab in the worst way. I was almost a half a block from the barber shop. I thought I heard some joker yelling, "Run! Run!" I looked back over my shoulder. A tall, skinny stud in the barber's apron was on the sidewalk. His white spats flashed on his feet. He was screaming and flailing his arms like a minstrel clown singing Mammy. He was loping down the sidewalk. The out-of-fashion bastard was yelping, "Son! Son!" He galloped by the neon lights toward me. His wrinkled brown-skinned face changed colors like a chameleon. He ran into me and clutched me like I was a winning sweepstakes ticket. He was panting and sweating like a on soldier's payday. I could smell witch hazel and the stink of emotion sweat. I saw white specks of barber's talc on the bald crown of his head. I couldn't see his face. He had it buried in my chest. He was blubbering, "Oh, son, precious son, sweet Jesus, answer that old man's prayer. He's let me see and hold my one and only son before I got to my heavenly rest." I had the damnest thought while he made love to me. I wondered if my skull had chipped any paint off that wall he threw me against when I was 6 months old. I stiff-armed him away. I stared coldly into his face. I saw a weak blaze of anger light his dull brown eyes. He said, "God don't like ugly, son. You saw your father back there. You ignored me, didn't you?" I said, "No, I didn't see you. I thought you had croaked. Look, Jack, I'm happy to see you, but I'm in an awful hurry. See you around." He said, "I did my part to bring you into this world. You ain't gonna treat me like a dog. Where do you live? You look prosperous. What's your line? Are you with some big company? Are you married to some nice girl? Do I have any grandchildren, son?" I said, "You haven't heard about Iceberg Slim? He's famous." He said, "You don't associate with black filth like that, I hope." I said, "Look, Jack, I am Iceberg. Ain't you proud of me? I'm the greatest that ever came out of our family. I've got 5 humping sparks out of their..." I thought he was gonna have a heart attack. The apron was quivering over his ticker. He was supporting himself against the lamppost. His face was gray in shock under the street light. I jerked my shirt and coat sleeves up like Spike Hollow. I stuck the needle-scarred arm under his nose. He drew back from it. I said, "Damn, Jack, what's the matter? I shoot more scratch into that arm a day than you make in a week. I've come a long way since you bounced my skull off that wall. Stick your chest out in pride, Jack. I've been in 2 prisons already. Jack, I'm on the way to the 3rd any day now. You ain't hip, I'm important. Maybe one of these days, I'll really make you a proud father. I'll croak and make the chair." I walked away from him. I caught a cab at the corner. The cabbie U-turned. I looked at my old man. He was sitting on the curb beside the lamppost. His white spats gleamed starkly in the gutter. He had his head on his knees. I saw his back jerking up and down. The poor joker was bawling his off. I got home. I called Sweet. I banged a load of cocaine. It was the best I copped since Glass Top went to the joint. Chapter 15. In the Sewer. After I called Sweet and banged the cocaine, I had chilling thoughts. I've got 5 like poor Preston had when Sweet crossed and destroyed him. I wonder if Sweet will dream up a cross to steal my from me. He knows where I'm padding. It would be as easy as lifting a telephone receiver. Sweet swears he loves me like I'm his son. These 7 years on this fast track have hit me to one solid truth. To a pimp, there's nothing more important than copping. While I'm holed up, I'll keep my stable headaches a secret. I won't give him a cue to volunteer his help. It would be a to have him handling my stable. I'm sure glad Chris is a boss bottom. This pressure is really screwing my skull around. Sweet wouldn't cross me. I gotta stop mistrusting the only friend I got. I mean more to Sweet as his friend than any. Maybe I should make a run for it and set up shop in some other city. Christ, why do I have to be red hot with federal heat? Why couldn't it be city or state heat? On this fast track, I've only been busted and mugged once. A dozen other times I paid off on the street. That FBI is some genius. No, I better keep my high in town right here in this cruddy pigsty. The runts, maybe her new pimp or trick will croak her. Then I could walk into the FBI office and stick my black out to be kissed. They'd have no case without the runt as a witness. The runt took Ophelia on all those out-of-state trips. I gave the runt instructions and expense money. I ain't never told Ophelia to cross the state line. The runt was screwing Ophelia. That was the runt's. It's a good thing I holed up in this rat's nest. The FBI would never look for a good pimp in the sewer. It was December 1945. The war was over. The world was licking its bloody wounds. Drugs and the pimp game had hardened away my baby face. My hair was thinning. I was turning 28, but I looked 40. For 7 years, I had devoted myself to getting hip to that pimp's book. I had labored with the zeal of a Catholic brother agonizing for the priesthood. I had thought and acted like a black god. I was now trapped in my dingy one-room kitchenette. I was in a very old 2-story building. I was on the first floor in the rear in number 10. Down the hall at night, rats would come scampering. They came under the back door, which hung crookedly on its hinges. I had a vague, disturbing doubt in my skull. Was it possible I wasn't even a poor imitation of a god? Maybe I was just a sucker black pimp on his way to a third bit in the joint. Chris was the only one of the stable that visited me. We'd bang cocaine together. I wouldn't let her know how worried I was. God couldn't have skull aches. I couldn't let the others see me in a crummy setting. After all, how can a god live like a square chump? Chris knew all the reasons why. To her, God's farts still had the fragrant odor of roses. I worked out with Chris a smooth system. Even the best pimp has to keep some personal contact with his. The system was simple and for a while effective. Chris and I would go out into the hall to the phone on the wall. She could call the stable at her pad. It would always be 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. One of the girls would pick up. Chris would pretend to be a long-distance operator. It was rare luck that Chris had a talent for mimicry. They didn't get hip to it. It was always be a person-to-person call from me to one of them. Chris and I conned them. The calls came from New York, Boston, and Philadelphia. I would get on the line and talk to all 4 of them. There were extensions in all 4 bedrooms. I could con and tighten my game on all of them at the same time. The first call we made was supposed to be from New York. It took maybe a minute for me to have all of their horns to receivers. I said, "Well, girls, I know you've missed Daddy. You've all probably wondered, when in the hell is Daddy coming back to town? Jesus Christ, has he forgotten or needs to see her man sometime? Sure, we're in his corner. We prove that when we hump our off in the street, we check our scratch into Chris to send to him. Damn it, what could be so important that he neglects us? Well, girls, I'm gonna show the kind of confidence Daddy's got in you. I'm gonna hip you to $1 million secret. I know all of you will keep your jibs buttoned." Chris cut in crisply and said,
3 minutes are up, sir. Please signal when through.
I continued, "You are the luckiest alive. Your man's got a genius white engraver for his pal. He used to be an engraver for the government. We got some plates he just finished. We've turned out 300 of the prettiest 100-slat bills the human eye has ever seen. They're perfect. Even the government couldn't get hip to a difference from real scratch. There ain't any. We got one problem we're gonna solve if it takes a year. We've run out of the special paper the government prints its scratch on. My white genius pal even knows how to make the paper. We are playing it cool and traveling and copying inks and other stuff we need. It's tough to cop some of it, but for millions, who's gonna give up? As soon as we get the paper made, we're gonna run off a couple of million or so slats. I'm gonna breeze back into town, the only millionaire pimp in the world. I'm gonna buy a beach and a mansion in Hawaii for my stable. If we run out of scratch, we'll just run off another bail. So stay cool and keep humping. Oh yeah, Chris got a cab to the airport an hour ago. She should be getting home in a couple of hours or so. She's bringing each of you a piece of that beautiful lettuce. Spend it on anything you want. Take it anywhere, even the bank. Believe me, it's perfect. I hung up. I had electrified them with the story. I could hear the excited thrill in their voices when they chorused goodbye. I told Chris to crack the genius had a way to make all the serial numbers on the bills different. I already knew what my story would be whenever I got the heat off me. I could stall them a lifetime. I could say the genius got busted on another beef. I had to wait until he got out. He wouldn't tell me where the plates were hitting. He could even croak while doing his bit. Chris called the next day. We're walking on air. They rapped all night about that perfect. I was sure I had found a way to hold my stable. I like a genius myself. Each time I talked to the stable after that, the genius and I had just copped another vital item we needed. It wouldn't be long now, I assured them. Sweet had dropped the word in the street that I was on the West Coast taking off long scratch from a rich square broad. It was getting almost impossible to sleep. I would jump from my skin where the tenant would knock. I would think it was the heat. The tenant would be calling me to the phone in the hall. When I did fall off into fitful sleep, I'd have nightmares. Those dreams about Mama would hogtie me on a sweaty rack of misery. I had an awful fear of another jolt in the joint. The guilty daydreams on the heels of the nightmares were torturing my skull. I stopped banging cocaine. It only magnified my terror and worry. I remember how serene Top used to look after a bang of H. He'd sit and coast like he was in a beautiful, peaceful dream. Maybe he'd been right. Maybe Sable H came after mint cocaine. Chris came on Christmas Eve. She stayed until Christmas Day afternoon. She bought me pajamas, cologne, and robes for herself and the girls. She had given them scratch from me. My one-room kitchenette hideout was crammed wall to wall with trunks and suitcases. I had all those fine threads and no place to go. I was a lonely pimp bastard. Sweet came to me at midnight in January the 10th, I think. He took off his velvet-collared Melton Benny. He hung it in a tiny closet. It had been 10 below zero or colder for a week. It was a brand new year, 1946. The new hogs were out for the first time in several years. The garage rent was paid for a year for my old hog. Chris had gone out several times to run its engine for a while. I thought, Christ, it would be a kick to trade off and flash through the fresh air in a new hog. It was the first time Sweet had visited me. He was getting white around his temples. There was less fiery voltage in his gray eyes. That H and the fast track had him looking terrible. He was getting old, all right. He sat down on a suitcase at the head of the bed. I was laying down. Miss Peaches was an old lady, but still gorgeous in her mink coat and fur booties. He slipped off her coat and shoes. He put them on the dresser. She sat on the floor, looking up at me. He said,
Berg, got bad news for you. The street wire says city rollers are carrying a mugshot of you around. You're really hot now. I got a wire that Pimping Poison is nosing around your girls in the street. If you ain't got Chris tight, he'll steal her. She's gonna hip him where you're hiding. Maybe you oughta get out of this joint tonight. Take another hideout. Don't let Chris or any other you got know where you are. I'm your bosom buddy, sweetheart, and I love you. I'll keep the stable in line for you. In the meantime, I could figure an angle to get your out of the hot sand. All you gotta do is call your girls. Tell them you want Uncle Sweet to look out for 'em for a couple of weeks. It's easy, pal.
I just lay there for a long moment, feeling myself tremble. If he had been lovable Henry, my stepfather, saying he hated me, I couldn't have felt worse. True, I had conquered the fast track, but that sucker inside me I couldn't kill was hurting the hell out of me. I looked at him. Somehow, I kept my voice steady and the pain out of my eyes. I said, "Gee, Sweet, I have a of a time trying to cop another friend like you. I feel like bawling just to think about it. I ran down my life story to you. You know I love you like I loved Henry. Maybe I love you, Sweet, more than I love Mama. Don't think I'm a chump square when I say it, Sweet. You taught me to be cold-hearted. You're the only person on earth who could hurt me. The jokers in the street call me Iceberg. They'd laugh their off if they knew I was weak for a stud I love like a father. Sweet, please don't hip them. I got a sucker weakness. Don't ever do anything to croak my love for you. Sweet, if you ever do, they'll all get hip. I'll maybe fall apart, run through the streets, wailing like a crazy. Sweet, I'll wait and think for a day or so. Poison can't steal, Chris. I'll kick things around in my skull. Maybe you should be looking out for the stable." The whole time I was talking, he had run his index fingers along the sword edges of his pants creases. His gray eyes had found the suitcases and cluttered room fascinating works of art. He swallowed air and tented his bejeweled fingers under his fist chin. He said,
"Berg, this joint is wrecking your skull. Sweet would chop his right arm off before he crossed you. You're the only friend I got, sweetheart. Shit, honey, you could have 100 and I could be this. I'd ask you to give me a. I wouldn't try to steal no from you, darling. You need anything? I got a split. I got 2 I gotta pick up downtown."
I said, "No, Sweet, I don't need anything. I'll rap to you tomorrow. If you hear anything, wire me fast. I'm sure glad you dropped by." I heard his heavy feet pounding down the linoleum in the hall. They stopped. I heard them getting louder. He was coming back. I looked around the suitcase where he had been sitting. I didn't see anything he had left. He thumped the door. I opened it. He had Miss Peaches in his arms. He was flashing the first gold-toothed grin I'd ever seen on his face.
He said, "Berg, I forgot to tell you. They found old pretty Preston frozen stiff in the alley back of the roost. The poor bastard had wrapped himself in newspapers. The Greek fired him a week ago for staying near the fire and not pulling marks on the sidewalk. The drunk half-white bastard thought the newspapers could stand off 10 below zero." He turned and walked down the hall. I shut the door and fell across the bed. At 3, Chris called. I told her to stay away until my next phony long-distance call to the girls. I told her Poison might try to tail her and maybe the FBI. She told me they didn't have a chance. She went in front doors of a half-dozen buildings, then out the back doors before she came to me. When she got to my place, she come in the back door and walked through the front door. She go through the alley, then through the back door again before she came to my door. Maybe they couldn't keep a tail on her. I told her to stay away to play safe. I told her not to call from the pad. It would be if one of the girls picked up an extension. Sweet called the next morning at 1 a.m. The broad next door answered the phone. She knocked on my door. I slipped on an overcoat and walked into the hall. It felt like zero out there. He said, "Berg, I just got the wire. Poison stole your young Faye. I hope she ain't hip to anything that can cross you. Berg, you gotta make some moves. I'll keep my horns to the wire." He hung up. I was in trouble. I went and got back in bed. I thought, Poison's gonna quiz that stinking. She's gonna spill that scratch con I've been playing. To tighten his game on her, he's gonna wake her to the con. He's gonna tell her I'm hiding out in the city. It's a good thing Chris is on the con. I could blow this in an hour if she wasn't. I need her to take the rest of the stable underground. Maybe I should have split out of town when I first got hot. I gotta move the rest of the stable fast. Poison is a cinch to pull their coats to the con I played. It's the ace to play for a fast cop of maybe the other 3. They'll be salty as hell with me if he gets a chance to wake 'em up. Hurry, Chris, and call! At 3, Chris called. I ran to the phone in my pajamas. I almost froze to death talking to her. She said,
"Daddy, I had to call you from home. Poison just left with Faye and her clothes. The black bastard has wised up the whole family to the game we played. Dor, Rose, and Penny are larcenied to the gills. They're crying and packing their clothes. I can't hold them. They hate me. Poison came into my room before he split. He acted and rapped like I was already his. If I had a pistol, I'd have croaked the strong bastard. He said,
"Well, Miss, your is finished. You're the only he's got left. I know a fast, pretty like you don't want no pimp you got a solo for. With my fake cop, I got 8. I'm on the inside of this game. None of my take falls. I'm top pimp in town. You're the best in town. There ain't nobody but me you can take for your man. Come to me and you can be queen boss of the 8 stable. Get your clothes and get out of here with me and Faye. Iceberg is going to the federal joint." She said,
"Daddy, what happens now? Maybe Poison will come back and gorilla me. I'm so upset, I know any minute I'll scream myself into a padded cell."
The zero drafts blasting through the gap under the back door kept me from passing out. I felt cold sweat dripping down my shaking legs. My throat was having dry convulsions. My voice sounded like it came from an echo chamber. I stammered, "Chris,
Don't lose your cool. This is Iceberg, remember? Like always, I'll put an angle together. Now listen carefully. Pack your things. Go down and get the building flunky. Pay him to take you to a hotel near the garage where the hog is stashed. Check in and leave your things. Go to the hog. Drive back and pick up your stuff. Go downtown and check into a hotel. Drive the hog back and stash it back in the garage. Take an L train back to your hotel. Call me then. I went back and washed my face in cold water. I looked in the mirror. I looked like I had on a Halloween fright mask. I sure didn't look a bit like a fresh-faced kid anymore. The whites of my once bright eyes were bloodshot and faded. The deep black circles looked like some tricky practical joker had conned me to ram ink spyglasses against the sockets. I started looking for a yellow. I had to put a damper on my nerves. I had a little cocaine. I didn't need racing. I needed some skull pacifying. I was out of yellows. Somewhere in one of the suitcases I had a notebook. The phone number of a connection no farther than 15 blocks away was in it. Maybe he had yellows. If not, what the hell? I cup a Kappa H. One cap couldn't hook me. Horse was a cinch to kick the jitters out of my skull. It would be 2 hours at least before Chris would call back. I found his number. I called him. I told him, in code, I'd pick up 6 caps within the hour. I had a fat roll of scratch in the sock pinned inside the sleeve of a trench coat. I started to take it with me. I stuck it in my benny pocket. It bulged like a grapefruit. I'll be back before long. I pinned it back inside the sleeve. I had close to 6,800 slats stashed there. I fished out 3 sawbucks. I slipped pants and a shirt over my pajamas. I put on shoes and a heavy benny. I was in a hell of a hurry. I pulled the door shut. I heard the spring latch lock. Less than 5 minutes after, I had talked to the peddler. I was on the way. It was 4 a.m. when I left. The wintry winds almost snatched my lid off my skull. It felt good, though. It was the first time I walked in the fresh air for months. A bleak overcast blotting out the sky, slipping and sliding on the icy sidewalks, I finally got to the connection. He lived on the 2nd floor over an all-night chili joint. The joint was crowded. There was no one on the sidewalk. I went up the rickety stairs and copped 5 caps of H. He put the caps into the cellophane shell from a cigarette pack. He twisted the end and balled the package. I took it and went down the stairs to the street. I had the sizzle in my hand. I started to walk by the chili spot on my way home. 2 neatly dressed brown-skinned studs were standing on the sidewalk in front of the joint. Its bright lights floodlighted the sidewalk. It was like walking a show upstage at a police station. From the side vent in my eye, I saw them pinning me. They stiffened. One of them reached toward his chest. I looked back. He was showing his buddy a small square of paper. I started walking fast away from them. I remembered the sizzle. I downed it and walked faster. I knew they couldn't see in the darkness that I had dropped it. I glanced over my shoulder. I saw a rod in the hand of the taller one as they ran toward me. I ran. They were bellowing, "Halt! Police! Halt! Stop! Or we'll shoot!" I had reached the corner and was halfway around it. I saw a 4-man squad of white detectives. They were cruising toward me in a police car. They threw a blinding spotlight on me. I froze. They all looked at me. I saw a shotgun muzzle ease out of a fast-lowering rear side window. The 2 rollers chasing me skittled around the corner. In a way, I was glad to see them. Those rollers in the cruiser probably hadn't croaked anybody in a week. I really didn't want them to break their luck on me. The two held on to me like I was something. The white rollers shut off the spotlight and moved slowly down the street past us. The shorter one had handcuffed my hands behind me. He showed his buddy the picture. They looked up at me. The taller one said, "Yeah, it's the bastard, all right. Look at the eyes." They searched me head to toe. They saw the lone sawbuck I had. They hustled me back around the corner. We passed a skinny black joker standing on the corner. He nodded at me. I recognized him. He was in my building. I sent him for groceries and change for the phone a dozen times. I got a fast glimpse of the picture as the roller slipped it back inside his coat pocket. It was me. I remembered the pearl gray sharkskin suits and black shirt. Top and I had been together 4 years ago. The two white rollers who had hit on us hated Top because he had white. They wouldn't take a payoff. They booked us on suspicion of homicide and mugged us. Top and I were out in less than 2 hours. It was the one and only time I had been taken in on the fast track. They put me into the rear seat of an unmarked Chevy. They were in the front seat as the tall one drove away. I said, "Gentlemen, it's not gonna put any scratch in your midst to take me in. Let me give you the price of a couple of fine vines to cut me loose." Slim said, "Shh, you couldn't cop one bullshit vine in a hock shop with the scratch you're carrying." I said, "I got more scratch at my pad. Knowing I'm Iceberg, you can believe that, can't you? Just run me by there. I'll get it. Lay a couple of C's of peace on you and fade away. How about it?" Slim and Shorty looked at each other. Shorty said, "You think we're suckers? You got a federal warrant for white slavery outstanding. We didn't hear a word you said about that chicken 4 C's. I said, "All right, so we're all like black brothers. The bad difference is the FBI wants to lynch your brother in court. You're gonna throw me to the white folks for hanging? I'll give you $2 grand apiece to beat the FBI out of their pound of black meat." Slim said, "Where's your pad?" I thought fast. It had been a mistake to crack about my pad. If I told them, they could take my whole stash and still bust me or croak me. I was a fugitive. They might even come back to the stash after they took me in. I had the key to the kitchenette in my pocket. I tested them. I said, "You know Sweet Jones. He's a friend of mine. I could get 4 G's from him 5 minutes after we get to his place. I can't take you to my pad. I got a close friend there. Suppose after we got there, you change your minds about the deal. You'd have to book him for harboring me." Slim said, "We can't cut you loose. We couldn't do it if you gave us 40 G's. I just remembered you were in that spotlight back there. One of those downtown men could have made you. Sorry, brother, but what the hell? Federal joints ain't bad to pull a bit in. Thanks for popping up like you did. You make a great pinch for us." Chapter 16. Away from the Track. They locked me up in Central Jail. At dawn, a jail trustee brought a basket of bologna sandwiches down a line of cells. A moment later, another trustee brought a gigantic kettle of black stinking chicory. I passed up the delicacies. The tiny cell was too small for 2 men. 8 of us were in it. I was lying on the concrete floor. I was using my rolled-up Benny as a pillow. My lid shielded my eyes from the bright bare bulb in the corridor. My cellmates were bums and junkies. 2 of them were getting sick. They were puking all over. The bums were stinking almost as bad as the junkies. A drunk lying beside me dug his fingernails into his scalp and crotch over and over. He scratched his back against the floor. He had to be lousy. It was rough going for a pimp, all right. I thought, if someone had told me a year ago I'd be back in the house, I'd have thought he was nuts. Christ, I hope nothing happens to Chris. She's the only link to the outside I can trust to get my clothes and scratch. I know after she calls and can't get me at the pad, she'll check out all the houses. It's a good thing I'm not in the federal lockup at county jail. Here, she can grease a mitt and see me. I hope she makes it before the U.S. Marshal shows to move me. At 9, the turnkey came and called out my name. I went to the cell door. He looked hard at me through the bar. He twisted the cell lock open. I stepped out into the corridor and followed him. He took me to a break-proof glass window with a speaking hole in it. I saw Chris on the other side of it. She was crying. I couldn't blame her. I felt like crying with her. I bent down and put my mouth to the hole. She stuck an ear against it on her side. I said, "Baby, there's nothing to cry about. Your daddy's brave, remember? Now listen. I want you to give the copper at the property desk a double saw or so for the key to my pad. I want you to get my scratch out of the sleeve of my green trench coat, rent a safe deposit box, then move my stuff to your hotel. The feds are gonna take me back to Wisconsin. They call it the point of origin for the runt's beef. They'll set a bond for me there. I'll get a slick lip in Wisconsin. Baby, you keep checking. Get to Wisconsin the day before I do with the scratch. I'll need it for the lip and bail, understand, sugar? Once I get bail, I'll get our stable back and beat this rap." I took my jib from the hole and put my horn there. She said,
"Daddy, I'll do everything the way you say. I understand. Daddy, I'll go and get the key to your latest hideout. Where did you move? I thought you were going to wait for my call."
It didn't register. Maybe I was cracking up under all the strain and grief. Maybe I had moved before I got busted. I raised my head and looked at her. Her eyes were questioning. I pointed my index finger at the hole. I decided to risk my theory that I hadn't moved. I said, "Chris, damn it, I haven't moved. All my stuff is still on West Avenue. Now come on, girl, this is not the time for jokes from Daddy's witty. You knocked on the door, I wasn't there. Naturally, I couldn't be. I was down here." She said,
"Daddy, I didn't have to knock. The door was wide open. Both trunks and all the suitcases were gone. In fact, the only thing left was your hairbrush. I put it in my purse. Daddy, all this is too much for me. I must be losing my mind."
I stood there glaring hate at her. Her eyes were wide, staring at me. I thought, poison or sweet has stolen this Judas from me. I'm in the cross. One of them has rehearsed this. She's an actress. A sucker looking at that innocent look she's got would have to buy the con. I hate this more than I do the runt. If I could just get my hands around her throat, I'd love to see her tongue turned black, flopping across her chin. Well, I can't croak her through that glass wall, no matter what. I've gotta stay Iceberg. I can't let her take back a chump emotional scene to report. She and her new man are not gonna get their kicks at my expense. I turned and walked away from her. I saw the turnkey at the far end of the corridor with his back to me. Good thing for me, he hadn't been close enough to lock me back in the cell right away. I was 20 feet from her when it exploded in my skull. I thought, it's the skinny flunky. It's the bastard that saw me get busted. He rushed back and sprang that spring latch. I gotta go back to Chris and really play some game. If she gets hip, I don't trust her, she'll blow for sure. She's the only stick I got to fight with. I turned back toward her. She was still standing there. She was crying harder than before. I walked to the glass and spoke into the hole. I said, Chris, a joker in the building saw me get busted. He cleaned me out. Baby, we've been so close. I had a crazy thought that if you'd been there, I wouldn't have been robbed. What the hell, sugar? I'm the bastard that kept you away. It wasn't your fault at all. Christ, I'll be glad when this is over. Give a lip here in town a half a yard or so. Have him come to county jail and bring me whatever papers are needed to sell the hog. Get the slip on the hog from the property desk. It's in my wallet. We should get $2,500 or so for it. Bring that scratch and all you can hump up onto Wisconsin. They moved me to Wisconsin. Chris came to county jail there and put $3,000 in my jail account. Mama came to see me. She was in pieces. She thought the government was going to give me 50 years. At my hearing, bail was set at $20,000. A bondsman put up the face amount. His fee was 2 G's. I got the state's best criminal lip. I gave him a G retainer. Chris and I went back to the track. I stayed out on bail for 4 months. I had 2 turnouts and 3 seasons during that time. None stayed longer than a month. Everybody in the street knew about that rap over my head. I guess didn't want to fatten the frog for snakes. Sweet and I didn't see much of each other. I didn't feel close to him anymore. I was a pimp on the skids. Poison was top pimp. Every slat I got my hands on, I wired to the lip. I had to. I was getting one continuance after another. Finally, I went to trial. The Runt and Ophelia were there. They were afraid to look at me. They gave the government a penitentiary case, all right? They grinned at each other when I got 18 months. Mama fainted. Chris boo-hooed. I had a good lip, though. With the counts against me, I could have gotten 10 years. Chris went back to the track. She swore she'd stick until I got out. Leavenworth was what the government called a Class A joint. It was big and escape-proof. It was run by master psychologists. There was no screw brutality. It wasn't necessary. The invisible mental shackles were subtle but harder than the steel bars. Alcatraz was the grim trump the officials held over our heads. It was a joint of con cliques. The most dangerous clique was the Southern cons. They hated Negroes. I had references as a cell house orderly from other joints. I got a spot in the cell house with mostly pimps, dope dealers, and stick-up men. I was out at night until 10, exchanging newspapers and magazines for the cons. I'd been in the joint about 6 months. I stopped in front of a cell to rap to a pimp pal. He was excited and standing, gripping the bars of his cell door. He was a yellow version of Top. They call him Doll Baby. He said, "Berg, you told me I couldn't steal the beautiful. Well, the sent me a kite this morning. She's transferring to the shoe shop. I already got the spot picked out where I could sock it into her. I told you that square peckerwood she's got couldn't outplay me. That is 4 bills on the books. She's getting me a big order on commissary this week. Shit, on the street or in the joint, it's all the same to pimping Doll Baby." I had seen the beautiful. He was a lanky white boy with watery blue eyes and bleached corn silk hair. A fat, red-faced Southern con was madly in love with him. The beautiful would lie in the fat con's arms in the yard and pick at the pimples on his face. The Khan was feared by everyone. He was the leader of a treacherous band of Southern Khans. I said, "Doll, you better cut that loose. Her old man is from Mississippi. He's a cinch to cut your heart out in that yard. He can't let a steal his broad. Take my advice, pal. I like you. You only got a year to go." The next time on the yard, I saw Doll and his billing and cooing on the grass. They didn't see any of the ball game. The game was over. The Fat Khan and his band of Southern Shivmen had been evil-eyeing Doll's show. I was 50 yards back of Doll when it happened. Hundreds of Khans were pressed together, filing from the bleachers and playing field. I saw Doll throw up his hands and scream. He disappeared. The gray tide moved on. 3 screws were standing over him. He was on his back. Blood was gushing from his open mouth. Blood seeped from holes in his jacket. He lived, but he had a time making it. He stayed for the rest of his bit. Chris stopped sending me scratch or anything. I got a wire sheet squared up and married a Pullman porter. She even had a baby. I wondered if the sucker knew what a boss he had. I was filing out to sick call one morning. A group of Khans on the other side of the road was filing to work. I saw a Khan marching behind a dark-complexioned Khan raise, something that glinted in the sun. It was a shiv. He was chopping away at the Khan. Finally, the Khan folded dead. Screws rushed up and took the hatchet man away. I was 2 months from release. I had stopped to rap to an old Khan forger who knew sweet. We were shooting the breeze about stick-up men and how they stacked up in the skull department with pimps and con men. We were rapping loud. I knew the night screw was at his desk 4 tiers down on the ground floor. I said, "Pops, a stick-up man is gotta be nuts. The stupid bastard maybe passes a grocery store. He sees the owner checking his till. Right away, a stupid idea flashes inside his crazy skull. That's my scratch. Maybe the grocer is a magician or an ex-acrobat with a degree in karate, worse, an ex-marine. The silly son of a doesn't realize the awful odds. He ain't got enough in his dim skull to think about the trillion human elements. Any one of them can put him in his grave. The maybe has his back to the street with his rod and his mitt. Pops, the stick-up man is champ lunatic in the underworld." Pops agreed, and I walked away down the tier. I heard a hiss from the cell next to Pops. A new transfer was standing at his cell door. He was skinny with a rat face. I stopped. He was sneering at me. His hands were trying to crush the rolled steel bars. He stuttered, You lousy pimp mother... You mustn't eat yourself. You ain't going to live your bit out. I went fast to get a rundown on the nut from a stud on the tier below. He said, "Aw, Berg, I hope you haven't crossed that dizzy bastard. He croaked a stud in Lewisburg. They hung 50 on him. He's a heist man. Better watch him close. He's a cinch to make the rock or loony bin." It was a week later, just after the cell house filed out to the shops. The cell house screw had signaled sick call. I was standing in the back of the cell house on the flag. I was lighting a cigarette to smoke before I started mopping and waxing the flag. Somewhere above me, an excited voice shouted, "Look out, Berg!" I looked up and chilled. A plummeting shadow flashed like black lightning in my eyes. I heard a whooshing whistle as it scraped gently against the cloth of my shirt at the tip of my shoulder. A dozen cymbals clashed as it grenaded against the flagstone at my side. I looked down. A steel mop wringer lay in 3 pieces. There was a Rorschach crater in the flagstone. Its outline was like a head shrinker's blot. I stared at it and idly wondered what the prison head shrinker could make of it. He was a slick joker. Months ago he had told me, "Pimps have deep mother hatred and severe guilt feelings." I looked up. It wouldn't take a head shrinker to figure this one. The rat-faced heist man was grinning down at me. He was on his gallery on the 4th tier near the ceiling. He had stayed for sick call to bomb my skull off. The crater symbol was easy. Rat-face hated pimps without guilt feelings tied in. That night, I took a pack of butts to the con who had screamed out the warning to me. The nutty bomber went to solitary. 2 weeks later, he tried to gut a con with a shiv made from a file. They shipped him to the Rock. I was ecstatic to see him go. During my bit, I had read the second cell house full of books. I had read mountains of books on psychiatry, psychology, and the psychoneurosis. I couldn't have done a smarter thing. I'd have to be my own head shrinker when the white folks entomb me for a year in that steel casket in the future. I got all my good time. I was released in the early spring of 1947. I stopped off at Mama's for a week. Then I went back to the fast track. I had 60 slats and the joint vine on my back. The clothes I'd bought while on bail were with Chris. Maybe her Pullman Porter was my size. Anyway, I wasn't going to do a Dick Tracy for a few used vines. Sweet was still in the penthouse. He had blown down to only 3, so Poison had made a bad pimping blunder. He had turned out a white square and put his foot in her. It was the last straw for the downtown brass. They bounced him off the force. He had one. He bird-dogged her. He took his scratch off after every trick like a chili pimp. I rented a pad by the week. I was in the same slum district where the flunky had beat me for my role in clothes. I had no flash and glamour, no pimp front. I was just another pimp down on his luck. I was starving for a... In the pimp's life, yesterday means nothing. It's how you are doing today. A pimp's fame is as fleeting as an icicle under a blowtorch. The fine young are wild to hump for a pimp in the chips. A pimp in bad shape can't get the time of day from them. A pimp's wardrobe has to be spectacular. His wheels must be expensive and sparkling new. I had to get the gaudy tools to start pimping again. Chapter 17. Trying a new game. I had 3 choices. I could cop a piece of stuff on consignment from a contact I had made in a joint. I could peddle at retail and get 9 or 10 grand in weeks. I could take a dog, a broken down with trillions of mileage on her. Maybe I could keep my foot in her and grind up a bankroll. I decided to take the third out, do a slick fast hustle. I met a pimp named Red Eye in the junkie joint. He had just finished a state bit the week before. He was hopeless like me and itching to pimp again. We were crying on each other's shoulder at the bar. He said, "Ice, ain't it a... No matter how much pimp a stud is, these dizzy demand he's got a front. But I got an idea. Ice, you're a hell of a actor, and you can rap good as a con man. I know a stud who's hip to every smack peddler and fence on the west side. I got a rod and a real copper's shield. All we need is a short and a third stud to drive. Neither one of us is well known over here. Besides, there's a flock of youngsters dealing now who were squares when we left the track. I'm a roller type stud. With the weight you put on in the joint, you'd make a perfect copper. Ice, if we only knock over 3 of them, we split maybe 10 to 15 G's between us. Our finger man is a junky punk. We give him and the driver peanuts. Ice, those 47 hogs are a pimp's dream. I gotta have one. What do you say? Are you in? I said, Red Eye, I'll go for it. I sure as hell ain't gonna put a mop in my hand out here. I don't have wheels, but I've got a little scratch. I'll spring to rent a short. You know someone with one? How about a driver? He said, Ice, lay a double saw on me to cop a short. I know a stud for the driver. Meet me right here in this joint tomorrow night at 9. We can take off our first mark. I said, don't crack my name to that driver. Call me Tom, Frank, anything. I didn't get 2 hours sleep that night. It worried me to be part of a hustle that required a rod. I thought, maybe I'd better back out. I could maybe find a young hash slinger and a greasy spoon. I could turn her around in a hurry. She'd be a long shot for stardom. At least she'd make enough scratch for chump expenses. You can't start pimping with a turnout. It never works out. A pimp with no and no bankroll is a sucker to try to turn out on a mulish square broad. No, I guess the Red Eye deal is all I got. Red Eye got to the joint at 10:30. The driver was a huge stud with a wrapper like a girl's. I noticed his big meat hooks shaking on the steering wheel on our way to the west side. Red Eye ran down our first mark. His light maroon eyes were whirling. He had a skull full of H. He said, Paul, our first mark is a bird's nest on the ground. It's a broad. The finger showed her to me last night. She and her old man got the best smack on the west side. It's so good, studs from all over town are rushing the cop every night. He and the broad deal out of a bar 3 blocks from their pad. They deal mostly in 8s and 16ths. On a weekend night like this one, they take off maybe 5 G's. The stud has got a rep as a fast rod joker. He ain't got no direct syndicate connections as far as I know. We ain't got to worry about him tonight. He's a New York cop in a supply. The broad will leave the bar around midnight loaded with scratch. She'll have a few packs of smack on her, too, for the evidence to shake her. Her real name is Mavis Sims. She's gonna go to her short parked behind the bar. She ain't afraid of being heisted. Everybody is scared shitless of her old man. She's got a small rod strapped to her thigh. She ain't gonna pull it on the police, though. That's us, strange rollers from downtown. We gotta move fast on her when she hits that lot behind the bar. She's a slick. We gotta be real rollers. We can't wake her up with fakes. She's a strong. I have to blow a hole in her if she reached for a rod. There will be a pack of hard studs in the bar. They will love to croak us on that lot to please her old man. We gotta move her fast out of the neighborhood to play her out of the scratch. We gotta be careful the rollers don't join our party. Her old man is doing a lot of greasing in the district. Perry is gonna park our short in the street beside the lot. We arrest the broad and you play on her while Perry drives. I ain't gonna rap. Ice, after we cop her, it's up to you for the shake. You got to convince her. Perry was really nervous. He pulled into the curb next to the bar lot. His skull was jiggling on his bull neck like he had Parkinson's shakes. I was silent. Red Eye's rundown had me wondering how it shaped up as a bird's nest to him. It looked like maybe a bird's nest for Dillinger. If the mark hadn't been abroad, I'd have split and got on an L train. I wondered if she'd seen me before I went to the joint. What if she made me right away as Iceberg and plugged me in the skull? Her old man might have outfit friends. If he did, we'd be found in an alley with a nightmare. We were standing in the shadows 10 feet from the broad short. I said, "Red, I better take the rod. When we step out on her, shine the flashlight right in her eyes." She was walking fast when she came into the lot. Her light blue chiffon dress was billowing in the April breeze. She was walking wide-legged like a after a long night in a $2 house. My legs were trembling like a stud dog's hung up in a... I looked down at the badge pinned to my wallet in my palm. It glittered like molten silver in the moonlight. The .32 pistol in my right hand weighed a sweaty ton. She was twirling a keyring. In the utter silence, the clinking sounded like the U.S. Marshal's handcuffs. She had her hands on the door handle. I stepped out of the shadows. Red Eye was behind me. I wondered if she could hear my ticker hammering. Red Eye put the light in her face. Her yellow forehead wrinkled in surprise. Her sexy jib flapped open. I grabbed her wrist and tried to crush it. I roared, "Police! What's your name? And why are you sneaking around back here?" She stammered,
Gloria Jones, and I was coming to my car. I always park it here. Now get out of the way. I'm going home. The captain of this district is a personal friend of my husband's.
Red Eye had turned off the flashlight and moved behind her. She was looking down at the badge. She was trying to yank her wrist free. I said in a low, heavy voice, "You lying, dope-peddling... Your real moniker is Mavis Sims. We're from downtown. Your old man's no pal of ours. We're gonna bust you. I'll lay odds we've caught you dirty. Come on, before we get rough. Anything I hate, it's a stinking smack dealer." We hurled her into the back seat of our short. Red got in beside her. I was up front with Perry. I turned facing the rear seat. There was silence as Perry drove out of the district towards central headquarters. Miss Sims was squirming in the seat. Her right hand was out of sight behind her. She was getting very jerky. I remembered that rod she was carrying. I started to shake. I said, "Al, this suspect is acting peculiarly. Perhaps you better pull over. She might have concealed some evidence behind the seat." He pulled over. Red moved toward her. She slid to the window on the other side. She said,
Officers, I'm clean. It's worth $50 apiece to cut me loose. If you bust me, I'll be out in an hour. Take me back to the bar. I can get the $150 from the bar owner.
I said, "No dice, sister. We got specific orders to bring you in. Now, don't make him slap a broad around. He's going to frisk you. He don't have to wait for a matron to do it downtown. It's proper if he thinks you're armed and we're in danger." He patted the inside of her thighs. It was there, a .22 automatic jammed under the top of her stocking. He took it out and shoved it in his pocket, searched her bosom, purse, shoes, and hair. She was sure clean, except for the rod. I felt like a real chump. All this trouble for nothing. He was scratching his chin. The junkie punk had put a bum finger on the broad. I was at the point of shoving her out. Then it struck me. Where did my street hide their scratch? In the cat. In the cat. Where the f*** else? The clincher was this broad's wide-legged walk. I had noticed it on the lot. She was leaning forward, staring at Perry's face. I said, "Joe, it's gotta be up her cat." "Stretch out and put your legs across his lap," she said.
The hell I will, you phony rollers. That big one at the wheel used to bounce at Mario's.
She was wise. The double saw I gave Red Eye had tapped me out. We had to know if she had treasure up her cat. I wondered how he'd handle it. I didn't wonder long. He turned brute. He punched her hard in the nose. It was like he had cut her throat. Blood splattered over the front of her dress. I felt the light spray on my face. She opened her mouth to scream. He smothered it with a terrible slam to the gut. She went limp. He pulled her across him. He darted his paw between her legs. When he brought his mid out, it made a kissing sound. He had a long, shiny plastic tube between his index and middle fingers. It stank like rotten fish. The broad was moaning and holding both hands to her nose. He unwrapped the package. The pouch was bursting with scratch. In the center of the roll, I saw the cellophane edges of packaged dope. He got out and opened the door on the broad side. He dragged her out to the sidewalk. He got in the front seat. Harry gunned away. I kept a sharp eye on Red Eye as he counted the scratch in his lap. Red Eye and I netted $2,000 apiece. Red Eye took the packages of H. The broad dealer had 4,400 in the pouch. Perry and the junkie finger man got 2 bills apiece. It was a week before we tried for the second mark. We shouldn't have. He was a reefer peddler and fence. We thought he had big scratch on him. We didn't have a driver. We had the mark in the short. Red Eye was driving. We were playing the peel off. The mark was in the back seat. I was in the front seat. I asked for his identification. He handed me his hide. I saw it had only a few slats in it. We were pulling to the curb to search him. A 2-man squad car passed. The mark saw them and started screaming. They stopped and dragged Red Eye and me out to the street. They kicked and beat the hell out of us. They took us down. The mark was slick. Right there on the street, he cracked. He took a C-note from him. If he'd known about our roll, he could have beefed for 4 G's. The rollers saw our rolls and tried to pin every stick-up on the books against us. We went on every show-up for a week. We didn't get a finger. They booked us for armed robbery of the mark. Chapter 18. Jailbreak. An agent for a fixer came to the lockup. He assured us we could avoid 5 to 10 for armed robbery. We could get the charge reduced to a workhouse bit for a price. We tapped out and got a year apiece in the workhouse. It was like a prison, only tougher. A joint is always rough when there's graft and corruption. Only cons with scratch are treated and fed like human beings. The walls were just as high. Most of the inmates were serving short 30 and 90-day bits. The joint was filthy. The food was unbelievable. The officials had an unfunny habit of putting pimps on the coal pile. I did a week on it. I was ready to make a blind rush at the wall. Maybe I could claw up the 30 feet before I got shot. I was really desperate. After the first week, I came out of shock. I started thinking about a sensible way to escape. I just couldn't get my skull in shape for another bit. It was too soon after the last one. By the middle of the second week, I had a dozen ideas. None of them stood up under second thoughts. I shared a tiny cell with a young Don. He was only 18. He idolized me. He heard about me in the streets. I slept on the top of a double bunk. There were 3 counts. 1 in the morning, 1 after night lockup, the 3rd at midnight. One night I missed standing up for count at the cell door. I was so beat from heaving coal, I'd collapse on my bunk. I woke up an hour later after the count. It gave me an idea. I kicked it around in my skull. Like all good ideas, it kept growing, crying out for my attention. I thought, I wonder how much and what of me that Screw saw when he counted me. I tested him 3 nights in a row. I'd lie on the bunk when he came through the count. Each time I'd lie so he saw less of me. The last time he counted me there was only my back, rear end, and legs visible to him. I got excited. I knew it would be easy to get extra pants and a shirt. I could stuff them into a passable dummy. I knew my first problem was to find a way to get out of line when filing from the coal pile. My second problem was I couldn't leave a dummy in position in the cell during the day. Cell house cons and screws would pass on the gallery and discover it. I decided to solve my outside problem first. At the end of the day, a screw would line us up at the coal pile to be counted. We would then file 200 yards into the mess hall for supper. After supper, we would file through the hallways to the cell house for count. There were several cell houses. All of the cell houses phoned in their tallies to the office. If all the tallies equaled that number of cons in the entire joint, then the count was right. A loud whistle blew and the day screws could go home. There was no cover between the coal pile and the mess hall. A screw with a scoped, high-powered rifle manned a wall that ran parallel to our line of march. It looked impossible. I lost hope. On my 28th day in the joint, I noticed something. I had been on an official pass-out of some kind. It was very near supper time. I passed the dressing station and shower room. The front door was open. I glanced in. In the rear of it, a screw was hook-locking a wooden door. I stopped and pretended to tie my shoe. He then walked up 2 or 3 stairs and swung a steel door shut inside the shower room. He started lining up his cons for the march to the dining room. I had noticed the shed before on the marches of the dining room. It was maybe 30 feet from the line of march. The door has always been shut. I had thought it stayed locked all the time. I couldn't have checked it with that rifleman on the wall and a screw marching with me. In the cell that night, I was as excited as a crumb crusher at Christmas time. I thought, maybe that shower screw sometimes forgets to lock that shed door. Maybe he's even later locking it than today. I couldn't see what the hell was in the shed. I know there's got to be old clothing or something I can hide under when he comes to hook that slammer. I gotta get out of this joint. I can't pull my bit here. If the kid will handle my dummy end, I'll take a chance. I'm gonna talk to my cellmate about that dummy. If he'll help me, I can escape like a shadow. I looked down over the rim of my bunk at him. I had written several bullshit letters for him to his girlfriend. So far, they had kept her writing and sending him candy and cigarette money. He was a good kid. I didn't think he'd rat. I said, "Shorty, what if I told you I could beat this joint?" He said, "Iceberg, you're jiving. You can't make it out of here. There are 5 steel gates between this cell and the streets. How you planning to do it?" I said, "Kid, as beautiful as it is, I can't do it without your help. Now here it is." I ran it down to him. At first, he was leery. I told him to take the dummy from the floor under his bunk, put it on mine. As soon as the whistle blew, unstuff the shirt and pants, put the blanket stuffing back on my bunk. Sometime during the night before the midnight count, throw the pants and shirt over the gallery to the flagstone. When the midnight hell broke loose, he'd be clean. No one could prove or even suspect he had dismantled the dummy. I asked him to give me the name of a relative of record. I told him I would send him a C-note from the first scratch I got. I got his promise to handle the cell end of the plan. An hour later, I gave a cell house orderly 2 packs of butts for an extra blanket. I had the stuffing. I took my shirt and pants and stuffed them for rehearsal. He sat at the cell door with a mirror watching the gallery both ways. In 20 minutes, he had the position and the rest of it down pat. I didn't close my eyes all night. At midnight, I saw the screw counting heads. He was due for a shock soon. I knew that if something went wrong, they'd probably beat me to death out there on the yard. I had to go through with it. No con misses his freedom more than a pimp. His senses are addicted to silky living. I took packs of butts to the coal pile the next day. A yard runner got me a shirt and pants. I put them on over the ones I wore. The night in the cell, I made up the dummy. I put it under the kid's bunk and gave him a pep talk until midnight. I even promised him I'd keep in touch when he got out and I'd teach him to pimp. I thought the last day on the coal pile would never end. I would be sunk if there was a routine cell house shakedown. Finally, we lined up. My throat was dry and my knees were wobbly. We were approaching that shed. The screw on the wall walked 20 paces away, then about faced and walked back facing the coal pile gang. I'd have to break for the shed when he walked away. I'd have to be in there when he turned if it wasn't locked. If he didn't shoot me, the yard screws would beat me to a pulp. The coal pile screw was ahead of me. He could turn and look back at any moment. No other moment in my life has been so tense, so wildly adventuresome. I didn't even know if there was a fink in the line. I tell you, it was something. If my ticker had been faulty, I'd have passed out. The screw on the wall was walking away. The shed seemed miles away. I slipped out of the line and raced for it. I could hear an excited whispering from the cons behind me. I touched the shed door handle. For an instant, I hesitated. I was afraid I'd find it locked. My sweat-hot hands pulled it toward me. It was open. Just before I stepped inside, I looked up at the wall. The screw was standing looking in the direction of the shed. I shut the door. Had he seen me? I looked around the shed. There was nothing to hide under or behind. I could hear the cons in the shower room. They were getting ready for supper. The steel door was half open. That screw would be out at any second to hook the shed door. There was no place to hide. It had been all for nothing. I heard a voice and the scrape of feet at the steel door. The screw was coming out into the shed. I looked up at the shed ceiling. I looked over the steel door. There was a line of rusty bars a foot long over the door flush against my grimy window. I leapt up and grabbed 2 of them. I swung my feet and legs up just as the screw walked in to lock the door. I was jackknifing my legs just 6 inches from the top of the blue uniform cap. I hung there like a bat. I held my breath. He passed beneath me. I saw flakes of rust fall from the bars onto the top of his cap. It seemed forever to my agonized, aching arms and legs. I heard the steel door crash shut. I started breathing again. I hung up there for another long moment. He might come back for some reason. I swung my paralyzed legs down and released my grip on the bars. I sat on the stone steps, fighting for breath. The shed was quiet as a tomb. I could hear my ticker staccato. The worst wasn't over. That all is well whistle had to blow. If it didn't blow, they'd come looking for me with fists, clubs, and guns. I peeped through a crack in the door. I put my ear to it. The yard was bare. I could hear the clatter of steel plates in the mess hall. Finally, all was quiet. The count was going on. I thought, even if the kid goes through with his end, this one night the count screw will poke that dummy to stand up to the cell door. That whistle ain't gonna blow. It's been too long already. Those cold-hearted bastards are on the way already. They'll beat and stomp me crippled. The whistle blew. The beautiful sound of it was like a faucet. I flooded my eyes with tears. I did a dusty jig on the shed floor. It was dusk. It wasn't over. The only way to get over the wall was to scale and climb to the top of a cell house in the far corner of the yard. Lucky for me, the cell house sat in a deep recess. Otherwise, its roof would have towered above the wall. It was the only building close to a section of wall. Other buildings, stairs, stepped almost to the roof of the cell house. Maybe I'd been too eager to escape. I'd not put together a rope or hook. I'd have to use my hands and feet. It sat 6 feet away and 20 feet above the wall. There was only one screw on the wall after the count cleared. He'd be in his cubicle reading the newspaper or a magazine. If he looked up, he couldn't miss seeing me in the glare of the yard lights. My uniform was dark green, stained black with coal dust. Maybe on the street, I'd look like any sooty steel mill or coal worker. I hadn't done too badly so far with short-term planning. I had until midnight to get over the wall and out of the city. I had no scratch. I'd passed out a small fortune in tips to hotel maids, bellhops, and bartenders. Now all of them were rich compared to me. I knew several I could go to and get a few dollars. They could be found at their places of work. There had been all the show-ups the month before and after my conviction. My face would be remembered by the rollers in those neighborhoods. I thought about Sweets. I remember his crack at the hideout to set me up for the cop of my stable. I threw him out of my skull. I couldn't trust any of the pimps I knew. I'd always been a threat to them. Iceberg was really on his own. I'd have to make it to one of Mama's sisters 30 miles away in Indiana. It was now pitch black inside the shed. I raised a hook and pushed the door open. I looked out into the yard. I stepped through the door into the yard. All was quiet. I pushed the door shut. I heard a dull metallic noise. I pulled it toward me. The hook had fallen into its loop. The shed door had hooked from the inside. I thought that freak accident would confound the investigators for sure. I raced to the side of the mess hall. I'd have to get on its flat roof. I took hold of some window bars and pulled up to a standing position on the sill. I reached over and grabbed the drain pipe. I swung over and shinnied up to the roof. I looked to my left. I could see the silhouetted figure of the wall screw in his cubicle. I looked across and up at the cell house roof abutting the wall. It was a long way. I walked across the roof toward the next building. I was near the far edge of the roof. I looked back at the wall cubicle. The screw was out walking the wall. He had that deadly rifle cradled in his arms. I flung myself flat on my back on the black roof. I hoped I was invisible to him. I laid there panting. I wondered what a screw's manual said about an escaping con target. If he saw me, would he scope for a skull, heart, or gut shot? Finally, he went back into the cubicle. Lucky for me, the mess hall roof was connected to the chapel building. The connection was a concrete ledge. It was less than a foot wide and about 12 feet long. My heavy prison brogans seemed as wide as the ledge. They slipped on the glazed ledge. The wild late April winds made the walk as secure as a stroll across a teeter-totter 2 stories above the ground. I stood at the edge of the ledge and looked up. I stretched my right arm up and stood on tiptoes. The chapel roof was 2 feet above my fingertips. I'd have to go back a few feet on that glassy ledge. I'd have to get up enough speed coming back to make a 2-foot leap. I'd have to grab the outside rim of the roof's drain gutter. I wondered if it could stand my weight. I carefully backed up 6 feet. I stood there trembling, looking up at the rim. I looked back. The screw wasn't on the wall. I had to forget how narrow the ledge was. I threw a leg out. I whipped the other toward it. I pumped them over the gritty glaze. I heard the whispering hiss of the leather soles tromping the ledge. My arms were outstretched to the black sky. My eyes were riveted upward to the gutter rim. I leapt upward. I felt my feet soar off the ledge. I taloned the rim. I hung from it dangling in space. My fingernails sent red-hot needles of pain through the tortured flesh at their roots. I chinned up and hurled a leg across the rooftop. I rolled onto it. I lay there gasping as I watched the rifleman walk his beat. He went in. I struggled up the steep sloping roof to the top. The edge of the cell house roof was 3 feet away. I leapt straight ahead. I flopped on my belly. The tips of my brogans were in the drain gutter. The cell house roof was even steeper. It was coated with squares of slippery shale. I looked up toward the top. It seemed a city block away. I started bellying up it. I dug my brogan tips into the small cracks between the shale squares. I finally inched to the top. My chest was flaming. I lay astraddle the 6-inch top of a double precipice. The 2 sides of the roof formed a steep pyramid. I was on top of it. The 6-inch top seemed as thin as a wire. Through a dizzy haze, I saw the lights of the city winking in an ocean of blackness. I got to my feet. I started walking the tight wire like a circus performer. The winds were savage up here. They kicked and punched me. I teetered and swayed on the wire. I looked down over the right precipice to the street far below. Through a fuzzy blur, I saw auto headlights darting through the night like tiny fireflies. My skull almost blacked out. I jerked my skull away and glued my eyes to the wire. It was like an age before I reached the end of the cell house. If the screw came out now, I'd be in full view. Even from the inside, he could spot me. I stood shivering. I looked down 20 feet to the top of the 3-foot wide wall. I couldn't turn back. I couldn't just stand there. It was a cinch I couldn't expect to keep balance if I hit the wall feet first. I dropped, legs wide open. I heard my trousers rip. The inside concrete edge of the wall top gouged into my inner thigh. My rear end crashed against the concrete. My skull reeled in pain as I sat in the cold saddle. I swung my gouged left leg from the inner side of the wall. I scooted back on my belly to my fingertips. I hung there for a moment. I felt blood running down my left leg into my shoe. I let go. I struck feet first. My butt and back took the rest of the shock. I laid there on my back in a drunken fog of exhaustion, pain, and breathless joy. It was at least 10 minutes before I could stand. I limped away for 100 yards. I turned and looked back at the joint. I thought, those dirty white folks are gonna pace the floor. They're gonna twitch. They're gonna call me a million black bastards and one thing they can't deny in their cruel secret hearts, I outsmarted them. It's gonna hurt them to the rotten quick that did a black Houdini out of there. No screws, skulls busted, and no bar sawed. They're gonna foul their chances to catch me after the midnight count. They'll search the yard and joint for a week. Their will turn blue. Their skulls won't let them believe was clever enough to ghost out of there. I turned and hobbled toward the state of Indiana. Chapter 19, The Icepick. I was lucky. I caught 5 rides to get to my aunt. It was 5 minutes to midnight when she opened the door. At first, she didn't recognize me. She made me welcome. In a week, my leg had healed and I felt strong. Her husband was my size. He gave me an outfit and $50. I went to the section of town. A bunch of New Orleans pimps were in town. They had their thieving with them. 3 days later, I stole one. Her name was No Thumbs Helen. She was at the time one of the slickest from the person thieves in the country. We got about in the 47 hog. She was a magician. For almost a year, she left a trail of empty wallets across 5 states. We were in Iowa when Helen strung a rich sod butter for $7,200. I was in bed when she threw it on the bed. Excited? Sure I was. My heart boomed like bombs going off. She didn't know it. I was icy cool. I casually scooped it up and counted it. I had a poker face. I said, "Now listen, run this thing down. I gotta know how hot this scratch is. Did you get all the sucker had? I'll be a salty son of a reading the papers that you missed a bundle." Her rundown told me it was best to split. We got in the hog and went to Minneapolis. The second day, I copped a young. She wanted to be a thief. I took her to Helen at a hotel. Helen chilled when she saw the pretty. She blew her top. She drew her knife. The young fled. I disarmed Helen and punched her around. Helen went to work. I fell asleep. I woke up fast. Helen was jabbing her knife into me. I rolled away. She had stabbed me in the forearm and the side of an elbow. I took a golf club and knocked her out. I never tried to stable her after that. I didn't feel like a real pimp with one whore. I decided to steal the technique of stealing from Helen. I could use it to train other and I cut her loose. Finally, I picked her skull. The technique went as follows. She would lurk in some shadowy doorway or alley entrance. When a trick came by, she'd go into a con act. She'd stand wide-legged and bend her knees to an almost squatting stance. She'd whip up the front bottom of her dress. She'd expose the gaping, hairy magnet to the bugging eyes of the sucker. The pull was magnified by her stroking her cat. She'd say to the sucker,
"Please, pretty sweetie, I am so hot, this is burning up. I ain't had no in 6 months. Come here and do something about it."
He'd step into the doorway already blind hot to sock it in for free. His instinctive weariness blackjacked to sleep by the raw event. She'd bombard the sucker with a flow of sweetly passionate, sexy bullshit as she tightly embraced him. She had located his wallet, usually in a rear trouser pocket, with the sensitive tips of her fingers. She dried grind her belly against his. She complained that his belt buckle was hurting her. She would be panting in phony passion as she unbuckled it. It would release the tension of his pants pockets. She caressed the head of his swipe with her fingers. She stroked the tip of his ear with her tongue. The very tips of the airy light index finger and thumb of the free hand flickered the button pocket open. The very tips of the airy light index finger and thumb of the free hand flicked the button pocket open. The index and middle fingers scissored on the wallet and slid it from the pocket. The trick would be excited and hot. He wouldn't have felt the glowing edge of a cigarette on his. With both hands behind his neck, she removed the scratch from the hide. She'd upped the sexy chatter and the strong grind against his. She rolled the bills into a tight suppository shape. She slipped the wallet back into the pocket. She wouldn't forget to rebutton the pocket. She was ready to blow the sucker off, get rid of him. She cracked that she had to pee. Stooping quickly, she'd ram the rolled bills up her cat. She'd sight a passing car, she'd fake alarm. She would say,
"Oh my God, there's Riley, the vice cop. Listen, honey, go to the Park Hotel up the street and register as Mr. and Mrs. Jones. I will be there in 10 minutes, pretty daddy. I sure want some of that good."
The sucker would pat the reassuring bump of his wallet. It was still there in the button pocket. He'd amble off to the hotel. The thief would make it home. She'd completely change her appearance. She'd go back into the street to sting another sucker. There was an accident. She got pregnant. I found a croaker who made her one again. The game went down as usual. The bubble burst in a small town in Ohio. The skyrocket came crashing down when I ran into an old pal. He was now called New York Joe. I hadn't seen him since I was 14. My mother had taken him in for a few weeks when his widowed mother died. He got sick and had to go to a hospital. I'd take a bus to see him and bring him tidbits. I'd sit with him and console him. I liked him. Our friendship was brief. He got out of the hospital and left town. He was wholesaling cocaine, and the sample he gave me was almost pure. I made an appointment to cop a piece. I didn't know he had learned in New York to cross everybody, even old friends. I found out the stuff he gave me was phony. I rushed back to him, figuring he had made a mistake and would square things. I said, "Joe, you've made a mistake, man." He took me inside. He said, "What's the trouble, Jim?" I said, "Man, this is bullshit. This ain't the same stuff that I sampled." He said, "Well, listen, Ronald went out to the stash. That was crossing me." He drew his gun from a shoulder holster. At the time, I didn't know it was all con. He said, "Should I go out there and kill that son of a... What do you want me to do?" He started working his eyes. His eyes were bugging and going through all that crazy act. I said, "No, man, just give me my scratch back." He said, "I'm so mad I can croak you both." I was relatively young. I had never run into this New York stuff before. I was spooked. I said, "Forget about it." He was going through contortions. I was in his town. I had a thief with at least 7 beefs on her. I was out the $3,000. I might have gotten croaked. Later, I knew it was stuff, New York stuff. In later years, I figured it out. He maybe had always hated me because I had more education than he had. A week later, Helen got busted on 7 counts. I signed a hog over to a lip. She got 5 to 10. I should have wired a bomb to that starter before I turned it over to the lip. A stud told me Joe had fingered Helen. He almost ruined me, tapped me out, got my thief busted. He literally ran me out of town broke and with no... I heard catching was good in Detroit. Detroit was the promised land for pimps, all right. The town was teeming with young, fast. The local pimps were soft competition. I was walking, but I was sharp as a Harlem. Anyway, these were a different breed than the ones back in the city. They were gullible, and a fellow didn't have to play his heart out to cop them. The first package I copped was a beautiful 17-year-old, green-eyed version of Pepper. Her name was Rachel. I was to keep her 13 years. My next package was a huge, black, dangerous jasper named Serena. In addition to being she ran a fast sheet setup for a dozen. They tricked out of her joint. Within 8 weeks after I hit Detroit, I was cruising the streets in a sparkling new 48 Fleetwood. I had a fat bankroll. Within 90 days after the Serena cop, I had copped 2 more young broads. A week later, a small-time pimp came to town from Rhode Island. He had a beautiful young with him. He was jealous. He followed her in the street. I stalked her. He forgot to follow her. I stole her. I'd had her several months when the town got shaky. The rollers forced Serena out of her joint. I put her in the streets. Then I heard about a small town in Ohio, Lima, that was jumping with good tricks and wide open. I could possibly open up a couple of houses there. My luck was soaring. With my pad rent and a pad apiece for the girls, I needed a tighter setup to cut down my nut. My skull was whirling as I drove the hog to pick up my stable in the street. They got in. I tossed their scratch in the glove compartment. Dawn was breaking as the big hog scooted through the streets. My 5 were chattering like drug magpies. I smelled that stink that only a street has after a long, busy night. The inside of my nose was raw. It happens when you're a pig for snorting cocaine. My nose was on fire. The stink of those and the gangster they were smoking seemed like inevitable knives scraping to the root of my brain. I was in an evil, dangerous mood, despite that pile of scratch crammed into the glove compartment. Has one of you on herself or something? I bellowed. I flipped the wing window toward me. For a long moment there was silence. Then Rachel, my bottom, cracked in the pleasing, kissing voice.
Daddy, baby, that ain't no shit you smell. We've been turning all night. Ain't no bathrooms in those tricks cars we've been flipping out of. Daddy, we sure been humping for you. What you smell is our nasty sis hat.
I grinned widely. Inside, of course. The best pimps keep a steel lid on their emotions. I was one of the iciest. The went into fits of giggles at Rachel's shaky witticism. A pimp is happy when his giggle. He knows they are still asleep. I coasted the hog into the curb outside the hotel where Kim, my newest, prettiest girl, was cribbing. Jesus, I would be glad to drop the last off. I could get to my own hotel to nurse my nose with cocaine and be alone. Any good pimp is his own best company. His inner life is so rich with cunning and scheming to outthink his. As Kim got out, I said, "Good night, baby. Today is Saturday. I want everybody in the street at noon instead of 7 tonight." I said noon, not 5 minutes after or 2 minutes after. At 12 sharp, I want you down. Got it, baby? She didn't answer. She did a strange thing. She walked into the street, around the hog to the window on my side. She stood looking at me for a long moment. Her beautiful face tense in the dim dawn. Then in her crisp New England accent, she said,
"Are you coming back to my pad this morning? You haven't spent the night with me in a month, so come back, okay?"
A good pimp doesn't get paid for screwing. He gets his payoff for always having the right thing to say to a right on lightning tap. I knew my 4 whores were flapping their ears to get my reaction to this beautiful. A pimp with an overly fine in the stable has to keep his game tight. Constantly probe for weakness in a pimp. I fitted a scary mask on my face and said, in a low, deadly voice, "Are you insane? No in this family calls any shots or muscles me to do anything. Now take your stinking yellow upstairs to a bath and some shut-eye. Get in the street at noon, like I told you." The stood there. Her eyes slitted in anger. I could sense she was game to play the string right out there in the street before my. If I had been 10 years dumber, I would have leapt out of the hog, broken her jaw, and put my foot in. The joint was too fresh in my mind. I knew the trying to booby-trap me when she spat out her invitation.
Come on, kick my... What the hell do I need with a man who I only see when he comes to get his money? I am sick of it all. I don't dig stables and I never will. I know I'm the who has to prove herself. Well, God, I am sick of this shit. I'm cutting out.
She stopped for air and lit a cigarette. I was going to blast her off when she finished. I just sat there staring at her. Then she went on.
I have turned more tricks in 3 months I have been with you than in the whole 2 years with Paul. My stays sore and swollen. Do I get my kick before I split? If so, kick it now, because I'm going back to Providence on the next thing smoking.
She was young, fast with trick appeal galore. She was a pimp's dream and she knew it. She had tested me with her beef. She was laying back for a sucker response. I disappointed her with my cold overlay. I could see her wilt as I said in an icy voice, "Listen, square. I have never had a I couldn't do without. I celebrate when a leaves me. It gives some wormy a chance to take her place to be a star. You scurvy. If I in your face, you gotta love it and open your mouth wide." The rollers cruised by in a squad car. I flashed a sucker smile on my face. I cooled it until they passed. Kim was rooted there wincing under the blizzard. I went on ruthlessly. "You are nothing but a funky zero. Before me, you had one chili chump with no rep. Nobody except his mother ever heard of the bastard. Yes, I'll be back this morning to put your phony on the train." I rocketed away from the curb. In the rear-view mirror, I saw Kim walk slowly into the hotel. Her shoulders were slumped. Until I dropped the last off, you could have heard a mosquito crapping on the moon. I had tested out for them solid ice. I went back for Kim. She was packed and silent. On the way to the station, I riffled the pages in that Pimp's book in my head. I searched for an angle to hold her without kissing her. I couldn't find a line in it for an out like that. As it turned out, the was testing and bluffing right down the line. We had pulled into the station parking lot when the fell to pieces. Her eyes were misty when she yelped,
"Daddy, are you really going to let me split? Daddy, I love you."
I started the prat action to cinch her when I said, "I don't want a with rabbit in her. I want a who wants me for life. You have got to go. After that bullshit earlier this morning, you are not that." The prat butchered her. She collapsed into my lap crying and begging to stay. I had a theory about splitting. They seldom split without a bankroll. So I cracked on her. "Give me that scratch you held out and maybe I'll give you another chance." Sure enough, she reached into her bosom. She drew out close to 5 bills and handed it to me. No pimp with a brain in his head cuts loose a young, beautiful with lots of mileage left in her. I let her come back. At long last, I was driving toward my hotel. I remember what Sweet Jones, the master pimp who turned me out, had said about like Kim.
"Slim,"
He had said,
"a pretty and a white are just alike. They both will get in the stable to wreck it and leave the pimp on his with no. You gotta make 'em hump hard and fast to stick 'em for the long scratch quick. Slim, pimping ain't no game of love, so prat 'em and keep your swipe out of them. Any sucker who believes a loves him shouldn't have fell out of his mammy's."
My mind went back to Pepper. Then back even further, and I remembered what he had said about the Georgia.
Slim, a pimp is really a who has reversed the game on. So Slim, be as sweet as the scratch, no sweeter, and always stick a for a bundle before you. Ain't nothing but a trick to a pimp. Don't let him Georgia you. Always get your money in front just like a.
I was on the elevator riding to my pad. I thought about the first who had Georgia'd me when I was 3. She had flim-flammed me out of my head. She would be old and gray now. If I could find her, I would sure get that unpaid account off my conscience. I snorted a couple of caps of cocaine. 2 hours later, I took a yellow. I fell asleep. When I woke up at noon, I knew I had to make a move. Rachel's parents were trying to cross me. Kim might split back to the sucker. My whole stable, except Kim, were local girls. A pimp is asking for trouble when he doesn't move his action away. Control is easier and tighter away from the familiar setting. A girl in strange surroundings depends more on her man. She needs his advice and guidance more. Girls copped in smaller towns have to be moved fast. That night I went to Ohio. I put down the foundation for the move. I rented 2 houses and furnished them beautifully. I made contact with a fellow who collected the oil for the heat. I got the okay to go at a C a week for each house. I moved my whole family there. I was just in time. A month later, Detroit folded and the lid slammed down. There was a good dope connection in the new town. I started capping H with my C. I'd mix them and shoot speedballs. When I went to bed, I got sound sleep. I seldom had those bad dreams. I got hooked on H. It didn't worry me. I was getting long scratch. I was 30 years old. For the second time in my pimping career, I could see solid success and lots of long green in my future. How could I know that elephant Serena would get jealous? She brought the whole greenback house of cards crashing down around me. I missed a murder rap by a fraction of an inch. The fraction was in Serena's chest. Within the year that I had set up my houses, tricks from all over the country were beating a path to them. They were wild to sample those luscious young freaks. Pimping had never been better. I was in a wonderful mood as I walked in the sunshine. I noticed Serena was coming up the street with a sack of groceries in her arm. She had croaked 2 people in New Orleans. She walked toward me, smiling. When she got close to me, she got the Icepick out of the sack. She jabbed it toward my chest. At the time, I was quite quick, so I leapt back. The point of it slashed the edge of my pocket right over my ticker. She was trying to drive the point right through my ticker. I was without a pistol at the time. I could buy a pistol from any hardware store. I bought a .32 and a box of 50 bullets. I took it up to her pad and loaded it at the kitchen table. She said,
"Daddy, what's that for?"
I said, "That's to croak any that tries to hurt me." She said,
"No, Daddy, you know I was just upset. Forget about it."
I said, "No, I'm not going to forget about it. I'd kill my own mother if I thought she was going to hurt me." Later that evening, about midnight, the other girls and I were returning from a cabaret. I put the key in the door. I opened it and smelled the heavy odor of taboo, the heavy scent that only Serena used. I hesitated. My eyes became accustomed to the gloom. I saw Serena standing over the corner of the living room with an icepick in her hand. She had slipped into Rachel's house through an open basement window. I drew my gun. I said, "Serena!" She said,
"Yes, mother. I'm killing you and them this morning."
She started crying. I said, "Serena, don't come by that end table. If you do, I'm going to kill you. You know I always keep my word." She said,
"I wouldn't give a mother
She lunged past the end table. I shot her. When I shot her, the only thing that saved her life was the fact that she had a 46-inch bust. The fatty tissue absorbed the bullet at almost point-blank range. When I shot her, blood spattered. I struck her in an artery. It blew all over my face, all over her. Her dress had a ringlet of sparks. I set her on fire. She had elephant toughness. It didn't even knock her down. The grabbed at me. She had dropped the Icepick. She grabbed her chest and said,
"Daddy, don't kill me."
I was tempted. I really intended to kill her. I started to shoot her through the head. I didn't. I don't really know why, except there were witnesses. Those 4. She staggered past us, through the door and down the street. We all got into the Fleetwood and raced out of town, leaving everything. I sped toward Mama. I hadn't seen her since that Christmas visit. Her hair was snow white. Jesus, was she excited and happy to see me. I told her what had happened. She got a friend to drive her back there. She loaded all the clothing on a trailer. She visited Serena in the hospital. Serena begged my mother to tell me to come back. She wouldn't file charges. It was all her fault, and she loved me. I knew that if I had gone back, Serena would have driven a butcher knife through my heart in my sleep. Chapter 20. Stable Moves. It had been a sucker move to come to Mama. Fortunately, she had moved from over the beauty shop. She now lived in an almost all-white neighborhood. Here I was with 4 idols in a closed town where I had fallen 3 times. It was the point of origin for the white slave rap that the copper-hearted runt had crossed me with. There were a couple of sneak $10 houses in town. I stayed inside the house in Mama's. Every joker in town knew me. They all had diarrhea of the mouth. I couldn't put my action in the street in this hot town. They'd had an easy go in Ohio. They were soft. I could put them down only in a town where I had a fix. I knew that none of them, if busted, could stand up under the clever grilling of the FBI. I had a 10G bankroll. I was housing and feeding 4 in an expensive hotel. I was a pig for banging speedballs. No fresh scratch was coming in. With only a 10G stick, I knew I would soon be in trouble. I had to make a move fast. It was bad for morale of the stable to keep them on their asses. After a week of confinement at Mama's house, I slipped out of the town. I slipped out of town to cop H&C for myself and gangster for the girls. While in the city, I looked up Sweet. I was careful because all the heat in the neighborhood knew me. Sweet insisted I give him all the details of my escape. He shook his skull in awe when he heard them. Miss Peaches had died of old age. His eyes were sad when he told me about it. Glass Top was still out west in Seattle. Patch Eye did a little bookie business for him. Sweet had lost his glory. He looked 100 years old. His backbone was the old white broad who owned the building. Sweet had just beat a murder rap. He had killed some pretty jerk from St. Louis who had insulted him in the roost. The poor chump had called Sweet an ugly gray bastard. Sweet had drawn his pistol on him. He prodded him into an alley. He made him kneel, and then he made all sip. This was too much to take, so the kid lost his temper. Sweet shot him through the top of the head. Sweet Sweet was laughing in a good mood as he told me about it. It had cost him $5,000 to beat it. He told me he got a wire that Red Eye got life for croaking in Pittsburgh. Sweet had a complete answer to my problem. He said that since Serena hadn't beefed, I should go back into Ohio. No state was better at the time for house or street. Before I left, I went to his John. The door had a padlock on the outside. He looked at me, grinned, and said,
"Pal, my crapper is out of order."
I went downstairs to the John in the bookie joint. On the way out, I asked Patch Eye why Sweet didn't get his toilet fixed. The old ex-pimp, without looking up, answered, "Shh, ain't nothing wrong with the crapper. That cold bastard had his tooth locked in there for f***ing with his scratch. They been in there 3 days." I walked toward my car. I wondered how long Sweet would keep him there and how long could live with just water. I got back from the city. I stopped downtown at Rachel's Suite. I stayed for the night. I outlined the move. The next morning, I was looking out the window down on the street. There was a stooped, white-haired joker dumping barrels of hotel garbage into a huge truck. It was Steve. I'd know him in hell. A hot flash shot through me. I don't know what happened after that. Rachel told me I snatched my .32 from my coat pocket in the closet. I ran to the service elevator in my pajamas. She followed me all the way to the street. I didn't say a word. The truck had pulled away when we reached the sidewalk. She got me back upstairs. It had been a sucker play for a fugitive. Lucky for me, no rollers showed on the scene. I dressed and told Rachel I'd be back later and I wanted the rest of the stable in her joint. I stopped at a leather goods shop and bought a small valise. It was about the size that a doctor carries. I stopped at several banks and cracked some of my bills into enough singles to fill the bag. I went to Mama's to prepare the flash. I filled it almost to the brim with singles. I put the remaining big bills on top. I was getting ready to ship my stable. With my plan, I could ship them without a strong fix. Even knew think twice before leaving a rich pimp. That afternoon, they were all in Rachel's plush suite. She was the boss. They had $25 a day neat rooms on the same floor. I walked in. They were smoking gangster and eager for my speech. They were anxious to get back on the track. I had loosened the catch on the bag. I casually hurled it onto the table before them. A bale of $100 bills jumped from the bag. Reefer enhances what you see. I saw on those faces that they were seeing every dollar of the mountain of greenbacks they had given me for the years I had been their man. Confidence flooded their eyes. I finished my briefing and my instructions. I built my shining castles in the air. Brother, I could have sent those to Siberia in bikinis in the wintertime. Keeping her wife-in-laws and my scratch straight up there in Toledo was the first acid test for Rachel as a bottom woman. I stayed around Mama's for a week. She was bugging me to embrace the Holy Ghost and the fire. She begged me to square up and repent my sins. No, it was a little late for that. I moved on to Ohio again. Cleveland was only a short hop to Toledo. I set up a mad apartment in the larger city. Cleveland was jumping. I was ready for the best pimping of my career. Kim ran off with a wealthy white trick, but I didn't miss her. Both towns were crawling with young fine. The name of the game was still Cop and Blow. Within 4 months, I had the 3 girls in Toledo and 5 in Cleveland. I was pimping good. I had a connection for stuff. All was perfect except for one thing. Rachel's name was ringing. Every pimp, conman, and rich dope peddler was shooting for her. They offered soft, irresistible propositions. Her head was getting as big as a pumpkin. I didn't want to lose her. I had another more serious reason for wanting to hold her. If I blew her, she might pull a runt on me and go to the FBI. I got it through the wire that a slick con man out of New York was using his beautiful Jasper white girl as bait to cop Rachel. The same wire said that Rachel was getting weak for the broad. I went to Toledo one early morning to Rachel's. Sure enough, there they were. The 3 of them in Rachel's bed. Believe me, they hadn't gotten in there to recite bedtime stories. I was cool, icy as always. I let her con me that it was a party, all business of course. That wire had described that bastard con player and his freak woman. I was in trouble. If it had been any other in the stable except Rachel, it wouldn't have been worth a fleeting thought. I couldn't lose Rachel, my bottom woman, in fashion to some con player. It could kill my career as a pimp. The news would flash in a dozen states. No, I couldn't afford to lose her. I still had that expensive friend riding with me, the monkey on my back. Sweet would have had the solution to this tough problem right off the top of his head. Sweet, the week before, had shot himself in the temple. He'd left a bitter note.
Goodbye, Squares. Kiss my pimpin'.
I felt nothing when I got the wire. I left her apartment and drove out into the country. I spun the wheels in my skull. I got the key to the riddle. It was cruel but perfect. If it worked, I'd never have to worry that she'd blow or cross me with the FBI. Rachel called me the next day. She told me she just sent me 3 bills. She got them for the party I had crashed. When she cracked, I knew I had to go through with the cross. The 3 bills she was sending had to be scratch she had been holding out. That con bastard was too pretty and slick to send 3 fat ones with a... I had to make an honest of her from now on. I faked excitement when I told her about a sucker who was visiting Akron. It's a small town, 30 miles from Cleveland. I told her that I got a wire that the sucker had hit the numbers for 20 G's. He had it all with him in his hotel room. I sold that she could take it off smooth and easy. She said she would be down the next day to get briefed in detail. I had already driven to Akron and set the stage for her. I had rented a hotel room in the Fair Hotel. I contacted a dignified-looking old ex-slum hustler down on his luck. He spruced up a wino friend of his for the play. The whole arrangement, clothes, room, and a bill apiece for the actors came to $50,000. The slum hustler was to wait in the pool room nearby for my call. Rachel got to my apartment at 3 p.m. We got to Akron around 6. I told her one of the bellhops had told the sucker she would be there before 7. He was waiting for her. I slipped a small vial of mineral oil into her palm. I told her it was chloral hydrate. Only 2 drops would knock the sucker out. I told her I would be waiting in the hotel bar for her. She stopped at the desk. Sure enough, he was expecting her. She went up. She came down within an hour, nervous and jumpy. The sucker was out cold. She had searched the room. She couldn't find a scratch. I went back to the room with her. I went through another search. The wino was lying there motionless. We give up searching. We moved toward the door. I looked back at the wino. I said, "Say, baby, he looks bad to me." I knelt beside him, blocking her view with my back. I wiped my brow and turned my face toward her. My eyes were wide in alarm. I said, "Baby, he's dead, I think." Most women, even, are terrified of dead bodies. She stood there, paralyzed. I said, "Don't get panicky. Shut that door. I've got it. I know an underworld croaker here in town. Maybe he could bring him to. I know he will keep his mouth shut for a piece, even if..." She knew we couldn't leave a murdered man here. She had stopped at the desk first before coming up. She was painfully aware of the big gap between theft and murder. I picked up the phone and got the pool room. I gave the fake doctor the hotel and room number. He came within 5 minutes carrying his empty bag. She couldn't see into it. I had told her to hide in the closet. Too many people had seen her already. He stooped down beside the wino. He fumbled with his pulse, his eyelids. Finally, he stood up and said, "He's dead. I can't help him. I'll have to call the police." I could almost hear Rachel's heart booming in the closet. We haggled for her benefit for 10 minutes. Finally, we had a deal. For $5, he would keep his mouth shut. He would also contact a hoodlum who would get the body out of there and dispose of it. He left. Rachel and I got out of there fast. Driving back to Cleveland, Rachel was in a trance. She squeezed tightly against me. I kept telling her she had nothing to worry about. After all, we were together for life, and her secret would always be safe with me. She found out about the hoax years later. Rachel straightened up with that murder pressure on her. Toledo was on fire, and in 1 month, my 3 girls got 9 cases between them. I pulled them out into Cleveland. Cleveland was lousy with pimps and boosters from all over the country. The mob of hustlers set the torch to Cleveland. By 1953, the streets were so hot, a was lucky to stand up a week between falls. I was a fugitive. For almost a year, I never left my apartment. I couldn't risk arrest and a fingerprint check. I was down to 4 girls. That year in the apartment was cramping my style. Mama had hit a romantic and financial jackpot. She had moved to Los Angeles. She called me every week, pleading with me to visit her. She wanted me to meet my new stepfather and stay for a while. I kept stalling her. I had heard that the smack in California was only 6%. The pimps out there were only half serious. This makes for bad pimping conditions. Several Eastern pimps had gone to the coast in good shape. They had returned torn down. They said the Western were lazy and were satisfied with making chump change. The Western pimps had spoiled them. I gave myself logical arguments against the move to California. Why should I expose my well-trained to that dangerous half scene out west? What if I blew my family out there in the hinterlands? I was 34 now. In any square profession, I would have been in my prime. As a pimp, I was getting elderly. I was stern and strict on my women. Rachel wired me that a stud with a stable of boosters was in town with a load of wild Lillian suits and Petrocelli vines at 20% of retail. She got me his number the next day. I called him and got an appointment to look his stock over. I only left the apartment for important reasons. I decided I would cop a piece of stuff and a fresh outfit before seeing him. He was staying at a crummy hotel on the east side. He let me into a crackerbox 3-room apartment. He sounded me down to make sure of my pedigree. So you're Iceberg, huh? I was in your town not long ago. Philly sure is hot. He knew me by my reputation and that I was from Chicago. I said, yes, I'm Iceberg from the Windy. He said, say, Jim, how about old Red Eye? I saw him in New York last month. He's pimping a zillion. Surely you know him. I gave him that look, like I had caught him. I said, listen carefully, Jack. I don't have time for bullshit. I knew Red Eye. You saw him last month, Jack? You better see a head shrinker. You're flipping your top. Red Eye caught the big one in Pittsburgh 5 years ago. He's doing it all. He gave me a grin like he had swallowed a bottle of snot. He got the sizes from me. He said to cool it in his pad. He had to go to his stash across the street to get to the merchandise. I glanced into the tiny bedroom. There was a naked broad lying on the bed. I said to myself, I wonder what kind of dog that is. I went to the bed and looked down at her. She was drunk, stoned. It looked like the runt. This broad was buxom, almost fat. I knew one way to be sure. I had lashed the blood out of her with that hanger whipping years ago. She would still have the scars. I flipped her over on her belly. They were there. I stood there looking down at her. I remembered that tough bit in Leavenworth. Here at my mercy was that stinking Phyllis. Just the sight of her made me crazy. I grabbed the cologne bottle off the dresser. I jerked the big top off. I got my bag out. I dumped enough of the 20% stuff into the top to croak a sick junkie. She was clean. I spotted a bottle of mixer water on the floor. I filled the top and struck a match. I held it beneath the top. I rammed my gun into it. I drew up her reckoning. I stabbed the outfit into a vein just back of her knees. Her red blood streaked up into the joint. I was just about to press the pacifier bulb. I looked out the window. I caught a glimpse of the Joker darting across the street. He had a steamer trunk headed toward the front door of the hotel. I froze, jerked the spike out of her. I thrust the loaded outfit inside my shoe underneath my instep. I pinned the bag to my shorts between my legs. I collapsed into the living room chair just as he came through the door. I was sweating like hell. He was suspicious. He kept looking from the corner of his eye at his broad. He thought I had been riding her in his absence. I wondered how long he'd had her. He was a wrongdoer. He'd cut her loose when he got hip to what he had. Sooner or later, someone would pull his coat. He'd find out the runt had sent me to the joint. I was getting what I wanted from the merchandise. He slipped into the bedroom and checked her cat out. I left with a dozen items I had bought. I knew I had bought going to California clothes. I had quizzed him about his plans. He was going to stay in Cleveland for weeks. I had to leave town. Now. Phyllis was sure to get the wire from him that I was in town. I knew she wouldn't hesitate to drop a dime in the phone to the heat. She had to know about the escape. I drove away. I tried to picture the expression on her face when her man cracked to her that Iceberg had been up there alone with her while she was stoned. I got a flight that night for L.A. It's fabulous when a pimp's bottom girl can be trusted to handle a scratch and is... She was welded to me by that murder cross. The stable would drive out later in the hog. Mama was radiantly happy out there, and my stepfather was a wonderful square. They lived in the big house. L.A. was worse than the reports I had gotten. I got around in Mama's coup de ville. After the second night, I went into the P.I.M.P stomping grounds. I stayed around Mama for another week, then went up to Seattle. Glasstop's name wasn't ringing. In fact, he was almost unknown. One stud told me Glasstop had croaked. I copped a gorgeous hash slinger up there. I turned her out that week. Lucky I did. I lost a girl back in Cleveland. Her appendix burst. I pulled the 3 left into Seattle. After I'd been in town 6 months, fate dealt me one off the top for a change. My bag was empty, and the stuff in town was around 6%. I had to shoot 3 spoons to stay well. The girls were humping up a storm. I was getting no inside grief. I was sitting in the hog one day, and old wither stud walked past me. He came back and stooped down, looking at me. He shouted, "Ice, my old pimping buddy." I took a close look. It was Glasstop. He got in. He patted the scraggly processed hair on his nearly bald head. He'd done a long bit in the state joint. He wasn't pimping. An old square broad was feeding him. He was a drunk. Until I left town, I bought him bottles and rapped with him. He croaked 2 days after I left town. I ran into the croaker who aborted Helen. He had lost his license and done a short bit back east for an abortion. We started rapping a lot to each other. He knew most of the hustlers I knew, so we had much in common. He kept telling me how bad I looked. He told me how handsome I'd been when I brought Helen to him. He needled me. He expressed doubt that I had the guts to kick. He was game to help me kick if I was game to kick. I decided to let him help me. He warned me I would have to follow his every instruction. He had a house in town. He still took a fast buck from his old hustle. Rachel was the only girl in the family who knew I was hooked. None of the rest knew. I was going to stay at the docks to kick. They thought I was out of town. He used a system of reduction. We reached the tearing, puking, nut-at-all stage. Let me tell you, that beautiful croaker bastard was immune and rock hard. I tried the raving, crying con on him. He would jab a needle into me to tranquilize me so he couldn't hear my bleeding. I tell you, if you have ever had the flu real bad, just multiply the misery, the aching torture by 1,000. That's what it's like to kick a habit. It took 2 weeks. I was weak, but with an appetite like a horse. In another 2 weeks, I was stronger than I've been in years. Doc will always be my man. If he hadn't come to my rescue and I kept that habit until 1960, I would have been a corpse within a week in that steel casket waiting for me. Chapter 21. The Steel Casket. Seattle had played out. It was 1958. My stepfather died, leaving Mama all alone back in California. Her letters were full of grief and loneliness. I had blown down to Rachel and the young hashslinger I turned out. I had put on 50 pounds since I kicked the habit. I weighed more than 200 pounds. Time had scissored away my hair in front. I didn't look much like the mugshot of that sleek escapee. I smoked a little gangster and snorted cocaine now and then. I actually copped a cap of H once with my C. I wanted to mix it in a speedball. It was hard to flush the H down the drain. At almost 40, I was ancient as a pimp. I looked like a black fat seal in my expensive threads. For the first time in many years, I had rediscovered my appetite for good food. I was slowing down. I spent most of my time reading in bed. The end of my pimping career wasn't far in the future. I made a decision to go back to the fast track. I stayed away from old haunts. I had put my 2 girls to work in the street near downtown. Most of their tricks were white. I stayed in a nice hotel nearby. They lived together in the same hotel. 3 months later, after I got back, a fire changed my pimping setup. The change set up the chain of events that busted me for the escape. I was taking a walk. I stopped to watch flames gut an apartment building. An old brown-skinned stud was watching beside me. He was a sure-shot craps hustler. He also sold working togs to in houses in 10 states. After the fire, we went and had a drink together. We liked each other right away. For the next month, we saw each other every day. I started going with him to the houses to peddle his merchandise. I'd always had contempt for who worked houses. They gave up 50% of the scratch to a madam. I always believed the good went to the street to meet the trick. Even when I had the houses in Ohio, my got their tricks in the street. Lazy half worked houses and let the trick come to them. My friend Bet 'em Big convinced me houses were the thing for me. His points were that the wear and tear on the pimp was less. The houses were protected and the madams were responsible for falls. Also, a girl didn't need the complicated turnout for houses. A pimp's blows would be at least 50% less in the houses. He told me at my age I could grind up a bankroll in the houses. Then I could open up a couple of my own and live to get 100 years old. I wouldn't live that long under the stress and strain of the street. 2 months later, I had both my girls in houses. I got my scratch every Monday and money orders by registered mail. Just like he said, it was an easy way to pimp. The 50% off the top, I couldn't miss. I never had it. The girls would work maybe a month or 2 before coming in to visit me. I spent the time between with Bet 'em Big. He was a real pal. He blew his top when I ignored his advice and tapped almost out for a new 59 hog. I loved him like a father. He knew all the percentages on craps and people. His friendship and wisdom maybe helped me to stay away from H. Maybe if I hadn't gone to jail, I would have gone back to it. I was tempted a dozen times. I moved Stacy, the younger, to a house in Montana. It was March. She was up there for the season. This meant every 6 weeks or so, I'd have to go up there to service her and tighten my game. She was lonesome. She'd call and write to tell me how much she missed me. She fell out with the madam and started working in a house run by a stud in the same town. I told Bet I was going up to visit her. He said, "Ice can't take good advice. You were a sucker to go broke on that new hog. Now here is more good advice. Ice, not only should you not go up there, you better pull that fine out of there. I know that stud. He's a snake. Pull her out. I know a spot in Pennsylvania just as good. Inside of 2 days, you can pull her and place her." I didn't take his advice. I took a train up to visit her. I rented a room in the motel. I registered as Johnny Cato. It was on the outskirts of town. The only Negroes ever in town were auction houses and pimps come to visit them. She come to the motel in early morning after work. She confessed to me that she woke up one day and found her boss in bed with her. In her alarm, she struck him on the head with a heavy brass clock. It didn't chill him. He wiped the blood away and gave her 50 slacks to get his rocks. He begged her to quit me and be his woman. It was a time to tell me. It was the third and last day of my visit. It was Sunday night around 9. She didn't work Sundays. We were playing around. I had my pajamas on. I had a cup of tea in the pocket. I was just lighting a cigarette when a roller-type knock shook the door and me. I went to the door. I said, "Yes, who is it?" He said, "Police, open the door." I opened it. It was 2 red-faced Swede rollers. One was porcine, the other lanky. I put my shaking hands into the pajama pockets. My fingertips touched the scorching hot cap of cocaine. I hoped I was keeping the fear out of my face. I gave them a wide, toothy smile. They came in and stood in the middle of the room. Their eyes were racing about the room. Stacy was open-mouthed in the bed. I said, "Yes, gentlemen, what can I do for you?" Lanky said, "We want to see your ID." I went to the closet and got the phony John Cato Fredrickson ID. I put it in his palm. I felt cold sweat running down my back. They looked at it and looked at each other. Lanky said, "You're in violation of the law. You signed the motel register improperly. Why didn't you sign your full name? What are you trying to hide? What are you doing here in town? It says here you're a dancer. We don't have a club in town that books entertainers." I said, "Officers, my professional name is Johnny Cato. I've got nothing to hide. My full name had always been too long for the marquees. I've fallen into the habit of using the shorter version. My legs went out last year. I don't dance anymore. My wife and I decided to go into business. We're making a tour of this part of the country. We think that in your town we found the ideal site for a southern fried chicken shack. My wife has a secret recipe that should make us rich up here." Porky said, "You're a damn black lying son of a... Every one of you has come up here to open another cat house or suck your... So you and that aren't married. You're a low-life pimp and she's your... I've seen her around. I'm telling you, boy, get your out of town. We don't want you here." I said, "Yes, sir. I'll forget about the restaurant like you say." They turned and walked out. I knew Stacy's boss had put his finger on me. It was too late to catch the train back to the city. There was one a day at 8 p.m. I knew they'd be back. I was trapped. I'd heard radio bulletins warning that the highways were snowed under. I couldn't even walk out of town. I snorted the sizzle and sat trying to figure a way out. The chief of police came back at 3 the next afternoon. I let him in. He said, "Boy, I'm not satisfied. I'm going to forget about the phony registration. Now there's a more serious matter. If you and this young woman are illegally married, you've broken a law I can't overlook. When and where were you married?" I thought fast. I tried to remember a courthouse fire from the newspapers. I couldn't. I said, "Sir, we were married 3 years ago in Waco, Texas. I just can't understand why you doubt we're married." He said, "I'm going to take you in. I'm going to check your story. If you're telling the truth, I'll let you go. If not, you'll get a jail sentence." He took us down. We were mugged and fingerprinted. Afterwards, we were taken to his office. He said, "Boy, you lied to me. I called Waco. There's no record of your marriage." They locked us up. An hour later, we walked out on $200 bonds each. We got a cab to the motel. I understood the bond delay. The joint had been searched. We got our stuff from the house and sat in the train station until 8 p.m. We got back to the city early that morning. I knew when my fingerprints got to Washington, the FBI would rush back the news I was a fugitive. I had to get out of town. The police chief knew my destination when I left this town. Bet 'em big called Pennsylvania. Stacy was packed, ready to leave for the new spot the next day. The chief must have flown my fingerprints to Washington. The city rollers, with a captain of guards from the joint, busted Stacy and me. I was held for the escape. Stacy for harboring me. There was one angle I couldn't figure. All the way to the lockup, it bothered me. How did the city police and that screw know just where in that big city to put their hands on me? I had been transferred to county jail when I figured it out. I had made many stupid mistakes in my life. None was more stupid than the one that put me back in the house. I had a letter in my bag from Stacy. The rollers that searched our room while we were in jail made a notation of my city address. I had played the hit coppers cheap, and here I was with my in the fire. Rachel rushed to me from the house. I fought the charge of escape. After all, they couldn't prove it to the extent that they could tell in court how I had escaped. At my first hearing, I told the judge I hadn't escaped. I told him one night before midnight, a screw unlocked the cell and took me to the front gate and released me. I had a friend who had supplied the scratch for the underground release. It was a very thin story, but it was strong enough to forestall my return to the joint. I was sure bad things would happen to me back there. Bet visited me. He offered to do anything for me. I was lost. No one could help me. Mama came from California to visit me. She was sick and old. In fact, she was dying. She had heart trouble and diabetes. I don't see how she made the trip. It was an old scene. I was in a barred cage. She was crying on the outside of it. She sobbed,
"Son, this is the last time we're going to see each other. Your mama's so tired. God gave me the strength to make the long trip to see my poor baby before I go to sleep in Jesus' arms. Son, it's too bad you don't love me as much as I love you."
I was crying. I was squeezing her thin, pale hands in mine between the bars. I said, "Now look, Mama, you know we all got Indian blood in us. Mama, you ain't gonna die. Mama, I'll live to get 100 like Papa Joe, your father. Come on now, Mama, stop it. Ain't I got enough worry? Mama, I love you. Honest, Mama, forgive me not writing regular and stuff like that. I love you, Mama. I love you. Please don't die. I couldn't take it when I'm locked up. I'll take care of you when I get out. I swear, Mama, please, just don't die, Mama, please." The screw came up. The visit was over. His hard face softened in pity as he looked at her. He knew she was critically sick. I watched her move slowly away from me down the jail corridor. She got to the elevator. She turned and looked at me. She had a sad, pitiful look on her face. It reminded me of that stormy morning long ago. She had stood in the rain and watched the van taking me to my first prison bit. I get a terrible lump in my throat even now when I relive that moment. A week passed after Mama visited me and went back to California. I went into court for the third and last time. The judge offered me into the custody of the joint's captain of screws. Stacy was released. The captain and his aide were grimly silent. Their prison sedan sliced through the sparkling April day. I was on the rear seat. I gazed at the scurrying lucky citizens on the street. I wondered what they'd use on me at the joint, rubber hoses or blackjacks. I felt so low. I wouldn't have cared if I dropped dead right on the car seat. We went through the big gate into the joint. The warm April sun shone down on the ancient grimy buildings. The yard cons leaned on their brooms. They stared through the car window at me. The sedan came to a stop. We got out. They took off my handcuffs. I was taken into the same cell house from which I made the escape 13 years before. I was locked in a cell on the flag. In the early afternoon, a screw marched me to the office of the chief of the Joint Security. He looked like a pure Aryan stormtrooper sitting behind his desk. He didn't have a blackjack or a rubber hose in his hand. He was grinning like Herr Schicklgruber at that railroad coach in France. His voice was a lethal whisper. He said, Well, so you're that slick blackbird who flew the coop. Cheer up. You only owe us 11 months. You lucky you escaped before the new law. There's one on the books now. It penalizes escapees with up to an extra year. Ah, what a shame it isn't retroactive. I'm gonna put you in the punishment cell for a few days. Nothing personal, mind you. Hell, you didn't hurt me with your escape. Tell me confidentially, how did you do it? I said, Sir, I wish I knew. I am subject to stages of fugue. I came to that night and I was walking down the highway a free man. Sir, I certainly wish I could tell you how I did it. His pale, cold eyes hardened. His grin widened. He said, Oh, it's all right, my boy. Tell you what, you're a cinch to get a clear memory of just how you did it before long. Put in a request to the cell house officer to see me when you regain the memory. Well, good luck, my boy, till we meet again. A screw took me to the bathhouse. I took a shower and changed into a tattered con uniform. A croaker examined me, then back to the cell house. The screw took me to a row of tiny, filthy cells on the flag. My first detention cell was on the other side of the cell house. The screw stopped in front of the cell. He unlocked it. He prodded me into it. It was near the front of the cell house. I looked around my new home. It was a tight box designed to crush and torture the human spirit. I raised my arms above me. My fingertips touched the cold steel ceiling. I stretched them out to the side. I touched the steel walls. I walked 7 feet or so from the barred door to the rear of the cell. I passed a steel cot. The mattress cover was stained and stinking from old puke and crap. The toilet and wash bowls were encrusted with greenish-brown crud. It could be a steel casket for a weak skull after a week or two. I wondered how long they'd punish me in the box. I turned and walked to the cell door. I stood grasping the bars, looking out at the blank cell house wall in front of me. I thought, the Nazi figures after a week or so in this dungeon, I'll be crying and begging to tell them how I escaped. I'm not going to be out. Hell, I got a strong skull. I could do a month in here. I heard a slapping noise against the steel space between the cells. I saw a thin white hand holding a square of paper. I stuck my arms through the bar of my cell door. I took the paper. It was a kite with 2 cigarettes and 3 matches folded inside. It read, Welcome to Happiness Lane. My name is Coppola. The vine said you're Lancaster, the guy who took a powder 13 years ago. I was clerking in an office up front. I took my powder a year and a half ago. They brought me back 6 months ago. I started to cash in my chips 1,000 times. You'll find out what I mean. I've been right in this cell ever since. I got another year to go with the new time stacked on top for the escape. I got a detainer warrant from Maine for forgery up front. We're in big trouble, buddy. The brick up front has cracked up 4 or 5 cons in these cells since I came back. There's 6 of us on the roll now. Only 3 are escapees. The rest are doing short punishment time like 2 days to a week. I'll give you background on other things later. I know where screws will get you anything you want for a price. I lit a cigarette and sat on the cot. I thought Coppola is a hell of a stud to keep his skull straight for 6 months on Happiness Lane. He doesn't know I'm just here for a few days. That night we had a supper of sour Spanish rice. I heard the shuffling feet of cons filing into the cell house. They're going into their cells on the tiers overhead. The blaring radio loudspeakers and the lights went off at 9. Over the flushing of toilets and epidemic farting, I heard my name mentioned. The speaker was on the tier just above my cell. He said, "Jim, how about old Iceberg, the Mac man? Jim, a deuce will get you a sawbuck, the white folks will croak him down there. A pimp ain't got the heart to do a slap down there." Jim said, "Jack, I hope the pimp bastard croaks tonight. One of them pimps put my baby sister on stuff." I dozed off. After midnight, I woke up. Somebody was screaming. He was pleading with someone not to kill him. I heard thudding sounds. I got up and went to the cell door. I heard Coppola flush his John. I stage whispered, "Coppola, what's happening, man?" He whispered, "Don't let it bug you, Lancaster. It's just the right screws having their nightly fun and exercise. They pull their punching bags from the cells on the other side. It's where drunks and old men are held for court in the morning. Buddy, you ain't seen nothing yet. Don't give them any lip if they come by and needle you. They'll beat the hell out of you, then take all your clothes off and put you in the strip cell. That's one with nothing in it, just a cold concrete floor. Buddy, there are at least a dozen ways to die in here." All the rest of the night I lay staring at the blank, dirty wall in front of me. I wondered what Rachel and Stacy were doing. I had to make contact with a screw to mail some letters on the outside for me. The joint censors would never let instructions pass through. Every few minutes a screw would pass and flash his light on me. That morning I watched the cell house cons file past my cell on the way to breakfast and then to their work. All new arrivals the day before were also in this line. That afternoon I got letters from Stacy and Rachel. They had also sent money orders. They missed their strong right arm. They were working bars downtown. Bet was handling any falls they might take. Coppola, within the first week, hipped me to the angles of survival. I had a screw who would take letters directly to the girls. He would get his payoff from them. He would bring me cash from them. I got a letter from Mama. I could hardly read the shaky writing. She sent me religious tracts inside it. I was really worried about her. The tight cell and the fear of a year in it was getting to me. The little sleep I got was crowded with nightmares. I was eating good at high prices. I still lost weight. The first month I lost 30 pounds. Then I got bad news twice within the 5th week. I got a letter from Stacy. Bet had been found dead on his toilet stool at home. It really shook me. He had been a real friend. I got a very short note from Rachel. She was in Cleveland. It said,
"I ran into an old doctor friend of yours the other night. He was looped. He bought me a drink. Lucky for me, the bartender asked how you were doing. The doctor spilled his guts. He told me about a dead patient of his who came back to life. My worst wishes. P.S. Please drop dead. I'll keep the hog."
My joint waved the balance of Coppola's time to face the rap in Maine. The skull pressure was getting larger. The cell was getting tighter. With Coppola gone, I was in real trouble the 3rd month. It was like a deadly hex was at work to crack me up. None of the screws would cop heavy drugs for me. I settled for whiskey. I stopped using the safety razor. I didn't want to see the gaunt, ugly stranger in my sliver of mirror. It wasn't just a cell. It was the sights and sounds of the misery and torment on the road and in the nightmares. Mama was bedridden. She was too sick to write. I got telegrams and letters from her friends. They were all praying that I'd get out before Mama passed. I got a pass to the visitor's cage. A screw took me and stood behind me the whole time. It was Stacy. She was pregnant and living with an old hustler. Her eyes told me how bad I looked. Her letters dropped off to one a month with no scratch. At the end of the 4th month, my skull was shaking on my shoulders like I had palsy. A con on the road blew his top one night around midnight. He woke up the whole cell house. At first, he was cursing God and his mother. The screws brought him past my cell. In my state, the sight of him almost took me into madness. He was buck naked and jabbering a weird man's language through a foamy jib. It was like the talking in tongues holy rollers do. He was I gnawed into my pillow like the runt to keep from screaming. The next day, I put in a request to see the Nazi. Nothing happened. A week later, I was sitting on the job with my head between my knees. I heard the morning line moving to breakfast. The line had stalled for a moment right outside my cell door. I looked up into a pair of strange, almost orange eyes sunk into an old, horribly scarred face. It was Leroy. I had stolen Chris from him many years ago. He still remembered me. He stared at me and smiled crookedly as the line moved out. I got my screw to check his rap sheet. The screw gave me the whole rundown. Since 1940, Leroy had been arrested more than 100 times for common drunk. He had also been committed to mental hospitals twice. I was 42. I was 20 when I stole Chris from him. I asked the screw to pull strings to send him to another cell house. I gave him a rundown on the Chris steal and how weak Leroy had been for her. The screw told me he couldn't cut it. Leroy was doing only 5 days for drunk. Leroy had to stay in the cell house. I wonder how Leroy would try for revenge. I had to be careful in the morning for the next 5 days. I had to keep my feet and legs away from the cell door. Leroy might score for a shiv and try to hack something off when he passed my cell. I worried all day about what he would do. Could he somehow get gasoline and torch me? That night I heard the voice for the first time. The lights were out. The cell house was quiet. The voice seemed to be coming through a tiny grill at the head of the cot. A light always burned in the breezeway behind the grill. Pipes for all the plumbing for the cells were there. I got down on my hands and knees and looked through the grill's tiny holes. I couldn't see anybody. I got back on the cot. The voice was louder and clearer. It sounded friendly and sweet like a woman consoling a friend. I wondered if cons on one of the tiers above me were clowning with each other. I heard my name in the flow of chatter. I got back down and listened at the grill. A light flooded the corner. It was the screw. I spun around on my knees facing him. The light was in my eyes. He said, "What the hell are you doing?" I said, "Officer." I heard a voice. I thought someone was working back there. He said, "Oh, you poor bastard. You won't pull this bit. You're going nuts, Slim. Now stop that nonsense and get in that cot and stay there. The cell house lights woke me up. My first thought was Leroy. I got up and sat on the cot. Then I thought about the voice. I wasn't sure now. Maybe it had been a dream. I wondered whether I should ask the screw about it. One thing for sure, dream or not, I didn't want to go nuts. My mind hooked on to what I heard the old con philosopher say about that screen in the skull. I remembered what the books at federal prisons said about voices and even people that only existed inside a Joker skull. I thought, after this, when I get the first sign of a sneaky worry, thought, or idea, I'll fight it out of my skull. Maybe I wasn't dreaming when I heard that voice. If I hear it again, I'll have some protection. I'll keep a strong, sane voice inside to fight off anything screwy from going on. Every moment, I'll stand guard over my thoughts until I get out of here. I can do it. I just have to train that guard. He's got to be slick enough not to let trouble buy him. I'll make him shout down the phony voices. He'll know they're not real right away. I got up and went to the face bowl. I heard the rumbling feet of the cons coming off the tiers. I was washing my face. I heard a series of sliding bumps on the floor behind me. It was like several newsboys all throwing your paper on the porch in rotation. Then I smelt it. I turned toward the door. I squinted through the soap on my eyelids. I had been bombed with crap. It was oozing off the wall. The solid stuff had rolled to my feet. Pieces of loosely rolled newspaper were the casings. Cons were pasting my door, snickering. I felt dizzy. A big balloon started inflating inside my chest. I remembered the inside guard. He was new and late on the job. I puked. I shouted over and over, "Watch out now! It's only crap! It's only crap! It's just crap! Watch out! It can't hurt you! It's only stinking crap!" A screw stood at the cell door twitching his nose. He was screaming, "Shut up!" He opened the cell. I got a bucket of hot water and a scrub brush. I cleaned the cell. The screw asked me who fouled my nest. I told him I didn't know. My screw came to see me at noon. He told me how Leroy had enlisted the crap bombers. Leroy told them I had put the finger on him years ago when he got the bit for the Papa Tony beating. My screw dropped the truth around the cell house. All the bombers were down on Leroy. They dared him to bother me again. I didn't mourn when Leroy finished his 5-day bit. It was the end of my 6th month. I beat down worry, voices, and countless thoughts with the Skull Guard plan. A friend of Mama's sent me a telegram. Mama had been stricken. The hospital doctors had given her up. Then she bounced back. She was very sick now, but still alive. The telegram gave my skull gimmick a tough test. I had a very sad day around the middle of the 7th month. A booster from New York busted on his 2nd day in town was on the tier above me. A con on my roll, several cells down, called me one night to borrow a book. A moment later, I heard my name called from up above. He came down next morning and rapped to me. His job was in the cell house. The booster asked me if I were the Iceberg who was a friend of party time. I told him yes. He didn't say anything for a while. Finally, he told me Party had often spoken of me as the kid he once hustled with who grew up to be Iceberg the Pimp. He told me Party had copped the beautiful girlfriend of a dope dealer when he got a bit. Party turned her out. The dope dealer did his bit. The broad tried to cut Party loose to go back to a life of ease. Party went gorilla on her. He broke her arm. 2 months later, Party copped some H. He didn't know his connection was a pal of the dealer who got the bit. It was H, all right, mixed with flakes of battery acid. I didn't sleep that night. I had come to a decision in that awful cell. I was through with pimping and drugs. I got insight that perhaps I could never have hoped to get outside. I couldn't have awakened if I had been serving a normal bit. After I got the mental game down pat, I could see the terrible pattern of my life. Mama's condition and my guilty conscience had a lot to do with my decision. Perhaps my age and loss of youth played their parts. I had found out that pimping is for young men, the stupid kind. I had spent more than half a lifetime in the worthless, dangerous profession. If I had stayed in school, in 8 years of study, I could have been an MD or a lawyer. Now here I was, slick but not smart, in a cell. I was past 40 with counterfeit glory in my past and no marketable training, no future. I had been a bigger sucker than a square mark. All he loses is scratch. I had joined the club that suckered me behind bars 5 times. A good pimp has to use great pressure. It's always in the cards that one day that pressure will backfire. Then he will be the victim. I was weary of clutching Quicksilver and the joints. I was at the end of the 9th month of the bit. I got a front office interview. I was contesting my discharge date. I was still down for an 11-month bit. An agent of the joint had been in the arresting group. I spent 30 days in county jail before the transfer to the joint to finish out the year. I knew little or nothing about the law. I was told at the interview I had to do 11 months. I wasn't afraid I'd crack up serving the extra month. By this time, I had perfect control of my skull. Mama might die in California at any time. I had to get to her before she died. I had to convince her I loved her, that I appreciated her as a mother, that she and not catching was more important to me. I had to get there as much for myself as for her. I lay in that cell for 2 weeks. I wrote a paper based on what I believed were the legal grounds for my release at the expiration of 10 months. It had subtle muscle in it, too. I memorized the paper. I rehearsed it in the cell. Finally, I felt I had the necessary dramatic inflection and fluid delivery. It was 2 days before the end of the 10th month. I was called in 2 weeks later after I requested the second interview. I must have looked like a scarecrow as I stood before him. I was bearded, filthy, and ragged. He was immaculate seated behind his gleaming desk. He had a contemptuous look on his face. I said, "Sir, I realize that the urgent press of your duties has perhaps contributed to your neglect of my urgent request for an interview. I have come here today to discuss the vital issue of my legal discharge date. Wild rumors are circulating to the effect that you are not a fair man, that you are a bigot who hates Negroes. I discounted them immediately when I heard them. I am almost dogmatic in my belief that a man of your civic stature and intellect could ill afford or embrace base prejudice. In the spirit of fair play, I'm going to be brutally frank. If I am not released the day after tomorrow, a certain agent of mine here in the city is going to set in motion a process that will not only free me, but will possibly in addition throw a revealing spotlight on certain not too legal, not too pleasant activities carried on daily behind these walls. I have been caged here like an animal for almost 10 months. Like an animal, my sensitivity of seeing and hearing had been enhanced. I only want what is legally mine. My contention is that if your captain of guards, who is legally your agent, had arrested me and confined me on such an unlikely place as the moon for 30 days, technically and legally, I would be in the custody of this institution. Sir, the point is unassailable. Frankly, I don't doubt that my release will occur on legal schedule. Thank you, sir, for the interview. The contempt had drained out of his face. I convinced him I wasn't running a bluff. His eyes told me he couldn't risk it. After all, surely he knew how easy it was to get contraband in and out of the rotten joint. Getting a kite to an agent would be child's play. I didn't sleep that night. The next day, I got a discharge notice. I would be released on legal schedule. Chapter 22, Dawn. I had amazed cons and guards alike. I had survived it. I was getting out in 24 hours. I was almost 43, sitting in the cell. I thought, I have been in a deadly trap. Have I really escaped it? Does fate have grimmer traps set? Can I learn to be proud of my black skin? Can I adjust to the stark reality that black people in my lifetime had little chance to escape the barbed wire stockade in the white man's world? Only time and the imponderables inside me would answer the questions. I had no one except Mama. They dressed me out. My clothes flopped around on my skeletal frame. I still hadn't told them how I had escaped. Cons cheered me as I shuffled toward freedom. They knew how I had suffered and what the awful odds had been that I wouldn't have made it. A friend of Mama's had sent me my fare. As the plane flew over the sea of neon, I looked down at the city where I had come so many years ago in search of an empty, loathsome dream. I thought of Henry and the sound of that pressing machine, of Mama when she was young and pretty. How wonderful it had been back there in Rockford. She would come into my room at bedtime, a tender ghost, and tuck me in warmly and kiss me goodnight. It seemed like a long time before I got to her. When I walked into her room, death was there in her tiny gray face. Her eyes brightened and flashed a mother's deathless love. Her embrace was firm and sure. My coming to her had been like a miracle. It was the magic that gave her strength. She clutched life for an added 6 months. I never left the house for those 6 months. We would lie side by side on twin beds and talk far into the night. She made me promise that I would use the rest of my life in a good way. She told me I should get married and have children. I tried hard to make up for all those years I had neglected her. It's hard to square an emotional debt. The last sad day, she looked up into my eyes from the hospital bed. In a voice I could scarcely hear through her parched lips, she whispered,
"Forgive me, son. Forgive me. Mama didn't know. I'm sorry."
I stood there, watching her last tears rolling down her dead cheeks from the blank eyes. I crushed her to me. I tried to get my final plea past death's grim shield. "Oh, Mama, nothing has been your fault. Believe me, nothing. If you are foolish enough to think so, then I forgive you." I staggered blindly from the hospital. I went to the parking lot. I fell across the car hood and cried my heart out. I stopped crying. I thought Mama had really gotten in the last word this time. These stinking would have gotten a huge charge if they could have seen old Iceberg out there walking like a sucker because his old lady was dead. I am lying in the quiet dawn. I am writing this last chapter for the publisher. I am thinking, how did a character like me, who for most of his life had devoted himself to the vilest career, ever square up? By all the odds, I should have ended a broken, diseased shell or died in a lonely prison cell. I guess 3 of the very important reasons are lying asleep in the bedroom across the hall. I can see their peaceful, happy faces. They don't know how hard and often discouraging it is for me to earn a living for them in the square world. This square world is a strange place for me. For the last 5 years, I have tried hard, so hard, to solve its riddles to fit in. Catherine, my beautiful wife, is wonderful and courageous. She's a perfect mother to our adorable 2-year-old girl and our sturdy, handsome 3-year-old boy. In this new world that isn't really square at all, I have had many bitter experiences. I remember soon after my marriage how optimistic I was as I set out to apply for the sales jobs listed in the want ads. I knew that I was a stellar salesman. After all, hadn't I proved my gift for 30 years? The principles of selling are the same in both worlds. The white interviewers were impressed by my bearing and apparent facility with words. They sensed my knowledge of human nature. But they couldn't risk the possible effect that a Negro's presence would have on the firm's all-white personnel. In disgust and anger, I would return home and sulk. Bitterly, I would try to convince myself to go back into the rackets. Catherine always said the right things and gave me her love and understanding. There was another indispensable source of help and courage during these hard times. She's a charming, brilliant woman. She had been a friend to my mother. She functioned as a kind of psychotherapist. She explained and pointed out to me the mental phases I was passing through. She gave me insight to fight the battle. To her, I shall always be grateful. The story of my life indicates that those close friends were few. Shortly before I started this book, I met a man I respected. I thought he was a true friend. I was bitterly disillusioned to discover he wasn't. I'm glad, in a way, it turned out the way it did. I've always come back stronger after a good kick in the... I have had many interesting and even humorous experiences in this new life. They will have to wait for now. I see my little family is awake. I'll have to light the heater. I can't let them get up in the early morning chill. How about it? An iceberg with a warm heart.